years ago, a young clergyman by the name of Gunsalus announced in the newspapers of Chicago that he would preach a sermon the following Sunday morning entitled, "What I Would Do If I Had $1 Million." The announcement caught the eye of Philip D. Armour, the wealthy packing house king, who decided to hear the sermon. In his sermon, Dr. Gunsalus pictured a great school of technology where young men and young women could be taught how to succeed in life by developing the ability to think in practical rather than in theoretical terms, where they would be taught to learn by doing. "If I had $1 million," said the young preacher, "I would start such a school." After the sermon was over, Mr. Armour walked down the aisle to the pulpit, introduced himself, and said, "Young man, I believe you could do all you said you could. And if you will come down to my office tomorrow morning, I will give you the $1 million you need. There is always plenty of capital for those who can create practical plans for using it." That was the beginning of the Armour Institute of Technology, one of the very practical schools of the country. The school was born in the imagination of a young man who never would have been heard of outside the community in which he preached, had it not been for the imagination, plus the capital, of Philip D. Armour. Commentary. The Armour Institute of Technology opened in 1893, offering courses in engineering, chemistry, architecture, and library science. And in 1940, it became the Illinois Institute of Technology when the Armour Institute merged with the Lewis Institute, a Chicago college that had opened in 1895 and offered liberal arts as well as science and engineering courses. In 1949, the Institute of Design, founded in 1937, also merged with IIT, followed in 1969 by the Chicago-Kent College of Law and the Stewart School of Business, and in 1986 by the Midwest College of Engineering. Today, there are several campuses in downtown Chicago. IIT has been called the alma mater of accomplishments. Every great railroad and every outstanding financial institution and every mammoth business enterprise and every great invention began in the imagination of some one person. F.W. Woolworth created the 5 and 10 cent stores plan in his imagination before it became a reality and made him a multimillionaire. Thomas A. Edison created sound recorders, moving pictures, the electric light bulb, and scores of other useful inventions in his own imagination before they became a reality. After the Chicago fire, scores of merchants whose stores went up in smoke stood near the smoldering embers of their former places of business, grieving over their loss. Many of them decided to go away into other cities and start over again. In the group was Marshall Field, who saw, in his own imagination, the world's greatest retail store standing on the same spot where his former store had stood, which was then but a ruined mass of smoking timbers. That store became a reality. Fortunate is the young man or young woman who learns early in life to use imagination, and doubly so in this age of greater opportunity. Imagination is a faculty of the mind that can be cultivated, developed, extended, and broadened by use. If this were not true, this course on the laws of success never would have been created, because it was first conceived in my imagination, from the mere seed of an idea which was sown by a chance remark of the late Andrew Carnegie. Wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever you may be following as an occupation, there is room for you to make yourself more useful, and in that manner more productive, by developing and using your imagination. Success in this world is always a matter of individual effort, yet you will only be deceiving yourself if you believe that you can succeed without the cooperation of other people. Success is a matter of individual effort only to the extent that each person must decide in his or her own mind what is wanted. This involves the use of imagination. From this point on, achieving success is a matter of skillfully and tactfully inducing others to cooperate. Before you can secure cooperation from others, before you have the right to ask for or expect cooperation from other people, you must first show a willingness to cooperate with them. For this reason, the 9th lesson of this course, the habit of doing more than paid for, is one that should have your serious and thoughtful attention. The law upon which this lesson is based would, of itself, practically ensure success to all who practice it, in all they do. Following, you will find a personal analysis chart in which 9 well-known people have been analyzed for your study and comparison. Observe this chart carefully and note the danger points that mean failure to those who do not observe these signals. Of the 9 people analyzed, 7 are known to be successful while 2 may be considered failures. Study carefully the reasons why these 2 men failed. Then, study yourself. In the 2 columns which have been left blank for that purpose, at the beginning of this course, give yourself a rating on each of the laws of success. At the end of the course, rate yourself again and observe the improvements you have made. The purpose of the Law of Success course is to enable you to find out how you may become more capable in your chosen field of work. To this end, you will be analyzed and all of your qualities classified so that you may organize them and make the best possible use of them. You may not like the work in which you are now engaged. There are 2 ways of getting out of that work. One way is to take little interest in it and do just enough to get by. Very soon you will find a way out because the demand for your services will cease. The other and better way is by making yourself so useful and efficient in what you are now doing that you will attract the favorable attention of those who have the power to promote you into more responsible work that is more to your liking. It is your privilege to take your choice as to which way you will proceed. Thousands of people walked over the great Calumet copper mine without discovering it. Just one lone man used his imagination, dug down into the ground a few feet, investigated and discovered the richest copper deposit on Earth. You and every other person walk at one time or another over your Calumet mine. Discovery is a matter of investigation and use of imagination. This course on the laws of success may lead the way to your Calumet, and you may be surprised when you discover that you are standing right over this rich mine, in the work in which you are now engaged. In his lecture, Acres of Diamonds, Russell Conwell tells us that we need not seek opportunity in the distance, that we may find it right where we stand. This is a truth well worth remembering, or ever shall become, is the result of the use to which you put your mind. Napoleon Hill, time is a master worker that heals the wounds of temporary defeat and equalizes the iniquities and right the wrongs of the world. There is nothing impossible with time. Lesson 1. Introduction to the Master Mind. You can do it if you believe you can. This is a course on the fundamentals of success. Success is largely a matter of adjusting oneself to the ever-varying and changing environments of life in a spirit of harmony and poise. Harmony is based on an understanding of the forces constituting one's environment. Therefore, this course is in reality a blueprint that may be followed straight to success because it helps you interpret, understand, and make the most of these environmental forces of life. Before you begin reading the Law of Success lessons, you should know something of the history of the course. You should know exactly what the course promises to those who follow it until they have assimilated the laws and principles upon which it is based. You should know its limitations, as well as its possibilities, as an aid in your fight for a place in the world. From the viewpoint of entertainment, the Law of Success course would be a poor second to most any of the monthly periodicals that may be found on the newsstands. Commentary. It has been said that Napoleon Hill and his philosophy of success have made more millionaires than any other person in history. It might equally well be said that Napoleon Hill inspired more motivational experts than any other man in history. Napoleon Hill was, and more than 30 years after his death continues to be, America's most influential motivational author. That is due partly to the fact that he came to prominence at the beginning of the age of mass communications. But it is due in even larger part to the diligence he applied to the research upon which he based his 17 principles that comprise the Law of Success. It is practically impossible to find a motivational speaker who does not draw upon Hill's work. His influence can be seen in the writings of his early peers Dale Carnegie and Norman Vincent Peale. Later, many successful authors and speakers such as W. Clement Stone, Og Mandino, Earl Nightingale, and Chicken Soup for the Soul author Mark Victor Hansen worked directly with either Napoleon Hill or the Napoleon Hill Foundation. Echoes of Hill's principles can be seen in books by people as diverse as Jose Silva, Mary Kay Ash, Dr. Maxwell Maltz, Shakti Gawain, Wally Famous Amos, and Dr. Bernie Siegel. Anthony Robbins, Arguably the most successful motivational speaker in recent times, has often cited Napoleon Hill as his inspiration, and best-selling author Stephen R. Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People can be found in the 17 Principles Hill wrote about more than 70 years earlier. An overview. This course has been created for the serious-minded person who devotes at least a portion of his or her time to the business of succeeding in life. I have not intended to compete with those who write purely for the purpose of entertaining. My aim in preparing this course has been twofold. First, to help you discover your weaknesses, and second, to help you create a definite plan for bridging those weaknesses. The most successful men and women on earth have had to correct certain weak spots in their personalities before they began to succeed. The most notable of these weaknesses that stand between men and women and success are intolerance, greed, jealousy, suspicion, revenge, egotism, conceit, the tendency to reap where they have not sown, and the habit of spending more than they earn. All of these common enemies of mankind, and many more not here mentioned, are covered by the Law of Success course in such a manner that any person of reasonable intelligence may master them with but little effort or inconvenience. You should know at the very outset that this course has long since passed through the experimental state, that it already has, to its credit, a record of achievement that is worthy of serious thought and analysis. You should know also that the Law of Success course has been examined and endorsed by some of the most practical minds of modern times. The Law of Success lectures. This course was first used as a lecture, which I delivered in practically every city and in many of the smaller localities throughout the United States, over a period of more than 7 years. During these lectures, I had assistants located in the audiences to interpret the reaction of those who heard the lecture, and in this manner we learned exactly what effect it had upon people. As a result of this study and analysis, many changes were made. The first big victory of the Law of Success philosophy was gained when it was used as the basis of a course that trained 3,000 men and women as a sales army. Few of these people had previous experience of any sort in the field of selling. Through this training, they were enabled to earn more than $1 million 0 cents for themselves and paid me $30,000 0 cents for my services over a period of approximately 6 months. The individuals and small groups of salespeople who have found success through the aid of this course are too numerous to be mentioned here, but the number is large and the benefits they derived from the course were definite. The Law of Success philosophy was brought to the attention of the late Don R. Mellett, former publisher of the Canton, Ohio Daily News, who formed a partnership with me and was preparing to resign as publisher of the Canton Daily News and take up the business management of my affairs when he was assassinated on July 16, 1926. Prior to his death, Mr. Mellett had made arrangements with Judge Elbert H. Gary, who was then chairman of the board of the United States Steel Corporation, to present the Law of Success course to every employee of the Steel Corporation at a total cost of something like $150,000 0 cents. This plan was halted because of Judge Gary's death, but it proves that the Law of Success is an educational plan of an enduring nature. Judge Gary was eminently prepared to judge the value of such a course, and the fact that he analyzed the Law of Success philosophy and was preparing to invest the huge sum of $150,000 0 cents in it is proof of the soundness of all that is said on behalf of the course. Terminology. You will observe in this introductory lesson a few technical terms that may not be clear to you. Don't let this bother you. Make no attempt at first reading to understand these terms. They will become clear to you after you read the remainder of the course. This entire introductory lesson is intended only as a background for the other 16 lessons of the course, and you should read it as such. You should read this lesson several times, as you will get from it at each reading a thought or an idea that you did not get on previous readings. In this introduction, you will find a description of a newly discovered law of psychology that is the very foundation stone of all outstanding personal achievements. I refer to this as the mastermind, meaning a mind that is developed through the harmonious cooperation of 2 or more people who ally themselves for the purpose of accomplishing any given task. If you are engaged in the business of selling, you may profitably experiment with this law of the mastermind in your daily work. It has been found that a group of 6 or 7 salespeople may use the law so effectively that their sales may be increased to unbelievable proportions. Life insurance is supposed to be the hardest thing on earth to sell. This ought not to be true with an established necessity such as life insurance, but it is. Nevertheless, a small group of men working for the Prudential Life Insurance Company, whose sales are mostly small policies, formed a little friendly group for the purpose of experimenting with the law of the mastermind, with the result that every man in the group wrote more insurance during the first 3 months of the experiment than he had ever written in an entire year before. What may be accomplished through the aid of this principle by any small group of intelligent salespeople who have learned how to apply the law of the mastermind will stagger the imagination of the most highly optimistic and imaginative person. Bear this in mind as you read this first lesson of Law of Success, and it is not unreasonable to expect that this lesson alone may give you sufficient understanding of the law to change the entire course of your life. Commentary. As you read this book, you will occasionally encounter a term such as mastermind that has, in the years since Napoleon Hill coined the term, taken on a connotation that he never intended. Hill first published this work in 1928, a time when Freud and Jung were still developing the study of human psychology, and the terminology had not yet found its way into common usage. The now commonly accepted psychological term that comes closest to capturing what Napoleon Hill meant by the mastermind is what Jung called the collective unconscious. But what Hill was describing goes beyond Jung's theory to include other concepts, including Edward de Bono's techniques of lateral thinking and brainstorming, and many of the ideas behind modern management buzzwords such as quality circle, synergy, and thinking outside the box. Hill's term mastermind may seem quaint to the modern reader, but for all the psychobabble that is now part of everyday speech, there is no other term that encompasses all that Hill had in mind. Personalities. It is the personalities behind a business that determine the measure of success the business will enjoy. Modify those personalities so they are more pleasing and more attractive to the patrons of the business, and the business will thrive. In any of the great cities of the United States, merchandise of similar nature and price can be found in scores of stores. Yet you will find there is always one outstanding store that does more business than any of the others. The reason for this is that behind that store is someone who is paying close attention to the personalities of those who come in contact with the public. People buy personalities as much as merchandise, and it is a question if they are not influenced more by the personalities with which they come in contact than they are by the merchandise. Commentary. Hill is prophetic in these paragraphs. His description of the importance of personality and service in business anticipates the growth of the service industries that by the end of the 20th century dominated the economy. Service. Life insurance has been reduced to such a scientific basis that the cost of insurance does not vary to any great extent, regardless of the company from which one purchases it. Yet, out of the hundreds of life insurance companies doing business, less than a dozen companies do the bulk of the business of the United States. Why? Personalities. 99 people out of every 100 who purchase life insurance policies do not know what is in their policies, and, what seems more startling, do not seem to care. What they really purchase is the pleasing personality of some man or woman who knows the value of cultivating such a personality. Your business in life, or at least the most important part of it, is to achieve success. Success, within the meaning of that term as covered by this course on the laws of success, is the attainment of your definite chief aim without violating the rights of other people. Regardless of what your major aim in life may be, you will attain it with much less difficulty after you learn how to cultivate a pleasing personality, and after you have learned the delicate art of allying yourself with others in a given undertaking without friction or envy. One of the greatest problems of life, if not in fact the greatest, is that of learning the art of harmonious negotiation with others. This course was created for the purpose of teaching people how to negotiate their way through life with harmony and poise, free from the destructive effects of disagreement and friction which bring millions of people to misery, want, and failure every year. No man has a chance to enjoy permanent success until he begins to look in a mirror for the real cause of all his mistakes. With this statement of the purpose of the course, you should be able to approach the lessons with the feeling that a complete transformation is about to take place in your personality. You cannot enjoy outstanding success in life without power, and you can never enjoy power without sufficient personality to influence other people to cooperate with you in a spirit of harmony. This course shows you step by step how to develop such a personality. Lesson by lesson, the following is a statement of what you may expect from the 17 laws of success. The mastermind will outline the physical and psychological laws that underlie these lessons. A definite chief aim will teach you how to save the wasted effort the majority of people expend in trying to find their life's work. This lesson will show you how to do away forever with aimlessness and fix your heart and hand on a definite, well-conceived purpose as a life's work. Self-confidence will help you master the 6 basic fears with which every person is cursed: the fear of poverty, the fear of ill health, the fear of old age, the fear of criticism, the fear of loss of love of someone, and the fear of death. It will teach you the difference between egotism and real self-confidence, that is, based on definite, usable knowledge. The habit of saving will teach you how to distribute your income systematically so that a definite percentage of it will steadily accumulate, thus forming one of the greatest known sources of personal power. No one may succeed in life without saving money. There is no exception to this rule, and no one may escape it. Initiative and leadership will show you how to become a leader instead of a follower in your chosen field of endeavor. It will develop in you the instinct for leadership that will cause you gradually to gravitate to the top in all of your undertakings. Imagination will stimulate your mind so that you will conceive new ideas and develop new plans that will help you in attaining the object of your definite chief aim. This lesson will teach you how to build new houses out of old stones, so to speak. It will show you how to create new ideas out of old well-known concepts and how to put old ideas to new uses. Enthusiasm will enable you to saturate all with whom you come in contact with interest in you and in your ideas. Enthusiasm is the foundation of a pleasing personality, and you must have such a personality in order to influence others to cooperate with you. Self-control is the balance wheel with which you control your enthusiasm and direct it where you wish it to carry you. This lesson will teach you in a most practical manner to become the master of your fate, the captain of your soul. The habit of doing more than paid for is one of the most important lessons of this Law of Success course. It will teach you how to take advantage of the law of increasing returns, which will eventually ensure you a return in money far out of proportion to the service you render. No one may become a real leader in any walk of life without practicing the habit of doing more work and better work than that for which they are paid. A pleasing personality is the fulcrum on which you must place the crowbar of your efforts, and when so placed, with intelligence, it will enable you to remove mountains of obstacles. This one lesson alone has made scores of master salespeople. It has developed leaders overnight. It will teach you how to transform your personality so that you may adapt yourself to any environment or to any other personality in such a manner that you may easily dominate. Accurate thinking is one of the important foundation stones of all enduring success. This lesson teaches you how to separate facts from mere information. It teaches you how to organize known facts into 2 classes, the important and the unimportant. It teaches you how to determine what is an important fact. It teaches you how to build definite working plans in the pursuit of any calling based on facts. Concentration teaches you how to focus your attention on one subject at a time until you have worked out practical plans for mastering that subject. It will teach you how to ally yourself with others in such a manner that you may have the use of their entire knowledge to back you up in your own plans and purposes. It will give you a practical working knowledge of the forces around you and show you how to harness and use these forces in furthering your own interest. Cooperation will teach you the value of teamwork in all you do. In this lesson, you will be taught how to apply the law of the mastermind described in this introduction and in Lesson 2, This lesson will show you how to coordinate your own efforts with those of others in such a manner that friction, jealousy, strife, envy, and greed will be eliminated. You will learn how to make use of all that other people have learned about the work in which you are engaged. Profiting by failure will teach you how to make stepping stones out of all of your past and future mistakes and failures. It will teach you the difference between failure and temporary defeat, a difference which is very great and very important. It will teach you how to profit by your own failures and by the failures of other people. Tolerance will teach you how to avoid the disastrous effects of racial and religious prejudices, which mean defeat for millions of people who permit themselves to become entangled in foolish argument over these subjects, thereby poisoning their own minds and closing the door to reason and investigation. This lesson is a companion to the one on accurate thought, because no one could become an accurate thinker without practicing tolerance. Intolerance closes the book of knowledge and writes on the cover, "Finis, I have learned it all." Intolerance makes enemies of those who should be friends. It destroys opportunity and fills the mind with doubt, mistrust, and prejudice. Practicing the Golden Rule will teach you to make use of this great universal law of human conduct in such a way that you may easily get harmonious cooperation from any individual or group of individuals. Lack of understanding of the law upon which the Golden Rule philosophy is based is one of the major causes of failure for millions of people who remain in misery, poverty, and want all their lives. This lesson has nothing whatsoever to do with religion in any form, nor with sectarianism, and nor do any of the other lessons of this course. The universal law, the last lesson, will show you how to apply the principles in the first 16 lessons to transform not only your thoughts, but also your habits. Through this change in the ways you behave and respond, you will put yourself in total harmony with your environment. Success is a result of achieving such harmony. When you have mastered these 17 laws and made them your own, as you could do within a period of 15 to 30 weeks, you will be ready to develop sufficient personal power to ensure the attainment of your definite chief aim. For the purpose of these 17 laws is to develop or help you to organize all the knowledge you have and all you acquire in the future, so you may turn this knowledge into power. You should read this book with a notebook by your side, for you will observe that ideas will begin to flash into your mind as you read as to ways and means of using these laws in advancing your own interests. You should also begin teaching these laws to others about whom you care, as it is a well-known fact that the more one tries to teach a subject, the more one learns about that subject. A parent, for example, may so indelibly fix these 17 laws of success in the minds of their children that this teaching will change the entire course of their lives. If you are married, you should also interest your spouse in studying this course for reasons that will be clear before you have finished reading this lesson. Power is one of the three basic objects of human endeavor. Power is of two types: that developed through coordination of natural physical laws, and that developed by organizing and classifying knowledge. Power growing out of organized knowledge is the more important because it places in your possession a tool with which you may transform, redirect, and to some extent harness and use the other form of power. The object of this course is to mark the route by which you may safely travel in gathering the facts that you wish to weave into your fabric of knowledge. There are two major methods of gathering knowledge: by studying, classifying, and assimilating facts which have been organized by other people, and through one's own process of gathering, organizing, and classifying facts, generally called personal experience. This lesson deals mainly with the ways and means of studying the facts and data gathered and classified by other people. In the past few centuries, scientists have discovered and cataloged the physical elements of which all material forms in the universe consist. If you must slander someone, don't speak it, but write it. Write it in the sand, near the water's edge. In the following pages, Hill explains basic laws of physics as they were understood in his time. There are errors in his understanding that will be recognized by even non-scientists. Hill, for example, says that electrons may be either positive or negative. An electron, we now know, always carries a negative charge. And a whole branch of physics studies particles much smaller than the electron, a world of which Hill hadn't an inkling. Where Hill digresses to discuss specifics, small sections have been deleted. Hill would have deleted them himself had he known more. But it is important to read the outlines of his description of physical matter as a metaphor or parallel for the laws that govern human behavior. That is the way he intended this section to be read. Here Hill is trying to find a physical basis to explain the extremely mysterious but altogether indisputable power of the master mind. By study and analysis and accurate measurements, humans have discovered the bigness of the material side of the universe, as represented by planets, suns, and stars, some of which are known to be over 10 million times as large as the little Earth on which we live. On the other hand, man has discovered the littleness of the physical forms that constitute the universe by reducing the physical elements to molecules, atoms, and finally to the smallest particle, the electron. An electron cannot be seen. It is but a center of force, consisting of a positive or a negative. The electron is the beginning of everything of a physical nature. To understand both the detail and the perspective of the process through which knowledge is gathered, organized, and classified, it seems essential to begin with the smallest and simplest particles of physical matter, because these are the ABCs with which nature has constructed the entire framework of the physical portion of the universe. The molecule consists of atoms, which are little invisible particles of matter revolving continuously with the speed of lightning, on exactly the same principle that the Earth revolves around the Sun. These little particles of matter, known as atoms, which revolve in one continuous circuit in the molecule, are made up of electrons, the smallest particles of physical matter. As already stated, the electron is nothing but two forms of force. The electron is uniform, of but one class, size, and nature. Thus, in a grain of sand or a drop of water, the entire principle upon which the whole universe operates is duplicated. How marvelous, how stupendous. You may gather some slight idea of the magnitude of it all the next time you eat a meal by remembering that every piece of food you eat, the plate on which you eat it, the tableware, and the table itself are, in final analysis, but a collection of electrons. In the world of physical matter, whether one is looking at the largest star that floats through the heavens or the smallest grain of sand to be found on Earth, the object under observation is but an organized collection of molecules, atoms, and electrons revolving around one another at inconceivable speed. Nothing is ever still, although nearly all physical matter may appear to the physical eye to be motionless. There is no solid physical matter. The hardest piece of steel is but an organized mass of revolving particles. Moreover, the electrons in a piece of steel are of the same nature and move at the same rate of speed as the electrons in gold, silver, brass, or pewter. The forms of physical matter appear to be different from one another, and they are different, because they are made up of different combinations of atoms. Although the electrons in these atoms are always the same, except that some electrons are positive and some are negative, meaning that some carry a positive charge of electrification while others carry a negative charge. Through the science of chemistry, matter may be broken up into atoms which are within themselves unchangeable. The elements are created through and by reason of the combining and changing of the positions of the atoms. Thus it may be seen that the physical elements of the universe differ from one another only in the number of electrons composing their atoms, and in the number and arrangement of those atoms in the molecules of each element. As an illustration, an atom of mercury contains 80 positive charges, electrons, in its nucleus, and 80 negative outlying charges, electrons. If only the chemist were to expel 2 of its positive electrons, it would instantly become the metal known as platinum. If only the chemist could then go a step further and transform the platinum into gold. The formula through which this electronic change might be produced has been the object of diligent search by the alchemists all down the ages and by the modern chemists of today. It is a fact known to every chemist that literally tens of thousands of synthetic substances may be composed out of only 4 kinds of atoms: hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon. It may be stated as a literal truth that the atom is the universal particle with which nature builds all material forms, from a grain of sand to the largest star that floats through space. The atom is nature's building block out of which she erects an oak tree or a pine, a rock of sandstone or granite, a mouse or an elephant. Hill is indicating here that the universe is filled with invisible, untapped energy. It is the kind of energy that would later be demonstrated in the explosion of the first atomic bomb. But the essential message of this example is this: around a clump of matter there is a swirl of energy. That energy determines whether something attracts other objects or whether it repels them. The nature of this energy can allow two hydrogen atoms to bond with an oxygen atom to form a molecule of water, or a sodium and a chloride atom to join to create a molecule of salt. The nucleuses of the atoms are never changed, but the atoms themselves are joined into something new because of the nature of their energy. In a mastermind group, the energy of their individual minds surrounds the people who comprise the group. Their energies interact, and what results is something new and different. These facts concerning the smallest analyzable particles of matter have been briefly referred to as a starting point from which we shall undertake to ascertain how to develop and apply the law of power. It has been noticed that all matter is in a constant state of vibration or motion. The molecule is made up of rapidly moving particles called atoms, which in turn are made up of rapidly moving particles called electrons. In every particle of matter is an invisible force, which causes the atoms to circle around one another at an inconceivable rate of speed. One rate of vibration causes what is known as sound. The human ear can detect only the sound that is produced from 20 to about 20,000 cycles per second. As the rate of cycles per second increases above that which we call sound, they begin to manifest themselves in the form of heat. Today, this phenomenon is used in microwave ovens. Be still higher up the scale, vibrations or cycles begin to register in the form of light. Ultraviolet rays are normally invisible, and energy with a wavelength of higher order than ultraviolet is also invisible but can have a tremendous effect on physical objects. Science is still probing these upper limits, and perhaps future discoveries will explain what today remains a mystery. Yet still higher up the scale, just how high no one is able to say at this point, the vibrations or cycles create the power, I believe, with which humans think. It is my belief that all vibrations which produce energy are simply varying forms of the same thing. The difference is in the rate of vibration. The difference between light and sound is only the rate of vibration. Thoughts, too, are energy. Therefore, the only difference between thought, sound, heat, or light is the number of vibrations per second. Just as there is only one form of physical matter of which the Earth and all the other planets, suns, and stars are composed, so is there but one form of energy which causes all matter to remain in a constant state of rapid motion. Dr. Alexander Graham Bell, inventor of the long-distance telephone and one of the accepted authorities on the subject of vibration, is here introduced in support of my theories of vibration. Suppose you have the power to make an iron rod vibrate with any desired frequency in a dark room. At first, when vibrating slowly, its movement will be indicated by only one sense, that of touch. As soon as the vibrations increase, a low sound will emanate from it and it will appeal to two senses. At about 32,000 vibrations to the second, the sound will be loud and shrill, but at 40,000 vibrations, it will be silent and the movements of the rod will not be perceived by touch. Its movements will be perceived by no ordinary human sense. From this point up to about 1,500,000 vibrations per second, we have no sense that can appreciate any effect of the intervening vibrations. After that stage is reached, movement is indicated first by the sense of temperature and then, when the rod becomes red hot, by the sense of sight. At 3 million, it sheds violet light. Above that, it sheds ultraviolet rays and other invisible radiations, some of which can be perceived by instruments and employed by us. Now, it has occurred to me that there must be a great deal to be learned about the effect of those vibrations in the great gap where the ordinary human senses are unable to hear, see, or feel the movement. The power to send wireless messages by ether vibrations lies in that gap, but the gap is so great that it seems there must be much more. You must make machines to practically supply new senses, as the wireless instruments do. Can it be said, when you think of that great gap, that there are not many forms of vibrations that may give us results as wonderful as, or even more wonderful than, the wireless waves? It seems to me that in this gap lie the vibrations that we have assumed to be given off by our brains and nerve cells when we think. But then again, they may be higher up, in the scale beyond the vibrations that produce the ultraviolet rays. Do we need a wire to carry these vibrations? Will they not pass through the ether without a wire, just as the wireless waves do? How will they be perceived by the recipient? Will he hear a series of signals, or will he find that another man's thoughts have entered into his brain? We may indulge in some speculations based on what we know of the wireless waves, which, as I have said, are all we can recognize of a vast series of vibrations that theoretically must exist. If the thought waves are similar to the wireless waves, they must pass from the brain and flow endlessly around the world and the universe. The body and the skull and other solid obstacles would form no obstruction to their passage, as they pass through the ether that surrounds the molecules of every substance, no matter how solid and dense. You ask if there would not be constant interference and confusion if other people's thoughts were flowing through our brains and setting up thoughts in them that did not originate with ourselves? How do you know that the thoughts of others are not interfering with yours now? I have noticed many phenomena of mind disturbances that I have never been able to explain. For instance, there is the inspiration or the discouragement that a speaker feels in addressing an audience. I have experienced this many times in my life and have never been able to define exactly the physical causes of it. Many recent scientific discoveries, in my opinion, point to a day not too far distant, perhaps, when we will read one another's thoughts, when thoughts will be conveyed directly from brain to brain without intervention of speech, writing, or any of the present known methods of communication. It is not unreasonable to look forward to a time when we shall see without eyes, hear without ears, and talk without tongues. Briefly, the hypothesis that mind can communicate directly with mind rests on the theory that thought or vital force is a form of electrical disturbance, that it can be taken up by induction and transmitted to a distance either through a wire or simply through the all-pervading ether, as in the case of wireless telegraph waves. There are many analogies suggesting that thought is of the nature of an electrical disturbance. A nerve, which is of the same substance as the brain, is an excellent conductor of the electric current. When we first passed an electrical current through the nerves of a dead man, we were shocked and amazed to see him sit up and move. The electrified nerves produce contraction of the muscles very much as in life. The nerves appear to act upon the muscles very much as the electric current acts upon an electromagnet. The current magnetizes a bar of iron placed at right angles to it, and the nerves produce, through the intangible current of vital force that flows through them, contraction of the muscular fibers that are arranged at right angles to them. It would be possible to cite many reasons why thought and vital force may be regarded as of the same nature as electricity. The electric current is held to be a wave motion of the ether, the hypothetical substance that fills all space and pervades all substances. We believe there must be ether because without it, the electric current could not pass through a vacuum or sunlight through space. It is reasonable to believe that only a wave motion of a similar character can produce the phenomena of thought and vital force. We may assume that the brain cells act as a battery and that the current produced flows along the nerves. But does it end there? Does it not pass out of the body in waves that flow around the world unperceived by our senses, just as the wireless waves passed unperceived before Hertz and others discovered their existence? Every mind, both a broadcasting and a receiving station, more times than I can enumerate, I have proven to my own satisfaction at least that every human brain is both a broadcasting and a receiving station for vibrations of thought frequency. If this theory should turn out to be a fact, and methods of reasonable control should be established, imagine the part it would play in the gathering, classifying, and organizing of knowledge. The possibility, much less the probability, of such a reality is staggering. Thomas Paine was one of the great minds of the American Revolutionary period. To him, more perhaps than to any other one person, we owe both the beginning and the happy ending of the Revolution, for it was his keen mind that both helped in drawing up the Declaration of Independence and in persuading the signers of that document to translate it into terms of reality. In speaking of the source of his great storehouse of knowledge, Paine thus described it. Any person who has made observations on the state of progress of the human mind by observing his own cannot but have observed that there are two distinct classes of what are called thoughts. Those that we produce in ourselves by reflection and the act of thinking, and those that bolt into the mind of their own accord. I have always made it a rule to treat these voluntary visitors with civility, taking care to examine, as well as I was able, if they were worth entertaining. And it is from them I have acquired almost all the knowledge that I have. As to the learning that any person gains from school education, it serves only like a small capital to put him in the way of beginning learning for himself afterwards. Every person of learning is finally his own teacher, the reason for which is that principles cannot be impressed upon the memory. Their place of mental residence is the understanding, and they are never so lasting as when they begin by conception. In the foregoing words, Paine described an experience that at one time or another is the experience of every person. Who is there so unfortunate as not to have received positive evidence that thoughts and even complete ideas will pop into the mind from outside sources? I believe that every thought vibration released by every brain is picked up by the ether and kept in motion in circuitous wavelengths corresponding in length to the intensity of the energy used in their release, that these vibrations remain in motion forever, that they are one of the two sources from which thoughts that pop into one's mind emanate, the other source being direct and immediate contact through the ether with the brain releasing the thought vibration. Thus, it will be seen that if this theory is a fact, the boundless space of the whole universe is now and will continue to become literally a mental library wherein may be found all the thoughts released by human beings. Imagine what a part this principle plays in every walk of life. You have probably experienced it with those you love or with someone you work alongside. There you are, both of you considering the solution to some problem, and you hit on the same idea at the same moment. You have probably also noticed that the intensity of thoughts can increase their power to affect other minds. When you listen to a passionate speaker, don't you sometimes know what will be said next, even the words that will be used? This may sometimes be due to simple logical interpretation, yet it is just as likely to happen when you are hearing someone speak on something you know little about. In such a case, you have little basis for anticipating anything. Yet the power of the other person's thoughts conveys to you the ideas that are being expounded. Imagine, then, applying this effect to your pursuit of success through harmonious and purposeful alliance of two or more minds. Two words are key here: harmonious and purposeful. Here I am laying the foundation for one of the most important hypotheses enumerated in Lesson 3. This is a lesson on organized knowledge. Most of the useful knowledge to which the human race has become heir has been preserved and accurately recorded in nature's Bible. By turning back the pages of this unalterable Bible, we have read the story of the terrific struggle through and out of which the present civilization has grown. The pages of this Bible are made up of the physical elements of which this Earth and the other planets consist, and of the ether that fills all space. By turning back the pages written on stone and covered near the surface of this earth on which we live, we have uncovered the bones, skeletons, footprints, and other unmistakable evidence of the history of animal life on this earth, planted there for our enlightenment and guidance by the hand of Mother Nature throughout unbelievable periods of time. The evidence is plain and unmistakable. The great stone pages of nature's Bible found on this earth, and the endless pages of that Bible, represented by the ether wherein all past human thought has been recorded, constitute an authentic source of communication between the Creator and His creation. This Bible was begun before humankind had reached the thinking stage. Indeed, before life had reached the amoeba, one-cell animal, stage of development. This Bible is above and beyond our power to alter. Moreover, it tells its story not in the ancient dead languages or hieroglyphics, but in universal language, which all who have eyes may read. Nature's Bible, from which we have derived all the knowledge that is worth knowing, is one that no one may alter or in any manner tamper with. The most marvelous discovery yet made is that of the recently discovered radio principle. Imagine picking up the ordinary vibration of sound and transforming that vibration from audio frequency into radio frequency, sending it to a properly attuned receiving station, and there transforming it back into its original form of audio frequency, all in the flash of a second. It should surprise no one that such a force could gather up the vibration of thought and keep that vibration in motion forever. The instantaneous transmission of sound by means of the modern radio apparatus makes not only possible but also probable my theory that thought vibration can connect mind to mind. I have searched in vain through all the textbooks and essays available on the subject of the human mind, but nowhere did I find even the slightest reference to the principle here described as the master mind. The term first came to my attention through an interview with Andrew Carnegie, as described in Lesson 2. It is my belief that the mind is made up of the same universal energy as that which fills the universe. It is a fact as well known to the layman as to the scientist that some minds clash the moment they come in contact with each other, while other minds show a natural affinity for each other. Between the two extremes of natural antagonism and natural affinity growing out of the meeting or contacting of minds, there is a wide range of possibility for varying reactions of mind upon mind. Some minds are so naturally adapted to each other that love at first sight is the inevitable outcome of the contact. Who has not known of such an experience? In other cases, minds are so antagonistic that violent mutual dislike shows itself at first meeting. These results occur without a word being spoken, and without the slightest signs of any of the usual causes for love and hate acting as a stimulus. It is quite probable that the mind is made up of energy, and when two minds come close enough to form a contact, the mixing of the units of this mind stuff sets up a chemical reaction and starts vibrations that affect the two individuals pleasantly or unpleasantly. The effect of the meeting of two minds is obvious to even the most casual observer. Every effect must have a cause. What could be more reasonable than to suspect the cause of the change in attitude between two minds that have just come in close contact is none other than the disturbance of the electrons or units of each mind in the process of rearranging themselves in the new field created by the contact? For the purpose of establishing this lesson on a sound foundation, we have gone a long way towards success by admitting that the meeting or coming in close contact of two minds sets up in each of those minds a certain noticeable effect or state of mind quite different from the one existing immediately prior to the contact. While it is desirable, it is not essential to know the cause of this reaction of mind upon mind. That the reaction takes place in every instance gives us a starting point from which we may show what is meant by the term mastermind. A mastermind may be created through the bringing together or blending in a spirit of perfect harmony of two or more minds. Out of this harmonious blending, the chemistry of the mind creates a third mind, which may be appropriated and used by one or all of the individual minds. This master mind will remain available as long as the friendly, harmonious alliance between the individual minds exists. It will disintegrate and all evidence of its former existence will disappear the moment the friendly alliance is broken. Some parallels exist between this interrelation of minds and the ideas of Buckminster Fuller. Hill believed that the mastermind draws its members out of their fields of specialization into a group, the power of which is greater than its component parts. This principle of mind chemistry is the basis and cause for practically all the soulmate and eternal triangle cases, so many of which unfortunately find their way into the divorce courts and meet with popular ridicule from ignorant and uneducated people who manufacture vulgarity and scandal out of one of the greatest of nature's laws. The entire civilized world knows that the first 2 or 3 years of association after marriage are often marked by much disagreement of a more or less petty nature. These are the years of adjustment. If the marriage survives them, it is more than apt to become a permanent alliance. These facts no experienced married person will deny. Again, we see the effect without understanding the cause. To believe in the heroic makes heroes. Disraeli. While there are yet other contributing causes, lack of harmony during these early years of marriage is often due to the slowness of the chemistry of the minds in blending harmoniously. Stated differently, The electrons or units of the energy called the mind are often neither extremely friendly nor antagonistic upon first contact, but through constant association, they gradually adapt themselves in harmony, except in rare cases where association has the opposite effect of leading, eventually, to open hostility between these units. It is a well-known fact that after a man and a woman have lived together for 10 to 15 years, they become practically indispensable to each other, even though there may not be the slightest evidence of the state of mind called love. Moreover, this association and relationship not only develops a natural affinity between the two minds sexually, but it actually causes the two people to take on a similar facial expression and to resemble each other closely in many other marked ways. So marked is the effect of the chemistry of the human mind that any experienced public speaker may quickly interpret the manner in which his or her statements are accepted by the audience. Antagonism in the mind of but one person in an audience of 1,000 may be readily detected by the speaker, who has learned how to feel and register the effects of antagonism. Moreover, the public speaker can make these interpretations without observing or in any manner being influenced by the expression on the faces of those in the audience. Because of this, an audience may cause a speaker to rise to great heights of oratory or heckle him or her into failure without making a sound or denoting a single expression of satisfaction or dissatisfaction through the features of the face. All master salespeople know the moment the psychological time for closing has arrived, not by what the prospective buyer says, but from the effect of the chemistry of his or her mind as interpreted or felt by that salesperson. Words often belie the intentions of those speaking them, but a correct interpretation of the chemistry of the mind leaves no loophole for such a possibility. Every able salesperson knows that the majority of buyers have the habit of affecting a negative attitude almost to the very climax of a sale. Every able lawyer has developed a sixth sense whereby he or she is enabled to feel their way through the most artfully selected words of the clever witness who is lying, and correctly interpret what is in the witness's mind through the chemistry of the mind. Many lawyers have developed this ability without knowing the real source of it. They possess the technique without the scientific understanding upon which it is based. Many salespeople have done the same thing. One who is gifted in the art of correctly interpreting the chemistry of the minds of others may, figuratively speaking, walk in at the front door of the mansion of a given mind and leisurely explore the entire building, noting all its details, walking out again with a complete picture of the interior of the building, without the owner of the building so much as knowing that he or she has entertained a visitor. You will observe in Lesson 11, on accurate thought, that this principle may be put to a very practical use, having reference to the principle of the chemistry of the mind. Enough has already been said to introduce the principle of mind chemistry, and to prove, with the aid of your own everyday experiences and casual observations, that the moment two minds come within close range of each other, a noticeable mental change takes place in both, sometimes registering in the nature of antagonism, and at other times registering in the nature of friendliness. Every mind has what might be termed an electric field. The nature of this field varies depending upon the mood of the individual mind and upon the nature of the chemistry of the mind creating the field. It is my belief that the normal or natural condition of the chemistry of any individual mind is the result of physical heredity plus the nature of thoughts which have dominated the mind. Every mind is continuously changing to the extent that the individual's philosophy and general habits of thought change the chemistry of the mind. This is my theory. That any individual may voluntarily change the chemistry of his or her mind so that it will attract or repel all with whom it comes in contact is a known fact. Stated in another way, any person may assume a mental attitude that will attract and please others or repel and antagonize them, and this without the aid of words or facial expression or other form of bodily movement or demeanor. Go back now to the definition of a mastermind. A mind which grows out of the blending and coordination of two or more minds in a spirit of perfect harmony, and you will catch the full significance of the word harmony. Two minds will not blend, nor can they be coordinated, unless the element of perfect harmony is present. That is the secret of success or failure of practically all business and social partnerships. Every sales manager and every military commander and every leader in any walk of life understands the necessity of an esprit de corps, a spirit of common understanding and cooperation in the attainment of success. This mass spirit of harmony of purpose is obtained through discipline, voluntary or forced, of such a nature that the individual minds become blended into a master mind. That is, the chemistry of the individual minds is modified in such a manner that these minds blend and function as one. The methods through which this blending process takes place are as numerous as the individuals engaged in all the various forms of leadership. Every leader has a method of coordinating the minds of his or her followers. One will use force, another persuasion. One will play upon the fear of penalties while another plays upon rewards. The aim will be to reduce the individual minds of a given group of people to the point that they may be blended into a mass mind. You will not have to search deeply into the history of statesmanship, politics, business, or finance to discover the techniques employed by the leaders in these fields in the process of blending the minds of individuals into a mass mind. If you do not believe in cooperation, look what happens to a wagon that loses a wheel. The really great leaders of the world, however, have been provided by nature with mind chemistry favorable as a nucleus of attraction for other minds. Napoleon was a notable example of a man with a magnetic type of mind that had a very decided tendency to attract all minds with which it came in contact. Soldiers followed Napoleon to certain death without flinching because of the impelling or attracting nature of his personality, and that personality was nothing more nor less than the chemistry of his mind. Hill is here creating his own definition and explanation of charisma, which originally meant a kind of religious power or leadership that made certain individuals unusually magnetic. The subject fascinated religious and political historians, psychologists, and other social scientists for many years. For a century after his death, because of the power he apparently was able to exert on those around him, Bonaparte was a prime example of a charismatic leader. When Hill first wrote Law of Success, Napoleon Bonaparte held the same kind of interest for many people that Hitler holds today. The making of the mastermind. No group of minds can be blended into a mastermind if one of the individuals of that group possesses an extremely negative mind. The negative and positive minds will not blend in the sense here described as a mastermind. Lack of knowledge of this fact has brought many an otherwise able leader to defeat. Any able leader who understands this principle of mind chemistry may temporarily blend the minds of individuals into a mass mind, but the composition will disintegrate almost the very moment the leader's presence is removed from the group. The most successful life insurance sales organizations and other sales forces meet once a week or more often for the purpose of merging the individual minds into a mastermind which will, for a few days, serve as a stimulus to the individual minds. It may be, and generally is true, that the leaders of these groups do not understand what actually takes place in those meetings. The routine of such meetings is usually given over to talks by the leader and other members of the group, and occasionally from someone outside of the group. Meanwhile, the minds of the individuals are contacting and recharging one another. The brain of a human being may be compared to an electric battery, in that it will become exhausted or run down, causing the owner of that brain to feel despondent, discouraged, and lacking in energy, who is so fortunate as never to have had such a feeling. The human brain, when in this depleted condition, must be recharged, and the manner in which this is done is through contact with a more vital mind or minds. A great deal of New Age thinking and the study of the practices of Asian philosophy and religion have created a number of ways unknown to Hill of recharging the mind. Yoga, meditation, various forms of prayer, spinning, and other techniques all have their devotees. The latter part of the 20th century also saw tremendous interest in what is often referred to as the personal growth or human potential movement. It has fostered countless best-selling books, audio tape courses, and video programs, and every week thousands of people pay to attend seminars, lectures, and retreats to hear motivational speakers or spiritual leaders inspire them to be better in some aspect of their lives. Some pundits have belittled the lasting effects of such techniques, referring to those who attend as seminar junkies who need a new guru every week to get themselves pumped up. Hill would not have agreed with such a cynical view. He saw diminishing motivation as a perfectly logical aspect of human nature. Sexuality and the mastermind. The great leaders understand the necessity of this recharging process, and moreover, they understand how to accomplish this result. This knowledge is the main feature that distinguishes a leader from a follower. Fortunate is the person who understands this principle sufficiently well to keep his or her brain vitalized or recharged by periodically connecting it with a more vital mind. Sexual contact is one of the most effective of the stimuli through which a mind may be recharged, providing the contact is intelligently made between a man and woman who have genuine affection for each other. Maybe this gives you a flavor of what it may be like for a people who have 70 or 80 years. Any other sort of sexual relationship is a devitalizer of the mind. Any competent practitioner of psychotherapy can recharge a brain within a few minutes. Before moving on from this brief reference to sexual contact as a means of revitalizing a depleted mind, it seems appropriate to point out that all of the great leaders, in whatever walks of life they have arisen, have been and are people of highly sexed natures. Hill's position on the relationship between sexuality and creativity is complex, and it changes several times throughout his life. While here recommending the bond between a man and a woman, he seems not to feel impelled to recommend that leaders draw women into their mastermind groups. In later works, notably Think and Grow Rich, he alters his position to recommend sublimation of sexual energy. A factor in this may be that Hill seems to have perceived his audience to be entirely masculine. Practically speaking, the business climate of the 1920s and 1930s did not encourage independent achievement by women. In the original version of Law of Success, virtually all examples are of men, and references to human potentiality are always written with masculine examples. He talks, for example, about what a man may or must do. There is a growing tendency on the part of the best-informed physicians and other health practitioners to accept the theory that all diseases begin when the brain of the individual is in a depleted or devitalized state. Stated in another way, a person who has a perfectly vitalized brain is practically, if not entirely, immune from disease. Health practitioners know that nature, or the mind, cures disease in every instance where a cure is effected. Medicines, faith, laying on of hands, chiropractic, osteopathy, and all other forms of outside stimulant are nothing more than aids to nature, or, to state it correctly, mere methods of setting the chemistry of the mind into motion, to the end that it readjusts the cells and tissues of the body, revitalizes the brain, and otherwise causes the human machine to function normally. The most conventional practitioner will admit the truth of this statement. What then may be the possibilities of the future developments in the field of mind chemistry? Through the principle of harmonious blending of minds, perfect health may be enjoyed. Through the aid of this same principle, sufficient power may be developed to solve the problem of economic pressure, which constantly presses upon every individual. We may judge the future possibilities of mind chemistry by taking inventory of its past achievements, keeping in mind that these achievements have been largely the result of accidental discovery and of chance groupings of minds. In his references to health and the power of the mind, Napoleon Hill once again demonstrates not only insight, but also what can now be seen as foresight. Beginning in the 1960s, what is now commonly called the body-mind connection moved from the fringes of the New Age into the mainstream of American life. Virtually every newspaper, television news program, and popular magazine regularly features stories on the crucial role the mind plays in helping the immune system to heal the body. The techniques to utilize the healing powers of the mind are now taught in most medical schools and are the basis of best-selling books by Dr. O. Carl Simonton, Louise Hay, Dr. Bernie Siegel, Ken Deichwald, Dr. Deepak Chopra, and Dr. Andrew Weil, to mention but a few of the more high-profile authors. Mind chemistry and economic power. Mind chemistry may be appropriately applied to the workaday affairs of the economic and commercial world. Through the blending of two or more minds in a spirit of perfect harmony, the principle of mind chemistry may be made to develop sufficient power to enable the individuals whose minds have been thus blended to perform seemingly superhuman feats. Power is the force with which humans achieve success in any undertaking. Power, in unlimited quantities, may be enjoyed by any group of people who possess the wisdom with which to submerge their own personalities and their own immediate individual interests through the blending of their minds in a spirit of perfect harmony. Observe profitably the frequency with which the word harmony appears throughout this chapter. There can be no development of a master mind where this element of perfect harmony does not exist. The units of one mind will not blend with the units of another mind until the two minds have been aroused and warmed, as it were, with a spirit of perfect harmony of purpose. The moment two minds begin to take divergent roads of interest, the individual units of each mind separate, and the third element, the master mind that grew out of the friendly or harmonious alliance, will disintegrate. Two minds, all work and no commentary. Before you read the following comments on Ford, Edison, and Firestone, it is once again worth noting that Hill wrote this work before many of the great fortunes of America were made, and before many of the industries and businesses that play a role in contemporary life were even conceived. Hill was writing at a time when the possibility of an airline industry was barely born, and the entertainment industries, including the great Hollywood studios, the music business, and the television networks, were still awaiting the inventions that would make them possible. IBM and the aerospace industry didn't exist, and the computer revolution and the internet were hardly imaginable. As this revised edition is being ready for publication in 2004, it seems somewhat anachronistic to imagine three such powerful business leaders getting together to share ideas. Today, instead of Ford, Firestone, and Edison, it would be a group such as Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Michael Dell. As interesting as such a meeting would probably be, it's hard to imagine them meeting in perfect harmony, and if they did, they might well be violating a half-dozen antitrust laws. Antitrust violations notwithstanding, there are more than enough modern examples of the mastermind at work. What else would you term the coming together of Spielberg, Katzenberg, and Geffen to create DreamWorks? And who hasn't heard the classic example of Wozniak and Jobs huddled in a garage putting together the first Apple computer that launched the computer revolution? Examples of mind chemistry in action. We come now to the study of some well-known men who have accumulated great power and also great fortunes through the application of mind chemistry. Let us begin our study with three men who are known to be men of great achievement in their respective fields of economic, business, and professional endeavor. Their names are Henry Ford, Thomas A. Edison, and Harvey S. Firestone. Of the three, Henry Ford is by far the most powerful, if measured in economic and financial power. Mr. Ford is the most powerful man now living on Earth. Many who have studied Mr. Ford believe him to be the most powerful man who ever lived. As far as is known, Ford is the only person now living, or who ever lived, with sufficient power to outwit the money trust of the United States. Ford gathers millions of dollars with as great ease as a child fills a bucket with sand when playing on the beach. It has been said by those who were in position to know that Ford, if he needed it, could send out the call for money, gather in $1 billion, and have it available for use within 1 week. No one who knows Ford's achievements doubts this. Those who know him well know that he could do it with no more effort than the average person expends in raising the money to pay a month's house rent. And he could get this money if he needed it through the intelligent application of the principles on which this course is based. While Mr. Ford's new automobile was in the process of perfection in 1927, it is said that he received advance orders with cash payments for more than 375,000 cars. At an estimated price of $600 per car, this would amount to $225 million that he received before a single car was delivered. Such is the power of confidence in Ford's ability. Thomas Edison, as everyone knows, is a philosopher, scientist, and inventor. He is perhaps the keenest Bible student on earth, a student of nature's Bible, however, and not of the myriad man-made Bibles. Mr. Edison has such a keen insight that he has harnessed and combined for the good of mankind more of nature's laws than any other person now living or who ever lived. It was he who brought together the point of a needle and a piece of revolving wax in such a way that the vibration of the human voice could be recorded and reproduced through the early phonograph. Edison first harnessed lightning and made it serve as a light for man's use through the aid of the incandescent bulb. Edison gave the world the modern moving picture. These are but a few of his outstanding achievements. The miracles that he performed, not by trickery, under the pretense of superhuman power, but in the very midst of the bright light of science, transcend all of the so-called miracles described in books of fiction. Harvey Firestone is the moving spirit behind the great Firestone tire industry in Akron, Ohio. All three of these men began their business careers without capital and with little formal education. All three men are now well-educated. All three are wealthy. All three are powerful. Now let us consider the source of their wealth and power. Thus far, we have been dealing only with effect. The true philosopher wishes to understand the cause of a given effect. It is a matter of general knowledge that Ford, Edison, and Firestone are close personal friends and have been so for many years, and that in former years they were in the habit of going away to the woods once a year for a period of rest, meditation, and recuperation. But it is not generally known, it may be doubted that these men know it themselves, that there exists between the three a bond of harmony that has caused their minds to become blended into a mastermind, which is the real source of the power of each. This mass mind, developing from the coordination of the individual minds of Ford, Edison, and Firestone, has enabled these men to tune in on forces and sources of knowledge with which most people are unfamiliar. More than half this theory is known fact. For example, it is known that these men have great power and that they are wealthy. It is also known that they began without capital and with little schooling. And it is known that they form periodic mind contacts. It is known that they are harmonious and friendly. It is known that their achievements are too outstanding to be easily compared with those of others in their respective fields of activity. These men work with natural laws well known to all economists and natural scientists. As yet, chemistry of the mind is not sufficiently developed to be classed, by scientific men, in their catalog of known laws. A mastermind may be created by any group of people who will coordinate their minds in a spirit of perfect harmony. The group may consist of any number from 2 upward. Best results appear to come from the blending of 6 or 7 minds. It has been suggested that Jesus Christ discovered how to make use of the principle of mind chemistry, and that his seemingly miraculous performances grew out of the power he developed through the blending of the minds of the 12 disciples. It has been pointed out that when one of the disciples, Judas Iscariot, broke faith, the mastermind immediately disintegrated and Jesus met with supreme catastrophe. Commentary. An opposite example is Adolf Hitler, whose ability to hold the minds of his people in thrall allowed him to dominate Europe, terrify the world, and commit countless crimes against humanity. His immoral use of the mastermind was defeated only by a greater mastermind, in which leaders like Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill united their people in a valiant effort. It is interesting to note that in the United States, many people had opposed going to war against Hitler and his allies. President Roosevelt, however, applied many of the principles of the laws of success to persuade the public of the necessity and rightness of his course. Truly great leaders have the ability to create harmony where it does not already exist. Roosevelt's mastermind, like that of Christ's, survived his death. Hitler's perished with him. Not every mastermind changes the course of history, but they can still offer important and valuable contributions. In a time when it was unusual for women to start up businesses, Mary Kay Ash invested her life savings in developing and marketing a line of cosmetics. To make her venture a success, she created a mastermind with the women who sold her products. Because so many doors to success were closed to women in that time, she found that when she gave her sales reps an opportunity no one else offered, they responded by working hard for themselves and for her. She used a series of distinctive, highly visible rewards as incentives, most notably the famous pink Mary Kay Cadillacs. Today, more than 200,000 women worldwide sell Mary Kay cosmetics, part of a powerfully successful mastermind. When two or more people harmonize their minds and produce the effect known as a mastermind, each person in the group becomes vested with the power to contact and gather knowledge through the subconscious minds of all the other members of the group. This power becomes immediately noticeable, having the effect of stimulating the mind to a higher rate of vibration and otherwise evidencing itself in the form of a more vivid imagination and the consciousness of what appears to be a sixth sense. It is through this sixth sense that new ideas will flash into the mind. These ideas take on the nature and form of the subject dominating the mind of the individual. If the entire group has met for the purpose of discussing a given subject, ideas concerning that subject will come pouring into the minds of all present, as if an outside influence were dictating them. The minds of those participating in the mastermind become like magnets, attracting ideas and thoughts of the most highly organized and practical nature, from no one knows where. The process of mind blending here described as a mastermind may be likened to the act of one who connects many electric batteries to a single transmission wire, thereby stepping up the power flowing over that line. Each battery added increases the power passing over the line by the amount of energy the battery carries. It is the same with blending individual minds into a mastermind. Each mind, through the principle of mind chemistry, stimulates all the other minds in the group until the mind energy becomes so great that it penetrates to and connects with the universal energy known as ether, which in turn touches every atom of the entire universe. The modern radio apparatus substantiates to a considerable extent this same theory. Powerful sending or broadcasting stations must be erected through which the vibration of sound is stepped up before it can be picked up by the much higher vibrating energy of the ether and carried in all directions. A mastermind made up of many individual minds so blended that they produce a strong vibrating energy constitutes almost an exact counterpart of the radio broadcasting station. Every public speaker has felt the influence of mind chemistry, for it is a well-known fact that as soon as the individual minds of an audience become in rapport with the speaker, attuned to the rate of vibration of the mind of the speaker, there is a noticeable increase of enthusiasm in the speaker's mind, and he or she often rises to heights of oratory which surprise all, including themselves. The first 5 to 10 minutes of the average speech are devoted to what is known as warming up. This is the process through which the minds of the speaker and the audience are becoming blended in a spirit of perfect harmony. Every speaker knows what happens when this state of perfect harmony fails to materialize on part of their audience. The seemingly supernatural phenomena occurring in spiritualistic meetings are the result of the reaction upon one another of the minds in the group. These phenomena seldom begin to manifest themselves in less than 10 to 20 minutes after the group is formed, for the reason that this is about the time required for the minds in the group to become harmonized or blended. Vibrations. The messages received by members of a spiritualistic group probably come from one of two sources, or from both. From the vast storehouse of the subconscious mind of some member of the group, or from the universal storehouse in which I believe all thought vibration is preserved. Neither any known natural law nor human reason supports the theory of communication with a person who has died. Any individual may explore the store of knowledge in another's mind through this principle of mind chemistry, and it seems reasonable to suppose that this power may be extended to include contact with whatever vibrations are available in the ether, if there are any. Matter and energy, the two known elements of the universe, may be transformed, but neither created nor destroyed. The theory that all the higher and more refined vibrations, such as those of thought, are preserved, grows out of that fact. It is reasonable to suppose that all vibrations that have been stepped up sufficiently will go on forever. The lower vibrations probably live a natural life and die out. All the so-called geniuses probably gained their reputations because, by mere chance or otherwise, they formed alliances with other minds, which enabled them to step up their own mind vibrations and enabled them to contact the vast temple of knowledge, recorded and filed in the ether of the universe. Inquiring further into the source of economic power as manifested by achievements in the field of business, let us study the Chicago group known as the Big Six. This group consisted of William Wrigley Jr., who owns the chewing gum business bearing his name and whose individual income is said to be more than $15 million a year. John R. Thompson, who operates the chain of lunchrooms bearing his name. Mr. Lasker, who owns the Lord and Thomas Advertising Agency. Mr. McCullough, who owns the Parmalee Express Company, the largest transfer business in America. And Mr. Ritchie and Mr. Hertz, who own the yellow taxicab business. A reliable financial reporting company has estimated the yearly income of these six men at upward of $25 million, or an average of more than $4 million a year per man. Men cease to interest us when we find their limitations. The only sin is limitation. As soon as you once come up to a man's limitations, it is all over with him. Emerson. Analysis of this entire group of six men indicates that not one of them had any special educational advantages, that all began without capital or extensive credit, that their financial achievement has been due to their own individual plans and not to any fortunate turn of the wheel of chance. Many years ago, these six men formed a friendly alliance, meeting at stated periods for the purpose of assisting one another with ideas and suggestions in their various lines of business. With the exception of Hertz and Ritchie, none of the six men was in any manner associated in a legal partnership. These meetings were strictly for the purpose of cooperating on a give-and-take basis, assisting one another with ideas and suggestions, and occasionally endorsing notes and other securities to assist some member of the group who had met with an emergency. It is said that each of the individuals belonging to this Big Six group is a millionaire many times over. As a rule, there is nothing worthy of special comment about a man who does nothing more than accumulate a few $1 million. However, there is something connected with the financial success of this particular group of men that is well worth comment, study, analysis, and even emulation. And that something is the fact that they have learned how to coordinate their individual minds by blending them in a spirit of perfect harmony, thereby creating a mastermind that unlocks, to each member of the group, doors which are closed to most of the human race. The United States Steel Corporation is one of the strongest and most powerful industrial organizations in the world. The idea out of which this great industrial giant grew was born in the mind of Elbert H. Gary, a more or less commonplace small-town lawyer who was born and reared near Chicago. Mr. Gary surrounded himself with a group of men whose minds he successfully blended in a spirit of perfect harmony, thereby creating the mastermind that is the moving spirit of the United States Steel Corporation. Search where you will, wherever you find an outstanding success in business, finance, industry, or in any of the professions, you may be sure that behind the success is some individual who has applied the principle of mind chemistry, out of which a mastermind has been created. These outstanding successes often appear to be the handiwork of just one person. But search closely, and the other individuals whose minds have been coordinated with the Creator's mind may be found. Remember that two or more persons may operate the principle of mind chemistry so as to create a mastermind. One of the notable success stories of the computer age is the Intel Corporation. As this edition is being readied for publication, it is one of the leaders in the computer chip industry. The most famous figure at Intel is Andrew Grove, the company's CEO, once an immigrant who supported himself waiting tables. Grove's keen skills as a manager, however, are only a part of the reason for Intel's success. Poor Grove is part of a mastermind that includes Robert Noyce and Gordon Moore, the men whose technical knowledge and innovation helped drive the company forward. Each of these men is brilliant in his own right, but together they have made Intel into one of the dominating companies in its field and one of the most consistently profitable businesses in the volatile high-tech industry. But knowledge is power. Power is organized knowledge expressed through intelligent efforts. No effort can be said to be organized unless the individuals engaged in that effort coordinate their knowledge and energy in a spirit of perfect harmony. Lack of such harmonious coordination of effort is the main cause of practically every business failure. I conducted an interesting experiment in collaboration with the students of a well-known college. Each student was requested to write an essay, How and Why Henry Ford Became Wealthy. Each was required to describe as a part of his or her essay what was believed to be the nature of Ford's real assets, and of what these assets consisted in detail. The majority of the students gathered financial statements and inventories of the Ford assets and used these as the basis of their estimates of Ford's wealth. The sources of Ford's wealth included cash in banks, raw and finished materials in stock, real estate, land and buildings, and goodwill, estimated at from 10 to 25% of the value of the material assets. One student out of the entire group of several hundred answered as follows. Henry Ford's assets consist in the main of two items. 1. Working capital and raw and finished materials. 2. The knowledge gained from experience of Henry Ford himself and the cooperation of a well-trained organization which understands how to apply this knowledge to best advantage from the Ford viewpoint. It is impossible to estimate, with anything approximating correctness, the actual dollars and cents value of either of these two groups of assets. But it is my opinion that their relative values are as follows. The organized knowledge of the Ford organization, 75%. The value of cash and physical assets of every nature, including raw and finished materials, 25%. Unquestionably, the biggest asset that Henry Ford has is his own brain. Next would come the brains of his immediate circle of associates, for it has been through coordination of these that the physical assets he controls were accumulated. You cannot become a power in your community, nor achieve in any worthy undertaking until you become big enough to blame yourself for your own mistakes and reverses. Destroy every plant the Ford Motor Company owns, every piece of machinery, every atom of raw or finished material, every finished automobile, and every dollar on deposit in any bank, and Ford would still be the most powerful man, economically, on earth. The brains that have built the Ford business could duplicate it again in short order. Capital is always available in unlimited quantities to such brains as Ford's. Ford is the most powerful man economically because he has the keenest and most practical conception of the principle of organized knowledge of any man on earth. Despite Ford's great power and financial success, it may be that he has blundered often in the application of the principles through which he accumulated this power. There is little doubt that Ford's methods of mind coordination have often been crude. They were bound to be so in the earlier days of his experience, before he gained the wisdom of application that would naturally go with maturity of years. There can't be much doubt that Ford's application of the principle of mind chemistry was, at least at the start, the result of a chance alliance with other minds, particularly the mind of Edison. It is more than probable that Mr. Ford's remarkable insight into the laws of nature was first begun as the result of his friendly alliance with his own wife, long before he ever met either Mr. Edison or Mr. Firestone. Many a man who never knows the real source of his success is made by his wife through application of the mastermind principle. Mrs. Ford is a most remarkably intelligent woman, and I believe that it was her mind, blended with Mr. Ford's, that gave him his first real start toward power. It may be mentioned, without in any way depriving Mr. Ford of any honor or glory, that in his earlier days he had to combat the powerful enemies of illiteracy and ignorance to a greater extent than did either Edison or Firestone, both of whom were gifted by natural heredity with a most fortunate aptitude for acquiring and applying knowledge. Ford had to hew this talent out of the rough, raw timbers of his hereditary estate. Within an inconceivably short period of time, Ford has mastered three of the most stubborn enemies of mankind and transformed them into assets constituting the very foundation of his success. These enemies are ignorance, illiteracy, and poverty. Anyone who can stay the hand of these three savage forces, much less harness and use them to good account, is well worth close study by the less fortunate individuals. This is an age of industrial power in which we are living, and the source of all this power is organized effort. Not only has the management of industrial enterprises efficiently organized individual workers, but in many instances, mergers of industry have been effected in such a way and to the end that these combinations, as in the case of the United States Steel Corporation, for example, have accumulated practically unlimited power. One may hardly glance at the day's news without seeing a report of some business, industrial, or financial merger bringing under one management enormous resources and thus creating great power. One day it is a group of banks, another day a chain of railroads, the next day it is a combination of steel plants all merging for the purpose of developing power through highly organized and coordinated effort. Knowledge, general in nature and unorganized, is not power. It is only potential power, the raw material out of which real power may be developed. Any modern library contains an unorganized record of all the knowledge of value to which the present stage of civilization is heir. But this knowledge is not power because it is not organized. Every form of energy and every species of animal or plant life to survive must be organized. The oversized animals whose remains have filled nature's boneyard through extinction have left mute but certain evidence that non-organization means annihilation. From the smallest particle of matter to the largest star in the universe, these and every material thing in between these two extremes offer proof positive that one of nature's first laws is that of organization. Fortunate is the individual who recognizes the importance of this law and makes it his or her business to familiarize themselves with the various ways in which the law may be applied to advantage. The astute business person has not only recognized the importance of the law of organized effort, but they have made this law the warp and the woof of their power. Without any knowledge whatsoever of the principle of mind chemistry, or even that such a principle exists, many influential persons have accumulated great power by merely organizing the knowledge that they possessed. The majority of those who have discovered the principle of mind chemistry and developed that principle into a master mind have stumbled upon this knowledge by the merest of accident, often failing to recognize the real nature of their discovery or to understand the source of their power. I am of the opinion that all living persons who at the present time are consciously making use of the principle of mind chemistry in developing power through the blending of minds may be counted on the fingers of two hands, with perhaps several fingers left to spare. If this estimate is even approximately true, there is little danger that the field of mind chemistry will become overcrowded. It is a known fact that one of the most difficult tasks anyone in business must perform is inducing associates to coordinate their efforts in a spirit of harmony. To induce continuous cooperation between a group of workers in any undertaking is next to impossible. Only the most efficient leaders can accomplish this highly desired objective. But once in a great while, such a leader will rise above the horizon in the field of industry, business, or finance, and then the world hears of a Henry Ford, Thomas A. Edison, John D. Rockefeller Sr., E. H. Harriman, or James J. Hill. Power and success are practically synonymous terms. One grows out of the other. Therefore, any person who has the knowledge and the ability to develop power through the principle of harmonious coordination of effort between individual minds or in any other manner may be successful in any reasonable undertaking that is possible of successful termination. Harmony. It must not be assumed that a mastermind will immediately spring, mushroom fashion, out of every group of minds that makes pretense of coordination in a spirit of harmony. Harmony, in the real sense of the meaning of the word, is as rare among groups of people as is genuine Christianity among those who proclaim themselves Christians. Harmony is the nucleus around which the state of mind known as a mastermind must be developed. Without this element, there can be no mastermind, a truth that cannot be repeated too often. In his proposal for establishing the League of Nations, Woodrow Wilson had in mind the development of a master mind to be composed of groups of minds representing the civilized nations of the world. Wilson's conception was the most far-reaching humanitarian idea ever created in the mind of man, because it dealt with a principle that embraces sufficient power to establish a real brotherhood of man on earth. The League of Nations, or some similar blending of international minds in a spirit of harmony, is sure to become a reality. The League of Nations that Hill refers to was established in 1920, after the First World War, for the purpose of promoting world peace and cooperation. And though it was first proposed by President Woodrow Wilson, the United States never joined the organization, which seriously impeded its effectiveness. After the Second World War, the League of Nations was superseded by the creation of the United Nations, of which America was one of the founding nations. Unfortunately, the UN has not often lived up to Hill's conception of a mastermind, which requires that the participants come together in perfect harmony. The time when such unity of minds will take place will be measured largely by the time required for the great universities and non-sectarian institutions of learning to supplant ignorance and superstition with understanding and wisdom. This time is rapidly approaching. Failure to develop a mastermind can create enormous, embarrassing fiascos. The Metropolitan Transit Authority of New York owned a valuable piece of property on Columbus Circle, one of the city's busiest intersections. The old Coliseum there had been made obsolete by a new convention center, so the Transit Authority decided to sell the land to a developer for a new building. Several companies bid, and a winner was selected. When the design for the building was unveiled, however, there was enormous public outcry, for the building was so large that its shadow would lie over vast stretches of Central Park. So the developers paid for a new building design, but it too was greeted with public dismay, for it made only a token effort to address the many objections. Citizen groups circulated petitions and threatened lawsuits. The wealthy individuals who lived in the neighborhood protested just as loudly as did people on the street, because all felt that the park was threatened. The transit authority, the developer, even the city government tried to make the building happen, but at every turn they were stymied by people who were outraged. Finally, the developer gave up. Hundreds of millions of dollars had been spent on the project. The transit authority lost its sale, construction jobs were lost, and the Coliseum sat empty and unused for a decade. All this because the leaders of the project failed to create harmony among the people of the city. Never in the history of the world has there been such abundant opportunity as there is now for the person who is willing to serve before trying to collect. The old religious orgy known as the revival meeting offers a favorable opportunity to study the principle of mind chemistry created within a master mind. It will be observed that music plays no small part in bringing about the harmony essential to the blending of a group of minds in such a meeting. Without music, the revival meeting would be a tame affair. During revival services, the leader of the meeting has no difficulty in creating harmony in the minds of his devotees. But it is well known that this state of harmony lasts no longer than the presence of the leader, after which the master mind that leader has temporarily created disintegrates. By arousing the emotional nature of his followers, the revivalist has no difficulty with the proper stage setting, music, in creating a master mind, which becomes noticeable to all who come in contact with it. The very air becomes charged with a positive, pleasing influence that changes the entire chemistry of all minds present. The revivalist calls this energy the Spirit of the Lord. Through experiments conducted with a group of scientific investigators and laymen, all of whom were unaware of the nature of the experiment, I have created the same state of mind and the same positive atmosphere without calling it the Spirit of the Lord. On several occasions, I have witnessed the creation of this same positive atmosphere among a group of men and women engaged in the business of salesmanship. Without calling it the Spirit of the Lord, I once helped conduct a school of salesmanship for Harrison Parker, founder of the Cooperative Society of Chicago, and by the use of the principle of mind chemistry that revivalists call the Spirit of the Lord, so transformed the nature of a group of 3,000 men and women, all of whom were without former sales experience, that they sold more than $10 million worth of securities in less than 9 months and earned more than $1 million for themselves. It was found that the average person who joined this school would reach the zenith of his or her selling power within 1 week, after which it was necessary to revitalize the individual's brain through a group sales meeting. These sales meetings were conducted on very much the same order as are the modern revival meetings, with much the same stage equipment, including music and high-powered speakers who could exhort the salespeople. Not to belabor the obvious, but the style of presentation that Hill refers to in commenting on the similarity between revival meetings and his sales meetings can also be seen at almost any self-help or personal growth seminar. Call it religion, psychology, mind chemistry, or anything you please, they are all based on the same principle, but there is nothing more certain than that wherever a group of minds are brought into contact, in a spirit of perfect harmony, each mind becomes immediately supplemented and reinforced by the noticeable energy called a mastermind. For all I profess to know, this uncharted energy may be the Spirit of the Lord, but it operates just as favorably when called by any other name. The human brain and nervous system constitute a piece of intricate machinery which but few, if any, understand. When controlled and properly directed, this piece of machinery can be made to perform wonders of achievement. And if not controlled, it will perform wonders. Fantastic and phantom-like in nature, as may be seen by observing the patients of any psychiatric hospital. The human brain has direct connection with a continuous influx of energy from which we derive our power to think. The brain receives this energy, mixes it with the energy created by the food taken into the body, and distributes it to every portion of the body through the aid of the blood and the nervous system. It thus becomes what we call life. Every normal human body has a first-class chemical laboratory and a stock of chemicals sufficient to carry on the business of breaking up, assimilating, and properly mixing and compounding the food we take into the body, preparatory to distributing it to wherever it is needed. As a bodybuilder, tests have been made, both with humans and animals, to prove that the energy known as the mind plays an important part in this chemical operation of compounding and transforming food into the required substances to build and keep the body in repair. It is known that worry, excitement, or fear will interfere with the digestive process and, in extreme cases, stop this process altogether, resulting in illness or death. It is obvious, then, that the mind enters into the chemistry of food digestion and distribution. It is believed by many eminent authorities, although it may never have been scientifically proved, that the energy known as mind or thought may become contaminated with negative or unsociable elements, causing the entire nervous system to be thrown out of working order. Digestion is interfered with and various diseases will manifest themselves. Financial difficulties and unrequited love affairs head the list of causes of such emotional disturbances. A negative environment such as that existing where some member of the family is constantly nagging will interfere with the chemistry of the mind to the point that the individual loses ambition and gradually sinks into oblivion. It is because of this fact that the old saying that a man's wife may either make or break him is literally true. In a subsequent lesson, a section on this subject is addressed to spouses. Anyone knows that certain food combinations will, if taken into the stomach, result in indigestion, violent pain, and even death. Good health depends, at least in part, on a food combination that harmonizes. But harmony of food combinations is not sufficient to ensure good health. There must also be harmony between the elements of energy known as the mind. A man is half-whipped the minute he begins to feel sorry for himself, or to spin an alibi with which he would explain away his defects. Harmony seems to be one of nature's laws without which there can be no such thing as organized energy or life in any form whatsoever. The health of the body as well as the mind is literally built out of, around, and on the principle of harmony. The energy known as life begins to disintegrate and death approaches when the organs of the body stop working in harmony. The moment harmony ceases at the source of any form of organized energy or power, the units of that energy are thrown into a chaotic state of disorder, and the power is rendered neutral or passive. Harmony is also the nucleus around which the principle of mind chemistry known as a master mind develops power. Destroy this harmony and you destroy the power that can grow out of the coordinated effort of a group of individual minds. This truth has been stated, restated, and presented in every manner that I could conceive with unending repetition. But unless you grasp this principle and learn to apply it, this lesson is useless. Success in life, no matter what one may call success, is very largely a matter of adaptation to environment in such a manner that there is harmony between the individual and their environment. The palace of a king becomes as a hovel of a peasant if harmony does not abound within its walls. Conversely, the hut of a peasant may be made to yield more happiness than the mansion of the rich man if harmony exists in the former and not in the latter. Without perfect harmony, the science of astronomy would be as useless as the bones of a saint, because the stars and planets would clash with one another, and all would be in a state of chaos and disorder. Without the law of harmony, an acorn might grow into a heterogeneous tree consisting of the wood of the oak, poplar, maple, and whatnot. Without the law of harmony, there cannot be proper organization of knowledge. For what, may one ask, is organized knowledge except the harmony of facts and truths and natural laws? The moment discord begins to creep in at the front door, harmony edges out at the back door, so to speak, whether this application is made to a business partnership or the orderly movement of the planets of the heavens. If you get the impression that I am laying undue stress on the importance of harmony, remember that lack of harmony is the first, and often the last and only, cause of failure. There can be no poetry, nor music, nor oratory worthy of notice without the presence of harmony. Good architecture is largely a matter of harmony. Without harmony, a house is nothing but a mass of building material, more or less a monstrosity. Sound business management plants the very sinews of its existence in harmony. Every well-dressed man or woman is a living picture and a moving example of harmony. With all these workaday illustrations of the important part that harmony plays in the affairs of the world, knowing the operation of the entire universe, how could any intelligent person leave harmony out of their definite chief aim in life? Could any definite aim in life omit harmony as the chief stone of its foundation? The human body is a complex organization of organs, glands, blood vessels, nerves, brain cells, muscles, etc. The mind that stimulates to action and coordinates the efforts of the component parts of the body is also a plurality of ever-varying and changing energies. From birth until death, there is continuous struggle, often assuming the nature of open combat, between the forces of the mind. For example, the lifelong struggle between the motivating forces and desires of the mind, which takes place between the impulses of right and wrong, is well known to everyone. Every human being possesses at least 2 distinct personalities, and as many as 6 distinct personalities have been discovered in one person. One of man's most delicate tasks is that of harmonizing these mind forces so that they may be organized and directed toward the orderly attainment of a given objective. Without this element of harmony, no individual can become an accurate thinker. It is no wonder that leaders in business and industrial enterprises, as well as those in politics and other fields of endeavor, can find it so difficult to organize groups of people so that they will function in the attainment of a given objective without friction. Each individual human being possesses inner forces that are difficult to harmonize, even when placed in the environment most favorable to harmony. If the chemistry of the individual's mind is such that the units of the mind cannot be easily harmonized, think how much more difficult it must be to harmonize a group of minds so they will function as one, in an orderly manner, through a mastermind. The leader who successfully develops and directs the energies of a mastermind must possess tact, patience, persistence, self-confidence, intimate knowledge of mind chemistry, and the ability to adapt in a state of perfect poise and harmony to quickly changing circumstances without showing the least sign of annoyance. How many are there who can measure up to this requirement? The successful leader must have the ability to change the color of the mind, chameleon-like, to fit every circumstance that arises in connection with the object of leadership. Moreover, he or she must have the ability to change from one mood to another without showing the slightest signs of anger or lack of self-control. The successful leader must understand the 17 laws of success and be able to put into practice any combination of these 17 laws whenever the occasion demands. Without this ability, no leader can be powerful, and without power, no leader can long endure. The meaning of education. There has long been a general misconception of the meaning of the word educate. The dictionaries have not aided in the elimination of this misunderstanding because they have defined the word educate as an act of imparting knowledge. The word educate has its roots in the Latin word educo, which means to develop from within, to educe, to draw out, to grow through, the law of use. Nature hates idleness in all its forms. She gives continuous life only to those elements that are in use. Tie up an arm or any other portion of the body, taking it out of use, and the idle part will soon atrophy and become lifeless. Reverse the order, give an arm more than normal use, such as that engaged in by the blacksmith who wields a heavy hammer all day long, and that arm, developed from within, grows strong. Organized knowledge in action. Power grows out of organized knowledge. But mind you, it grows out of it only through application and use. A person may become a walking encyclopedia of knowledge without possessing any power of value. This knowledge becomes power only to the extent that it is organized, classified, and put into action. Some of the best educated people the world has known possessed much less general knowledge than some who have been known as fools. The difference between the two being that the former put into use what knowledge they possessed, while the latter made no such application. An educated person is one who knows how to acquire everything needed in the attainment of their main purpose in life without violating the rights of others. By that definition, many knowledgeable individuals come nowhere near qualifying as educated. Similarly, it might also be a great surprise to many who believe they suffer from lack of learning to know that they are well educated. Commentary? Henry Ford, as cited often, is one example. Another is Albert Einstein, who could barely eke out a living as a patent clerk until he began organizing his knowledge of physics. And U.S. President Harry S. Truman had nothing more than a high school education. He laughed once that he was such a poor speller that when he wrote the word dictionary, I had to look on the back to see how to spell the book itself. But all of these men commanded power in different ways. The uses of learning. The successful lawyer is not necessarily the one who memorizes the greatest number of the principles of law. On the contrary, the successful lawyer is the one who knows where to find a principle of law, plus a variety of opinions supporting that principle, which fit the immediate needs of a given case. In other words, the successful lawyer is the one who knows where to find the law he or she wants when needed. This principle applies with equal force to the affairs of industry and business. Henry Ford had but little elementary schooling, yet he is one of the best educated men in the world because he has acquired the ability to combine natural and economic laws, to say nothing of the minds of other men, that he has the power to get anything of a material nature he wants. During the First World War, Mr. Ford brought suit against the Chicago Tribune, charging the newspaper with libelous publication of statements about him, one of which was that Ford was an ignoramus, an ignorant pacifist, and so forth. When the suit came up for trial, the attorneys for the Tribune undertook to prove, through Ford himself, that their statement was true, that he was indeed ignorant. And with this object in view, they catechized and cross-examined him on all manner of subjects. One question they asked was, how many soldiers did the British send over to subdue the rebellion in the colonies in 1776? With a dry grin on his face, Ford nonchalantly replied, I do not know just how many, but I have heard that it was a lot more than ever went back. Loud laughter erupted from court, jury, courtroom spectators, and even from the frustrated lawyer who had asked the question. This line of interrogation continued for an hour or more, with Ford keeping perfectly calm in the meantime. Finally, however, he was tired of the smart-aleck lawyers, and in reply to a question that was particularly obnoxious and insulting, Ford straightened himself up, pointed his finger at the questioning lawyer, and replied, If I should really wish to answer the foolish question you have just asked, or any of the others you have been asking, let me remind you that I have a row of electric push buttons hanging over my desk, and by placing my finger on the right button, I could call in men who could give me the correct answer to all the questions you have asked, and to many that you have not the intelligence either to ask or answer. Now, will you kindly tell me why I should bother about filling my mind with a lot of useless details in order to answer every fool question that anyone may ask, when I have able men all about me who can supply me with all the facts I want when I call for them? This answer is quoted from memory, but it substantially relates Ford's answer. There was silence in the courtroom. The questioning attorney's jaw dropped down and his eyes opened wide. The judge leaned forward from the bench and stared at Ford. Many of the jury awoke and looked around as if they had heard an explosion, which they actually had. A prominent clergyman who was present in the courtroom at the time said later that the scene reminded him of what must have existed when Jesus Christ was on trial before Pontius Pilate, just after he had given his famous reply to Pilate's question, "Are you a king?" In the vernacular of the day, Ford's reply knocked the questioner cold. Up until that reply, the lawyer had been enjoying considerable fun at what he had believed to be Ford's expense, by adroitly displaying his general knowledge and comparing it with what he inferred to be Ford's ignorance as to many events and subjects. That answer spoiled the lawyer's fun. It also proved once more to all who had the intelligence to accept the proof that true education means mind development, not merely the gathering and classifying of knowledge. Ford could not, in all probability, have named the capitals of all the states of the United States, but he could have, and in fact had, gathered the capital with which to turn many wheels within every state in the Union. Education, let us not forget this, consists of the power with which to get everything one needs, when one needs it, without violating the rights of others. Ford comes well within that definition, as the foregoing incident shows. Commentary. As the example of Henry Ford demonstrates, power is organized knowledge expressed through intelligent efforts. Let us consider how a mastermind facilitates the exercise of power. The current era has been called the information age, due in large part to the ease with which information is transferred through computers at speeds and in such volume that were unthinkable even a generation ago. But information is not organized knowledge. In fact, one of the chief complaints of many people is that they have far more information at their disposal than they know what to do with. A few minutes surfing the internet in search of the answer to a particular question can produce a deluge of conflicting, ambiguous information. That does nothing to increase one's knowledge. Thousands of facts may have been gathered, but an understanding of those facts, including which are significant and which are not, is necessary before they can be considered knowledge. Still, as Napoleon Hill says, even such knowledge is not power. It is only potential power, the material out of which real power may be developed. Application of this potential power requires properly organized effort. Suppose you had collected the name and address of every CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Having this information represents a potential power, the ability to contact these men and women. Such power might or might not be useful to you. If you were attempting to sell a small starter home in need of much repair, you would be targeting a very unlikely group of buyers. If, on the other hand, you were selling a luxurious estate with state-of-the-art security and communications capability, this group of people would likely be more interested. Clearly, the knowledge you acquire must be suited to your task. If you were indeed selling such an estate and you never attempted to contact these CEOs, you would not be exercising the potential power of your knowledge simply because you would have made no effort. And if you sent each of them a box of chocolates and some balloons with a handwritten note about your property, you would be making an effort, but it would not be appropriate. However, if you printed a handsome brochure featuring photographs of the estate and outlining all its unique aspects, you would be applying your knowledge much more usefully, giving you the power to attract the attention of your potential buyers. So far, the selling of this estate has involved at least 3 separate tasks. First, the collection of the names of potential buyers. Second, the creation of an appropriate selling tool. And third, its distribution to your potential buyers. Supposing you interested some of these people, you would also need someone to show the property and eventually to negotiate the terms of the deal. This means at least 5 different tasks, all requiring different kinds of knowledge. You could work to educate yourself for each of these jobs, or you could create a mastermind alliance. You could begin by enlisting a direct mail specialist to collect the list of names. That person could also contribute ideas for the brochure, which would be designed by a graphics artist familiar with all the necessary steps for production. You would handle showing the estate and selling it to your prospective buyers, and the fine points of the deal could be hammered out by an attorney. You would all be united behind a common purpose, dedicating your special skills to the task of making the sale. But who would have truly been responsible for making the sale happen? You, since you were the one who assembled the team that got the job done. There are many learned people who could easily entangle Ford, theoretically, with a maze of questions, none of which he, personally, could answer. But Ford could turn right around and wage a battle in industry or finance that would exterminate those same people. With all their knowledge and all their wisdom, Ford could not go into his chemical laboratory and separate water into its component atoms of hydrogen and oxygen and then recombine these atoms in their former order. But he knows how to surround himself with chemists who can do this for him, if he wants it done. The person who can intelligently use the knowledge possessed by another is as much or more a person of education as the one who merely has the knowledge but does not know what to do with it. The president of a well-known college inherited a large tract of very poor land. This land had no timber of commercial value, no minerals or other valuable appurtenances. Therefore, it was nothing but a source of expense to him, for he had to pay taxes on it. The state built a highway through the land. An uneducated man who was driving his automobile over this road observed that this poor land was on top of a mountain that commanded a wonderful view for many miles in all directions. He, the ignorant one, also observed that the land was covered with a growth of small pines and other saplings. This man bought 50 acres of the land for $10 an acre. Near the public highway, he built a unique log house to which he attached a large dining room. Near the house, he put in a gasoline filling station. Next, he built a dozen single-room log houses along the road. These houses he rented out to tourists at $3 a night each. The dining room, the gasoline station, and the log houses brought him a net income of $15,000 the first year. The next year, he extended his plan by adding 50 more log houses with 3 rooms each, which he now rents out as summer country homes to people in a nearby city, at a rental of $150 each for the season. The building material cost him nothing, for it grew on his land in abundance, that same land which the college president believed to be worthless. Moreover, the unique and unusual appearance of the log bungalows served as an advertisement for the plan, whereas many would have considered it a real calamity had they been compelled to build out of such crude materials. Less than 5 miles from the location of these log houses, this same man purchased an old, worked-out farm of 150 acres for $25 an acre, a price the seller believed to be extremely high. By building a dam 100 feet in length, the purchaser of this old farm turned a stream of water into a lake that covered 15 acres of the land, stocked the lake with fish, then sold the farm off in building lots to people who wanted summer places around the lake. The total profit realized from this simple transaction was more than $25,000, and the time required was 1 summer. Yet this man of vision and imagination was not educated in the orthodox meaning of the term. Let us keep in mind that it is through these simple illustrations of the use of organized knowledge that one may become educated and powerful. And speaking of that transaction, the college president who sold the 50 acres of worthless land for $500 said, just think of it, that man, whom most of us might call ignorant, mixed his ignorance with 50 acres of worthless land and made the combination yield more yearly than I earn from 5 years of application of so-called education. There is an opportunity, if not scores of them, in every state in America to make use of the idea here described. From now on, make it your business to study the lay of all land you see that is similar to the land that this man saw, and you may find a suitable place for developing a similar money-making enterprise. The automobile has caused a great system of public highways to be built throughout the United States. On practically every one of these highways, there is a suitable spot for a cabin city for tourists, which can be turned into a regular money-making mint by the person with the imagination and self-confidence to do it. Commentary: if you think that Hill's example of starting what we now know as a motel is out of date and no longer applicable, you are not seeing the ideas for the words. As this edition is being edited, Hill's advice is more than 75 years old, yet one of the most exciting new business ventures of this era might well have been inspired by that out-of-date story. Jeff Bezos did exactly what Hill suggested. He looked for a highway on which to set up a business. When he found the right place, he opened a bookstore. The highway that Bezos found was the information highway, and the bookstore was Amazon.com. Sometimes the innovation requires specialized education or technical expertise, but just as often, the business itself is not especially new. The innovation is in finding the right highway. Laura Brody is another example of someone whose inspiration made her greater than the so-called experts. The author of several cookbooks, she noticed that many people were buying and enjoying the bread machines that had become so popular. But when she noticed that they were not fully satisfied with the bread they were making, her first right move was to write a new cookbook for bread machines. It was an instant success. And then she took her good idea even further. Huge corporations were manufacturing these machines, and other huge corporations were making mixes to use in them. But Brody alone realized that these appliances were different enough from traditional techniques that the old methods weren't enough. What bread machine bakers needed were additives, simple, natural ingredients that professional bakeries used all the time. So she created a line of dough enhancers that could be added to any bread machine recipe, creating a better, more tasty loaf. Soon her bread machine magic was in grocery stores and cooks' catalogs around the country, making home bakers happier and Laura Brody a wealthy and popular entrepreneur. The experts who had been involved in creating these machines and the flour companies that thought to profit from their popularity had looked right past a tremendous opportunity that one woman who organized her knowledge profited from. In the mid-1970s, computers were used by big businesses. They were giant, complicated machines too expensive for anyone else to afford, or such was the conventional wisdom at companies like IBM. Steve Jobs and Stephen Wozniak thought differently. In a garage in California, they built a small computer that could fit on a desktop. The company they founded was called Apple. The Apple computer created a revolution in the computer industry and made multi-millionaires of Jobs and Wozniak because they organized their knowledge in a way that no one had before. Ray Kroc saw that people wanted fast food and he created McDonald's. Frederick W. Smith saw that people wanted safe, reliable delivery and he created Federal Express. Bill Bowerman saw people jogging and he created Nike to make special shoes for the new fad. There are similar opportunities everywhere, in every walk of life, in every area of human endeavor to achieve success. This course can reveal new opportunities and strategies for personal success, but what it cannot do is give you the benefit of real education, of creating an understanding based on your own efforts. You must resolve to take the ideas that you absorb here and apply them in all your efforts. As this course proceeds, you will learn more about the mastermind, as well as all the other significant principles you must apply. You will begin to see how they all fit together into a harmonious whole, a manner of acting and thinking that takes best advantage of the way the world operates. But only through applying each of these principles will you truly understand how to integrate them. Remember, your own actions will educate you in the laws of success. There are opportunities all around you to make money. This course was designed to help you see these opportunities and to inform you how to make the most of them after you discover them. Who can profit most by the law of success? Philosophy, transportation officials who want a better spirit of cooperation between their employees and the public they serve. Skilled people who wish to increase their earning power and market their services to better advantage. Salespeople who wish to become masters in their chosen field. The law of success philosophy covers every known law of selling and includes many features not included in any other course. Industrial plant managers who understand the value of greater harmony among their employees. Employees who wish to establish records of efficiency that will lead to more responsible positions with greater pay. Merchants who wish to extend their business by adding new customers. The law of success philosophy will help any merchant increase business by teaching how to make a walking advertisement of every customer who comes into the store. Sales agents or managers who wish to increase the selling power of their sales force. A large part of the Law of Success course was developed from the life work and experience of the greatest automobile salesman, and it is therefore of unusual help to the sales manager who is directing the efforts of a sales force. Life insurance agents who wish to add new policyholders and increase the insurance on present policyholders. One life insurance salesman in Ohio sold a $50,000 0-cents policy to one of the officials of the Central Steel Company as the result of just one reading of the lesson on profiting by failure. This same salesman has become one of the star men of the New York Life Insurance Company's staff as the result of his training in the 17 Laws of Success. Field teachers who wish to advance to the top in their present occupation or who are looking for an opportunity to enter the field of business as a life's work. Students, both college and high school, who are undecided as to the field of endeavor they wish to enter. The Law of Success course includes a personal analysis chart that will help the student of the philosophy to determine the work for which he or she is best suited. Bankers who wish to extend their business through better service and more courteous methods of serving their clients. Mid-level managers who are ambitious to prepare themselves for executive positions in some commercial or industrial field, physicians and dentists who wish to extend their practice without violating the ethics of their profession by direct advertising. A prominent physician has said that the Law of Success course is worth $1,000, 0 cents, to any professional man or woman whose professional ethics prevent direct advertising. Who said it could not be done? And what great victories has he to his credit, which qualify him to judge others actually? Entrepreneurs and promoters who wish to develop new and previously unworked combinations in business or industry. Real estate agents who wish to create new methods for promoting sales. This lesson contains a description of an entirely new real estate promotion plan which is sure to make fortunes for many who will put it to use. This plan may be put into operation in practically every state. Moreover, it may be used by agents who never promoted an enterprise. In fact, the principle described in this introductory lesson is said to have made a small fortune for a man who used it as the basis of a real estate promotion. Farmers who wish to discover new methods of marketing their products so as to give them greater net returns, and those who own land suitable for subdivision promotion under the plan referred to at the end of this lesson. Many farmers have gold mines in the land they own that is not suitable for cultivation but could be used for recreation and resort purposes on a highly profitable basis. Entry-level service workers who are looking for a practical plan to promote themselves into higher and better paying positions. The Law of Success course is said to be the best course ever written on the subject of marketing personal services. Printers who want a larger volume of business as well as more efficient production through better cooperation among their own employees. Laborers who have the ambition to advance into more responsible positions in work that has greater responsibilities and consequently offers more pay. Lawyers who wish to extend their clientele through dignified, ethical methods that will bring them to the attention, in a favorable way, of a greater number of people who need legal services. Business executives who wish to expand their present business or who wish to handle their present volume with less expense as a result of greater cooperation among their employees. Service industry owners who wish to extend their business by teaching their drivers how to serve more courteously and efficiently. Life insurance general agents who wish bigger and more efficient sales organizations. Chain store managers who want a greater volume of business as a result of more efficient individual sales efforts. Married people who are unhappy and therefore unsuccessful because of lack of harmony and cooperation in the home. To all described in the foregoing classification, the Law of Success philosophy offers both definite and speedy aid. Summary: the mastermind. The main purpose of this lesson is to introduce some of the principles upon which the course is founded. These principles are more accurately described, and the student is taught in a very definite manner how to apply them in the individual lessons which follow. All new ideas, and especially those of an abstract nature, will settle comfortably into the human mind only after much repetition. A well-known truth that accounts for the restatement in this summary of the principle known as the mastermind. A mastermind may be developed by a friendly alliance in a spirit of harmony of purpose between two or more minds. This is an appropriate place at which to explain that out of every alliance of minds, whether in a spirit of harmony or not, there is developed another mind which affects all participating in the alliance. No two or more minds ever met without creating out of that contact another mind, but this creation is not always a mastermind. There may be, and altogether too often there is, developed out of the meeting of two or more minds, a negative power which is just the opposite of a mastermind. There are certain minds which, as has been stated throughout this lesson, cannot be made to blend in a spirit of harmony. This principle has its analogy in chemistry. For example, the chemical formula H2O, meaning the combining of two atoms of hydrogen with one atom of oxygen, changes these two elements into water. But one atom of hydrogen and one atom of oxygen will not produce water. Moreover, they cannot be made to associate themselves in harmony. There are many known elements which, when combined, are immediately transformed from harmless into deadly poisonous substances. Stated differently, Many well-known poisonous elements are neutralized and rendered harmless when combined with certain other elements. Just as the combining of certain elements changes their entire nature, the combining of certain minds changes the nature of those minds, producing either a certain degree of what has been called a mastermind or its opposite, which is highly destructive. Some minds will not be harmonized and cannot be blended into a mastermind, a fact that all leaders will do well to remember. It is the leader's responsibility to group his or her subordinates so that those who have been placed at the most strategic points in the organization are those whose minds can and will be blended in a spirit of friendliness and harmony. Ability to bring people together is the chief outstanding quality of leadership. In Lesson 2 of this course, you will discover that this ability was the main source of both the power and fortune accumulated by the late Andrew Carnegie. An aim in life is the only fortune worth finding, and it is not to be found in foreign lands, but in the heart itself. Robert Louis Stevenson. Knowing nothing whatsoever about the technical end of the steel business, Carnegie so combined and grouped the people of which his mastermind was composed that he built the most successful steel industry known to the world during his lifetime. Henry Ford's gigantic success may be traced to the successful application of this self-same principle. With all the self-reliance that a man could have, Ford nevertheless did not depend on himself for the knowledge necessary in the successful development of his industries. Like Carnegie, he surrounded himself with people who supplied the knowledge that he himself did not and could not possess. Moreover, Ford picked men who could and did harmonize in group effort. And for our second Sunday idea at Yale, let's review a couple of harmonizing, careless, goofing around motifs. The most effective alliances, which have resulted in the creation of the principle known as the mastermind, have been those developed out of the blending of the minds of men and women. The reason for this is that the minds of male and female will more readily blend in harmony than will the minds of only one gender. As well, the added stimulus of potential sexual contact often enters into the development of a mastermind between a man and a woman. The road to success may be, and generally is, obstructed by many influences that must be removed before the goal can be reached. One of the most detrimental of these obstacles is that of unfortunate alliance with minds that do not harmonize. In such cases, the alliance must be broken, or the end is sure to be defeat and failure. Those who master the 6 basic fears, one of which is the fear of criticism, will have no hesitancy in taking what may seem to the more convention-bound type of mind to be drastic action when they find themselves circumscribed and bound down by antagonistic alliances, no matter of what nature or with whom they may be. It is a million times better to meet and face criticism than to be dragged down to failure and oblivion as a result of alliances that are not harmonious, whether the alliances be of a business or social nature. While it is true that some minds will not blend in a spirit of harmony and cannot be forced or induced to do so because of the chemical nature of the individual's brains, do not be too ready to charge the other party to your alliance with all the responsibility for lack of harmony. Remember, the trouble may be with your own brain. Remember also that a mind that cannot and will not harmonize with one person or persons may harmonize perfectly with other types of minds. Discovery of this has resulted in radical changes in methods of hiring. It is no longer customary to dismiss an employee who does not fit the position for which he or she was originally hired. The discriminating leader endeavors to place such a person in some other position, where it has been proved more than once such individuals may become valuable. You should be sure that the principle described as the mastermind is thoroughly understood before proceeding with the remaining lessons of the course. The reason for this is that practically the entire course is closely associated with this law of mind operation. If you are not sure you understand this law, analyze the record of anyone who has accumulated a great fortune, and you will find that they have, either consciously or unconsciously, employed the mastermind principle. No amount of time spent in serious thought and contemplation in connection with the law of the mastermind is too much, for when you have mastered this law and learned how to apply it, new worlds of opportunity will open to you. Any sales organization may make effective use of the law of the mastermind by grouping the sales force into groups of 2 or more people who will ally themselves in a spirit of friendly cooperation and apply this law, as suggested in this lesson. An agent for a well-known make of automobile who employs a sales force of 12 has grouped the organization into 6 groups of 2 each, with the object of applying the law of the mastermind. As a result, all the salespeople have established new high sales records. This same organization has created what it calls the 1A Week Club, meaning that every member of the club has averaged the sale of 1 car a week since the club was organized. The results of this effort have been surprising to all. Each member of the club was provided with a list of 100 prospective purchasers of automobiles. Each salesperson sends 1 postcard a week to each of those 100 prospective purchasers and makes personal calls on at least 10 of these each day. Each postcard is confined to the description of just one advantage of the automobile and asks for a personal interview. Interviews have increased rapidly, as have sales. The agent who employs this sales force has offered an extra cash bonus to anyone who earns the right to membership in the 1A Week Club by averaging the sale of 1 car a week. This plan has injected new vitality into the entire organization, and the results are showing in the weekly sales record. A similar plan could also be adopted very effectively by life insurance agencies. Any enterprising general agent might easily double or even triple the volume of business through the use of this plan. Practically no changes whatsoever would need to be made in the method of use of the plan. The club might be called the Policy a Week Club, meaning that each member pledges to sell at least 1 policy of an agreed minimum amount each week. The student of this course who has mastered the second lesson, a definitive chief aim, and understands how to apply the fundamentals of that lesson will be able to make much more effective use of the plan here described. It is not suggested or intended that anyone undertake to apply the principles of this lesson until they have mastered at least the next 5 lessons of the Law of Success course. The automobile sales organization to which I have here referred holds a lunchtime meeting once a week. An hour and a half is devoted to the meeting and to the discussion of ways and means of applying the principles of this course. This gives each individual member an opportunity to profit by the ideas of all the other members. 2 tables are set for the lunch. At one table, all who have earned the right to membership in the 1A Week Club are seated. At the other table, which is serviced with tinware instead of china, are those who did not earn the right to membership in the club. These, needless to say, become the object of considerable good-natured chiding from the more fortunate members seated at the other table. It is possible to make an almost endless variety of adaptations of this plan. The justification for its use is that it pays. It pays not only the leader or the manager of the organization, but every member of the sales force as well. I have briefly described this plan here for the purpose of showing you one of many ways to make practical application of the principles outlined in this course. The final acid test of any theory or rule or principle is that it will actually work. The law of the mastermind has been proved sound because it works. If you understand this law, you are now ready to proceed with Lesson 2, a definite chief aim, in which you will be further and much more deeply initiated in the application of the principles described in this introductory lesson. The best rose bush, after all, is not that which has the fewest thorns, but that which bears the finest roses. Henry Van Dyke. Lesson 2, a definite chief aim. You can do it if you believe you can. You are at the beginning of a course of philosophy which, for the first time in the history of the world, has been organized from the known factors that have been used and must always be used by successful people. Literary style has been completely subordinated so that I may state the principles and laws included in this course in such a manner that they can be quickly and easily assimilated by people in every walk of life. Some of the principles described in this course are familiar to all who will read it. Others are presented here for the first time. It should be kept in mind from the first lesson to the last that the value of the philosophy lies entirely in the thought stimuli it will produce in the mind of the reader, and not merely in the lessons themselves. Stated another way, this course is intended as a mind stimulant that will cause you to organize and direct to a definite end the forces of your mind, thus harnessing the stupendous power which most people waste in purposeless thought. Singleness of purpose is essential for success, no matter what may be one's idea of the definition of success. Yet singleness of purpose is also a quality which may and generally does call for thought on many allied subjects. I traveled a long distance to watch Jack Dempsey train for an upcoming fight. It was observed that he did not rely entirely on one form of exercise, but resorted to many forms. The punching bag helped him develop one set of muscles and also trained his eye to be quick. The dumbbells trained yet another set of muscles. Running developed the muscles of his legs and hips. A well-balanced diet supplied the materials needed for building muscle without fat. Proper sleep, relaxation, and rest habits provided still other qualities that he needed in order to win. You should be engaged in the business of training for success in the battle of life. To win, there are many factors that must have attention. A well-organized, alert, and energetic mind is produced by various and sundry stimuli, all of which are plainly described in these lessons. It should be remembered, however, that just as the physical body to be properly developed calls for many forms of systematic exercise, the mind also requires for its development a variety of exercise. Horses are trained to certain gaits by trainers who jump them over hurdles to help them develop the desired steps through habit and repetition. The human mind must be trained in a similar manner by a variety of thought-inspiring stimuli. You will observe, before you have gone very far into this philosophy, that reading these lessons will induce a flow of thoughts covering a wide range of subjects. For this reason, you should read this course with a notebook and pencil at hand and follow the practice of recording these thoughts or ideas as they come to your mind. By following this suggestion, you will have a collection of ideas by the time the course has been read 2 or 3 times, sufficient to transform your entire life plan. By following this practice, it will be noticed very soon that the mind has become like a magnet, in that it will attract useful ideas right out of thin air, to use the words of a noted scientist who has experimented with this principle for a great number of years. You will be doing yourself a great injustice if you undertake this course with even a remote feeling that you do not stand in need of more knowledge than you now possess. In truth, no one knows enough about any worthwhile subject to entitle them to feel that they have the last word on that subject. In the long, hard task of trying to wipe out some of my own ignorance and make way for some of the useful truths of life, I have often seen, in my imagination, the great marker who stands at the gateway entrance of life and writes, "Poor fool," on the brow of those who believe they are wise, and "Poor sinner," on the brow of those who believe they are saints. Translated into workaday language, this means that none of us knows very much, and by the very nature of our being can never know as much as we need to know in order to live sanely and enjoy life while we live. Humility is a forerunner of success. Until we become humble in our own hearts, we are not apt to profit greatly by the experiences and thoughts of others. Sounds like a preachment on morality? Well, what if it does? Even sermons, as dry and lacking in interest as they generally are, may be beneficial if they serve to reflect the shadow of our real selves, so we may get an approximate idea of our smallness and superficiality. Success in life is largely predicated upon who we know. The best place to study the human animal is in your own mind, by taking as accurate an inventory as possible of yourself. When you know yourself thoroughly, if you ever do, you will also know much about others. To know others not as they seem to be, but as they really are, study them through the posture of the body and the way they walk, the tone of the voice, its quality, pitch, volume, the eyes, whether shifty or direct, and the use of words, their trend, nature, and quality. Through these open windows, you may literally walk right into a person's soul and take a look at the real human being. Going a step further, if you would know people, study them when angry, when in love, when money is involved, when eating alone and unobserved as they believe, when writing, when in trouble, when joyful and triumphant, when downcast and defeated, when facing catastrophe of a hazardous nature, when trying to make a good impression on others, when informed of another's misfortune, when informed of another's good fortune, when losing in any sort of a game of sport, when winning at sport, when alone in a meditative mood. Before you can know people as they really are, you must observe them in all the foregoing moods and perhaps more, which is practically the equivalent of saying that you have no right to judge others at sight. Appearances count, there can be no doubt of that, but appearances are often deceiving. This course has been so designed that the student who masters it may take inventory of themselves and of others by something more than snap judgment methods. When you master this philosophy, you will be able to look through the outer crust of personal adornment, clothes, so-called culture, and the like, and down deep into the heart. This is a very broad promise. It would not have been made if I had not known, from years of experimentation and analysis, that the promise can be met. Some who have examined the manuscripts of this course have asked why it was not called a course in master salesmanship. The answer is that the word salesmanship is commonly associated with the marketing of goods or services, and it would therefore narrow down and circumscribe. No person is educated who has not at least a speaking acquaintance with the law of compensation as it is described by Emerson. A definite chief aim. The real nature of the course. It is true that this is a course in master salesmanship, providing one takes a deeper than the average view of the meaning of salesmanship. This philosophy is intended to enable those who master it to sell their way through life successfully with a minimum of resistance and friction. Such a course therefore must help the student organize and make use of much truth that is overlooked by the majority of people who go through life as mediocrities. Not all people are so constituted that they wish to know the truth about all matters vitally affecting life. One of the great surprises I met with in connection with my research is that so few people are willing to hear the truth when it shows up their own weaknesses. We prefer illusions to realities. New truths, if accepted at all, are taken with the proverbial grain of salt. Some of us demand more than a mere pinch of salt. We demand enough to pickle new ideas so they become useless. For these reasons, the first lesson of this course, and this lesson as well, cover subjects intended to pave the way for new ideas so those ideas will not be too severe a shock to the mind of the reader. The thought I want to get across has been quite plainly stated by the editor of the American magazine in an editorial that appeared in a recent issue in the following words. On a recent rainy night, Carl Lohman, the reindeer king of Alaska, told me a true story. It has stuck in my crop ever since, and now I am going to pass it along. A certain Greenland Eskimo, said Lohman, was taken on one of the American North Polar expeditions a number of years ago. Later, as a reward for faithful service, he was brought to New York City for a short visit. At all the miracles of sight and sound, he was filled with a most amazed wonder. When he returned to the principles of self-mastery, his native village, he told stories of buildings that rose into the very face of the sky, of streetcars, which he described as houses that moved along the trail, with people living in them as they moved, of mammoth bridges, artificial lights, and all the other dazzling concomitants of the metropolis. His people looked at him coldly and walked away. And forthwith throughout the whole village he was dubbed Sagluk, meaning the liar, and this name he carried in shame to his grave. Long before his death, his original name was entirely forgotten. When Knud Rasmussen made his trip from Greenland to Alaska, he was accompanied by a Greenland Eskimo named Midtek, Eater Duck. Midtek visited Copenhagen and New York, where he saw many things for the first time and was greatly impressed. Later, upon his return to Greenland, he recalled the tragedy of Sagluk and decided that it would not be wise to tell the truth. Instead, he would narrate stories that his people could grasp and thus save his reputation. So he told them how he and Dr. Rasmussen maintained a kayak on the banks of a great river, the Hudson, and how each morning they paddled out for their hunting. Ducks, geese, and seals were to be had aplenty, and they enjoyed the visit immensely. Midtek, in the eyes of his countrymen, is a very honest man. His neighbors treat him with rare respect. The road of the truth-teller has always been rocky. Socrates sipping the hemlock, Christ crucified, Stephen stoned, Bruno burned at the stake, Galileo terrified into retraction of his starry truth. Forever could one follow that bloody trail through the pages of history. Something in human nature makes us resent the impact of new ideas. A definite chief aim. We all hate to be disturbed in the beliefs and prejudices that have been handed down with the family furniture. At maturity, too many of us go into hibernation and live off the fat of ancient fetishes. If a new idea invades our den, we rise up, snarling from our winter sleep. The Eskimos in the American magazine editor's story at least had some excuse. They were unable to visualize the startling pictures drawn by Sagluk. Their simple lives had been too long circumscribed by the brooding Arctic night. Open your mind. There is no adequate reason why the average person should ever close their mind to fresh slants on life. But they do just the same. Nothing is more tragic or more common than mental inertia. For every 10 people who are physically lazy, there are 10,000 others with stagnant minds. And stagnant minds are the breeding places of fear. An old farmer in Vermont always used to end his prayers with this plea: "Oh God, give me an open mind." If more people followed his example, they might escape being hamstrung by prejudices. And what a pleasant place to live the world would be. Every person should make it his or her business to gather new ideas from sources other than the environment in which he or she daily lives and works. The human mind becomes withered, stagnant, narrow, and closed unless it searches for new ideas. The farmer should come to the city quite often and walk among the strange faces and the tall buildings. He will go back to his farm, his mind refreshed, with more courage and greater enthusiasm. And city people should take a trip to the country every so often to freshen their minds with sights new and different from those associated with their daily routines. Everyone needs a change of mental environment at regular periods. The same as the change and variety of food are essential. The mind becomes more alert, more elastic, and more ready to work with speed and accuracy after it has been bathed in new ideas outside of one's own field of daily labor. As a student of this course, you will temporarily lay aside the set of ideas with which you perform your daily labors and enter a field of entirely new and, in some instances, heretofore unheard of ideas. Splendid. You will come out at the other end of this course with a new stock of ideas that will make you more efficient, more enthusiastic, and more courageous, no matter in what sort of work you may be engaged. Do not be afraid of new ideas. They may mean to you the difference between success and failure. Some of the ideas introduced in this course will require no further explanation or proof of their soundness because they are familiar to practically everyone. Some of the other ideas introduced here are new, and for that very reason, many students of this philosophy may hesitate to accept them as sound. I have thoroughly tested every principle described in this course, and the majority of the principles covered have been tested by scores of scientists and others who were quite capable of distinguishing between the merely theoretic and the practical. For these reasons, all principles here covered are known to be workable in the exact manner claimed. However, no reader of this book is asked to accept any statement made in these lessons without having first satisfied himself or herself by tests, experiments, and analysis that the statement is sound. The major evil you are requested to avoid is that of forming opinions without definite facts as the basis, which brings to mind Herbert Spencer's famous admonition: "There is a principle which is a bar against all information, which is proof against all argument, and which cannot fail to keep a man in everlasting ignorance." This principle is contempt prior to examination. It may be well to bear this principle in mind as you study the law of the mastermind described in these lessons. This law embodies an entirely new principle of mind operation, and, for this reason alone, it will be difficult for you to accept it as sound until after you have experimented with it. When the fact is considered, however, that the law of the mastermind is believed to be the real basis of most of the achievements of those who are considered geniuses, this law takes on an aspect which calls for more than snap judgment opinions. It is believed by many scientists whose opinions on the subject have been passed on to me that the law of the mastermind is the basis of practically all of the more important achievements resulting from group or cooperative effort. The late Dr. Alexander Graham Bell said he believed that the law of the mastermind, as it has been described in this philosophy, was not only sound, but that all the higher institutions of learning would soon be teaching that law as a part of their courses in psychology. Charles P. Steinmetz said that he had experimented with the law and had arrived at the same conclusion as that stated in these lessons, long before he talked to me about the subject. Luther Burbank and John Burroughs made similar statements. Edison was never questioned on the subject, but other statements of his indicate that he would endorse the law as being a possibility, if not in fact a reality. Dr. Elmer Gates also endorsed the law when I spoke with him some years ago. Dr. Gates is a scientist of the highest order, ranking along with Steinmetz, Edison, and Bell. I have spoken with scores of intelligent businessmen who, while they were not scientists, admitted they believed in the soundness of the law of the mastermind. It is hardly excusable, therefore, for those of less ability to judge such matters to form opinions as to this law without serious, systematic investigation. By and large, there is no such thing as something for nothing. In the long run, you get exactly that for which you pay, whether you are buying an automobile or a loaf of bread. Commentary. To recap, the mastermind is a mental state that is developed through the harmonious cooperation of two or more people who ally themselves for the purpose of accomplishing any given task. The mastermind harnesses the dedicated effort of a group of people, pools their resources, both tangible and intangible, and creates a new whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. A mastermind operates among the members of the board of directors for huge international corporations. It operates among a team of engineers designing a new car. It operates in the production of a movie, the conduct of a political campaign, or the launch of a new advertising strategy. A mastermind occurs when a church begins a fundraising program for a new building, when a group of neighbors organizes to increase the safety of their community, and when a couple commits to a lifetime of marriage. A mastermind is not simply teamwork. People can work together on a team simply because they like the leader or because they are paid to. But in a mastermind alliance, each member must be passionately committed to the same goals. Let me lay before you a brief outline of what this lesson is and what it is intended to do for you. Having prepared myself for the practice of law, I will offer this introduction as a statement of my case. And the evidence with which to back up my case will be presented in the 17 lessons of which the course is comprised. The facts out of which this course has been prepared have been gathered through more than 25 years of business and professional experience, and my only explanation of the rather free use of the personal pronoun throughout the course is that I am writing from first-hand experience. Before this course on the law of success was published, the manuscripts were submitted to two prominent universities with the request they be read by competent professors, with the object of eliminating or correcting any statements that appeared to be unsound from an economic viewpoint. This request was complied with, and the manuscripts were carefully examined, with the result that not a single change was made, with the exception of one or two slight changes in wording. One of the professors who examined the manuscripts expressed himself in part as follows. It is a tragedy that every boy and girl who enters high school is not efficiently drilled on the 17 major parts of your course in the law of success. It is regrettable that the great university with which I am connected and every other university does not include your course as a part of its curriculum. Inasmuch as this course is intended as a map or blueprint that will guide you in the attainment of that coveted goal called success, may it not be well here to define success. Success is the development of the power with which to get whatever one wants in life without interfering with the rights of others. I lay particular stress on the word power because it is inseparably related to success. We are living in a world and during an age of intense competition, and the law of the survival of the fittest is everywhere in evidence. Because of this, all who would enjoy enduring success must go about its attainment through the use of power. And what is power? Power is organized energy or effort. This course is appropriately called the law of success because it teaches how one may organize facts and knowledge and the faculties of one's mind into a unit of power. The course brings you a definite promise. Through its mastery and application, you can get whatever you want with but two qualifying words: within reason. This qualification takes into consideration your education, your wisdom or your lack of it, your physical endurance, your temperament, and all of the other qualities mentioned in the 17 lessons of this course as being the factors most essential in the attainment of success. Without a single exception, those who have attained unusual success have done so, either consciously or unconsciously, through the aid of all or a portion of the 17 major factors of which this course is compiled. If you doubt this statement, then Master these 17 lessons so you can go about the analysis with reasonable accuracy and analyze such men as Carnegie, Rockefeller, Hill, Harriman, Ford, and others of this type who have accumulated great fortunes of material wealth, and you will see that they understood and applied the principle of organized effort. Commentary. Anyone who has ever participated in a quality circle at work knows how business employs the mastermind. The assembly teams that have replaced assembly lines at the most modern and efficient factories reflect the same use of the mastermind. Stephen Covey, author of The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Fireside, speaks of the mastermind when he writes of the interdependent person. As an interdependent person, he says, I have access to the vast resources and potential of other human beings. Dennis Conner, the 2-time winner of sailing's America's Cup, has a philosophy of teamwork that is a perfect expression of the mastermind, emphasizing the power of commitment and dedication to a task. Read his book, The Art of Winning, for a vivid explanation of how Conner used the mastermind to create a winning team. From restaurant kitchens to football teams, from factories to scientific laboratories, the mastermind harnesses the potential power of a group of minds focused on a goal. Can you afford to ignore this valuable resource in your quest for success? What do you mean by success? Nearly 20 years ago, I interviewed Mr. Carnegie for the purpose of writing a story about him. During the interview, I asked him to what he attributed his success. Later, with a merry little twinkle in his eyes, he said, "Young man, before I answer your question, will you please define your term success?" After waiting until he saw that I was somewhat embarrassed by this request, he continued, "By success, you make reference to my money, do you not?" I assured him that money was the term by which most people measured success, and he then said, "Oh, well, if you wish to know how I got my money, if that is what you call success, I will answer your question by saying that we have a mastermind here in our business, and that mind is made up of more than a score of men who constitute my personal staff of superintendents and managers and accountants and chemists and other necessary types. No one person in this group is the mastermind of which I speak, but the sum total of all the minds in the group, coordinated, organized, and directed to a definite end, in a spirit of harmonious cooperation, is the power that got my money for me. No 2 minds in the group are exactly alike, but each man in the group does the thing that he is supposed to do, and he does it better than any other person in the world could do it. Then and there, the seed out of which this course has since been developed was sown in my mind, but that seed did not take root or germinate until later. This interview marked the beginning of years of research which led finally to the discovery of the principle of psychology, described in the introductory lesson as the mastermind. I heard all that Mr. Carnegie had said, but it took the knowledge gained from many years of subsequent contact with the business world to enable me to assimilate what he said and to clearly grasp and understand the principle behind it, which was nothing more nor less than the principle of organized effort, upon which this course on the law of success is founded. Carnegie's group of men constituted a mastermind, and that mind was so well organized, so well coordinated, so powerful that it could have accumulated millions of dollars for Mr. Carnegie in practically any sort of endeavor of a commercial or industrial nature. The steel business in which that mind was engaged was but an incident in connection with the accumulation of the Carnegie wealth. The same wealth could have been accumulated had the mastermind been directed in the coal business or the banking business or the grocery business, because behind that mind was power, the sort of power that you may attain when you have organized the faculties of your own mind and allied yourself with other well-organized minds for the attainment of a definite chief aim in life. A careful checkup with several of Mr. Carnegie's former business associates, which was made after this course was begun, proved conclusively not only that there is such a law as that which has been called the master mind, but that this law was the chief source of Mr. Carnegie's success. Perhaps there was never anyone associated with Mr. Carnegie who knew him better than did Mr. C.M. Schwab, who in the following words has very accurately described that subtle something in Mr. Carnegie's personality which enabled him to rise to such stupendous heights. I never knew a man with so much imagination, lively intelligence, and instinctive comprehension. You sensed that he probed your thoughts and took stock of everything that you had ever done or might do. He seemed to catch at your next word before it was spoken. The play of his mind was dazzling, and his habit of close observation gave him a store of knowledge about innumerable matters. But his outstanding quality, from so rich an endowment, was the power to inspire other men. Confidence radiated from him. You might be doubtful about something and discuss the matter with Mr. Carnegie. In a flash, he would make you see that it was right, and then you would absolutely believe it, or he might settle your doubts by pointing out its weakness. This quality of attracting others, then spurring them on, arose from his own strength. The results of his leadership were remarkable. Never before in the history of industry, I imagine, was there a man who, without understanding his business in its working details, making no pretense of technical knowledge concerning steel or engineering, was yet able to build up such an enterprise. Mr. Carnegie's ability to inspire others rested on something deeper than any faculty of judgment. In his last sentence, Mr. Schwab had conveyed a thought which corroborates the theory of the mastermind to which I attributed the chief source of Mr. Carnegie's power. Mr. Schwab has also confirmed the statement that Mr. Carnegie could have succeeded as well in any other business as he did in the steel business. It is obvious that his success was due to his understanding of his own mind and the minds of other men, and not to mere knowledge of the steel business itself. This thought is most consoling to those who have not yet attained outstanding success, for it shows that success is solely a matter of correctly applying laws and principles which are available to all. And these laws, let us not forget, are fully described in the 17 lessons of this course. Mr. Carnegie learned how to apply the law of the master mind. This enabled him to organize the faculties of his own mind and the faculties of other men's minds, and to coordinate the whole behind a definite chief aim. Every strategist, whether in business or war or industry or other callings, understands the value of organized, coordinated effort. Every military strategist understands the value of sowing seeds of dissension in the ranks of the opposing forces, because this breaks up the power of coordination behind the opposition. During the World War, much was heard about the effects of propaganda, and it seems not an exaggeration to say that the disorganizing forces of propaganda were much more destructive than were all the guns and explosives. One of the most important turning points of the World War came when the Allied armies were placed under the direction of the French Marshal Ferdinand Foch. There are some well-informed military historians who claim that this was the move that spelled doom for the opposing armies. Any modern railroad bridge is an excellent example of the value of organized effort, because it demonstrates quite simply and clearly how thousands of tons of weight may be borne by a comparatively small group of steel bars and beams which are arranged so that the weight is spread over the entire group. There is a story about a man who had 7 sons who were always quarreling among themselves. One day he called them all together and informed them that he wished to demonstrate just what their lack of cooperative effort meant. He had prepared a bundle of 7 sticks which he had carefully tied together. One by one he asked his sons to take the bundle and break it. Each son tried, but in vain. Then he cut the strings and handed one of the sticks to each of his sons and asked each to break it over his knee. After those sticks had all been broken with ease, he said, "When you boys work together in a spirit of harmony, you resemble the bundle of sticks, and no one can defeat you. But when you quarrel among yourselves, anyone can defeat you, one at a time." There is a worthwhile lesson in this story of the man and his 7 quarrelsome sons, and it may be applied to the people of a community, the employees and employers in a given place of business, or to the state and nation in which we live. Organized effort may be made a power, but it may also be a dangerous power unless guided with intelligence, which is the chief reason why the 16th lesson of this course is devoted largely to describing how to direct the power of organized effort so that it will lead to success. The sort of success that is founded on truth and justice and fairness, which leads to ultimate happiness. One of the greatest tragedies of this age of struggle and money madness is that so few people are engaged in the effort that they like best. One of the objects of this course is to help each reader to find his or her particular niche in the world's work, where both material prosperity and happiness in abundance may be found. To accomplish this purpose, the various lessons of this course are skillfully designed to help you take inventory and find out what latent ability and hidden forces lie sleeping within. This entire course is intended as a stimulus with which to enable you to see yourself and your hidden forces as they are, and to awaken in you the ambition and the vision and the determination to cause you to go forth and claim what is rightfully yours. Less than 30 years ago, a man was working in the same shop with Henry Ford, doing practically the same sort of work that he was doing. It has been said that this man was really a more competent worker in that particular sort of work than Ford. Today, this man is still engaged in the same sort of work at wages of less than $100 a week, while Mr. Ford is the world's richest man. What outstanding difference is there between these two men that has so widely separated them in terms of material wealth? Just this: Ford understood and applied the principle of organized effort, while the other man did not. In the little city of Shelby, Ohio, this principle of organized effort was applied for the purpose of creating a closer alliance between the churches and the businesses of a community. The clergymen and businessmen formed an alliance, with the result that practically every church in the city was squarely behind every businessman, and every businessman was squarely behind every church. The effect was the strengthening of the churches and the businesses to such an extent that it has been said it would be practically impossible for any individual member of either to fail in their calling. The others who belong to the alliance will permit no such failures. Here is an example of what may happen when groups form an alliance for the purpose of placing the combined power of the group behind each individual. The alliance has brought both material and moral advantages to the city of Shelby, such as are enjoyed by few other cities of its size in America. The plan has worked so effectively and so satisfactorily that a movement is now underway to extend it into other cities throughout America. Commentary. E. Cullen Lindsay was a shoe salesman for the Belk Brothers store in Charlotte, North Carolina. There were many other clerks in that store, but Lindsay had the idea of proposing a new store in cooperation with the Belk family. 40 years later, he headed the 35-store chain of Belk-Lindsay department stores in the South, while the other salespeople he worked with still wondered what had happened. All that happened was that Lindsay applied organized effort and the others did not. John Needetch was one of millions of overweight people in America during the 1960s, and she knew many other people who were in a similar position. She realized how powerful it would be to bring those people together to inspire each other, to share experiences in losing weight, so Jean Needetch founded Weight Watchers. From a first meeting with just 50 people, Weight Watchers grew into an organization of more than 1 million members because Needetch understood the importance of organized effort in helping others. Alliances. In order that you may gain a still more concrete vision of just how this principle of organized effort can be made powerful, stop for a moment and try to imagine what would likely be the result if every church and every newspaper and every Rotary Club and every Kiwanis Club and every advertising club and every women's club and every other civic organization of a similar nature in your city or in any other city in the United States should get together and form an alliance for the purpose of pooling their power and using it for the benefit of all members of these organizations. The results that might easily be attained by such an alliance stagger the imagination. There are 3 outstanding powers in the world of organized effort: the churches, the schools, and the newspapers. Think what might easily happen if these 3 great powers and molders of public opinion were to ally themselves for the purpose of bringing about any needed change in human conduct. They could in a single generation so modify the present standard of business ethics, for example, that it would practically be business suicide for any company or individual to attempt to transact business under any standard except that of the Golden Rule. Such an alliance could be made to produce sufficient influence to change in a single generation the business, social, and moral tendencies of the entire civilized world. Such an alliance would have sufficient power to force on the minds of the upcoming generations any ideals desired. Power is organized effort, as has already been stated, and success is based upon power. That you may have a clear concept of what is meant by the term organized effort, I have made use of the foregoing illustrations. For the sake of further emphasis, I am going to repeat the statement that the accumulation of great wealth and the attainment of any high station in life, such as those that constitute what we ordinarily call success, are based on the vision to comprehend and the ability to assimilate and apply the major principles of the 17 lessons of this course. This course is in complete harmony with the principles of economics and the principles of applied psychology. You will observe that when a lesson depends for its practical application on the student having knowledge of psychology, that lesson has been supplemented with sufficient explanation of the psychological principles involved to render it easily understood. A good encyclopedia contains most of the known facts of the world, but they are as useless as sand dunes until organized and expressed in terms of action. Before the manuscripts for this course went to the publisher, they were submitted to some of the foremost bankers and businessmen of America so that they might be examined, analyzed, and criticized by the most practical of minds. One of the best-known bankers in New York City returned the manuscripts with the following comment: "I hold a master's degree from Yale, but I would willingly exchange all that this degree has brought me in return for what your course on the law of success would have brought me had I been afforded the privilege of making it a part of my training while I was studying at Yale." My wife and daughter have also read the manuscripts, and my wife has named your course the Master Keyboard of Life, because she believes that all who understand how to apply it may play a perfect symphony in their respective callings, just as a pianist may play any tune once the keyboard of the piano and the fundamentals of music have been mastered. No two people on earth are exactly alike, and for this reason, no two people would be expected to gain from this course the same viewpoint. You should read the course, understand it, and then appropriate from it whatever you need to develop a well-rounded personality. Analyze yourself. This book has been compiled for the purpose of helping you find out what are your natural talents, and for the purpose of helping organize, coordinate, and put into use the knowledge gained from experience. For more than 20 years, I have been gathering, classifying, and organizing this material. During the past 14 years, I have analyzed more than 16,000 men and women, and all of the vital facts gathered from these analyses have been carefully organized and woven into this course. These analyses brought out many interesting facts that have helped to make this course practical and usable. For example, it was discovered that 95% of all who were analyzed were failures and only 5% were successes. Here the term failure means they had failed to find happiness in the ordinary necessities of life without almost unbearable struggle. Perhaps this is about the proportion of successes and failures that might be found if all the people of the world were accurately analyzed. The struggle for a mere existence is tremendous among people who have not learned how to organize and direct their natural talents, while the attainment of those necessities, as well as the acquiring of many of the luxuries, is comparatively simple among those who have mastered the principle of organized effort. One of the most startling facts brought to light by those 16,000 analyses was the discovery that the 95% who were classed as failures were in that class because they had no definite chief aim in life, while the 5% of successful ones not only had purposes that were definite, but they also had definite plans for the attainment of their purposes. Another important fact disclosed by these analyses was that the 95% constituting the failures were engaged in work they did not like, while the 5% constituting the successful ones were doing what they liked best. It is doubtful whether a person could be a failure while engaged in work he or she liked best. Another vital fact learned from the analyses was that all of the 5% who were succeeding had formed the habit of systematically saving money, while the 95% who were failures saved little. This is worthy of serious thought. One of the chief objects of this course is to aid you in performing your chosen work in such a way that it will yield the greatest returns in both money and happiness. Take your measure. Make a self-analysis. If you will answer each of these questions truthfully, you will know more about yourself than the majority of people. Study the questions carefully, come back to them once each week for several months, and you will be astounded at the amount of additional knowledge of great value to yourself you will have gained by answering truthfully. If you are not certain as to the answers to some of the questions, seek the counsel of those who know you well, especially those who have no motive in flattering you, and see yourself through their eyes. Commentary. The following is Hill's self-analysis test, which is taken from his book Think and Grow Rich. Do you often complain of feeling bad? If so, why? Do you find fault with other people easily? Do you often make mistakes in your work? Are you sarcastic and obnoxious? Do you deliberately avoid anyone? Why? Does life seem futile and hopeless to you? Do you often feel self-pity? If so, why? Do you envy people who are more successful? Do you devote more time to thinking about success or failure? Are you gaining or losing self-confidence as you grow older? Do you learn from your mistakes? Are you permitting a relative or friend to worry you? Are you sometimes elated and sometimes depressed? Who is the most inspiring person you know? Do you put up with negative influences? Are you careless about your personal appearance? Do you avoid your troubles by being busy? Do you let other people do your thinking for you? Are you annoyed by petty disturbances? Do you resort to liquor, drugs, or cigarettes to calm you down? Does anyone nag you? Do you have an aim in life and a plan for achieving it? Do you suffer from any of the 6 basic fears? Do you have a way to shield yourself from the negative effects of others? Do you actively attempt to keep your mind positive? What do you value more, your physical possessions or your ability to control your own thoughts? Are you easily influenced by others? Have you learned anything of value today? Do you accept responsibility for problems? Do you analyze mistakes and try to learn from them? Can you name your 3 most damaging weaknesses and explain what you are doing to combat them? Do you encourage others to bring their troubles to you for sympathy? Does your presence have a negative influence on others? What habits in others annoy you the most? Do you form your own opinions or do you let yourself be influenced by others? Does your job inspire you? Do you have spiritual forces powerful enough to keep you free from fear? If you believe that birds of a feather flock together, what do you know about your friends? Do you see any connection between your friends and some unhappiness in your life? Is it possible that some close friend or associate has a negative influence on your mind? What criteria do you use to determine who is helpful to you and who is harmful? Are your intimate associates mentally superior or inferior to you? How much time out of every day do you devote to your occupation, sleep, play, and relaxation, acquiring useful knowledge, or plain waste? Who among your friends and family encourages you the most, cautions you the most, discourages you the most? What is your greatest worry? Why do you tolerate it? When others offer you unsolicited advice, do you accept it without question, or do you analyze their motive for giving it? What above all else do you desire? Do you intend to get it? Are you willing to subordinate all other goals for this one? How much time do you devote to it daily? Do you change your mind often? Do you usually finish what you start? Are you easily impressed by other people's business titles, college degrees, or wealth? Are you often concerned about what other people might think or say of you? Do you try to make friends with people because of their social status or wealth? Whom do you believe to be the greatest person living? How is this person superior to you? How much time have you devoted to studying and answering these questions? At least 1 full day is needed to contemplate your answers in order to truthfully answer these questions. A definite chief aim. The keynote of this entire lesson may be found in the word definite. It is most appalling to know that 95% of the people of the world are drifting aimlessly through life without the slightest concept of the work for which they are best fitted, and with no concept whatsoever of even the need for such a thing as a definite objective toward which to strive. There is a psychological as well as an economic reason for the selection of a definite chief aim in life. Let us devote our attention to the psychological side of the question first. It is a well-established principle of psychology that a person's acts are always in harmony with the dominating thoughts of his or her mind. No position in life can be secure, and no achievement can be permanent unless built upon truth and justice. Any definite chief aim that is deliberately fixed in the mind and held there with a firm determination to realize it finally saturates the entire subconscious mind until it automatically influences the physical action of the body toward the attainment of that purpose. Your definite chief aim in life should be selected with deliberate care, and after it has been selected, it should be written out and placed where you will see it at least once a day. The psychological effect of this is to impress this purpose upon your subconscious mind so strongly that it accepts the purpose as a pattern or blueprint that will eventually dominate your activities in life and lead you step by step toward the attainment of the object behind that purpose. The principle of psychology through which you can impress your definite chief aim on your subconscious mind is autosuggestion, or suggestion that you repeatedly make to yourself. It is a degree of self-hypnotism, but do not be afraid of it, for it was through the aid of this same principle that Napoleon lifted himself from the lowly station of poverty-stricken Corsican to the dictatorship of France. It is through the aid of this same principle that Thomas Edison has risen from his lowly beginning to become accepted as the leading inventor of the world. It was also through the aid of this principle that Lincoln bridged the mighty chasm between his lowly birth in a log cabin in the mountains of Kentucky and the presidency of the greatest nation on earth. And it was through the aid of this principle that Theodore Roosevelt became one of the most aggressive leaders that ever reached the presidency of the United States. Autosuggestion. You need have no fear of the principle of autosuggestion, as long as you are sure that the objective for which you are striving is one that will bring you happiness of an enduring nature. Be sure that your definite purpose is constructive, that its attainment will bring hardship and misery to no one, that it will bring you peace and prosperity. Then apply, to the limit of your understanding, the principle of self-suggestion for the speedy attainment of this purpose. On the street corner just opposite the room in which I am writing, I see a man who stands there all day long and sells peanuts. He is busy every minute. When not actually engaged in making a sale, he is roasting peanuts and packing them in little bags. He is one of that great army constituting the 95% who have no definite purpose in life. He is selling peanuts not because he likes the work better than anything else he might do, but because he never sat down and thought out a definite purpose that would bring him greater returns for his labor. He is selling peanuts because he is a drifter on the sea of life. And one of the tragedies of his work is that the same amount of effort he puts into it, if directed along other lines, would bring him much greater returns. Another of the tragedies of this man's work is that he is unconsciously making use of the principle of self-suggestion, but he is doing it to his own disadvantage. No doubt, if a picture could be made of his thoughts, there would be nothing in that picture except a peanut roaster, some little paper bags, and a crowd of people buying peanuts. This man could get out of the peanut business if he had both the vision and the ambition first to imagine himself in a more profitable calling, and then the perseverance to hold that picture before his mind until it influenced him to take the necessary steps to enter a more profitable calling. He puts sufficient labor into his work to bring him a substantial return if that labor were directed toward the attainment of a definite purpose that offered bigger returns. One of my closest personal friends is also one of the best-known writers and public speakers in this country. About 10 years ago, he saw the possibilities of this principle of self-suggestion and began immediately to harness it and put it to work. He worked out a plan for its application that proved to be very effective. At the time, he was neither a writer nor a speaker. Each night, just before going to sleep, he would shut his eyes and see, in his imagination, a long council table at which he placed, also in his imagination, certain well-known men whose characteristics he wished to absorb into his own personality. At the end of this table he placed Lincoln, and on either side of the table he placed Napoleon, Washington, Emerson, and Elbert Hubbard. He then proceeded to talk to these imaginary figures that he had seated at his imaginary council table in something like this manner. Mr. Lincoln, I desire to build in my own character those qualities of patience and fairness toward all mankind, and a keen sense of humor, which were your outstanding characteristics. I need these qualities, and I shall not be content until I have developed them. Mr. Washington, I desire to build in my own character those qualities of patriotism and self-sacrifice and leadership, which were your outstanding characteristics. Mr. Emerson, I desire to build in my own character those qualities of vision and the ability to interpret the laws of nature, as written in the rocks of prison walls and growing trees and flowing brooks and growing flowers and the faces of little children, which were your outstanding characteristics. Napoleon, I desire to build in my own character those qualities of self-reliance and the strategic ability to master obstacles and profit by mistakes and develop strength out of defeat, which were your outstanding characteristics. Mr. Hubbard, I desire to develop the ability to equal and even to excel the ability which you possessed, to express yourself in clear, concise, and forceful language. Night after night, for many months, this man saw these men seated around that imaginary council table, until finally he had imprinted their outstanding characteristics upon his own subconscious mind so clearly that he began to develop a personality which was a composite of their personalities. Napoleon Hill was by no means the first to encourage the use of autosuggestion. Perhaps the best-known advocate was French psychiatrist Émile Coué. A contemporary of Freud in the late 1800s, Coué advocated the use of autosuggestion by the repetition of statements that he termed positive affirmations. He developed what he considered to be a perfect positive statement that was non-specific and could be used to improve any aspect of anyone's life. Coué instructed his patients to repeat the following phrase several times a day. Every day, in every way, I am getting better and better. Word of his success with the method quickly spread, and the use of the phrase practically became a movement in Europe. When Coué traveled to America on a lecture tour, the press of the day found his idea to be too simplistic and parodied his affirmation with their own version. Hell's bells, I'm well. It made Coué a laughingstock, and just as had happened when stage magicians cast doubt on the efficacy of hypnosis, Coué's method of positive affirmation fell into disrepute. Serious scientists and therapists continued to work with these methods, but as with Hill's theories about the power of the mind to heal the body, it took the openness of the latter part of the 20th century before the techniques of self-hypnosis, autosuggestion, and positive affirmation once again. If you wish to increase your knowledge of these techniques, the following books will provide you with a diversity of information. Creative Visualization by Shakti Gawain, Psycho-Cybernetics by Dr. Maxwell Maltz, Visualization, Directing the Movies of Your Mind by Adelaide Bry, Getting Well Again by Dr. O. Carl Simonton, Self-Hypnosis by Leslie M. Leckrone. The subconscious mind may be likened to a magnet. When it has been vitalized and thoroughly saturated with any definite purpose, it has a decided tendency to attract all that is necessary for the fulfillment of that purpose. Like attracts like, and you may see evidence of this law in every blade of grass and every growing tree. The acorn attracts from the soil and the air the necessary materials out of which to grow an oak tree. It never grows a tree that is part oak and part poplar. Every grain of wheat that is planted in the soil attracts the materials out of which to grow a stalk of wheat. It never makes a mistake and grows both oats and wheat on the same stalk. People, too, are subject to this same law of attraction. Go into any cheap boarding house district in any city, and there you will find people of the same general trend of mind associated together. Or go into any prosperous community, and there you will also find people of the same general tendencies associated together. Those who are successful always seek the company of others who are successful. Those who are on the ragged side of life always seek the company of those who are in similar circumstances. Misery loves company. Water seeks its level with no finer certainty than we all seek the company of those who occupy our own general status, financially and mentally. A Yale University professor and an illiterate hobo have nothing in common. They would be miserable if thrown together for any length of time. Oil and water will mix about as readily as will people who have nothing in common. All of which leads up to this. You will attract to you people who harmonize with your own philosophy of life, whether you wish it or not. This being true, can you not see now the importance of vitalizing your mind with a definite chief aim that will attract to you people who will be of help to you and not a hindrance? Suppose your definite chief aim is far above your present station in life. What of it? It is your privilege, in fact, it is your duty to aim high in life. You owe it to yourself and to the community in which you live to set a high standard for yourself. There is much evidence to justify the belief that nothing within reason is beyond the possibility of attainment by the person whose definite chief aim has been well developed. Some years ago, Louis Victor Eitinge was given a life sentence in the Arizona penitentiary. Do not Tell the world what you can do. Show it. A definite chief's aim. At the time of his imprisonment, he was an all-round bad man, by his own admissions. In addition to this, it was believed that he would die of tuberculosis within a year. Eitinge had reason to feel discouraged if anyone ever had. Public feeling against him was intense, and he did not have a single friend in the world who came forth and offered him encouragement or help. Then something happened in his own mind that gave him back his health, put the dreaded disease to rout, and finally unlocked the prison gates and gave him his freedom. What was that something? It was that he had made up his mind to whip the White Plague and regain his health. It was a very definite chief aim. In less than a year from the time his decision was made, he had won. Then he extended that definite chief aim by making up his mind to gain his freedom. Soon the prison walls melted from around him. The details of this case are interesting. In prison, Louis Eitinge decided to become a writer. He took magazines, catalogs, and anything else that contained marketing copy, and he began to rewrite it. As his confidence in what he was doing grew, he sent the revised copy to the companies that had produced it. Some were not flattered, but others recognized that he had skill. Soon he was earning a good sum of money, but more important, his dedication impressed a group of his clients, and they decided to help him. They petitioned the governor of Arizona for clemency. It took some time, but Eitinge was eventually freed and walked out of the prison and into a job with a public relations firm. No undesirable environment is strong enough to hold the man or woman who understands how to apply the principle of autosuggestion in the creation of a definite chief aim. Such a person can throw off the shackles of poverty, destroy the most deadly disease germs, rise from a lowly station in life to power and plenty. All great leaders base their leadership on a definite chief aim. Followers are willing followers when they know their leader is a person with a definite chief aim who has the courage to back up that purpose with action. Even a balky horse knows when a driver with a definite chief aim takes hold of the reins, and it yields to that driver. When a person with a definite chief aim starts through a crowd, everybody stands aside and makes way for them. But let that person hesitate and show by their actions that they are not sure which way they want to go, and the crowd will step all over their toes and refuse to budge an inch out of the way. Nowhere is the lack of a definite chief aim more noticeable or more detrimental than it is in the relationship between parent and child. Children sense very quickly the wavering attitude of their parents, and they will take advantage of that attitude quite freely. It is the same all through life. Those with a definite chief aim command respect and attention at all times. In 1990, Douglas Grant was paralyzed in an accident that left him in a wheelchair. But instead of deciding that his life was over, Grant embarked on the pursuit of a definite chief aim. His father had told him he would never walk again unless he had a vision in life. Grant's vision was not just to walk, but to win a gold medal as a weightlifter. "I decided I would make it happen," he says. He created his own strategy for rehabilitation, and it started to restore his mobility. By 1993, he was not only walking, but he had also won the World Championships of Powerlifting, getting that gold medal he had dreamed of. Grant's battle to restore his strength had also excited his interest in nutrition. He created a mastermind with a leading authority on enzymes and developed an enzyme-activated nutritional system called Infinity II. The program is now used by such professional teams as the New York Yankees and the Houston Rockets, and Grant's company is doing millions of dollars of business each year. The definite purpose in finance. So much for the psychological viewpoint of a definite purpose. Let us now look at its economic side. If a ship lost its rudder in mid-ocean and began circling around, it would soon exhaust its fuel supply without reaching shore, despite that it would use up enough energy to carry it to shore and back several times. The person who labors without a definite purpose backed by a definite plan for its attainment resembles the ship that has lost its rudder. Hard labor and good intentions are not sufficient to carry anyone through to success, for how may any of us be sure that we have attained success unless a definite, desired objective had been established in our minds? Every well-built house started in the form of a definite purpose plus a definite plan in the nature of a set of blueprints. Imagine what would happen if one tried to build a house by the haphazard method. Without plans, workmen would be in each other's way, Building materials would be piled all over the lot before the foundation was even completed, and everybody on the job would have a different notion as to how the house ought to be built. The result? As a pastor, we cannot ignore the loss and heartbreak that our individuals and churches are facing. Result: coffee. Yet have you ever stopped to think that most people finish school, take up employment, or enter a trade or profession without the slightest concept of anything that even remotely resembles a definite purpose or a definite plan? In view of the fact that science has provided reasonably accurate ways and means of analyzing character and determining the work for which people are best fitted, does it not seem a modern tragedy that 95% of the adult population of the world is made up of men and women who are failures because they have not found their proper niches in the world's work? If success depends upon power, and if power is organized effort, and if the first step in the direction of organization is a definite purpose, then one may easily see why such a purpose is essential. Until you select a definite purpose in life, you dissipate your energies and spread your thoughts over so many subjects and in so many different directions that they lead not to power, but to indecision and weakness. With the aid of a magnifying glass, you can teach yourself a great lesson on the value of organized effort. Through the use of such a glass, you can focus the sun's rays on a definite spot so strongly that they will burn a hole through a plank. Remove the glass, which represents the definite purpose, and the same rays of sun may shine on that same plank for 1,000,000 years without burning it. 1,000 electric dry batteries, when properly organized and connected together with wires, will produce enough power to run a good-sized piece of machinery for several hours. But take those same battery cells singly, disconnected, and not one of them would exert enough energy to turn the machinery over once. The faculties of your mind might properly be likened to those dry cells. When you organize your faculties according to the plan laid down in the 17 lessons of this course on the laws of success, and then direct them toward the attainment of a definite purpose in life, you will be taking advantage of the cooperative or accumulative principle out of which power is developed, which is called organized effort. Andrew Carnegie's advice was, place all your eggs in one basket and then watch the basket to see that no one kicks it over. By that he meant, of course, that we should not dissipate any of our energies by engaging in sidelines. Carnegie was a sound economist, and he knew that most people would do well if they harnessed and directed their energies so that some one thing would be done well. When the plan behind this course was initially developed, I had taken the first manuscript to a professor at the University of Texas. In a spirit of enthusiasm, I suggested to him that I had discovered a principle that would be of aid to me in every public speech I delivered in future, because I would be better prepared to organize and marshal my thoughts. He looked at the outline of the points for a few minutes, then turned to me and said, "Yes, your discovery is going to help you make better speeches, but that is not all it will do. It will help you become a more effective writer, for I have noticed in your previous writings a tendency to scatter your thoughts. For instance, if you started to describe a beautiful mountain yonder in the distance, you would be apt to sidetrack your description by calling attention to a beautiful bed of wildflowers, or a running brook, or a singing bird, detouring here and there, zigzag fashion, before finally arriving at the proper point from which to view the mountain. In the future, you are going to find it much less difficult to describe an object, whether you are speaking or writing, because your 17 points represent the very foundation of organization. A man who had no legs once met a man who was blind. He proposed to the blind man that they form an alliance that would be of great benefit to both. 'You let me climb upon your back,' said he to the blind man, 'then I will use your legs and you may use my eyes. Between the two of us, we will get along more rapidly.' Marty and Helen Shee are a brother and sister team that has proven the value of a mastermind in turning organized effort into success. In 1919, they opened a flower stall on a street corner in Los Angeles. Their first day, they took in just $1.99. Together, they worked hard. One of their smartest decisions was to record as many details as possible about each of their customers. This allowed them to call and remind people of approaching birthdays, anniversaries, and special events, saving many a forgetful customer from embarrassment and earning the Shees enormous goodwill. From this simple start, the Shees began compiling a valuable database. This value was increased by the fact that the Shees were targeting the Asian American community, one that many businesses had overlooked. From there, the Shees developed a full-service referral company for new Asian immigrants who can call and talk to operators who speak Mandarin, Cantonese, Korean, or Japanese. Internet web pages are available in the same languages. Their Asian American Association then allied with such major companies as DHL, New York Life, and Sprint. Marketing services to a community that is often hard to reach. Annual sales are more than $200 million, 0 cents. The Shees' simple venture into flower selling showed them an opportunity. Their dedicated, organized effort gave them the means to fill it. Now Fortune 500 companies are their allies in growing their business. Out of allied effort comes greater power. This is a point worthy of much repetition. The great fortunes of the world have been accumulated through the use of this principle of allied effort. What one individual can accomplish single-handedly during an entire lifetime is but meager at best, no matter how well organized that individual may be. But what one person may accomplish through the principle of alliance with others is practically without limitation. That mastermind to which Andrew Carnegie referred during my interview with him was made up of more than a score of minds. In that group were men of practically every temperament and inclination. Each was there to play a certain part, and he did nothing else. There was perfect understanding and teamwork among them. It was Carnegie's business to keep harmony among them, and he did it wonderfully well. If you are familiar with team sports, you know, of course, that the winning team is the one that best coordinates the efforts of its players. Teamwork wins. It is the same in the great game of life. In your struggle for success, you should constantly keep in mind the necessity of knowing what it is that you want, of knowing precisely what your definite purpose is. At the same time, keep in mind the value of the principle of organized effort in the attainment of whatever it is that constitutes your definite purpose. In a vague sort of way, nearly everyone has a definite purpose, the desire for money. But this is not a definite purpose within the meaning of the term as it is used in this lesson. Before your purpose could be considered definite, even though that purpose were the accumulation of money, you would have to reach a decision as to the precise method through which you intend to accumulate that money. It would be insufficient for you to say that you would make money by going into some sort of business. You would have to decide just what line of business. You would also have to decide just where you would locate. And you would also have to decide the business policies under which you would conduct your business. In answering the question, what is your definite purpose in life, which appears in the questionnaire that I have used for the analysis of more than 16,000 people, many answered in somewhat this way. My definite purpose in life is to be of as much service to the world as possible and to earn a good living. That answer is about as definite as a frog's concept of the size of the universe is accurate. The object of this lesson is not to inform you as to what your life's work should be, for indeed this could be done with accuracy only after you have been completely analyzed. What this lesson is intended to do is to impress upon your mind a clear concept of the value of a definite purpose of some nature and, as has also been stated, to be sure that you understand the value of organized effort as a means of attaining the necessary power with which to achieve that definite purpose. Careful observation of the business philosophy of more than 100 men and women who have attained outstanding success in their respective callings disclose the fact that each was a person of prompt and definite decision. The habit of working with a definite chief aim will create in you the habit of prompt decision, and this habit will come to your aid in all that you do. Moreover, the habit of working with a definite chief aim will help you to concentrate all your attention on any given task until you have mastered it. Concentration of effort and the habit of working with a definite chief aim are two of the essential factors in success, which are always found together. One leads to the other. The best-known, most successful business leaders were all people of prompt decision who always worked with one main, outstanding purpose as a chief aim. The following are some notable examples. F.W. Woolworth chose as his definite chief aim the belting of America with a chain of stores, and concentrated his mind on this one task until he made it and it made him. William Wrigley concentrated on the production and sale of a 5-cent package of chewing gum and turned this one idea into millions of dollars. Thomas Edison concentrated his efforts on the understanding of physical laws, and he created more useful inventions than any other man who ever lived. R.H. Ingersoll concentrated on a $1 watch and girdled the earth with them. E. Statler concentrated on home-like hotel service and made himself wealthy and useful to millions of people. Woodrow Wilson concentrated on the White House for 25 years and became its chief tenant because he knew the value of sticking to a definite chief aim. Abraham Lincoln concentrated his mind on freeing the slaves and became our greatest American president while doing it. John D. Rockefeller concentrated on oil, and he became the richest man of his generation. Henry Ford concentrated on inexpensive transportation for ordinary people and made himself the richest and most powerful man alive. Andrew Carnegie concentrated on steel, made a great fortune, and plastered his name on public libraries throughout America. King Gillette concentrated on a safety razor, gave the entire world a close shave, and made himself a multimillionaire. George Eastman concentrated on the Kodak camera and made the idea yield him a fortune while bringing much pleasure to millions of people. William Randolph Hearst concentrated on publishing sensational newspapers and made the idea worth millions of dollars. Helen Keller concentrated on learning to speak, and though she was deaf, dumb, and blind, she realized her definite chief aim. Marshall Field concentrated on the world's greatest retail store, and it rose before him, a reality. Philip Armour concentrated on the butchering business and established a great industry as well as a big fortune. The Wright brothers concentrated on the airplane and mastered the air. George Pullman concentrated on the sleeping car, and the idea made him rich and millions of people comfortable in travel. Millions of people are concentrating daily on poverty and failure, and getting both in overabundance. There are many more examples. Marie Curie concentrated on scientific investigation and was the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, and the first person to ever win it twice. Coco Chanel concentrated on elegant fashion and defined the way women dressed for a generation. Henry Kaiser concentrated on building ships and built the American Navy during the Second World War. Ray Kroc concentrated on hamburgers and made McDonald's the world's most successful restaurant. Martin Luther King Jr. concentrated on civil rights and led Americans of all colors forward. Sam Walton concentrated on low prices and spread his stores across the country like a carpet. George Lucas concentrated on Star Wars and made it into the most successful movie franchise of all time. Stephen King concentrated on supernatural suspense novels and became the best-selling writer of his day. Ted Turner concentrated on cable television and built an enormous media conglomerate. Harry Helmsley concentrated on real estate and amassed more than $1 billion, 0 cents, in land in New York City. Oprah Winfrey concentrated on succeeding as a television broadcaster, got her own talk show, created her own studio, and became the most successful and wealthiest woman in the media. Bill Gates concentrated on software and became America's richest person. Would you add? Finding your life's work. Thus, it will be seen that all who succeed work with some definite, outstanding aim as the object of their labors. There is some one thing that you can do better than anyone else in the world could do it. Search until you find out what this particular line of endeavor is, make it the object of your definite chief aim, and then organize all of your forces and attack it with the belief that you are going to win. In your search for the work for which you are best suited, it will be well if you bear in mind that you will most likely attain the greatest success by finding out what work you like best. It is a well-known fact that a person generally best succeeds in the particular line of endeavor into which they can throw their whole heart and soul. Anyone can start, but only the thoroughbred will finish. As with so much of what Hill wrote, his advice to focus on that for which you are best suited as your life's work has also been expanded upon by many other authors. It is the genesis of numerous bestsellers, including Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway by Susan Jeffers and Wishcraft by Barbara Sher with Annie Gottlieb. Let us go back, for the sake of clarity and emphasis, to the psychological principles upon which this lesson is founded, because it will mean a loss you can ill afford if you fail to grasp the real reason for establishing a definite chief aim in your mind. These principles are: first, every voluntary movement of the human body is caused, controlled, and directed by thought through the operation of the mind. Second, the presence of any thought or idea in your consciousness tends to produce an associated feeling and urge you to transform that feeling into appropriate muscular action that is in perfect harmony with the nature of the thought. For example, if you think of winking your eyelid and there are no counter-influences or thoughts in your mind at the time to stop that action, the motor nerve will carry your thought from the seat of government in your brain, and the appropriate or corresponding muscular action takes place immediately. Stating this principle from another angle, you choose, for example, a definite purpose as your life's work and make up your mind that you will carry out that purpose. From the very moment that you make this choice, this purpose becomes the dominating thought in your consciousness, and you are constantly on the alert for facts, information, and knowledge with which to achieve that purpose. From the time that you plant a definite purpose in your mind begins, both consciously and unconsciously, to gather and store away the material with which you are to accomplish that purpose. Desire is the factor that determines what your definite purpose in life shall be. No one can select your dominating desire for you, but once you select it yourself, it becomes your definite chief aim and occupies the spotlight of your mind until it is transformed into reality, unless you permit it to be pushed aside by conflicting desires. To emphasize the principle I am trying to make clear, I believe it not unreasonable to suggest that to be sure of successful achievement, one's definite chief aim in life should be backed with a burning desire for its achievement. I have noticed that boys and girls who enter college and pay their way through by working seem to get more out of their schooling than do those whose expenses are paid for them. The secret of this may be found in the fact that those who are willing to work their way through are blessed with a burning desire for education. And such a desire, if the object of the desire is within reason, is practically sure of realization. Science has established beyond the slightest room for doubt that through the principle of autosuggestion, any deeply rooted desire saturates the entire body and mind with the nature of the desire and literally transforms the mind into a powerful magnet that will attract the object of the desire, if it is within reason. For those who might not properly interpret the meaning of this statement, I will explain this principle in another way. For example, merely desiring an automobile will not cause that automobile to come rolling in. But if there is a burning desire for an automobile, that desire will lead to the appropriate action through which an automobile may be paid for. Similarly, merely desiring freedom would never release a prisoner if that desire were not sufficiently strong to cause him to do something to entitle himself to freedom. Beyond your burning desire, these are the steps leading from desire to fulfillment. First, the burning desire, then the crystallization of that desire into a definite purpose, then sufficient appropriate action to achieve that purpose. Remember that these three steps are always necessary to ensure success. I knew a very poor girl from a troubled family who had a burning desire for friends. She finally got many of them and a husband too, but not without having transformed that desire into the development of a very attractive personality, which in turn attracted other people. I once had a burning desire to be able to analyze character accurately. That desire was so persistent and so deeply seated that it practically drove me into 10 years of research and study of men and women. George S. Parker makes one of the best fountain pens in the world, and despite the fact that his business is conducted from the little city of Janesville, Wisconsin, he has spread his product all around the globe and has his pen on sale in every civilized country. More than 20 years ago, Mr. Parker's definite purpose was established in his mind. And that purpose was to produce the best fountain pen that money could buy. He backed that purpose with a burning desire for its realization. And if you carry a fountain pen, the chances are that you have evidence in your own possession that it has brought him abundant success. You are a contractor and builder, and, like those who build houses of wood and brick and steel, you must draw up a set of plans from which to construct your building. You are living in a wonderful age, when the materials that go into success are plentiful and cheap. You have at your disposal, in the archives of the public libraries, the carefully compiled results of 2,000 years of research, covering practically every possible line of endeavor in which one would wish to engage. If you wish to become a member of the clergy, you have at hand the entire history of what has been learned by men and women who have preceded you in this field. If you want to become a mechanic, you have at hand the entire history of the inventions of machines and the discovery and use of metals. If you wish to become a lawyer, you have at your disposal the entire history of law procedure. Through the Department of Agriculture in Washington, D.C., you have at your disposal all that has been learned about farming and agriculture, should you wish to find your life's work in this field. Commentary. Here, as in many other places, Hill seems very far ahead of his time. In the preceding passage, he anticipates the age of the internet, recognizing that information may be the most valuable commodity any man or woman can possess. The world was never so resplendent with opportunity as it is today. Everywhere, there is an ever-increasing demand for the services of the man or the woman who makes a better mousetrap or performs a better service or preaches a better sermon or digs a better ditch or runs a more accommodating bank. This lesson will not be completed until you have made your choice as to what your definite chief aim in life is to be, and then recorded a description of that definite purpose in writing, and placed it where you will see it every morning when you arise and every night before you retire. Procrastination is, but why preach about it? You know that you are the hewer of your own wood and the drawer of your own water and the shaper of your own definite chief aim in life. Therefore, why dwell on what you already know? A definite purpose is something that you must create for yourself. No one else will create it for you, and it will not create itself. What are you going to do about it, and when and how? Desire. Start now to analyze your desires and find out what it is that you wish. Then make up your mind to get it. Lesson 3 will point out to you the next step and show you how to proceed. Nothing is left to chance in this course. Every step is clearly marked. Your part is to follow the directions until you arrive at your destination, as represented by your definite chief aim. Make that aim clear and back it up with a persistence that does not recognize the word impossible. When you come to select your definite chief aim, just keep in mind that you cannot aim too high. Also keep in mind the never-varying truth that you'll get nowhere if you start nowhere. If your aim in life is vague, your achievements will also be vague, and it might well be added, very meager. Know what you want, when you want it, why you want it, and how you intend to get it. This is known to teachers and students of psychology as the WWWH formula. What, when, why, and how. Read this lesson 4 times, at intervals of 1 week apart. You will see much in the lesson the 4th time you read it that you did not see the first time. Your success in mastering this course and in making it bring you success will depend very largely, if not entirely, on how well you follow all the instructions it contains. Do not set up your own rules of study. Follow those laid down in the course. They are the result of years of thought and experimentation. If you wish to experiment, wait until you have mastered this course in the manner suggested. You will then be in a position to experiment more safely. For the present, content yourself by being the student. You will, let us hope, become the teacher as well as the student after you have followed the course until you have mastered it. If you follow the instructions laid down in this course, you can no more fail than water can run uphill above the level of its source. Applying the principles of this lesson. Through the introductory lesson, you became familiar with the mastermind principle of psychology. You are now ready to begin using this principle as a means of transforming your definite chief aim into reality. must have occurred to you that one might as well have no definite chief aim unless one also has a very definite and practical plan for turning that aim into a reality. Your first step is to decide what your major aim in life shall be. Your next step is to write out a clear, concise statement of this aim. This should be followed by a statement in writing of the plan or plans through which you intend to attain the object of your aim. Commentary. Almost 10 years later, when Hill wrote Think and Grow Rich, he placed even greater emphasis on the need to write down your chief aim. And as was mentioned earlier in this revised edition of Law of Success, most of the self-improvement and motivational books written since agree that it is not enough for you to just know intellectually what you want, you must commit it to paper. If Hill believed the actual act was important, and if hundreds of other motivational experts agree, then you would be foolish not to follow this simple advice. Just do it. Your next and final step will be the forming of an alliance with some person or persons who will cooperate with you in carrying out these plans and transforming your definite chief aim into reality. The purpose of this friendly alliance is to employ the law of the mastermind in support of your plans. The alliance should be made between yourself and those who have your highest and best interests at heart. If you are married, your spouse should be one of the members of this alliance, providing there exists between you a normal state of confidence and sympathy. Other members of this alliance may be your mother, father, brothers or sisters, or some close friend or friends. If you are a single person, your sweetheart, if you have one, should become a member of your alliance. This is no joke. You are now studying one of the most powerful laws of the human mind, and you will serve your own best interests by seriously and earnestly following the rules laid down in this lesson, even though you may not be sure where they will lead you. Those who join with you in the formation of a friendly alliance for the purpose of aiding you in the creation of a mastermind should sign with you your statement of the object of your definite chief aim. Every member of your alliance must be fully acquainted with the nature of your objective in forming the alliance. Moreover, every member must be in hearty accord with this objective and in full sympathy with you. Each member of your alliance must be supplied with a written copy of your statement of your definite chief aim. With this exception, however, you are explicitly instructed to keep the object of your chief aim to yourself. The world is full of doubting Thomases, and it will do you no good to have these rattle-brained people scoffing at you and your ambitions. Remember, what you need is friendly encouragement and help, not derision and doubt. If you believe in prayer, you are instructed to make your definite chief aim the object of your prayer at least once every 24 hours, and more often if convenient. If you believe there is a God who can and will aid those who are earnestly striving to be of constructive service in the world, surely you feel that you have a right to petition him for aid in the attainment of what should be the most important thing in life to you. If those who have been invited to join your friendly alliance believe in prayer, ask them to also include the object of this alliance as a part of their daily prayer. We come now to one of the most essential rules that you must follow. Arrange with one or all of the members of your friendly alliance to tell you, in the most positive and definite terms at their command, that they know you can and will realize the object of your definite chief aim. This affirmation or statement should be made to you at least once a day, more often if possible. These steps must be followed persistently, with full faith that they will lead you where you wish to go. It will not suffice to carry out these plans for a few days or a few weeks and then discontinue them. You must follow the described procedure until you attain the object of your definite chief aim, regardless of the time required. From time to time, it may become necessary to change the plans that you have adopted for the achievement of your definite chief aim. Make these changes without hesitation. No one has sufficient foresight to build plans that need no alteration or change. If any member of your friendly alliance loses faith in the law known as the mastermind, immediately remove that member and replace him or her with some other person. Andrew Carnegie said to me that he too had found it necessary to replace some of the members of his mastermind. In fact, he said that practically every member of whom his alliance was originally comprised had, in time, been removed and replaced with some other person who could adapt himself more loyally and enthusiastically to the spirit and objective of the alliance. You cannot succeed when surrounded by disloyal and unfriendly associates, no matter what the object of your definite chief aim may be. Success is built upon loyalty, faith, sincerity, cooperation, and the other positive forces essential to your environment. Many of you will want to form friendly alliances with those with whom you are associated professionally or in business, with the object of achieving success in your business or profession. In such cases, the same rules of procedure which have been here described should be followed. The object of your definite chief aim may be one that will benefit you individually, or it may be one that will benefit the business or profession with which you are connected. The law of the mastermind will work the same in either case. If you fail, either temporarily or permanently in the application of this law, it will be because some member of your alliance did not enter into the spirit of the alliance with faith, loyalty, and sincerity of purpose. The last sentence is worthy of a second reading. The object of your definite chief aim should become your hobby. Yes, he succeeded, but he almost failed. So did Robert Fulton and Abraham Lincoln and nearly all the others whom we call successful. No man ever achieved worthwhile success who did not at one time or other find himself with at least one foot hanging well over the brink of failure. You should ride this hobby continuously. You should sleep with it, eat with it, play with it, work with it, live with it, and think with it. Whatever you want, you may get. If you want it with sufficient intensity and keep on wanting it, providing the object wanted is one within reason, and you actually believe you will get it. There is a difference, however, between merely wishing for something and actually believing you will get it. A lack of understanding of this difference has meant failure to millions of people. The doers are the believers in all walks of life. Those who believe that they can achieve the object of their definite chief aim do not recognize the word impossible. Neither do they acknowledge a temporary defeat. They know they are going to succeed, and if one plan fails, they quickly replace it with another plan. Every noteworthy achievement met with some sort of temporary setback before success came. Edison conducted more than 10,000 experiments before he succeeded in making the first talking machine record the words, "Mary had a little lamb." If there is one word that should stand out in your mind in connection with this lesson, it is the word persistence. You now have within your possession the key to achievement. You have but to unlock the door to the temple of knowledge and walk in. But you must go to the temple, it will not come to you. If these laws are new to you, the going will not be easy at first. You will stumble many times, but keep moving. Very soon you will come to the brow of the mountain you have been climbing, and you will behold in the valleys below the rich estate of knowledge, which shall be your reward for your faith and efforts. Everything has a price. There is no such possibility as something for nothing. In your experiments with the law of the mastermind, you are jockeying with nature in her highest and noblest form. Nature cannot be tricked or cheated. She will give up to you the object of your struggles only after you have paid her price, which is continuous, unyielding, persistent effort. What more could be said on this subject? You have been shown what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and why you should do it. If you will master the next lesson on self-confidence, you will then have the faith in yourself to enable you to carry out the instructions laid down for your guidance in this lesson. Master of human destinies am I. Fame, love, and fortune on my footsteps wait. Cities and fields I walk. I penetrate deserts and seas remote, and passing by hovel and mart and palace, soon or late I knock, unbidden, once at every gate. If sleeping, wake. If feasting, rise before. I turn away. It is the hour of fate, and they who follow me reach every state mortals desire and conquer every foe save death. But those who doubt or hesitate are condemned to failure, penury, and woe. Seek me in vain and uselessly implore. I answer not and I return no more. Neglecting to broaden their view has kept some people doing one thing all their lives. Amid all the mysteries by which we are surrounded, nothing is more certain than that we are in the presence of an infinite and eternal energy from which all things proceed. Herbert Spencer. Lesson 3. Self-confidence. You can do it if you believe you can. Before approaching the fundamental principles upon which this lesson is founded, it will be of benefit to you to keep in mind that it is practical. It brings you the discoveries of more than 25 years of research. It has the approval of the leading scientific men and women of the world who have tested every principle involved. Skepticism is the deadly enemy of progress and self-development. You might as well lay this book aside and stop right here as to approach this lesson with the feeling that it was written by some theorist who had never tested the principles upon which the lesson is based. Surely this is no age for the skeptic, because it is an age in which we have seen more of nature's laws uncovered and harnessed than had been discovered in all past history of the human race. Within 3 decades, we have witnessed the mastery of the air. We have explored the ocean. We have all but annihilated distances on the earth. We have harnessed the lightning and made it turn the wheels of industry. We have made 7 blades of grass grow where but one grew before. We have instantaneous communication between the nations of the world. Truly, this is an age of illumination and unfoldment, but we have as yet barely scratched the surface of knowledge. However, when we shall have unlocked the gate that leads to the secret power that is stored up within us, it will bring us knowledge that will make all past discoveries pale into oblivion by comparison. Thought is the most highly organized form of energy known, and this is an age of experimentation and research that is sure to bring us into greater understanding of that mysterious force called thought. We have already found out enough about the human mind to know that one may throw off the accumulated effects of 1,000 generations of fear through the aid of the principle of autosuggestion. We have already discovered the fact that fear is the chief reason for poverty and failure, and misery that takes on 1,000 different forms. We have already discovered the fact that the person who masters fear may continue on to successful achievement in practically any undertaking, despite all efforts to defeat them. The development of self-confidence starts with the elimination of this demon called fear, which sits on a person's shoulder and whispers into their ear, "You can't do it. You are afraid to try. You are afraid of public opinion. You are afraid that you will fail. You are afraid you do not have the ability." This fear demon is getting into close quarters. Science has found a deadly weapon with which to put it to flight, and this lesson on self-confidence has brought you this weapon for use in your battle with that enemy of progress, fear. The 6 basic fears of mankind. Every person falls heir to the influence of 6 basic fears. Under these 6 fears may be listed the lesser fears. The 6 basic or major fears are identified here, and the sources from which they are believed to have developed are described. The 6 basic fears are the fear of poverty, the fear of old age, the fear of criticism, the fear of loss of love of someone, to the fear of ill health, the fear of death. Study the list, then take inventory of your own fears and ascertain under which of the 6 headings you can classify them. Every human being who has reached the age of understanding is bound down, to some extent, by one or more of these 6 basic fears. As the first step in the elimination of these 6 evils, let us examine the sources from which we inherited them. Physical and social heredity. All that man is, both physically and mentally, he came by through 2 forms of heredity. One is known as physical heredity, and the other is called social heredity. Through the law of physical heredity, man has slowly evolved from the amoeba, a single-cell animal form, through the stages of development corresponding to all known animal forms now on this earth, including those known to have existed but which are now extinct. Every generation through which man has passed has added to his nature something of the traits, habits, and physical appearance of that generation. Our physical inheritance, therefore, is a heterogeneous collection of many habits and physical forms. There seems little, if any, doubt that while the 6 basic human fears could not have been inherited through physical heredity, it is obvious that through physical heredity, a most favorable lodging place for these 6 fears has been provided. By far, the most important part of a person's makeup comes through the law of social heredity. This term refers to the methods by which one generation imposes upon the minds of the generation under its immediate control the superstitions, beliefs, legends, and ideas that it, in turn, inherited from the generation preceding. The term social heredity should be understood to mean any and all sources through which a person acquires knowledge, such as schooling of religious and all other natures, reading, word-of-mouth conversation, storytelling, and all manner of thought inspiration coming from his or her personal experiences. Through the operation of the law of social heredity, anyone having control of the mind of a child may, through intense teaching, plant in that child's mind any idea, whether false or true, in such a manner that the child accepts it as true and it becomes as much a part of the child's personality as any cell or organ of its physical body, and just as hard to change in its nature. It is through the law of social heredity that the religionist plants in a child's mind dogmas, creeds, and religious ceremonies too numerous to describe, holding those ideas before that mind until the mind accepts them and forever seals them as a part of its irrevocable belief. The mind of a child which has not come into the age of general understanding during an average period covering, let us say, the first 2 years of its life is plastic, open, clean, and free. Any idea planted in such a mind by one in whom the child has confidence takes root and develops in such a manner that it never can be eradicated or wiped out, no matter how opposed to logic or reason that idea may be. Many religionists claim that they can so deeply implant the tenets of their religion in the mind of a child that there can never be room in that mind for any other religion, either in whole or in part. The claims are not greatly overstated. With this explanation of the manner in which the law of social heredity operates, you will be ready to examine the sources from which humans inherit the 6 basic fears. Moreover, any reader, except those who refuse to examine truth that steps on their own beliefs, may check the soundness of the principle of social heredity as it is here applied to the 6 basic fears without going outside of his or her own personal experiences. Fortunately, practically the entire mass of evidence submitted in this lesson is of such a nature that all who sincerely seek the truth may ascertain for themselves whether the evidence is sound or not. For the moment at least, lay aside your prejudices and preconceived ideas. You may always go back and pick them up again while we study the origin and nature of man's worst enemies, the 6 basic fears. Commentary. Hill continued to re-examine the 6 fears throughout his life. His discussion of them appears in several variations. It appears first in the original version of Law of Success published in pamphlet form. There, in the Lesson 1 appendix, he lists the fears in a different order. Fear of ill health comes third and fear of criticism fifth. Here their positions are reversed. In Think and Grow Rich, he lists poverty, criticism, and ill health as the primary fears, saying that they are at the core of one's worries. Here one sees the reason for his fascination with the subject. Indecision is the seedling of fear, he says. Indecision crystallizes into doubt, and the two become fear. Fear then becomes a symptom of the thought and action. Hill shows us how to reform. His commentaries differ also. The most significant departures are noted following. Remember that when you make an appointment with another person, you assume the responsibility of punctuality. You have not the right to be a single minute late. The fear of poverty. It requires courage to tell the truth about the origins of this fear, and still greater courage, perhaps, to accept the truth after it has been told. The fear of poverty grew out of man's inherited tendency to prey upon his fellow man economically. Nearly all lower forms of animals have instinct but appear not to have the power to reason and think. Therefore, they prey upon one another physically. We, with our superior sense of intuition, thought, and reason, do not eat our fellow human beings bodily. We get more satisfaction out of eating others financially. All the ages of the world of which we know anything, the age in which we live seems to be the age of money worship. A person is considered less than the dust of the earth unless they can display a fat bank account. Nothing brings us so much suffering and humiliation as does poverty. No wonder we fear poverty. Through a long line of inherited experiences with others like us, we have learned for certain that this animal cannot always be trusted where matters of money and other evidences of earthly possessions are concerned. Many marriages have their beginning and oftentimes their ending solely on the basis of the wealth possessed by one or both of the parties. It is no wonder that the divorce courts are busy. Society could quite properly be spelled society because it is inseparably associated with the dollar sign. So eager are we to possess wealth that we will acquire it in whatever manner we can, through legal methods if possible, through other methods if necessary. The fear of poverty is a terrible thing. A man may commit murder, engage in robbery, rape, and all other manner of violation of the rights of others and still regain a high station in the minds of people of his society, providing always that he does not lose his wealth. Poverty, therefore, is a crime, an unforgivable sin, as it were. No wonder we fear it. Every statute book in the world bears evidence that the fear of poverty is one of the 6 basic fears of mankind. For in every such book of laws may be found various and sundry laws intended to protect the weak from the strong. To spend time trying to prove either that the fear of poverty is one of man's inherited fears or that this fear has its origin in man's nature to cheat his fellow man would be similar to trying to prove that 3 times 2 are 6. Commentary from the appendix to Lesson 1. Humans are such great offenders in this respect that nearly every state and nation has been obliged to pass laws, scores of laws, to protect the weak from the strong. Every code of laws ever written provides indisputable evidence of humanity's nature to prey upon its weaker members economically. In Think and Grow Rich, Hill lists 6 symptoms of the fear of poverty: indifference, lack of ambition, laziness, and so forth; indecision, doubt, expressed through alibis and excuses; worrying, expressed through fault-finding; overcaution, shown in general negativity; and procrastination. Obviously, no one would ever fear poverty if we had any grounds for trusting our fellow men. For there is food and shelter and raiment and luxury of every nature sufficient for the needs of every person on earth. All these blessings would be enjoyed by every person, except for the swinish habit that humans have of trying to push all the other swine out of the trough, even after everyone has all and more than needed. The fear of old age. This fear grows mainly out of 2 sources. First, the thought that old age may bring with it poverty. Second, human beings have learned to fear old age because it meant the approach of another and a possibly much more horrible world than this one, which is known to be bad enough. It is the unknown beyond all. In the basic fear of old age, humans have 2 very sound reasons for their apprehension. The one growing out of distrust of those who may seize whatever worldly goods we possess, the other arising from the terrible pictures of the world to come, which were deeply planted in our minds through the law of social heredity long before any of us came into possession of that mind. Is it any wonder that so many fear the approach of old age? The fear of criticism. Just how humans acquired this basic fear, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to definitely determine. But one thing is certain, we all have it in well-developed form. I am inclined to attribute the basic fear of criticism to that part of our inherited nature that prompts many of us not only to take away our fellow humans' goods and wares, but also to justify our actions by criticism of the character of others. The fear of criticism takes on many different forms, the majority of which are petty and trivial in nature, even to the extent of being childish in the extreme. The makers of all manner of clothing have not been slow to capitalize on this basic fear of criticism with which all humankind is cursed. Every season it will be observed the styles in many articles of apparel change. Who establishes the styles? Certainly not the purchasers, but the manufacturers of clothes. Why do they change the styles so often? Obviously, so that they can sell more clothes. For the same reason, the manufacturers of automobiles, with a few rare and very sensible exceptions, change styles every season. The manufacturers of clothing know how the human animal fears to wear a garment that is one season out of step with what they are all wearing now. Is this not true? Does your own experience not back it up? Powerful and mighty is the fear of criticism. In every soul there has been deposited the seed of a great future. But that seed will never germinate, much less grow to maturity, except through the rendering of useful service. Commentary. From Think and Grow Rich, the fear of criticism robs man of his initiative, destroys his power of imagination, limits his individuality, takes away his self-reliance, and does him damage in 100 other ways. Parents often do their children irreparable injury by criticizing them. It should be recognized as a crime. In reality, it is a crime of the worst nature for any parent to build an inferiority complex in the mind of a child through unnecessary criticism. Employers who understand human nature get the best there is in employees, not by criticism, but by constructive suggestion. The fear of loss, of love of someone. The source from which this fear originated needs but little description. It is obvious that it grew out of man's nature to steal his fellow man's mate, or at least to take liberties with her. There can be little doubt that jealousy and all other similar forms of more or less mild dementia praecox, insanity, grew out of the fear we all inherited of the loss of love of someone. Of all the sane fools I have studied, the jealous lover is the oddest and strangest. Fortunately, I have had personal experience of this form of insanity. From that experience, I learned that the fear of the loss of love of someone is one of the most painful, if not in fact the most painful, of all the 6 basic fears. It seems reasonable to add that this fear plays more havoc with the human mind than do any of the other 6 basic fears of mankind, often leading to the more violent forms of permanent insanity. Commentary. From the appendix to Lesson 1, this fear fills the asylums with the insanely jealous, for jealousy is nothing but a form of insanity. It also fills the divorce courts and causes murders and other forms of cruel punishment. It is a holdover handed down through social heredity, from the Stone Age, when man preyed upon his fellow man by stealing his mate by physical force. The method, but not the practice, has now changed to some extent. Instead of physical force, man now steals his fellow man's mate with pretty colorful ribbons, fast motor cars, bootleg whiskey, sparkling rocks, and stately mansions. The fear of ill health. This fear has its origin to considerable extent also in the same sources from which the fears of poverty and old age are derived. The fear of ill health is closely associated with both poverty and old age, because it also leads toward the borderline of terrible worlds of which people know little, but about which there are many discomforting stories. I strongly suspect that those engaged in the business of selling good health methods have had considerable to do with keeping the fear of ill health alive in the human mind. For longer than the record of the human race can be relied upon, the world has known of various and sundry forms of therapy and health purveyors. If a person gains a living from keeping others in good health, it seems natural that he or she would use every possible means to persuade them of the need for caregiving services. Thus, in time, it might be that people would inherit a fear of ill health. Commentary. From the appendix to Lesson 1, this fear is born of both physical and social heredity. From birth until death, there is eternal warfare within every physical body, warfare between groups of cells, one group being known as the friendly builders of the body and the other as the destroyers, or disease germs. The seed of fear is born in the physical body to begin with, as the result of nature's cruel plan of permitting the stronger forms of cell life to prey upon the weaker. Social heredity has played its part through lack of cleanliness and knowledge of sanitation. Also through the law of suggestion cleverly manipulated by those who profited by ill health. In Think and Grow Rich, Hill suggests that ill health comes from fear. Thought impulses immediately begin to translate themselves into their physical equivalent, whether those thoughts are voluntary or in. All thought has a tendency to clothe itself in its physical equivalent, the fear of death. To many, this is the worst of all the 6 basic fears. The reason why it is regarded as such becomes obvious to even the casual student of psychology. The terrible pangs of fear associated with death may be charged directly to religious fanaticism. The source is more responsible for it than all other sources combined. So-called heathens are not as much afraid of death as are the civilized, especially that portion of the civilized population that has come under the influence of theology. For hundreds of millions of years, we have all been asking the still unanswered, and it may be the unanswerable, questions. Whence? And whither? Where did I come from, and where am I going after death? The more cunning and crafty, as well as the honest but credulous of the race, have not been slow to offer the answer to these questions. In fact, the answering of these questions has become one of the so-called learned professions, despite little learning being required to enter this profession. Witness now the major source of origin of the fear of death. Come into my tent, embrace my faith, accept my dogmas, and pay my salary, and I will give you a ticket that will admit you straightway into heaven when you die, says the leader of one form of sectarianism. Remain out of my tent, says this same leader, and you will go direct to hell, where you will burn throughout eternity. While in fact the self-appointed leader may not be able to provide safe conduct into heaven, nor, by lack of such provision, allow the unfortunate seeker after truth to descend into hell, the possibility of the latter seems so terrible that it takes hold of the mind and creates that fear of fears, the fear of death. In truth, no one knows, and no one has ever known, what heaven or hell is like, or if such places exist. This very lack of definite knowledge opens the door of the human mind to the charlatan to enter and control that mind with his stock of various brands of trickery, deceit, and fraud. The truth is this: nothing less and nothing more. No person knows, nor has any person ever known, where we come from at birth or where we go at death. Anyone claiming otherwise is either deceiving themselves or is a conscious impostor who makes it a business to live without rendering service of value while preying upon the credulity of humanity. Be it said in their behalf, however, the majority of those engaged in selling tickets into heaven actually believe not only that they know where heaven exists, but that their creeds and formulas will give safe passage to all who embrace them. This belief may be summed up in one word: credulity. Religious leaders generally make the broad, sweeping claim that the present civilization owes its existence to the work done by the churches. I am willing to grant their claims to be correct, if, at the same time, I am permitted to add that even if this claim were true, the theologians haven't a great deal to brag about. But it cannot be true that civilization has grown out of the efforts of the organized churches and creeds, if the term civilization means the uncovering of the natural laws and the many inventions to which the world is the present heir. If the theologians wish to claim the part of civilization that has to do with man's conduct toward his fellow man, then they are perfectly welcome to it, as far as I am concerned. On the other hand, if they presume to gobble up the credit for all the scientific discovery of mankind, I would protest vigorously. Commentary from the appendix. You can make and put into action a plan of attack on fear. Ask yourself which of the 6 basic fears is doing you the greatest damage. We are slowly discovering more about these 6 basic fears. The most effective tool with which to fight them is organized knowledge. Ignorance and fear are twins. They are generally found together. But for ignorance, the 6 basic fears would disappear from human thought. In every public library, you can find the remedy for these 6 enemies. Begin with Ralph Waldo Emerson's essay on compensation. Then select some of the other books on self-suggestion and inform yourself about the principle through which your beliefs of today become the realities of tomorrow. Through the principle of social heredity, the ignorance and superstition of the past have been passed on to you, but you are living in a modern age. On every hand, you may see evidence that every effect has a natural cause. Begin now to study effects by their causes, and soon you will emancipate your mind from the burden of the 6 basic fears. Begin by selecting 2 people whom you know close at hand. One should represent your idea of failure, and the other should correspond to your idea of success. Find out what made one a failure and the other a success. Get the real facts? In the process of gathering these facts, you will have taught yourself a great lesson on cause and effect. Nothing ever just happens. In a single month of properly directed self-suggestion, you may place your foot upon the neck of every one of your 6 basic fears. In 12 months of persistent effort, you may drive the entire herd into the corner where it will never again do you any serious injury. You will resemble tomorrow the dominating thoughts that you keep alive in your mind today. Plant in your mind the seed of determination to whip your 6 basic fears, and the battle will have been half won then and there. Keep this intention in your mind, and it will slowly push your 6 worst enemies out of sight, as they exist nowhere except in your own mind. A person who is powerful fears nothing, not even God. The powerful person loves God but fears him never. Enduring power never grows out of fear. Any power that is built upon fear is bound to crumble and disintegrate. Understand this great truth, and you will never be so unfortunate as to try to raise yourself to power through the fears of other people who may owe you temporary allegiance. How lessons are learned. It is hardly sufficient to say that social heredity is the method through which humans gather all knowledge that reaches us through the 5 senses. It is more to the point to say how social heredity works, in as many different applications as will give you a comprehensive understanding of that law. Commentary. Appropriately enough, Hill here turns to animal stories as a way of discussing the development of human character. Hill's frequent references to nature's Bible demonstrate that he believed human beings are a part of nature, but he also values the importance of the human social environment. In weighing in on the relative influences of nature and nurture, Hill uses the term physical heredity for what we today might call genetic predisposition. By social heredity, he means what we might simply call conditioning, social conditioning, or socialization. The law of social heredity. Let us begin with some of the lower forms of animal life and examine the manner in which they are affected by the law of social heredity. Commentary. Many authors and lecturers of Napoleon Hill's day prided themselves on being storytellers, and they often drew upon the natural world for examples around which to spin a yarn that would entertain while conveying the points they were trying to make. However, the America in which most of us live today is not nearly as bucolic as the one in which Hill grew up. There's a lot less catching of frogs in the creek or watching of grouse in the fields, and kids think chickens come as a half-dozen thighs or breast shrink wrapped in a package from the supermarket. For that reason, as this edition was being prepared, there was considerable discussion among the editors about the inclusion of Hill's animal analogies. It was concluded that the points made are as valid today as they were when Hill wrote them. Though they might be considered quaint by the modern reader, the stories themselves provide interesting insights into the life and times of Napoleon Hill. Shortly after I began, some 30-odd years ago, to examine the major sources from which we gather the knowledge that makes us what we are, I discovered the nest of a ruffed grouse. The nest was so located that the mother bird could be seen from a considerable distance when she was on the nest. With the aid of a pair of field glasses, I watched the bird closely, until the young birds were hatched. It happened that my regular daily observation was made but a few hours after the young birds came out of the shell. Desiring to know what would happen, I approached the nest. The mother bird remained nearby until I was within 10 or 12 feet of her. Then she disarranged her feathers, stretched one wing over her leg, and went hobbling away, making a pretense of being crippled. Being somewhat familiar with the tricks of mother birds, I did not follow, but instead went to the nest to take a look at the little ones. Without the slightest signs of fear, they turned their eyes toward me, moving their heads first one way and then another. I reached down and picked one of them up. With no signs of fear, it stood in the palm of my hand. I laid the bird back in the nest and went away to a safe distance to give the mother bird a chance to return. The wait was short. Very soon, she began cautiously to edge her way back toward the nest until she was within a few feet of it. She spread her wings and ran as fast as she could, uttering meanwhile, "You are fortunate if you have learned the difference between temporary defeat and failure. M.O.R. fortune still if you have learned the truth, that the very seed of success is dormant in every defeat that you experience." A series of sounds similar to those of a hen when she has found some morsel of food and wishes to call her brood to partake of it. She gathered the little birds around and continued to quiver in a highly excited manner, shaking her wings and ruffling her feathers. One could almost hear her words as she gave the little birds their first lesson in self-defense through the law of social heredity. "You silly little creatures, do you not know that humans are your enemies? Shame on you for allowing that man to pick you up in his hands. It's a wonder he didn't carry you off and eat you alive. The next time you see a man approaching, make yourself scarce. Lie down on the ground, run under leaves, go anywhere to get out of sight, and remain out of sight until the enemy is well on his way. The little birds stood around and listened to the lecture with intense interest. After the mother bird had quieted down, I again started to approach the nest. When within 20 feet or so of the guarded household, the mother bird again started to lead me in the other direction by crumpling up her wing and hobbling along as if she were crippled. I looked at the nest, but the glance was in vain. The little birds were nowhere to be found. They had learned rapidly to avoid their natural enemy thanks to their natural instinct. Again I retreated, waited until the mother bird had reassembled her household, then came out to visit them, but with similar results. When I approached the spot where I last saw the mother bird, not the slightest signs of the little fellows were to be found. When I was a small boy, I captured a young crow and made a pet of it. The bird became quite satisfied with its domestic surroundings and learned to perform many tricks requiring considerable intelligence. After the bird was big enough to fly, it was permitted to go wherever it pleased. Sometimes it would be gone for many hours, but it always returned home before dark. One day, some wild crows became involved in a fight with an owl in a field near the house where the pet crow lived. As soon as the pet heard the caw, caw, caw of its wild relatives, it flew up on top of the house and with signs of great agitation walked from one end of the house to the other. Finally, it took wing and flew in the direction of the battle. Followed to see what would happen. In a few minutes, I found the pet sitting on the lower branches of a tree. Two wild crows were on a limb just above, chattering and walking back and forth, acting very much in the same manner that angry parents behave toward their offspring when chastising them. As I approached, the two wild crows flew away, one of them circling around the tree a few times while letting out a terrible flow of the most abusive language, which I expect was directed at its foolish relative who hadn't enough sense to fly while the flying was good. The pet was called, but it paid no attention. That evening it returned home but would not come near the house. It sat on a high limb of an apple tree and talked in crow language for about 10 minutes, saying, no doubt, that it had decided to go back to the wild. It then flew away and did not return until 2 days later, when it came back and did some more talking in crow language while keeping at a safe distance. It then went away and never returned. Social heredity had robbed me of a fine pet. The only consolation I got from the loss of my crow was the thought that it had shown fine sportsmanship by coming back and giving notice of its intention to depart. Many farmhands have left the farm without going to the trouble of this formality. It is a well-known fact that a fox will prey upon all manner of fowl and small animals, with the exception of the skunk. No reason need be stated as to why Mr. Skunk enjoys immunity. Fox may tackle a skunk once, but never twice. For this reason, a skunk hide, when nailed to a chicken roost, will keep all but the very young and inexperienced foxes at a safe distance. The odor of a skunk, once experienced, is never to be forgotten. No other smell even remotely resembles it. It is nowhere recorded that any mother fox ever taught her young how to detect and keep away from the familiar smell of a skunk, but all who are informed on fox lore know that foxes and skunks never seek lodging in the same cave. Just one lesson is sufficient to teach the fox all it cares to know about skunks. Through the law of social heredity, operating via the sense of smell, one lesson serves for an entire lifetime. A bullfrog can be caught on a fishhook by attaching a small piece of red cloth or any other small red object to the hook and dangling it in front of the frog's nose. That is, Mr. Frog may be caught in this manner provided he is hooked the first time he snaps at the bait. But if he is poorly hooked and makes a getaway, or if he feels the point of the hook when he bites at the bait but is not caught, he will never make the same mistake again. I spent many hours in stealthy attempt to hook a particularly desirable specimen which had snapped and missed, before learning that just one lesson in social heredity is enough to teach even a humble croaker that bits of red flannel are things to be left alone. Once I owned a very fine male Airedale dog that caused no end of annoyance by his habit of coming home with a young chicken in his mouth. Each time the chicken was taken away from the dog and he was soundly switched, but to no avail, he continued in his liking for fowl. For the purpose of saving the dog if possible and as an experiment with social heredity, this dog was taken to the farm of a neighbor who had a hen and some newly hatched chickens. The hen was placed in the barn and the dog was put in with her. As soon as everyone was out of sight, the dog slowly edged up toward the hen, sniffed the air in her direction a time or two to make sure she was the kind of meat for which he was looking, then made a dive toward her. Meanwhile, Mrs. Hen had been doing some surveying of her own, for she met Mr. Dog more than halfway. Moreover, she met him with a surprise of wings and claws such as he had never before experienced. The first round was clearly the hen's, but a nice fat bird reckoned the dog was not to slip between his paws so easily. Therefore, he backed away a short distance, then charged again. This time, Mrs. Hen lit upon his back, drove her claws into his skin, and made effective use of her sharp bill. Mr. Dog retreated to his corner, looking for all the world as if he were listening for someone to ring the bell and call the fight off until he got his bearings. But Mrs. Hen craved no time for deliberation. She had her adversary on the run and showed that she knew the value of the offensive by keeping him on the run. One could almost understand her words as she flogged the poor Airedale from one corner to another, keeping up a series of rapid-fire sounds that for all the world resembled the remonstrations of an angry mother who had been called upon to defend her offspring from an attack by older boys. The Airedale was a poor soldier. After running around the barn from corner to corner for about 2 minutes, he spread himself on the ground as flat as he could and did his best to protect his eyes with his paws. Mrs. Hen seemed to be making a special attempt to peck out his eyes. The owner of the hen then stepped in and retrieved her, or more accurately stating it, he retrieved the dog, which in no way appeared to meet with the dog's disapproval. The next day, a chicken was placed in the cellar where the dog slept. As soon as he saw the bird, he tucked his tail between his legs and ran for a corner. He never again attempted to catch a chicken. One lesson in social heredity, via the sense of touch, was sufficient to teach him that while chicken chasing may offer some enjoyment, it is also fraught with many hazards. All these illustrations, with the exception of the first, describe the process of gathering knowledge through direct experience. Observe the marked difference between knowledge gathered by direct experience and that which is gathered through the training of the young by the old, as in the case of the ruffed grouse and her young. The most impressive lessons are those learned by the young from the old through highly colored or emotionalized methods of teaching. When the mother grouse spread her wings, stood her feathers on end, shook herself like a man suffering with the palsy, and chattered to her young in a highly excited manner, she planted the fear of humans in their hearts, in a manner which they were never to forget. The term social heredity, as used in this lesson, refers to all methods through which a child is taught any idea, dogma, creed, religion, or system of ethical conduct by its parents or by those who may have authority over it. Before reaching the age at which it may reason and reflect upon such teaching in its own way, I would estimate the age of such reasoning power at between 7 and 12 years. Fear in middle age. There are myriad forms of fear, but none more deadly than the fear of poverty and old age. We drive our bodies as if they were slaves because we are so afraid of poverty that we wish to hoard money. For what? Old age? This common form of fear drives us so hard that we overwork our bodies and bring on the very thing we are struggling to avoid. What a tragedy to watch men and women drive themselves when they begin to arrive at about the 40-year milepost of life, the age at which they are just beginning to mature mentally. At 40, we are just entering the age in which we are able to see and understand and assimilate the handwriting of nature as it appears in the forests and flowing brooks and faces of other adults and little children. Yet this devil fear drives us to the point that we become blinded and lost in the entanglement of a maze of conflicting desires. The principle of organized effort is lost sight of, and instead of taking hold of nature's forces that are in evidence all around us and permitting those forces to carry us to the heights of great achievement, we deny them and they become forces of destruction. The power of self-confidence. Perhaps none of these great forces of nature are more available for our personal growth and self-improvement than is the principle of autosuggestion. But ignorance of this force is leading the majority of people to apply it so that it acts as a hindrance and not as a help. Following are 4 examples, arbitrarily 2 men and 2 women, that show how this misapplication of a great force of nature takes place. Here is a man who meets with some disappointment. A friend proves false, or a neighbor seems indifferent. So he decides through self-suggestion, all people are untrustworthy and all neighbors unappreciative. These thoughts so deeply embed themselves in this man's subconscious mind that they color his whole attitude toward others. Go back to what was said in Lesson 2 about the way the dominating thoughts of our minds attract others whose thoughts are similar. Apply the law of attraction and you will soon see and understand why the unbeliever attracts other unbelievers. Reverse the principle. Here is a woman who sees nothing but the best in all whom she meets. If her neighbors seem indifferent, she takes no notice of it, for she makes it her business to fill her mind with dominating thoughts of optimism and good cheer and faith in others. If people speak to her harshly, she speaks back in tones of softness. Through the operation of this same eternal law of attraction, she draws to herself the attention of people whose attitude toward life and whose dominating thoughts harmonize with her own. Tracing the principle a step further, here is a man who has been well schooled and has the ability to render the world some needed service. Somewhere, sometime, he has heard it said that modesty is a great virtue and that to push himself to the front of the stage in the game of life shows egotism. He quietly slips in through the back door and takes a seat at the rear, while other players in the game of life boldly step to the front. He remains in the back row because he fears what they will say. Public opinion, or what he believes to be public opinion, has him pushed to the rear, and the world hears little of him. His schooling counts for naught because he is afraid to let the world know that he has had it. He is constantly suggesting to himself, thus using the great force of autosuggestion to his own detriment, that he should remain in the background lest he be criticized, as if criticism would do him any damage or defeat his purpose. Here is a woman who was born of poor parents. Since the first day that she can remember, she has seen evidence of poverty. She has heard talk of poverty. She has felt the icy hand of poverty on her shoulders, and it has so impressed her that she fixes it in her mind as a curse to which she must submit. Quite unconsciously, she permits herself to fall victim to the belief, once poor, always poor, until that belief becomes the dominating thought of her mind. She resembles a horse that has been harnessed and broken until it forgets that it has the potential power with which to throw off that harness. Autosuggestion is rapidly relegating her to the back of the stage of life. Finally, she becomes a quitter. Ambition is gone. Opportunity no longer comes her way, or if it does, she hasn't the vision to see it. She has accepted her fate. It is a well-established fact that the faculties of the mind, like the limbs of the body, atrophy and wither away if not used. Self-confidence is no exception. It develops when used, but disappears if not used. One of the chief disadvantages of inherited wealth is that it too often leads to inaction and loss of self-confidence. Some years ago, a baby boy was born to Mrs. E.B. McLean in the city of Washington. His inheritance was said to be around $100 million. When this baby was taken for an airing in his carriage, it was surrounded by nurses and assistant nurses and detectives and other servants whose duty was to see that no harm befell it. As the years passed by, this same vigilance was kept up. This child did not have to dress himself. He had servants who did that. Servants watched over him while he slept and while he was at play. He was not permitted to do anything that a servant could do for him. He had grown to the age of 10 years. One day he was playing in the yard and noticed that the back gate had been left open. In all his life, this boy had never been outside of that gate alone, and naturally that was just the thing he wished to do. During a moment when the servants were not looking, he dashed out the gate and was run down and killed by an automobile before he reached the middle of the street. He had used his servants' eyes until his own no longer served him, as they might have done had he learned to rely on them. 20 years ago, the man to whom I served as secretary had sent his 2 sons away to school. One went to the University of Virginia, and the other to a college in New York. Each month, it was a part of my task to make out a check for $100 to each of these boys. This was their pin money, to be spent as they wished. How profitably I remember the way I envied those boys as I made out those checks each month. I often wondered why the hand of fate bore me into the world in poverty. I could look ahead and see how these boys would rise to the high stations in life while I remained a humble clerk. In due time, the two boys returned home with their sheepskins. Their father was a wealthy man who owned banks and railroads and coal mines and other property of great value. Good positions were waiting for the boys in their father's employ. But 20 years of time can play cruel tricks on those who have never had to struggle. Perhaps a better way to state this would be that time gives those who have never had to struggle a chance to play cruel tricks on themselves. At any rate, these two boys brought home from school other things besides their sheepskins. They came back with, "Well, your work and mine are peculiarly akin. I am helping the laws of nature create more perfect specimens of vegetation, while you are using those same laws through the law of success philosophy to create more perfect specimens of thinkers." Luther Burbank developed capacities for strong drink. Capacities they developed because the $100 that each of them received each month made it unnecessary for them to struggle. Theirs is a long and sad story, the details of which will not interest you, but you will be interested in the outcome. As this lesson is being written, I have on my desk a copy of the newspaper published in the town where these boys lived. Their father has been bankrupted, and his costly mansion where the boys were born has been placed on the block for sale. One of the boys died of alcohol causes, and the other one has been confined to a mental health facility. The lives of not all rich men's sons turn out so unfortunately, but the fact remains nevertheless that inaction leads to atrophy, and this, in turn, leads to the loss of ambition and self-confidence. Without these essential qualities, an individual will be carried through life on the wings of uncertainty, just as a dry leaf may be carried here and there in the stray winds. Far from being a disadvantage, struggle is a decided advantage, because it develops those qualities that would forever lie dormant without it. Many have found their place in the world due to having been forced to struggle for existence early in life. Lack of knowledge of the advantages accruing from struggle has prompted many a parent to say, "I had to work hard when I was young, but I shall see to it that my children have an easy time." Or, foolish creatures. An easy time usually turns out to be a greater handicap than the average young man or young woman can survive. There are worse things in this world than being forced to work in early life. Forced idleness is far worse than forced labor. Being forced to work and forced to do your best will breed in you temperance, self-control, strength of will, content, and 100 other virtues which the idle will never know. Not only does lack of the necessity for struggle lead to weakness of ambition and willpower, but what is more dangerous still, it sets up in a person's mind a state of lethargy that leads to the loss of self-confidence. The person who has quit struggling because effort is no longer necessary is literally applying the principle of autosuggestion, undermining his or her own power of self-confidence. Such a person will finally drift into a frame of mind in which he or she will actually look with contempt upon the person who is forced to carry on. The human mind, if you will pardon the repetition, may be likened to an electric battery. It may be positive or negative. Self-confidence is the quality with which the mind is recharged and made positive. Let us apply this line of reasoning to salesmanship and see what part self-confidence plays in this great field of endeavor. One of the greatest salesmen this country has ever seen was once a clerk in a newspaper office. It will be worth your while to analyze the method through which he gained his title as the world's leading salesman. He was a timid young man with a more or less retiring sort of nature. He was one of those who believe it best to slip in by the back door and take a seat at the rear of the stage of life. One evening he heard a lecture on the subject of this lesson, self-confidence, and that lecture so impressed him that he left the lecture hall with a firm determination to pull himself out of the rut into which he had drifted. He went to the business manager of the newspaper, asked for a position as an advertising salesman, and was put to work on a commission basis. Everyone in the office expected to see him fail, as this sort of salesmanship calls for the most positive type of sales ability. He went to his room and made out a list of certain merchants on whom he intended to call. One would think that he would naturally have made up his list of the names of those whom he believed he could sell with the least effort, but he did nothing of the sort. He listed only the names of the merchants on whom other advertising salespeople had called without making a sale. His list consisted of only 12 names. Before he made a single call, he went to the city park, took out his list of 12 names, and read it over 100 times, saying to himself as he did so, "You will purchase advertising space from me before the end of the month." Then he began to make his calls. The first day he closed sales with 3 of the 12 impossibilities. During the remainder of the week, he made sales to 2 others. By the end of the month, he had opened advertising accounts with all but one of the merchants on his list. For the ensuing month, he made no sales, because he made no calls except on this one obstinate merchant. Every morning when the store opened, he was there to speak with this merchant, and every morning the merchant said no. The merchant knew he was not going to buy advertising space, but this young man didn't know it. When the merchant said no, the young man did not hear it. He kept right on coming. On the last day of the month, after having told this persistent young man no for 30 consecutive times, the merchant said, "Look here, young man, you have wasted a whole month trying to sell to me. What I would like to know is this: why have you wasted your time?" "Wasted my time? Nothing," he retorted. "I have been going to school and you have been my teacher. Now I know all the arguments that a merchant can bring up for not buying, and besides that, I have been drilling myself in self-confidence." Then the merchant said, "I will make a little confession of my own. I too have been going to school and you have been my teacher. You have taught me a lesson in persistence that is worth money to me. And to show you my appreciation, I am going to pay my tuition fee by giving you an order for advertising space." And that was the way in which the Philadelphia North American's best advertising account was brought in. That one sale also marked the beginning of a reputation that has since made that same young man a millionaire. He succeeded because he deliberately charged his own mind with sufficient self-confidence to make that mind an irresistible force. When he sat down to make up that list of 12 names, he did something that 99 people out of 100 would not have done. He selected the names of those whom he believed it would be hard to sell, because he understood that out of the resistance he would meet with in trying to sell them would also come strength and self-confidence. He was one of the very few who understand that all rivers and some people are crooked because of following the line of least resistance. I am going to digress and break the line of thought for a moment to offer a word of advice to spouses and companions. From having analyzed more than 16,000 people, the majority of whom were married, I have learned something that may be of value. You have it within your power to send your mate away to his or her work, business, or profession each day with a feeling of self-confidence that will carry them successfully over the rough spots of a day and bring them home again at night, smiling and happy. A man I know well married a woman who had a set of false teeth. One day his wife dropped her teeth and broke the plate. The husband picked up the pieces and began examining them. He showed such interest in them that his wife said, "You could make a set of teeth like those if you made up your mind to do it." This man was a farmer whose ambitions had never carried him beyond the bounds of his little farm until his wife made that remark. She walked over, laid her hand on his shoulder, and encouraged him to try his hand at dentistry. She finally coaxed him to make the start, and today, he is one of the most prominent and successful dentists in the state of Virginia. I know him well, for he is my father. No one can foretell the possibilities of achievement available to the man or woman whose partner supports and encourages bigger and better endeavor. It is your right and your duty to encourage your mate in worthy undertakings until he or she finds an appropriate place in the world. You can induce your mate to put forth greater effort than can any other person in the world. Make him or her believe that nothing within reason is beyond reach, and you will have rendered a service that will go a long way toward winning the battle of life. One of the most successful men in his line in America gives entire credit for his success to his wife. When they were first married, she wrote a creed which he signed and placed over his desk. This is what it said: "I believe in myself. I believe in those who work with me. I believe in my employer. I believe in my friends. I believe in my family. I believe that God will lend me everything I need with which to succeed if I do my best to earn it through faithful and honest service. I believe in prayer, and I will never close my eyes in sleep without praying for divine guidance, to the end that I will be patient with other people and tolerant with those who do not believe as I do. I believe that success is the result of intelligent effort and does not depend upon luck or sharp practices, or double-crossing friends, fellow men, or my employer. I believe I will get out of life exactly what I put into it. Therefore, I will be careful to conduct myself toward others as I would want them to act toward me. I will not slander those whom I do not like. I will not slight my work no matter what I may see others doing. I will render the best service of which I am capable because I have pledged myself to succeed in life, and I know that success is always the result of conscientious and efficient effort. Finally, I will forgive those who offend me because I realize that I shall sometimes offend others, and I will need their forgiveness. The woman who wrote this creed was a practical psychologist of the first order. With the influence and guidance of such a marriage partner as a helpmate, any man or woman could achieve noteworthy success. Analyze this creed and you will observe how freely the personal pronoun is used. It starts off with the affirmation of self-confidence. No man can become a great leader of men unless he has the milk of human kindness in his own heart and leads by suggestion and kindness rather than by force, which is perfectly appropriate. You could not make this creed your own without developing the positive attitude that would attract people who would aid you in your struggle for success. This would be a splendid creed for every salesperson to adopt. It might not hurt your chances for success if you adopted it. Mere adoption, however, is not enough. You must practice it. Read it over and over until you know it by heart. Then repeat it at least once a day until you have literally transformed it into your mental makeup. Keep a copy of it in front of you as a daily reminder of your pledge to practice it. By doing so, you will be making efficient use of the principle of autosuggestion as a means of developing self-confidence. Never mind what anyone may say about your procedure. Just remember that it is your business to succeed, and this creed, if mastered and applied, will go a long way toward helping you. You learned in Lesson 2 that any idea you firmly fix in your subconscious mind by repeated affirmation automatically becomes a plan or blueprint that an unseen power uses in directing your efforts toward the attainment of the objective named in the plan. You have also learned that the principle through which you may fix in your mind any idea you choose is called autosuggestion, which simply means a suggestion that you give to your own mind. It was this principle of autosuggestion that Emerson had in mind when he wrote, "Nothing can bring you peace but yourself." Similarly, you might well remember that nothing can bring you success but yourself. Of course, you will need the cooperation of others if your aim is success of a far-reaching nature, but you will never get that cooperation without the positive attitude of self-confidence. Perhaps you have wondered why a few will advance to highly paid positions while others all around them, who have as much training and who seemingly perform as much work, do not get ahead. Select any two people of these two types and study them, and the reason why one advances and the other stands still will be quite obvious to you. You will find that the one who advances believes in themselves, and that he or she backs their belief with such dynamic, aggressive action that others can recognize it in them. You will also notice that this self-confidence is contagious. It is impelling, it is persuasive, it attracts others. You will also find that the one who does not advance shows clearly by the look on their face, by the posture of their body, by the lack of briskness in their step, by the uncertainty with which they speak, that he or she lacks self-confidence. No one is going to pay much attention to the person who has no confidence in themselves. They do not attract others because their mind is a negative force that repels rather than attracts. In no other field of endeavor does self-confidence or the lack of it play such an important part as in the field of sales. And one does not need to be a character analyst to determine on first meeting whether a salesperson possesses this quality. If you have it, the signs of its influence are written all over you. The moment you speak, you inspire customers with confidence in you and in the goods you are selling. We come now to the point at which you are ready to take hold of the principle of autosuggestion and make direct use of it in developing yourself into a positive, dynamic, self-reliant person. You are instructed to copy the following formula, sign it, and commit it to memory. Self-confidence formula. 1. I know that I have the ability to achieve the object of my definite purpose. Therefore, I demand of myself persistent, aggressive, and continuous action toward its attainment. 2. I realize that the dominating thoughts of my mind will eventually reproduce themselves in outward bodily action and then gradually transform themselves into physical reality. Therefore, I will concentrate my mind for 30 minutes daily on the task of thinking of the person I intend to be by creating a mental picture of this person and then transforming that picture into reality through my actions. 3. I know that through the principle of autosuggestion, any desire I persistently hold in my mind will eventually seek expression through some practical means of realizing it. Now, this precision does not. Therefore, I shall devote 10 minutes daily to demanding of myself the development of the factors named in the 17 lessons of the Law of Success course. 4. I have clearly mapped out and written down a description of my definite purpose in life for the next 5 years. I have set a price on my services for each of these 5 years, a price that I intend to earn and receive through strict application of the principle of efficient, satisfactory service, which I will render in advance. 5. I fully realize that no wealth or position can long endure unless it is built upon truth and justice. Therefore, I will engage in no transaction that does not benefit all whom it affects. I will succeed by attracting to me the forces I wish to use and the cooperation of other people. I will induce others to serve me because I will first serve them. I will eliminate hatred, envy, jealousy, selfishness, and cynicism by developing love for all humanity because I know that a negative attitude toward others can never bring me success. I will cause others to believe in me because I will believe in them and in myself. I will sign my name to this formula, commit it to memory, and repeat it aloud once a day with full faith that it will gradually influence my entire life so that I will become a successful and happy worker in my chosen field of endeavor. This is the successful formula. Sign. Before you sign your name to this formula, make sure that you intend to carry out its instructions. Behind this formula is a law that is, if you want a thing done well, call on some busy person to do it. Busy people are generally the most painstaking and thorough in all they do. Difficult to explain. Psychologists refer to this law as autosuggestion and let it go at that, but you should bear in mind one point about which there is no uncertainty, and that is the fact that whatever this law is, it actually works. Another point to be kept in mind is that just as electricity will turn the wheels of industry and serve mankind in a million other ways, or snuff out life if wrongly applied, so will this principle of autosuggestion lead you up the mountainside of peace and prosperity, or down into the valley of misery and poverty, according to the application you make of it. If you fill your mind with doubt and unbelief in your ability to achieve, then the principle of autosuggestion takes this spirit of unbelief and sets it up in your subconscious mind as your dominating thought, and slowly but surely it draws you into the whirlpool of failure. But if you fill your mind with radiant self-confidence, the principle of autosuggestion takes this belief and sets it up as your dominating thought and helps you master the obstacles that fall in your way until you reach the mountaintop of success. The power of habit. Having, myself, experienced all the difficulties that stand in the road of those who lack the understanding to make practical application of this great principle of autosuggestion, let me tell you a little about the principle of habit, through the aid of which you may easily apply the principle of autosuggestion in any way and for any purpose whatsoever. Habit grows out of environment, out of doing the same thing or thinking the same thoughts or repeating the same words over and over again. Habit may be likened to the groove in a record, while the human mind may be likened to the needle that fits into that groove. When any habit has been well formed, through repetition of thought or action, the mind has a tendency to attach itself to and follow the course of that habit as closely as a phonograph needle follows the groove in a record. Habit is created by repeatedly directing one or more of the five senses of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and feeling in a given direction. After habit has been well established, it will automatically control and direct our bodily activity, wherein may be found a thought that can be transformed into a powerful factor in the development of self-confidence. Voluntarily and by force if necessary, direct your efforts and your thoughts along a desired line until you have formed the habit that will take hold and continue voluntarily to direct your efforts along the same line. The object in writing out and repeating the self-confidence formula is to form the habit of making belief in yourself the dominating thought of your mind. Until that thought has been thoroughly embedded in your subconscious mind through the principle of habit, you learn to write by repeatedly directing the muscles of your arm and hand over certain letter outlines until finally you form the habit of tracing these outlines. Now you write quickly and easily without tracing each letter slowly. Writing has become a habit with you. The principle of habit will take hold of the faculties of your mind just the same as it will influence the physical muscles of your body, as you can easily prove by mastering and applying this lesson on self-confidence. Any statement that you repeatedly make to yourself, or any desire that you deeply plant in your mind through repeated statement, will eventually seek expression through your physical, outward bodily efforts. The principle of habit is the very foundation upon which this lesson on self-confidence is built. And if you will understand and follow the directions laid down in this lesson, you will soon know more about the law of habit from first-hand knowledge than could be taught to you by 1,000 such lessons as this. You have little concept of the possibilities that lie sleeping within you, just awaiting the wakening hand of vision to arouse you, and you will never have a better concept of those possibilities unless you develop sufficient self-confidence to lift you above the commonplace influences of your present environment. The human mind is a marvelous, mysterious piece of machinery, which I was reminded of a few months ago when I picked up Emerson's essays and reread his essay on spiritual laws. A strange thing happened. I saw in that essay, which I had read scores of times previously, much that I had never noticed before. I saw more in this essay than I had seen during previous readings because the unfoldment of my mind since the last reading had prepared me to interpret more. The human mind is constantly unfolding, like the petals of a flower, until it reaches the maximum of development. What this maximum is, where it ends, and whether or not it ends at all are unanswerable questions. But the degree of unfoldment seems to vary according to the nature of the individual and the degree to which they keep their mind at work. A mind that is forced or coaxed into analytical thought every day seems to keep on unfolding and developing greater powers of interpretation. Down in Louisville, Kentucky, lives Mr. Lee Cook, a man who has practically no legs and has to wheel himself around on a cart. Despite Mr. Cook having been without legs since birth, he is the owner of a great industry and is a millionaire through his own efforts. He has proved that people can get along very well without legs if they have a well-developed self-confidence. In the city of New York, one may see a young man without legs but otherwise able-bodied and able-headed, rolling himself down Fifth Avenue every afternoon with cap in hand, begging for a living. His head is perhaps as sound and as able to think as the average. This young man could duplicate anything that Mr. Cook of Louisville has done if he thought of himself as Mr. Cook thinks of himself. Henry Ford has more money than he will ever need or use. Not so many years ago, he was working as a laborer in a machine shop, with but little schooling and without capital. Scores of other men, some of them with better organized brains than his, worked near him. Ford threw off the poverty consciousness, developed confidence in himself, thought of success, and attained it. Those who worked around him could have done as well had they thought as he did. Milo C. Jones of Wisconsin was stricken with paralysis a few years ago. So bad was the stroke that he could not turn himself in bed or move a muscle of his body. His physical body was useless, but there was nothing wrong with his brain, so it began to function in earnest, probably for the first time in its existence. Lying flat on his back in bed, Mr. Jones made that brain create a definite purpose. That purpose was prosaic and humble enough in nature, but it was definite, and it was a purpose, something that he had never known before. His definite purpose was to make pork sausage. Calling his family around him, he told of his plans and began directing them and carrying the plans into action. With nothing to aid him except a sound mind and plenty of self-confidence, Milo C. Jones spread the name and reputation of Little Pig Sausage all over the United States and at the same time accumulated a fortune. All this was accomplished after paralysis had made it impossible for him to work with his hands. Commentary. Many more modern examples can also be cited. There is a powerful disease called amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which is also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It affects the nerves that control the muscles, causing them to waste away, bringing paralysis and usually death in just a few short years. This condition afflicts the famous physicist Dr. Stephen Hawking and has for more than 2 decades. Hawking's body is severely limited, but his mind is not. He has taken his mind down incredible roads where he explores the secrets of the universe, studying black holes, quantum physics, even the very nature of time. Dr. Hawking's mind has unfolded to a previously unimagined degree because he made it his habit to develop it. Peter Leonard seemed to have been dealt a tough hand in life. He had learning disabilities that made reading and writing very difficult. By the time he reached middle age, he was divorced and unemployed. But he conceived an idea that came to dominate his mind. He wanted to serve in the New Hampshire legislature. He lost his first campaign and his second. Others would have given up. But Leonard looked at himself and realized that his best chances lay in his own efforts, despite the fact that he had no experience and less money. So for his next campaign, he began going door to door in his district. He met everyone he could. He walked in parades and attended community meetings. He spent just $12 on some posters and $36 on filing fees, and that was the extent of his spending, and Peter Leonard was elected. His path was unusual, but he found it by making a habit of working toward being elected. Where thought prevails, power may be found. Henry Ford has made millions of dollars and is still making millions of dollars each year because he believed in Henry Ford and transformed that belief into a definite purpose, backed with a definite plan. The other machinists who worked along with Ford during the early days of his career envisioned nothing but a weekly pay envelope, and that was all they ever got. They demanded nothing out of the ordinary of themselves. If you want to get more, be sure to demand more of yourself. Notice that this demand is to be made on yourself. This brings to mind a familiar poem which expresses a great psychological truth. If you think you are beaten, you are. If you think you dare not, you don't. If you like to win, but you think you can't, it is almost certain you won't. If you think you'll lose, you've lost. For out of the world we find, success begins with a fellow's will. It's all in the state of mind. If you think you are outclassed, you are. You've got to think high to rise. You've got to be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. Life's battles don't always go to the stronger or faster man. But sooner or later, the man who wins is the man who thinks he can. It can do no harm if you commit this poem to memory and use it as a part of your working equipment in the development of your self-confidence. Somewhere in your makeup, there is a subtle something which, if it were aroused by the proper outside influence, would carry you to heights of achievement such as you have never before anticipated. Just as a master player can take hold of a violin and make it pour forth the most beautiful and entrancing strains of music, so is there some outside influence that can take hold of your mind and cause you to go forth into the field of your chosen endeavor and play a glorious symphony of success. No one knows what hidden forces lie dormant within you. You yourself do not know your capacity for achievement, and you never will know until you come in contact with the particular stimulus that arouses you to greater action and extends your vision, develops your self-confidence, and moves you with a deeper desire to achieve. It is not unreasonable to expect that some statement, some idea, or some stimulating word of this course on the law of success will serve as the needed stimulus that will reshape your destiny and redirect your thoughts and energies along a pathway that will lead you, finally, to your coveted goal in life. It is strange but true that the most important turning points of life often come at the most unexpected times and in the most unexpected ways. I have in mind a typical example of this and of what a person can accomplish when he or she awakens to a full understanding of the value of self-confidence. The incident to which I refer happened in the city of Chicago. While I was engaged in the work of character analysis, one day a homeless man presented himself at my office and asked for an interview. As I looked up from my work and greeted him, he said, "I have come to see the man who wrote this little book," and he removed from his pocket a copy of a book entitled Self-Confidence, which I had written many years previously. "It must have been the hand of fate," he continued, "that slipped this book into my pocket yesterday afternoon, because I was about ready to go out there and punch a hole in Lake Michigan. Had about come to the conclusion that everything and everybody, including God, had it in for me. Until I read this book, and it gave me a new viewpoint and brought me the courage and the hope that sustained me through the night. I made up my mind that if I could see the man who wrote this book, he could help me get on my feet again. Now I am here, and I would like to know what you can do for a man like me." While he was speaking, I had been studying him from head to foot, and I am frank to admit that down deep in my heart, I did not believe there was anything I could do for him, but I did not wish to tell him so. The glassy stare in his eyes, the lines of discouragement in his face, the posture of his body, the 10 days' growth of beard on his face, the nervous manner about this man, all conveyed to me the impression that he was hopeless. But I did not have the heart to tell him. So I asked him to sit down and tell me his whole story. I asked him to be perfectly frank and tell me, as nearly as possible, just what had brought him down to the ragged edge of life. I promised him that after I heard his entire story, I would then tell him whether or not I could be of service to him. He related his story in lengthy detail, the sum and substance of which was this: he had invested his entire fortune in a small manufacturing business. When the World War began in 1914, it was impossible for him to get the raw materials necessary for the operation of his factory, and he therefore failed. The loss of his money broke his heart and so disturbed his mind that he left his wife and children and went to live on the streets. He had actually brooded over his loss until he reached the point at which he was contemplating suicide. After he had finished his story, I said to him, "I have listened to you with a great deal of interest, and I wish that there was something I could do to help you. But there is absolutely nothing." He became as pale as he will be when he is laid away in a coffin. He settled back in his chair and dropped his chin on his chest, as much as to say, "That settles it." I waited for a few seconds, then said, "While there is nothing that I can do for you, there is a man in this building to whom I will introduce you, if you wish, who can help you regain your lost fortune and put you back on your feet again." These words had barely fallen from my lips when he jumped up, grabbed me by the hands, and said, "For God's sake, lead me to this man." It was encouraging to note that he had asked this for God's sake. This indicated that there was still a spark of hope within him, so I took him by the arm and led him out into the laboratory where my psychological tests in character analysis were conducted, and stood with him in front of what looked to be a curtain over a door. I pulled the curtain aside and uncovered a tall mirror in which he saw himself from head to foot. Pointing my finger at the glass, I said, "There stands the man to whom I promised to introduce you. He is the only man in this world who can put you back on your feet again. And unless you sit down and become acquainted with that man as you never became acquainted with him before, you might just as well go on over and punch a hole in Lake Michigan, because you will be of no value to yourself or to the world until you know this man better." He stepped over to the glass, rubbed his hands over his bearded face, studied himself from head to foot for a few moments, then stepped back, dropped his head, and began to weep. I knew that the lesson had been driven home, so I led him back to the elevator and sent him on his way. I never expected to see him again, and I doubted that the lesson would be sufficient to help him regain his place in the world, because he seemed too far gone for redemption. He seemed to be not only down, but almost out. A few days later, I met this man on the street. His transformation had been so complete that I hardly recognized him. He was walking briskly, with his head tilted back. That old, shifting, nervous posture of his body was gone. He was dressed in new clothes from head to foot. He looked prosperous, and he felt prosperous. He stopped me and related what had happened to bring about his rapid transformation from a state of abject failure to one of hope and promise. "I was just on my way to your office," he explained, "to bring you the good news. I went out the very day that I was in your office, a down-and-out tramp, and despite my appearance, I sold myself at a salary of $3,000 a year. Think of it, man, $3,000 a year. And my employer advanced me money enough to buy some new clothes, as you can see for yourself. He also advanced me some money to send home to my family, and I am once more on the road to success. It seems like a dream when I think that only a few days ago I had lost hope and faith and courage, and was actually contemplating suicide. I was coming to tell you that one of these days, when you are least expecting me, I will pay you another visit, and when I do, I will be a successful man. I will bring with me a blank check, signed and made payable to you, and you may fill in the amount because you have saved me from myself by introducing me to myself. That self I never knew until you stood me in front of that mirror and pointed out the real me." As he turned and departed into the crowded streets of Chicago, I saw for the first time in my life what strength and power and possibility lie hidden in the mind of the person who has never discovered the value of self-reliance. Then and there, I made up my mind that I too would stand in front of that same mirror and point an accusing finger at myself for not having discovered the lesson that I had helped another to learn. I did stand before that same mirror, and as I did so, I then and there fixed in my mind as my definite purpose in life the determination to help men and women discover the forces that lie sleeping within them. The book you hold in your hands is evidence that my definite purpose is being carried out. The man whose story I have related here is now the president of one of the largest and most successful concerns of its kind in America, with a business that extends from coast to coast and from Canada to Mexico. A short while after the incident just related, a woman came to my office for personal analysis. She was then a teacher in the Chicago public schools. I gave her an analysis chart and asked her to fill it out. She had been at work on the chart but a few minutes when she came to my desk, handed back the chart, and said, "I do not believe I will fill this out." I asked her why she had decided not to fill out the chart, and she replied, "To be perfectly frank with you, one of the questions in this chart started me thinking, and I now know what is wrong with me. Therefore, I feel it unnecessary to pay you a fee to analyze me." With that, the woman went away and I did not hear from her for 2 years. She went to New York City, became a writer of advertising copy for one of the largest agencies in the country, and her income at the time she wrote me was $10,000 a year. In today's terms, and depending on the nature of the work or the company, this would be in the range of $175,000 to $200,000. This woman later sent me a check to cover the cost of my analysis fee, because she felt that the fee had been earned, even though I did not render her the service that I usually render my clients. It is impossible for anyone to foretell what seemingly insignificant incident may lead to an important turning point in one's career. But there is no denying that these turning points may be more readily recognized by those who have well-developed confidence in themselves. One of the irreparable losses is the lack of knowledge that there is a definite method through which self-confidence can be developed in any person of average intelligence. What an immeasurable loss it is to civilization that young men and women are not taught this known method of developing self-confidence before they complete their schooling, for no one who lacks faith in themselves is really educated in the proper sense of the term. Oh, what glory and satisfaction would be the happy heritage of the man or woman who could pull aside the curtain of fear that hangs over humanity and shuts out the sunlight of understanding that self-confidence brings. Wherever it is in evidence, where fear controls, noteworthy achievement becomes an impossibility. This brings to mind the definition of fear as stated by a great philosopher. Fear is the dungeon of the mind into which it runs and hides and seeks seclusion. Fear brings on superstition, and superstition is the dagger with which hypocrisy assassinates the soul. In front of the typewriter on which I am writing the manuscripts for this course hangs a sign with the following wording: in big letters. Day by day, in every way, I am becoming more successful. A skeptic who read that sign asked if I really believed that stuff, and I replied, of course not. All it ever did for me was to help me get out of the coal mines, where I started as a laborer, and find a place in the world in which I am serving upwards of 100,000 people, in whose minds I am planting the same positive thought that this sign brings out. Therefore, why should I believe in it? As this man started to leave, he remarked, well, perhaps there is something to this sort of philosophy after all, for I have always been afraid that I would be a failure, and so far my fears have been thoroughly realized. You are condemning yourself to poverty, misery, and failure, or you are driving yourself on toward the heights of great achievement, love, beauty, joy, and worship. Heavy forever building, tearing down and rebuilding the foundation, each man's soul, solely by the thoughts you think. If you demand success of yourself and also back up this demand with intelligent action, you are sure to win. Bear in mind, though, that there is a difference between demanding success and just merely wishing for it. You should find out what this difference is and take advantage of it. Do you remember what the Bible says about those who have faith as a grain of mustard seed? Look it up in the book of Matthew, chapter 13. Go at the task of developing self-confidence with at least that much faith, if not more. Never mind what they will say, because you might as well know that they will be of little aid to you in your climb up the mountainside of life toward the object of your definite purpose. You have within you all the power necessary to get whatever you want or need in this world, and about the best way to avail yourself of this power is to believe in yourself. Know thyself, man, know thyself. This has been the advice of the philosophers all down the ages. When you really know yourself, you will know that there is nothing foolish about hanging a sign in front of you that reads, day by day, in every way, I am becoming more successful, with due apologies to Emile Coué, who made this motto popular. I am not afraid to place this sort of suggestion in front of my desk, and, what is more to the point, I am not afraid to believe that it will influence me so that I will become a more positive and aggressive human being. More than 25 years ago, I learned my first lesson in self-confidence building. One night, I was sitting before an open fireplace listening to a conversation between some older men on the subject of capital and labor. Without invitation, I joined the conversation and said something about employers and employees settling their differences on the golden rule basis. My remarks attracted the attention of one of the men, who turned to me with a look of surprise on his face and said, well, you are a bright boy, and if you would go out and get a schooling, you would make your mark in the world. His remark fell on fertile ears. It was the first time that anyone outside my family had ever told me that I was bright or that I might accomplish anything worthwhile in life. It started me thinking, and the more I allowed my mind to dwell on those thoughts, the more certain I became that the remark had behind it a possibility. It might be truthfully stated that whatever service I am rendering the world and whatever good I accomplish should be credited to that offhand remark. Suggestions such as this are often powerful, and none the less so when they are both deliberate and self-expressed. Go back now to the self-confidence formula and master it, for it will lead you into the powerhouse of your own mind, where you will tap a force that can be made to carry you to the very top of the ladder of success. Others will believe in you only when you believe in yourself. They will tune in on your thoughts and feel toward you just as you feel toward yourself. The law of mental telepathy takes care of this. You are continuously broadcasting what you think of yourself, and if you have no faith in yourself, others will pick up the vibrations of your thoughts and mistake them for their own. Once you understand the law of mental telepathy, you will know why self-confidence is the third of the 17 laws of success. You should be cautioned, however, to learn the difference between self-confidence, which is based on sound knowledge of what you know and what you can do, and egotism, which is based only on what you wish you knew or could do. Learn the difference between these two terms, or you will make yourself boring, ridiculous, and annoying to people of culture and understanding. Self-confidence is something that should never be proclaimed or announced except through intelligent performance of constructive deeds. If you have self-confidence, those around you will discover this fact. Let them make the discovery. They will feel proud of their alertness in having made the discovery, and you will be free from the suspicion of egotism. Opportunity never stalks the person with a highly developed state of egotism, but brickbats and ugly remarks do. Opportunity forms affinities much more easily and quickly with self-confidence than it does with egotism. Self-praise is never a proper measure of self-reliance. Bear this in mind and let your self-confidence speak only through the tongue of constructive service rendered without fuss or flurry. Self-confidence is the product of knowledge. Know yourself. Know how much you know and how little, why you know it, and how you are going to use it. Four flushers come to grief. Therefore, do not pretend to know more than you actually do know. There's no use of pretense because any educated person will measure you quite accurately after hearing you speak for 3 minutes. What you really are will speak so loudly that what you claim you are will not be heard. If you heed this warning, the last few pages of this one lesson may mark one of the most important turning points of your life. Believe in yourself, but do not tell the world what you can do. Show it. Discontentment, and after lesson visit with the author. The marker stands at the entrance gate of life and writes, "Poor fool," on the brow of the wise man, and "Poor sinner" on the brow of the saint. The supreme mystery of the universe is life. We come here without our consent from whence we know not. We go away without our consent whither we know not. We are eternally trying to solve this great riddle of life, and for what purpose and to what end? That we are placed on this earth for a definite reason there can be no doubt by any thinker. May it not be possible that the power which placed us here will know what to do with us when we pass on beyond the Great Divide. Would it not be a good plan to give the Creator who placed us here on earth credit for having enough intelligence to know what to do with us after we pass on? Or should we assume the intelligence and the ability to control the future life in our own way? May it not be possible that we can cooperate with the Creator very intelligently by assuming to control our conduct on this earth to the end that we may be decent to one another and do all the good we can in all the ways we can during this life, leaving the hereafter to one who probably knows better than we what is best for us. From birth until death, the mind is always reaching out for what it does not possess. The little child playing with its toys on the floor sees another child with a different toy and immediately tries to lay hands on that toy. Adults continue to pursue what they perceive as bigger, better, and more toys, the more the better. F.W. Woolworth, the 5 and 10 cent store's king, stood on Fifth Avenue in New York City and gazed upward at the tall Metropolitan Building and said, "How wonderful! I will build one much taller." The crowning achievement of his life was measured by the Woolworth Building. That building stands as a temporary symbol of man's nature to excel the handiwork of other men. A monument to the vanity of man, with but little else to justify its existence. The little ragged newsboy on the street stands with wide-open mouth and envies the businessman as he alights from his automobile at the curb and starts into his office. "How happy I would be," the newsboy says to himself, "if I owned a car like that." And the businessman, as he sits at his desk in his office, thinks how happy he would be if he could add another $1 million to his already over-swollen bankroll. "The grass is always sweeter on the other side of the fence," says the jackass as he stretches his neck in the attempt to get to it. Let a crowd of boys into an apple orchard and they will pass by the nice mellow apples on the ground. The red juicy ones hanging dangerously high at the top of the tree look much more tempting, and up the tree they will go. The married man takes a sheepish glance at the ladies on the street and thinks how fortunate he would be if his wife were as pretty as they. Perhaps she is much prettier, but he misses that beauty because, well, because the grass is always sweeter on the other side of the fence. Happiness is always just around the bend, always in sight but just out of reach. Life is never complete, no matter what we have or how much of it we possess. One thing calls for something else to go with it. You long for a home, just a plain little house sitting off in the edge of the woods. You build it, but it is not complete. Now you must have shrubbery and flowers and landscaping to go with it. Still, it is not complete. You must have a beautiful fence around it with a gravel driveway. This calls for a second car in a garage. All these little touches have been added, but to no avail. The place is now too small. You must have a house with more rooms. The Ford must be replaced by a Cadillac. On and on the story goes, ad infinitum. You receive a salary sufficient to keep yourself and your family fairly comfortable. Then comes a promotion, with an advance in salary of $1,000 a year. Do you put the extra $1,000 away in a savings account and continue living as before? You do nothing of the sort. And immediately you must trade the old car in for a new one. The porch must be added to the house. Someone needs a new wardrobe. The table must be set with better food. At the end of the year, are you better off with such an increase? Not at all. The more you get, the more you want. And the rule applies to the millionaire as much as it does to someone with only a few $1,000s. A young man selects the girl of his choice, believing he cannot live without her. After he gets her, he is not sure that he can live with her. If a man remains a bachelor, he wonders why he is so stupid as to deprive himself of the joys of married life. If he marries, he wonders how she happened to catch him off guard long enough to harpoon him. And the god of destiny cries out, "Oh fool! Oh fool! You are damned if you do, and you are damned if you don't." At every crossroad of life, the imps of discontentment stand in the shadows of the background with a grin of mockery on their faces, crying, "Take the road of your own choice, we will get you in the end." At last, many become disillusioned and begin to learn that happiness and contentment are not of this world. Then begins the search for the password that will open the door to some world of which we know nothing. Surely there must be happiness on the other side of the great divide. In desperation, the tired, careworn heart turns to religion for hope and encouragement. But one's troubles are not over, they are just starting. In the midst of sectarian claims and counterclaims, we become undecided. Not knowing whether to turn this way or that, we wonder which brand of religion offers the safest passageway, until hope vanishes. As expressed in the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, in the Fitzgerald translation. Self when young did eagerly frequent doctor and saint and heard great argument about it, and about, but evermore came out by the same door wherein I went. Always seeking but never finding, this might describe the human struggle for happiness and contentment. We try one religion after another, finally joining the big church that the world has named the damned. Our minds become eternal question marks, searching hither and yon for an answer to the questions whence and whither. The worldly hope men set their hearts upon turns ashes, or it prospers, and anon, like snow upon the desert's dusty face lighting a little hour or two, is gone. Life is an everlasting question mark. That which we want most is always in the embryonic distance of the future. Our power to acquire is always a decade or so behind our power to desire. And if we catch up with the thing we want, we no longer want it. Our favorite author is a hero and a genius until we meet him or her and learn the sad truth that this author is only human. As Emerson wrote, "How often must we learn this lesson? People cease to interest us when we find their limitations. The only sin is limitation. As soon as you once come up with a man's limitations, it is all over with him. How beautiful the mountain yonder in the distance. But the moment we draw near it, we find it to be nothing but a wretched collection of rocks and dirt and trees." Out of this truth grew the oft-repeated adage, "Familiarity breeds contempt." Beauty and happiness and contentment are states of mind. They can never be enjoyed except through vision of the afar. The most beautiful painting by Rembrandt becomes a mere smudge of daub paint if we come too near it. Destroy the hope of unfinished dreams in a person's heart and he or she is finished. The moment we cease to cherish the vision of future achievement, we are through. Nature has built us so that our greatest and only lasting happiness is that which we feel in the pursuit of some yet unattained object. Anticipation is sweeter than realization. That which is at hand does not satisfy. The only enduring satisfaction is that which comes to the person who keeps alive in their heart the hope of future achievement. When that hope dies, write finis across the human heart. Life's greatest inconsistency is that most of what we believe is not true. Russell Conwell wrote an extremely popular lecture called Acres of Diamonds. The central idea of the lecture was that one need not seek opportunity in the distance, that opportunity may be found in the vicinity of one's birth. Perhaps, but how many believe it? Opportunity may be found wherever one really looks for it, and nowhere else. To most of us, the picking looks better on the other side of the fence. How futile it is to urge one to try their luck in their little hometown when it is human nature to look for opportunity in some other locality. Do not worry, because the grass looks sweeter on the other side of the fence. Nature intended it so. Thus does she allure us and groom us for the lifelong task of growth through struggle. Some modern miracles. Some people doubt the authenticity of the Bible because they believe that if miracles could have been performed over 2,000 years ago, before the dawn of science, while the world was still steeped in illiteracy and superstition, it should be just as easy to perform them today. I have read the Bible very carefully, some parts of it many times, and I am convinced that it contains no account of any alleged miracle that has not been more than matched in our times in the open light of science. Moreover, these modern-day miracles are subject to analysis and proof. Any child of average intelligence above the age of 12 years may understand the miracles of today. The greatest of all miracles is faith. This is a wonderful age. It is an age of provable miracles. These are the modern miracles that have impressed me most. And the miracle which Edison performed when, after thousands of temporary failures, he wrested from nature the secret by which the sound of the human voice may be recorded on a wax record and reproduced perfectly. That miracle was wrought through Edison's faith. He had no precedent to guide him. No other person had ever performed such a miracle. One of the strange things about this miracle is that Edison began at the very outset to experiment with the rudimentary principle and the mechanical apparatus through which the talking machine, audio recorder, and playback was later revealed. The principle was vibration, and the apparatus was a tube made of wax which revolved on a cylinder that contacted the point of a needle. Nothing but faith could have enabled Edison to have begun so near the source of the secret that he sought, and nothing but faith could have given him the persistence to stick to his experiments through more than 10,000 failures. It was faith that enabled Edison to concentrate his mind on the task which led him through many thousand failures before he created the incandescent lamp, with which he harnessed the energy known as electricity and made it serve to light the world. It was faith that prompted Edison to continue his experiments with the moving picture machine, camera, and projector until he made it actually perform the miracle that he must have seen through his own imagination before he even began. It was faith that sustained the Wright brothers through the years of hazardous experiments before they conquered the air and created a machine that excels in both speed and endurance, the swiftest bird. It was faith that prompted Christopher Columbus to set sail on an uncharted sea in search of a land that, as far as he was concerned, existed nowhere except in his own imagination. Considering the frailties of the little sailing vessels in which he embarked on that momentous voyage, his faith must have been of the kind that enables a person to see the object of their labor already attained, even before they begin. It was faith that inspired Copernicus to see that portion of a universe which human eyes had never beheld. It was at a time in the history of the world when such revelations as those he wrought through his faith and his crude mechanical equipment might mean his destruction at the hands of his contemporaries, who believed there were no stars except those within range of the human eyes. It was faith that enabled Golden Rule Nash to transform a failing business into a shining example of success by dealing with his customers on the basis of a rule that Christ recommended nearly 2,000 years earlier. Arthur Nash turned to faith after every other business principle failed him. By following the Golden Rule through the remainder of his life, Nash accumulated a vast fortune in money, to say nothing of leaving the world richer in spirit because of his example. It was his faith in a cause that enabled Mahatma Gandhi of India to blend into a single mass the minds of more than 200 million of his countrymen, every one of whom would do Gandhi's bidding, even though it meant immediate death. No other influence except faith could have performed this miracle. Because his mind is capable of sustained faith, Gandhi wields this power passively. Gandhi has proved that faith can accomplish that which trained soldiers and money and implements of warfare cannot achieve. It was faith that cut the shackles of limitation from the mind of Professor Einstein and revealed to him mathematical principles that the world had not even suspected to exist. No fear-bound mind could have uncovered such a miracle. It was faith that sustained our own beloved Washington and drove him on to victory in opposition to vastly superior physical forces, a form of faith born of his love for freedom for mankind. The profound principle known as faith is as available to you as it ever was to any human being who has passed this way. If your world is one of limitation, misery, and want, it is because you have not yet realized that you have in your own mind a laboratory that is equipped to engender the power of faith. If we may judge the possibilities of the future by the achievements of the past, the miracles remaining to be uncovered are vastly greater in number and nature than those that have been revealed in the past. It is not yet revealed what our destiny may be. This is an age of revelation. Those who believe that the power of revelation passed away with the superstition and ignorance which prevailed a few hundred years ago have but little comprehension of our modern history. Men like Edison, the Wright brothers, Columbus, Copernicus, Arthur Nash, Gandhi, Einstein, and Washington are all miracle men. They have removed the horizons of men's minds and discovered unto us new worlds. Ours is a day of miracles, and this is an age of faith. The world is passing through an experience that will call for many forms of readjustment of human relationships. The real leadership will be found among those who have great capacity for faith. There will be no place in the immediate future for the weaklings and those who still believe that miracles belong only in the age of the dead past, or that they are wrapped up in unfathomable mystery. The miracles of the future will be revealed by science. The only lasting favor which the parent may confer upon the child is that of helping the child to help itself. Lesson 4. The habit of saving. To advise one to save money without describing how to save would be somewhat like drawing a picture of a horse and writing under it, "This is a horse." It is obvious to all that the saving of money is one of the essentials for success, but the big question uppermost in the minds of the majority of those who do not save is, how can I do it? Now, saving of money is solely a matter of habit. For that reason, this lesson begins with a brief analysis of the law of habit. It is literally true that an individual, through the law of habit, shapes their own personality. Through repetition, any act indulged in a few times becomes a habit, and the mind appears to be nothing more than a mass of motivating forces growing out of our daily habits. When once fixed in the mind, a habit voluntarily impels one to action. For example, follow a given route to your daily work or to some other place that you frequently visit, and very soon the habit has been formed, and your mind will lead you over that route without thought on your part. Moreover, if you start out with the intention of traveling in another direction, without keeping the thought of the change in routes constantly in mind, you will find yourself following the old route. Public speakers have found that the telling over and over again of a story, which may be based on pure fiction, brings into play the law of habit, and very soon they forget whether the story is true or not. Limitation built through habit. Millions of people go through life in poverty and want because they have made destructive use of the law of habit. Not understanding either the law of habit or the law of attraction through which like attracts like, those who remain in poverty seldom realize that they are where they are as the result of their own acts. Fix in your mind the thought that your ability is limited to a given earning capacity and you will never earn more than that. The law of habit will set up a definite limitation of the amount you can earn. Your subconscious will accept this limitation, and very soon you will feel yourself slipping until finally you will become so hedged in by a fear of poverty, one of the 6 basic fears, that opportunity will no longer knock at your door. Your doom will be sealed, your fate fixed. The formation of the habit of saving does not mean that you shall limit your earning capacity. It means just the opposite, that you shall apply this law so that it not only conserves what you do earn in a systematic manner, but it also places you in the way of greater opportunity and gives you the vision, the self-confidence, the imagination, the enthusiasm, the initiative, and leadership to actually increase your earning capacity. Stating this great law in another way, when you thoroughly understand the law of habit, you may ensure yourself success in the great game of money-making by playing both ends of that game against the middle. You proceed in this manner. First, through your definite chief aim, you set up in your mind an accurate, definite description of what you want. including the amount of money you intend to earn. Then your subconscious mind takes over this picture you have created and uses it as a blueprint, chart, or map by which to mold your thoughts and actions into practical plans for attaining the object of your chief aim or purpose. Through the law of habit, you keep the object of your definite chief aim fixed in your mind until it becomes firmly and permanently implanted there. This practice will destroy the poverty consciousness and set up in its place a prosperity consciousness. You will actually begin to demand prosperity. You will begin to expect it. You will begin to prepare yourself to receive it and to use it wisely, thus paving the way or setting the stage for the development of the habit of saving. Having in this manner increased your earning power, you will then make further use of the law of habit by providing in your written statement of your definite chief aim for saving a definite proportion of all the money you earn. Therefore, as your earnings increase, your savings will likewise increase in proportion. By ever urging yourself on and demanding of yourself increased earning power on the one hand, and by systematically laying aside a definite amount of all your earnings on the other hand, you will soon reach the point at which you have removed all imaginary limitations from your own mind, and you will then be well started on the road toward financial independence. Nothing could be more practical or more easily accomplished than this. Reverse the operation of the law of habit by setting up in your mind the fear of poverty, and very soon this fear will reduce your earning capacity until you will be barely able to earn sufficient money to take care of your actual necessities. The publishers of newspapers could create a panic in a week's time by filling their columns with news items concerning the actual business failures of the country, despite the fact that few businesses, compared with the total number in existence, actually fail. The so-called crime waves are very largely the products of sensational journalism. A single murder case, when exploited by the newspapers of the country through scare headlines, is sufficient to start a regular wave of similar crimes in various localities. We are the victims of our habits, no matter who we are or what may be our life calling. Any idea that is deliberately fixed in the mind, or any idea that is permitted to set itself up in the mind as the result of suggestion, environment, or the influence of associates, is sure to cause us to indulge in acts that conform to the nature of the idea. Form the habit of thinking and talking of prosperity and abundance, and very soon material evidence of these will begin to manifest itself in the nature of wider opportunity and new and unexpected opportunity. Like attracts like. If you are in business and have formed the habit of talking and thinking about business being bad, business will be bad. One pessimist, providing that person is permitted to continue his or her destructive influence long enough, can destroy the work of half a dozen competent people, and the pessimist will do it by setting adrift in the minds of his or her associates the thought of poverty and failure. Don't be this type of man or woman. One of the most successful bankers in the state of Illinois has this sign hanging in his private office. We talk and think only of abundance here. If you have a tale of woe, please keep it, as we do not want it. No business firm wants the services of a pessimist. And those who understand the law of attraction and the law of habit will no more tolerate the pessimist than they would permit a burglar to roam around their place of business. Because just one such person will destroy the usefulness of those around them. In tens of thousands of homes, the general topic of conversation is poverty and want, and that is just what they are getting. They think of poverty, they talk of poverty, they accept poverty as their lot in life. They reason that because their ancestors had all been poor, they too must remain poor. The poverty consciousness is the result of the habit of thinking of and fearing poverty. The thing I had feared has come upon me, the slavery of debt. Debt is a merciless master, a fatal enemy of the savings habit. Poverty alone is sufficient to kill off ambition, destroy self-confidence, and destroy hope, but add to it the burden of debt, and all who are victims of these two cruel taskmasters are practically doomed to failure. No one can do their best work. No one can find self-expression in terms that command respect. No one can either create or carry out a definite purpose in life with heavy debt hanging over his or her head. Someone bound in the slavery of debt is just as helpless as the slave who is bound by ignorance or by actual chains. I have a very close friend whose income is $1,000 a month. His wife loves society, and she tries to make a $20,000 showing on a $12,000 income, with the result that this poor fellow is usually about $8,000 in debt. From the mother, every member of his family has also acquired the spending habit. The children, 2 girls and 1 boy, are now of the age when they are thinking of going to college, but this is impossible because of the father's debts. The result is dissension between the father and his children, which makes the entire family unhappy and miserable. These formulas may be assimilated so that they become a part of your mental machinery through the law of habit if you will follow the instructions for their use which accompany each of them. It is assumed that you are striving to attain financial independence. The accumulation of money is not difficult once you have mastered the fear of poverty and developed in its place the habit of saving. I would be greatly disappointed to know that any student of the course got the impression from anything in this or any of the other lessons that success is measured by dollars alone. However, money does represent an important factor in success, and it must be given its proper value in any philosophy intended to help people in becoming useful, happy, and prosperous. The cold, cruel, relentless truth is that in this age of materialism, a person is no more than so many grains of sand, which may be blown helter-skelter by every stray wind of circumstance unless entrenched behind the power of money. Genius may offer many rewards to those who possess it, but the fact still remains that genius without money with which to give it expression is but an empty honor. The person without money is at the mercy of the person who has it, regardless of the amount of ability one may possess, the training they have had, or their native genius or natural gifts. There is no escape from the fact that people will weigh you very largely in the light of bank balances, no matter who you are or what you can do. The first question that arises in the minds of most people when they meet a stranger is, how much money does he or she have? If they have money, they are welcomed into homes, and business opportunities are thrown their way. All sorts of attention are lavished on them. They are entitled to the best of the land. But if, for example, a man's shoes are run down at the heels, his clothes are not pressed, his collar is dirty, and he shows plainly the signs of impoverished finances, woe be his lot, for the passing crowd will step on his toes and blow the smoke of disrespect in his face. These are not pretty statements, but they have one virtue: they are true. This tendency to judge people by the money they have or their power to control money is not confined to any one class of people. We all have a touch of it, whether we recognize it or not. Thomas A. Edison is one of the best-known and most respected inventors in the world because he is also a good businessman. It is no misstatement of facts to say that he may have remained a practically unknown person had he not followed the habit of saving his money, which allowed him to turn his inventions into a business. Henry Ford never would have got to first base with his horseless carriage had he not developed quite early in life the habit of saving. Moreover, had Ford not conserved his resources and hedged himself behind their power, he would have been swallowed up by his competitors or those who covetously desired to take his business away from him long years ago. Many of us have gone a very long way towards success, only to stumble and fall, never again to rise because of lack of money in times of emergency. The mortality rate in business each year due to lack of reserve capital for emergencies is stupendous. To this one cause are due more of the business failures than to all other causes combined. Reserve funds are essential in the successful operation of business. Likewise, savings accounts are essential to success on the part of individuals. Without a savings fund, the individual suffers in 2 ways. First, by their inability to seize opportunities that come only to the person with some ready cash, and second, by embarrassment, due to some unexpected emergency calling for cash. It might also be said that the individual suffers in still a third respect by not developing the saving habit, and that is through the lack of certain other qualities essential for success which grow out of the practice of the habit of saving. The nickels, dimes, and pennies that the average person allows to slip through their fingers would, if systematically saved and properly put to work, eventually bring financial independence. Through the courtesy of a building and loan association, the table on the following page has been compiled, showing what a monthly saving of $5, $10, $25, or $50 will amount to at the end of 10 years. These figures are startling when one considers that the average person spends from $5 to $50 a month for useless merchandise or so-called entertainment. The making and saving of money is a science, yet the rules by which money is accumulated are so simple that anyone may follow them. The main prerequisite is a willingness to subordinate the present to the future by eliminating unnecessary expenditures for luxuries. A young man who was earning only $20 a week as chauffeur for a prominent New York banker was induced by his employer to keep an accurate account of every cent he spent for 1 week. The following is an itemized list of his expenses. Cigarettes, 75 cents. Chewing gum, 30 cents. Soda fountain, $1.80. Cigars for associates, $1.50. Moving picture show, $1. Shaves including tips, $1.60. Newspaper daily and Sunday, 22 cents. Shoe shines, 30 cents. Board and room, $7.47. Money on hand, $12. Idle, 53 cents. Total earnings, $20. The amazing way your money grows. Save $5 a month, only 17 cents a day. Amount saved, profit at about 7% interest, savings plus profits, withdrawal value. First year, $60 saved, $4.30 profit, total $64.30, withdrawal value $61.30. Second year, $120 saved, $16.55 profit, total $136, withdrawal value $125. Third year, $180 saved, $36.30 profit, total $216.30, withdrawal value $191.55. Fourth year, $240 saved, $64 profit, total $304, withdrawal value $216.20. Fifth year, $300 saved, $101 profit, total $401, withdrawal value $338.13. Sixth year, $360 saved, $140 profit, total $500, withdrawal value $414.75. Seventh year, $420 saved, $197.10 profit, total $617, withdrawal value $495.43. Eighth year, $480 saved, $157.05 profit, total $737.50, withdrawal value $578.32. Ninth year, $540 saved, $324.95 profit, total $864.95, withdrawal value $687.15. 10th year, $600 saved, $400 profit, total $1,000, withdrawal value $1,000. Save $10 a month, only 33 cents a day. Amount saved, profit at about 7% interest, savings plus profits, withdrawal value. First year, $120 saved, $8.60 profit, total $128.60, withdrawal value $122.60. Second year, $240 saved, $33.11 profit, total $273.11, withdrawal value $250. Third year, $360 saved, $72.60 profit, total $432.60, withdrawal value $383.10. Fourth year, $480 saved, $128 profit, total $608, withdrawal value $520.40. Fifth year, $600 saved, $202 profit, total $802, withdrawal value $676.25. Sixth year, $720 saved, $280 profit, total $1,000, withdrawal value $829.50. Seventh year, $840 saved, $394.20 profit, total $1,234.20, withdrawal value $990.85. 8th year, $960 saved, $514.10 profit, total $1,474.10. Withdrawal value $1,156.64. 9th year, $1,080 saved, $649.90 profit, total $1,729.90, withdrawal value $1,374.30. 8th year, $1,200 saved, $800 profit, total $2,000, withdrawal value $2,000. Save $25 a month, only 83 cents a day. Amount saved, profit at about 7% interest. Savings plus profits. Withdrawal value. First year, $300 saved, $21.50 profit, total $321.50, withdrawal value $306.50. Second year, $600 saved, $82.75 profit, total $682.75, withdrawal value $625. Third year, $900 saved, $181.50 profit, total $1,081.50. Withdrawal value $957.75. Fourth year, $1,200 saved, $320 profit, total $1,520, withdrawal value $1,301. Fifth year, $1,500 saved, $505 profit, total $2,005, withdrawal value $1,690.63. Sixth year, $1,800 saved, $700 profit, total $2,500, withdrawal value $2,073.75. Seventh year, $2,100 saved, $985.50 profit, total $3,085.50, withdrawal value $2,477.13. Eighth year, $2,400 saved, $1,285.25 profit, total $3,685.25, withdrawal value $2,891.60. Ninth year, $2,700 saved, $1,624.75 profit, total $4,324.75, withdrawal value $3,435.75. 10th year, $3,000 saved, $2,000 profit, total $5,000, withdrawal value $5,000. Save $50 a month, only $1.66 a day. Amount saved, profit at about 7% interest. Savings plus profits, withdrawal value. First year, $600 saved, $43 profit, total $643, withdrawal value $613. Second year, $1,200 saved, $165 profit, total $1,365, withdrawal value $1,250. Third year, $1,800 saved, $363 profit, total $2,163, withdrawal value $1,915.50. Fourth year, $2,400 saved, $640 profit, total $3,040, withdrawal value $2,602. Fifth year, $3,000 saved, $1,010 profit, total $4,010, withdrawal value $3,381.25. Sixth year, $3,600 saved, $1,400 profit, total $5,000, withdrawal value $4,147.50. Seventh year, $4,200 saved, $1,971 profit, total $6,171, withdrawal value $4,954.25. Eighth year, $4,800 saved, $2,570.50 profit, total $7,370, withdrawal value $5,783.20. Ninth year, $5,400 saved, $3,249.50 profit, total $8,649.50, withdrawal value $6,871.50. 10th year, $6,000 saved, $4,000 profit, total $10,000, withdrawal value $10,000. Every failure, every adversity, every hardtack may be a blessing in disguise. Providing it softens the animal portion of our nature, the habit of saving. These figures tell a tragic story that might as well apply to thousands of other people as to the young man who kept this account. His actual saving out of $20 was only 53 cents. He spent $7.47 for items, every one of which could have been greatly reduced and most of which could have been eliminated entirely. And if he also shaved himself and shined his own shoes, he could have saved every cent of the $7.47. Commentary. Wayne Wagner and Al Winikoff, authors of Millionaire, make a similar point in modern terms. They argue for investment in index funds which are relatively secure and typically increase in value at a rate of more than 10% per year. They work backwards from the goal of saving $1 million. If you begin investing at this age at age 65, years to $1 million. Monthly investment required. Daily investment required. $25, $40, $179. Monthly, $5.97 daily. $30, $35, $292 monthly. $9.73 daily. $35, $34, $481 monthly. $16.03 daily. $40, $25, $805 monthly. $28.63 daily. $45, $20, $1,382 monthly. $46.07 daily. $50 to $15, $2,491 monthly. $83.03 daily. Now turn back to the table compiled by the Building and Loan Association and observe what the saving of $7.47 a week would amount to. Suppose the amount this young man actually saved had been only $25 a month. The saving would have increased to the sum of $5,000 by the end of the first 10 years. The young man in question was 21 years old at the time he kept this expense account. By the time he reached the age of 31, he could have had a substantial amount in the bank had he saved $25 a month. And this saving would have brought him many opportunities that would have led directly to financial independence. Some who are short-sighted pseudo-philosophers are fond of pointing to the fact that no one can become rich merely by saving a few dollars a week. This may be true enough as far as the reasoning goes, which is not very far. But the other side of the story is that the saving of even a small sum of money places one in a position where, oftentimes, even this small sum may enable one to take advantage of business opportunities that lead directly and quite rapidly to financial independence. The table showing what a saving of $5 a month will amount to at the end of 10 years should be copied and pasted on your mirror, where it will stare you in the face every morning when you get up and every night as you retire, providing you have not already acquired the habit of systematically saving money. This table should be reproduced in letters and figures an inch tall and placed on the walls of every public school throughout the land, where it might serve as a constant reminder to all children of the value of this savings habit. Commentary. A modern example might look something like this. Terry, a 26-year-old professional, is earning $36,000 a year. Terry's monthly financial picture is as follows. Income, $3,000. Outcome, taxes, $900. Food, $200. Rent and bills, $150. Car payment, $200. Car insurance, $100. Gas, $100. New clothes, $150. Credit card bills, $150. Student loan, $200. Spending money, $250. Total outgo, $3,000. Terry is saving nothing. It seems impossible with a car and an apartment and a professional wardrobe to keep up, let alone a college loan and a big credit card debt, which is how Terry pays for such things as birthday gifts, vacations, car repairs, and so forth. That $250 spending money vanishes on lunches, dinners out, toiletries, and other small things. How could Terry ever get ahead? Terry has made some poor choices. The down payment on a new car lease emptied the savings account, and car insurance is steep. A professional appearance can be important to success, but Terry has long since established a good basic wardrobe, making additional purchases unnecessary. With a credit card balance of over $4,000, Terry is paying more than $600 a year in interest, more than $50 a month. A cheaper apartment alone would provide enough money to pay off half the credit card debt in a year, saving another $300. A car lease is unfortunately an obligation Terry is locked into for 2 years, at the end of which time a new lease will have to be signed, or the outright purchase would be several $1,000s. Terry decides to bite the bullet and moves to a cheaper apartment, freeing up $200 monthly. Half of that goes to credit card bills, and the remainder is used to pay cash for purchases that otherwise would have been charged. Additionally, Terry decides to set aside $20 each week, not a large amount, but for Terry, an important beginning. At the end of a year, Terry will be only $1,200 in debt to credit card companies and able to retire that debt completely in 6 months more. At the end of that same year, Terry will have more than $1,000 in the bank. After the liberating moment, when the last credit card bill is paid, there will be an extra $250 each month. But instead of spending that newly available cash, Terry will be in the grip of the saving habit and will devote all of it to savings, socking away $4,040 over the next 12 months. Assuming the continuation of that annual savings of $4,040, there will be more than $10,500 in the bank by Terry's 30th birthday. And assuming just 3% growth in the annual savings contribution, Terry will reach the age of 40 with more than $55,000. Having a healthy nest egg to fall back on is a great antidote to the fear of poverty, making it much easier to develop the self-confidence you need to pursue your definite chief aim. How much easier would it be for you to take a risk if you knew that you had $55,000 backing you up? Some years ago, before giving serious thought to the value of the savings habit, I made a personal account of the money that had slipped through my fingers. The amount was so alarming that it resulted in the writing of this lesson and adding the habit of saving as one of the 17 laws of success. Following is an itemized statement of that account. Inherited, invested in automobile supply business with a friend who lost the entire amount in 1 year, $4,000. Extra money earned from sundry writing for magazines and newspapers, all spent uselessly, $3,600. Earned from training 3,000 salesmen with the aid of the law of success philosophy, and invested in a magazine that was not a success because there was no reserve capital behind it, $30,000. Extra money earned from public addresses, lectures, etc., all of which was spent as it came in, $3,400. Estimated amount that could have been saved during a period of 10 years out of regular earnings at the rate of only $50 a month, $6,000. Total $47,000. This amount, had it been saved and invested as received, in building and loan associations or in some other manner that would have earned compound interest, would have grown to the sum of $94,000 at the time this lesson is being written. I have never been a victim of any of the usual habits such as gambling, drinking, or excessive entertaining. It is almost unbelievable that someone whose habits of living are reasonably moderate could spend $47,000 within a little over 10 years without having anything to show for the money. But it can be done. I recall one occasion when the president of a large corporation sent me a check for $500 for an address I delivered at a banquet given for the employees. I distinctly recall what went through my mind when I opened the letter and saw the check. I had wanted a new automobile, and this check was exactly the amount required for the first payment. I had it spent before it had been in my hands 30 seconds. Perhaps this is the experience of the majority of people. They think much more about how they will spend whatever they have than they do about saving. The idea of saving and the self-control and self-sacrifice that would be needed to do so is always accompanied by thoughts of an unpleasant nature. But oh, how it thrills one to think of spending. There is a reason for this, and it is that most of us have developed the habit of spending while neglecting the habit of saving. And any idea that seldom frequents the mind is not as welcome as the idea that frequents it often. In truth, the habit of saving can be made as fascinating as the habit of spending might seem, but not until it has become a regular, well-grounded, systematic habit. We like to do things that are often repeated, which is but another way of saying what the scientists have discovered, that we are victims of our habits. The habit of saving requires more force of character than most people have developed. Because saving means self-denial and sacrifice of amusements and pleasures in scores of different ways. For this very reason, one who develops the savings habit acquires at the same time many of the other needed habits that lead to success, especially self-control, self-confidence, courage, poise, and freedom from fear. Commentary. Though some people spend a great deal of money, it does not mean they are rich. In The Millionaire Next Door, Thomas J. Stanley and William Danko reveal that spending is something most wealthy people avoid. Their research shows that more than 80% of America's millionaires accumulated their own wealth. They did not inherit it. Most millionaires do not live in fancy neighborhoods, but in the houses they owned when they began to accumulate their fortunes. Most millionaires drive mid-size American cars, not fancy imports, and 1 out of 3 of them always buys used cars. The average millionaire has an income of just over $130,000. Their real wealth comes from their habit of saving 20% of their income. In short, most millionaires are not actors or Fortune 500 CEOs or athletes pulling down millions of dollars a season. They are people earning good but not fantastic incomes who have made a habit of saving. How much should you save? The question of how much a person should save cannot be answered in a few words, for the amount each should save depends upon many conditions, some of which may be within one's control and some of which may not be. Generally speaking, a salaried worker should apportion his or her income about as follows. Savings account, 20%. Living, clothes, food, and shelter, 50%. Education, 10%. Recreation, 10%. Life insurance, 10%. Total, 100%. The following, however, indicates the approximate distribution that the average person actually makes of their income. Savings account, nothing. Living, clothes, food, and shelter, 60%. Education, 0%. Recreation, 35%. Life insurance, 5%. Total, 100%. An experienced analyst has said that he could tell very accurately by examining anyone's personal monthly budget what sort of a life that person is living. Moreover, the analyst will get most of the information from looking at the figure for the recreation item. This, then, is a figure to be watched as carefully as the greenhouse keeper watches the thermometer that controls the life and death of their plants. Nothing in this lesson is intended as a sermon on morality or on any other subject. We are dealing here with cold facts, which to a large extent constitute the materials out of which success may be created. Regardless, this is an appropriate place to state some facts which have such a direct bearing on the subject of achieving success that they cannot be omitted without weakening this entire course in general and this lesson in particular. I am speaking not as a reformer, nor am I preaching morals, as this field of useful endeavor is quite well covered by others who are able workers. What is here stated, therefore, is intended as a necessary part of a course of philosophy, whose purpose is to mark a safe road over which one may travel to honorable achievement. Careful analysis of 178 men who are known to be successful disclosed the fact that all had failed many times before arriving. Commentary. In the following section, Napoleon Hill goes on at length citing examples of people spending their money on bootleg alcohol instead of saving. The editors have chosen to include these examples in this new edition as a short lesson in human nature. As you read the following section, in your mind replace the word liquor with the words drugs, video games, lottery tickets, or any other current trend, and no doubt you will experience Hill's stories from 1927 suddenly becoming as contemporary as today's headlines. During 1926, I was in partnership with the late Don R. Mellett, who was at that time the publisher of the Catilde-Ton, Ohio Daily News. Mr. Mellett became interested in the law of success philosophy because it offered, as he believed, sound counsel to young men and young women who really wished to get ahead in life. Through the pages of the Daily News, Mr. Mellett was conducting a fierce battle against the underworld forces of Canton. With the aid of detectives and investigators, some of whom were supplied by the governor of Ohio, Mr. Mellett and I gathered accurate data as to the way most of the people in Canton were living. In July 1926, Mr. Mellett was assassinated. During the investigation into crime conditions in Canton, all reports came to my office, and the data described following are therefore absolutely accurate. A bank teller, whose salary was $150 a month, was spending an average of $75 a month for liquor, and in addition to this unpardonable waste of money, out of a salary that was none too great at most, he was traveling at a pace and with a crowd that meant ruin for him later on. The superintendent of a large manufacturing plant, whose salary was $5,000 a year and who should have been saving at least $125 a month, was saving nothing. His bootlegger's bill averaged $150 a month. A policeman whose income was $160 a month was spending over $400 a month on dinner parties at a nearby roadhouse. Where he got the difference between his legitimate income and his actual expenditures is a question that reflects no particular credit on the policeman. A young man who was attending high school was spending large sums for liquor. The actual amount was not obtainable for the reason that he paid cash as he got the liquor, and the bootlegger's records did not therefore disclose the actual amount. Later, this boy's parents had him locked up to save him from himself. It was found that he was stealing money from a savings fund kept by his mother somewhere in the house. He had stolen and spent more than $300 of this money when discovered. A few years ago, I set up a lecture bureau in 41 high schools where I lectured once each month throughout the school season. The principals of these high schools stated that less than 2% of the students showed any tendency towards saving money, and an examination through the aid of a questionnaire prepared specifically for that purpose disclosed that only 5% of the students, out of a total of 11,000 of high school age, believed that the savings habit was one of the essentials for success. Commentary. According to the 1999 Embry Youth and Money Survey, 64% of students say they do not know as much about money as they should. Even among students who say they do a very good job of managing their money, 49% think they should know more. It is no wonder that the rich are becoming richer and the poor are becoming poorer. We are all victims of habit. Unfortunately for most of us, we are reared by parents who have no concept whatsoever of the psychology of habit. And without being aware of their fault, most parents aid and abet their offspring in the development of the spending habit by overindulgence with spending money and by lack of training in the habit of saving. The habits of early childhood cling to us all through life. Fortunate indeed is the child whose parents have the foresight as well as the understanding of the value of the savings habit as a builder of character to instill this habit in the minds of their children. It is a training that yields rich rewards. Give the average person a $100 windfall and what will become of it? While the lucky person will begin to ponder how to spend the money, dozens of things that are needed or are perceived as being needed will flash into that person's mind, but it is a rather safe bet that it will never occur to the recipient unless he or she has acquired the savings habit to make this $100 the beginning of a savings account. Before night comes, the $100 will be spent, or at least a decision will have been made as to how to spend it, thus adding more fuel to the already too bright flame of the habit of spending. We are ruled by our habits. It requires force of character, determination, and the power of firm decision to open a savings account, and then add to it a regular, even if small, portion of all subsequent income. There is one rule by which anyone may determine well in advance whether or not financial freedom and independence, which is so universally desired, is attainable, and this rule has absolutely nothing to do with the amount of one's income. The rule is that if you follow a systematic habit of saving a definite proportion of all money you earn or receive in other ways, you are practically sure to place yourself in a position of financial independence. If you save nothing, you are absolutely sure never to be financially independent, no matter how much your income may be. The one and only exception to this rule is that someone who does not save might possibly inherit such a large sum of money that he or she could not spend it, or might inherit it under a trust which would protect it. But these eventualities are rather remote. So much so, in fact, that you cannot rely upon such a miracle happening to you. All salespeople will do well to remember that no one wants anything that someone else is trying to get rid of. The habit of saving. I enjoy a rather close acquaintance with many hundreds of people throughout the United States and in some foreign countries. For nearly 25 years, I have been watching many of these acquaintances, and I know therefore from actual experience how they live, why some of them have failed, while others have succeeded, and the reasons for both failure and success. This list of acquaintances includes men who control hundreds of millions of dollars and who actually own many millions that they have acquired. I also know men who have had millions of dollars, all of which passed through their fingers, and they are now penniless. For the purpose of showing the student of this philosophy just how the law of habit becomes a sort of pivotal point on which success or failure turns, and exactly why no one can become financially independent without developing the habit of systematic saving, the living habits of some of these many acquaintances will be described. We will begin with a complete history, in his own words, of a man who made $1 million in the field of advertising, but who was left with nothing to show for his efforts. The story is true in every respect, and it has been included as a part of this lesson because the author of the story, Mr. W.C. Freeman, is willing to have his mistakes made public with the hope that others may avoid them. This story first appeared in The American Magazine, and it is here reprinted through the courtesy of the publishers of that publication. Copyright The Crowell Publishing Company, 1927. A sad but true story. I have made $1 million, but I haven't got a cent. While it is embarrassing, yes, humiliating, publicly to confess to an outstanding fault that has made a good deal of a mess of my life today, nevertheless, I have decided to make this confession for the good it may do. I am going to make a clean breast of how I let slip through my fingers all the money I have earned thus far in my lifetime, which approximates $1 million. This amount I made through my work in the field of advertising, except a few $1,000s I earned up to 25 years of age, by teaching in country schools and by writing newsletters to some country weeklies and daily newspapers. Maybe one lone million does not seem a lot of money in these days of many millions and even billions, but it is a big sum of money just the same. If there are any who think to the contrary, let them count $1 million. I tried to figure out the other night how long it would take to do so. I found I could count an average of 100 a minute. On this basis, it would take me 20 days of 8 hours each, plus 6 hours and 40 minutes on the 21st day to do the stunt. I doubt very much if you or I were given an assignment to count $1 million $1 bills, on the promise that all of them would be ours at the end of that time, that we could complete it. It would probably drive us mad, and a lot of use the money would be to us then, wouldn't it? Let me say at the outset of my story that I do not regret, not for 1 minute, that I spent 90% of the money I made. To wish any of this 90% back at this time would make me feel that I would have denied much happiness to my family and to many others. My only regret is that I spent all of my money and more besides. If I had today the 10% I could have saved easily, I would have $100,000 safely invested and no debts. If I had this money, I would feel really and truly that I was rich, and I mean just this, for I have never had a desire to accumulate money for money's sake. The habit of saving. Those school teaching and newspaper correspondence days of mine brought some cares and responsibilities, but they were met optimistically. I married at the age of 21 with the full approval of parents on both sides, who believed thoroughly in the doctrine preached by Henry Ward Beecher, that early marriages are virtuous marriages. Just 1 month and 1 day after I was married, my father met a tragic death. He was suffocated by coal gas. Having been an educator all his life, and one of the best, he had not accumulated any money. When he passed out of our family circle, it was up to all of us to pull together and get along somehow, which we did. Apart from the void left in our home by my father's death, My wife and I and my mother and only sister lived together. We had a joyful life, despite the fact that it was a tight squeeze to make ends meet. My mother, who was exceptionally talented and resourceful, she had taught school with my father until I was born, decided to open our home to a married couple, old friends of the family. They came to live with us and their board helped to pay expenses. My mother was known far and wide for the wonderful meals she served. Later on, two well-to-do women friends of the family were taken into our home, thus increasing our revenue. My sister helped very substantially by teaching a kindergarten class, which met in the big living room of our home. My wife contributed her share to the household by taking charge of the sewing and mending. Those were very happy days. Nobody in the household was extravagant or had any extravagant tendencies, except perhaps myself, for I was always inclined to be free with money. I liked to make gifts to the family and to entertain friends. Think well before you speak, because your words may plant the seed of either success or failure in the mind of some other person. The habit of saving. When the first baby came into our home, a boy, we all thought heaven had opened its doors to us. My wife's parents, who took the keenest and deepest interest in our affairs and who were always ready to lend a helping hand, were equally happy over the coming of their first grandchild. My brother-in-law, much older than my wife and a bachelor, could not understand at first the joy we all felt. But even he began to strut around like a proud peacock after a while. What a difference a baby makes in a home. I am injecting these details into my story merely to emphasize how the early days of my life were lived. I had no opportunity to spend much money, and yet I had as much happiness in those days as I have ever had since. The strange thing about it all is that the experience of those days did not teach me the value of money. If anybody ever had a practical lesson to guide him in his future, I certainly had it. But let me tell you how this early experience affected me. The birth of my son inspired me to do something that would make more money than I was getting at teaching school and in writing for newspapers. I did not want my wife, mother, and sister to feel that they would have to continue indefinitely to do their part in sustaining the household. Why should a fellow, big and strong and healthy as I have always been, and with a reasonable amount of ability, be content to remain a spoke in the wheel? Why shouldn't I be the whole wheel as far as providing for the family was concerned? Following my desire to make more money, I took on the selling of books in addition to teaching and writing for newspapers. This earned for me quite a little extra money. Finally, I gave up teaching and concentrated on selling books and writing for newspapers. My book selling took me to Bridgeton, New Jersey. It was here that I got my first real start in making money. I had to be away from home a great deal to do this work, but the sacrifice was worthwhile. I earned enough money in a few weeks to send more money home than I had contributed to the household in any year from my school teaching and newspaper correspondence. After combing the territory in the Bridgeton zone, I became interested in a newspaper in that city, the Morning Star. It seemed to me that the editor and publisher of this paper needed a helper. I called on him and told him so. He said, "Heavens, young man, how can I hire you? I am not earning enough money to pay for my own living." "That's just it," said I. "I believe together we can make the Star a success. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll work for you for 1 week for $1 a day. At the end of the week, if I have made good, I'll expect you to pay me $3 a day for the second week. And then, if I continue to do well, I'll expect you to pay me $6 a day for the third week, and we'll continue from then on until the paper makes enough money to pay me $50 a week." The owner agreed to my proposition. At the end of 2 months, I was being paid $50 a week, which in those days was considered a big salary. I began to feel that I was well on my way toward making money, but all I wanted it for was to make my family more comfortable. $50 a week was just 4 times as much as I had made teaching school. My job on the Star embraced editorial writing, not very brilliant reporting, just ordinary, the writing and selling of advertisements, fairly successful, proofreading, bill collecting, and so forth. It kept me humping 6 days a week, but I could stand it for I was strong and healthy, and besides, the work was very interesting. I also contributed correspondence to the New York Sun, Philadelphia Record, and the Trenton, New Jersey Times, which brought me in an average of $150 a month, for this was a good news territory. Earned a lesson on the star that eventually shaped the course of my life. I found out that there is a great deal more money to be earned by selling advertising for newspapers than in writing for them. Advertising brings grist to the mill. I put over one advertising stunt on the Star, a write-up of the South Jersey oyster industry paid for by the oystermen that brought in $3,000 cash, which the publisher divided with me 50-50. I had never seen so much money at one time in all my life. Think of it, $1,500, 25% more than I had made in 2 years of school teaching and odd tasks. Did I save this money or any part of it? I did not. What was the use? I could do so much with it to make my wife, boy, mother, and sister happy that I let it go far easier than I had made it. But would it not have been a fine thing if I had put this money away for a rainy day? My work in Bridgeton attracted the attention of Sam Hudson, New Jersey correspondent of the Philadelphia Record, who was a shining example of that type of newspaperman whose greatest pleasure in life is doing things for others. Sam told me that it was time for me to get located in a big city. He thought I had it in me to make good. He said he would get me a job in Philadelphia. He did, and I moved with my wife and baby to Germantown. I was given charge of the advertising department of the Germantown Philadelphia Gazette, a weekly newspaper. It was hard for someone as positive as I to make as much money as I had earned in Bridgeton because I had to give up my newspaper correspondence. The news for this section was covered by other correspondents. But very soon I was making 25% more money. The Gazette increased its size 3 times to accommodate its advertising, and each time I received a very substantial increase in salary. In addition to this, I was given a job to gather social news for the Sunday edition of the Philadelphia Press. Bradford Merrill, managing editor of that newspaper, now a very important New York newspaper executive, assigned me a big territory to cover. This kept me busy every night in the week except Saturdays. I was paid $5 a column, but I averaged 7 columns every Sunday, which made me $35 a week extra. It was more money for me to spend, and I spent it. I did not know anything about budgeting my expenses. I just let it go as it came. I did not have time, or thought I hadn't, to watch my step in spending. A year later, I was invited to join the advertising staff of the Philadelphia Press, a big opportunity for a young man, for I got wonderful training under the management of William L. McLean, now the owner of the Philadelphia Evening Bulletin. I still retained my job as gatherer of social news, so my income was just about the same as I had been making in Germantown. But before long, my work attracted the attention of James Elverson Sr., publisher of the old Saturday Night and Golden Days, who had just purchased the Philadelphia Inquirer. I was offered and accepted the advertising management of this newspaper. This meant a big increase in my income, and soon afterward there came a happy increase in my family, the birth of a daughter. Then I was able to do what I had longed to do since the birth of my son. I got the family together again under one roof, my wife and 2 babies, my mother and sister. At last I was able to relieve my mother of any cares or responsibilities, and never again did she have either as long as she lived. She died in her 81st year, 25 years after my father's death. I shall never forget her last words to me. "Will, you have never caused me a moment's worry since you were born, and I could not have had more than you have given me had I been the Queen of England." I was making at this time 4 times more money than my father had made as superintendent of public schools in my hometown of Phillipsburg, New Jersey. All the money, however, passed out of my pockets as easily as water flows through a sieve. Expenses increased with every increase in my income, which is the habit, I suppose, with most people. There was no sane reason, though, for letting my expenses go beyond my income, which I did. I found myself piling up debts, and from this time on, I was never out of debt. I did not worry about my debts, though, for I thought I could pay them off at any time. It never occurred to me, not until fully 25 years later, that debt eventually would bring upon me not only great anxiety and unhappiness, but that I would lose friends and credit as well. But I must pat myself on the back for one thing. I was giving full rein to my big fault, spending money as fast as I made it, often faster, but I never shirked my work. I was always trying to find more things to do, and I always found them. I spent very little time with my family. I would go home to dinner every night and romp with the babies until their bedtime. Then I would return to the office and often work. So the years went by. Another daughter arrived. Presently, I wanted my daughters to have a pony and cart, and I wanted my son to have a riding horse. And then I thought I needed a team to take me around with the family. I got them all. Instead of one horse and a carryall, or perhaps a team, which would have been sufficient for our needs, and something we could have. I am thankful for the adversities that have crossed my pathway, for they have taught me tolerance, sympathy, self-control, perseverance, and some other virtues I might never have known. For it, I had to have a stable, with all that goes with it. This outfit cost me nearly 1/4 of my annual income. Then I took up golf. This was in my 41st year. I went at my play the same way I went at my work, put my whole heart into it. I learned to play pretty well. My son and elder daughter played with me, and they learned to play well too. It was necessary that my younger daughter should spend the winter in the South and summers in the Adirondacks. But instead of her mother going with her alone, I felt it would be fine if the son and other daughter went along with them. This arrangement was carried out. They went to Pinehurst, North Carolina every winter, and to expensive resorts in the Adirondacks or in New Hampshire in the summer. All of this took a great deal of money. My son and elder daughter were keen about golf and spent a lot of money on it. I also disbursed quite a little on golf courses around New York. Between the three of us, we won 80 prizes, most of which are now in storage. I sat down one day and calculated what these prizes had cost me. I discovered that each trophy had cost me $250, or a total of $45,000 over a period of 15 years. An average of $3,000 a year. Ridiculous, wasn't it? I entertained lavishly at my home. Montclair folks thought I was a millionaire. I frequently invited groups of businessmen to have a day of golf at the club and then to have dinner with me in the evening. They would have been satisfied with a plain home dinner, but no, I must serve them an elaborate affair staged by a famous caterer. These dinners never cost less than $10 a plate, which did not include the money spent for music while they were dining. I had a quartet come to the house. Our dining room comfortably seated 20 people, and it was filled to capacity many times. It was all very lovely, and I was glad to be their host. In fact, I was very happy over it. I never stopped to think how rapidly I was piling up debts. The day came when they began to bother me a lot. I had entertained so many guests at the golf club one month, paying for luncheons, cigars, and greens fees, that my bill was $450. This attracted the attention of the directors of the club, who were all good friends of mine and very much interested in my welfare. They made it their business to tell me that I was spending entirely too much money, and they wished for my sake that I could check my expenses. This gave me a bit of a jolt. It made me think seriously long enough to get rid of my horses and traps. At a big sacrifice, of course. I gave up our home and moved back to the city, but I did not leave any unpaid bills in Montclair. I borrowed the money to pay them. It was always easy for me to get all the money I wanted, despite my well-known financial shortcomings. Here are two sidelights on my experience during my flaring 40s. Besides spending money foolishly and perhaps recklessly, I loaned it with equal abandon. In cleaning out my desk at home before moving to the city, I looked over a package of due bills, the total of which was over $40,000. That was money handed out to just anybody who came along. I tore them all up, but I realized that if I had that money in hand, I wouldn't owe a dollar. One of the prosperous businessmen I had entertained many times, and who in turn had entertained me, said to me, "Billy, I've got to stop going on outings with you. You spend entirely too much money for me. I can't keep up with you." Think of that coming from a man who was making more money than I was. It should have struck home, but it didn't. I went on spending just the same, and foolishly thinking that I was having a good time, and with no thought of the future. This man is now one of the vice presidents of one of New York's greatest financial institutions, and is reported to be worth many millions of dollars. I should have taken his advice. In the fall of 1908, after my disastrous experience of 6 months in another line of business, following my resignation from the Hearst organization, I resumed newspaper work as advertising manager of the New York Evening Mail. I had known Henry L. Stoddard, editor and owner, back in the Philadelphia days, when he was political correspondent for the press. Despite the fact that I was bothered by debts, I did the best work of my life on the Evening Mail and made more money during the 5 years I was associated with it than I had ever made before. Moreover, Mr. Stoddard gave me the privilege of syndicating advertising talks which ran in his paper for 1,000 consecutive publication days and earned for me more than $55,000. Mr. Stoddard was very generous in many other ways and frequently paid me special sums of money for doing what he considered unusual things in the way of developing business. During this period, I was so deeply in debt that in order to keep things moving as smoothly as possible, but without retrenching in the slightest way in my expenses, I borrowed money from Peter to pay Paul and from Paul to pay Peter. That item of $55,000 earned from syndicating advertising talks would have more than paid all my debts and left a nice nest egg besides. But all of it was spent as easily as though I hadn't a care in the world. In 1915, I went on my own in the advertising business. From that time until the spring of 1922, my fees ran into very big figures. I was still making more money than I ever did and was spending it just as fast as I made it, until finally my friends got tired of making me loans. If I had shown the slightest inclination to curb my expenses to the extent of only 10%, these wonderful men would have been willing to divide 50-50 with me, letting me pay them 5% of it and saving 5%. They did not care so much about the return of the money they had loaned me as that they wanted to see me pull myself together. The crash in my affairs came 5 years ago. Two friends who had stood by me loyally became impatient and told me frankly that I needed a drastic lesson. And they gave it to me all right. I was forced into bankruptcy, which nearly broke my heart. I felt that every person I knew was pointing the finger of scorn at me. This was very foolish. While there was comment, it was not at all unfriendly. It was expressive of keen regret that a man who had attained so much prestige in his profession and had earned so much money should have allowed himself to get into financial difficulties. Proud and sensitive to the core, I felt the disgrace of bankruptcy so keenly that I decided to go to Florida, where I had once done a special piece of work for a client. It seemed to me to be the coming El Dorado, a figure that maybe I could make sufficient money in a few years so that I could return to New York, not only with a competency, but with enough to pay all my debts in full. For a time, it looked as though I would realize this ambition, but I was caught in the big real estate collapse. So here I am, back in the old town where I once had big earning power and hundreds of friends and well-wishers. It has been a strange experience. One thing is certain, I have learned my lesson at last. I feel sure that opportunities will come my way to redeem myself and that my earning power will be restored to me. And when that time comes, I know that I shall be able to live as well as I ever did on 40% of my income. And I shall divide the remaining 60% into two parts, setting aside 30% to pay my creditors and 30% for insurance and savings. If I allowed myself to feel depressed over my past or filled my mind with worries, I would not be capable of carrying on the fight to redeem myself. Besides, I would be ungrateful to my Maker for having endowed me with wonderful health all my life. Is there any greater blessing? I would be ungrateful to the memory of my parents, whose splendid training has kept me anchored pretty safely to moral standards. Slipping from moral moorings is infinitely more serious in the end than slipping from the thrift standard. I would lack appreciation for the encouragement and support I have had, in generous measure, from hundreds of businessmen and too many good friends who helped me build a fine reputation in my profession. These memories are the sunshine of my life, and I shall use them to pave the way to my future achievement. With abundance of health, unfaltering faith, unflagging energy, unceasing optimism, and unbounded confidence that a man can win his fight even though he commences late in life to realize the kind of fight he must make. Is there anything but death to stop him? Mr. Freeman's story is the same as that which might be told by thousands of others who saved nothing, with the exception that the amounts of their incomes would vary. The manner of living, the way the money was spent, and why, as told in Mr. Freeman's narrative, show the way the spender's mind works. Fortunate is the person who has learned that the most certain way to get is to first give, through some sort of useful service, the habit of saving $299 The installment plan of buying has become so common, and it is so easy to purchase practically anything one desires, that the tendency to spend out of proportion to one's income is rapidly increasing. This tendency must be curbed by the person who has made up his or her mind to gain financial independence. It can be done by anyone who is willing to try. There is no virtue in keeping up with the neighbors when this means sacrifice of the habit of saving a regular part of one's income. It is far better in the long run to be considered a bit behind the times than it is to go through youth into the days of maturity and finally into old age without having formed the habit of systematic saving. It is a common practice today for families to purchase automobiles on monthly payments, which involve too great an expenditure compared with their income. If you have a Ford income, you have no business purchasing a more expensive car. You should curb your desires and content yourself with a Ford. Many people spend their entire incomes and often go into debt besides because they maintain automobiles out of keeping with their incomes. This common practice is fatal to success. As far as financial independence may be considered a part of success, it is better to sacrifice during the age of youthfulness than it is to be compelled to do so during the age of maturity, as all who have not developed the habit of saving generally have to do. There is nothing quite so humiliating that carries such great agony and suffering as poverty in old age, when personal services are no longer marketable and one must turn to relatives or to charitable institutions for existence. A budget system should be maintained by every person, both the married and the single, but no budget will work if the person trying to keep it lacks the courage to cut expenses on such items as entertainment and recreation. If you have so little willpower that you think it necessary to keep up with the Joneses with whom you associate socially and whose income is greater than yours, or who spend all of their income foolishly, then no budget system can be of service to you. I am thankful that I was born poor, that I did not, freedom while quietly binding us to a shallow existence, come into this world burdened by the whims of wealthy parents with a bag of gold around my neck. The habit of saving 301. Forming the savings habit means that, to some extent at least, you must seclude yourself from all except a well-selected group of friends who enjoy you without elaborate entertaining on your part. To admit you lack the courage to trim down your expenditures so that you can save money, even if only a small amount, is the equivalent of admitting at the same time a lack of the sort of character that leads to success. It has been proved, times too numerous to mention, that people who have formed the habit of saving are always given preference in positions of responsibility. Therefore, the saving of money not only adds advantages in the nature of preferred employment and a larger bank account, but it also increases the actual earning capacity. Any business will prefer to employ a person who saves money regularly, not only because that person saves money, but more because of the characteristics possessed by such a person which make him or her more efficient. It should be a common practice for all businesses to require all employees to save money. This would be a blessing to the many who would not otherwise have the willpower to form the savings habit. Henry Ford has gone a very long way, perhaps as far as is expedient, to induce his employees not only to save their money but also to spend what they do, spend wisely, and to live sanely and economically. The manager who induces their employees to form the habit of saving is a scamp, practical philanthropist. Commentary. The smart course is to resolve to save a certain percentage of every check that comes to you. This is called paying yourself first. While 20% may seem daunting, it will become easier to manage as you experience the excitement of watching your savings grow. If your current situation absolutely will not allow you to Set aside 20%. Select another amount, even just 5%. Out of every $1,000, this is just $50, but repeat that 5% savings 10 times and you will have $500. You will find that as you watch your savings grow, you will gain self-confidence. You will realize that you are capable of saving. What would happen, you'll ask, if I were saving 10% or even 15%? Soon 20% will seem far more attainable. You should strive to reach a point where you have at least 3 months take-home pay in your savings account. This will provide you with an important cushion in the event of some unexpected difficulty. Even better, a year's worth of living expenses set aside will bring you a great sense of freedom. If you have nothing more in the bank than what it will take to get you through. Next week, this will seem an enormous goal. Even by setting aside 20% of your income, you will still need almost 5 years to reach this level of savings. But if you do nothing, in 5 years you will still be as strapped for cash as you are today. Perhaps your friends will wonder why you are driving the same car or why you haven't made other significant purchases. The fear of criticism may concern you, but if these people are measuring you solely by how extravagantly you spend your money, maybe they aren't the best friends to have. Avoid the temptation to boast about your savings unless you are embarking on a business relationship. This is no one else's concern. It is too easy to find yourself the butt of jokes about being a skinflint or the target of a so-called friend who comes hat in hand for a loan that you will never see repaid. Learn more about what you can do with your savings. There are many good guides to money management. Of course, accumulating savings will also be very useful to you in pursuing your defined chief aim. When the time comes for that pursuit, be sure to hold back a part of your savings. Few people leap to success immediately. There will be surprises and probably some setbacks along the way. Keeping a cushion ready gives you the resiliency to bounce back from disappointment and take advantage of the lessons it has taught you. Your commitment to the habit of saving will prepare you to embrace and use all the lessons of the law of success, opportunities that come to those who have saved money. Well, a few years ago, a young man came to Philadelphia from the farming district of Pennsylvania and went to work in a printing plant. One of his fellow workers owned some shares in a building and loan company and had formed the habit of saving $5 a week. This young man was influenced by his associate to also open an account with the building and loan company, and at the end of 3 years, he had saved $900. Then the printing plant got into financial difficulty and was about to fail. He came to the rescue with his $900, which he had saved in small amounts, and in return was given a half interest in the business. By inaugurating a system of close economy, he helped the business to pay off its indebtedness, and today he is drawing out of it, as his half of the profits, a little better than $25,000 a year. This opportunity never would have come, or if it had, he would not have been prepared to take it had he not formed the habit of saving. When the Ford automobile was perfected during the early days of its existence, Henry Ford needed capital to promote the manufacture and sale of his product. He turned to a few friends who had saved up a few $1,000s, one of whom was Senator Couzens. These friends came to his rescue, put in a few $1,000s with him, and later drew out millions of dollars in profits. When Woolworth first started his 5 and 10 cent stores plan, he had no capital, but he turned to a few friends who had saved by the closest sort of economy and great sacrifice a few $1,000s. These friends staked him, and later they were paid back hundreds, thousands of dollars in profits. Van Heusen, the famed shirt manufacturer, conceived the idea of producing a semi-soft collar for men. His idea was sound, but he had not a cent to promote it. He turned to a few friends who had only a few $100s. They gave him a start, and the collar made each of them wealthy. The men who started the El Producto cigar business had but little capital, and what they did have was money they had saved from their small earnings as cigar makers. They had a good idea and knew how to make a good cigar, but the idea would have died before it could be carried out had they not saved a little money. With their meager savings, they launched the cigar, and a few years later they sold out their business to the American Tobacco Company for $8 million. Behind practically every great fortune, one may find as its beginning a well-developed habit of saving money. John D. Rockefeller was an ordinary bookkeeper when he conceived the idea of developing the oil business, which was then not even considered a business. He needed capital, and because he had developed the habit of saving and had thereby proved that he could conserve the funds of other people, he had no difficulty in borrowing the money he needed. It may be truthfully stated that the real basis of the Rockefeller fortune is the habit of saving money that Mr. Rockefeller developed while working as a bookkeeper at a salary of $40 a month. James J. Hill was a poor young man working as a telegrapher at a salary of $30 a month. He conceived the idea of the Great Northern Railway system, but his idea was out of proportion to his ability to finance. However, he had formed the habit of saving money, and on the meager salary of $30 a month had saved enough to enable him to pay his expenses on a trip to Chicago, where he interested capitalists in financing his plan. The fact that he himself had saved money on a small salary was considered good evidence that he would be a safe man to trust with other people's money. Most people in business will not trust another person with their money unless that person has demonstrated an ability to take care of their own and use it wisely. The test, while it is often embarrassing to those who have not formed the habit of saving, is a very practical one. A young man who worked in a printing plant in the city of Chicago wanted to open a small print shop and go into business for himself. He went to a printing supply house manager and made his wants known, saying he needed credit for a printing press and some type another small equipment. The first question asked by the manager was, "Have you saved any money of your own?" And he had. Out of his salary of $30 a week, he had saved $15 a week regularly for nearly 4 years. He got the credit he wanted. Later on, he got more credit. Until today, he has built up one of the most successful printing plants in the city of Chicago. His name is George B. Williams. Many years after this incident, I became acquainted with George Williams, and at the end of the war, in 1918, I went to Mr. Williams and asked for credit amounting to many thousands of dollars for the purpose of publishing the Golden Rule magazine. The first question he asked was, "Have you formed the habit of saving money?" Despite that, all the money I had saved was lost in the war. The fact that I had actually formed the savings habit was the real basis on which I got credit for upward of $30,000. There are opportunities on every corner, but they exist only for those who have ready money or who can command money because they have formed the habit of saving. Those who have developed the savings habit generally also have the other character attributes that go with its formation. The late J.P. Morgan once said he would rather loan $1 million to a person of sound character who had formed the habit of saving money than he would $1,000 to a person without character who was a spendthrift. Generally speaking, this is the attitude that the world takes toward all those who save money. It often happens that a small savings account of no more than $200 or $300 is sufficient to start one on the highway to love and justice. They are the real arbiters of all disputes. Give them a chance, and you will no longer want to defeat a brother sojourner. Be by the wayside of life. Financial independence. A few years ago, a young inventor invented a household article which was unique and practical. But he was at a disadvantage, as inventors so often are, because he did not have the money to market his invention. Moreover, not having formed the habit of saving, he found it impossible to borrow money through banking sources. His roommate was a young machinist who had saved $200. He came to the inventor's aid with this small sum of money, and that allowed them to have enough of these articles manufactured to give them a start. They went out and sold the first supply from house to house, then came back and had another supply made up, and so on, until they had accumulated, thanks to the thrift and savings ability of the roommate, a capital of $1,000. With this, plus some credit they secured, they bought the tools for manufacturing their own product. The young machinist sold his half interest in the business 6 years later for $250,000. He never would have handled this much money during his entire life had he not formed the habit of saving, which enabled him to come to the rescue of his inventor friend. This case might be multiplied 1,000 times, with only slight variation in details, as it is fairly descriptive of the beginning of many great fortunes that have been made and are now in the making in the United States. Commentary. There may be times when you find that even having saved money, it is difficult to persuade others to back you simply because your vision is greater than theirs. Women entrepreneurs, unfortunately, have often had this experience. But a small savings account of no more than a few $1,000s can often be enough to get you started. Mary Kay Ash started her cosmetics company with $5,000 of her own money. Lillian Vernon began with $2,000 she had saved. They created their opportunities with their habit of saving. It may seem a cruel fact, but it is a fact nonetheless, that if you have no money and have not developed the habit of saving, you are out of luck as far as availing yourself of the opportunity to make money is concerned. It can do no harm to repeat, in fact it should be repeated over and over again, that the real start of nearly all fortunes, whether great or small, is the formation of the habit of saving money. Get this basic principle firmly founded in your mind and you will be well on the road toward financial independence. It is a sad sight to see someone who is well along in years and self-sentenced to the wearisome treadmill of hard labor because he or she neglected to form the habit of saving money when they were younger. Yet there are millions of such men and women, of all ages and types, living in the United States alone. The greatest thing in life is freedom, but there can be no real freedom without a reasonable degree of financial independence. It is a terrible thing to be compelled to be at a certain place, at a certain task, perhaps a task that one does not like, for a certain number of hours every working day of the week for a whole lifetime. In some ways, this is the same as being in prison, since one's choice of action is always limited. It is really no better than being in prison, with the privilege of a trustee, and in some ways it is even worse, because the person who is imprisoned has escaped the responsibility of providing themselves a place to sleep, something to eat, and clothes to wear. The only hope of escape from this lifelong toil which curtails freedom is to form the habit of saving money and then live up to that habit, no matter how much sacrifice it may require. There is no other way out for millions of people, and unless you are one of the rare exceptions, this lesson and all these statements of fact are meant for you and apply to you. The habit of saving. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This, above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Shakespeare, Volume 2, The Principles of Personal Power, Initiative and Leadership, Imagination, Enthusiasm, Self-Control. Everything passes at par temporarily. Truth alone remains permanently. Lesson 5, Initiative and Leadership. You can do it if you believe you can. Before you proceed to the mastery of this lesson, let me again remind you that there is perfect coordination of thought running throughout this course on the laws of success. The entire 17 lessons harmonize and blend with each other so that they constitute a perfect chain that has been built link by link out of the factors that enter into the development of power through organized effort. You will find also that the same fundamental principles of applied psychology form the foundation of each of these 17 lessons, although different application is made of these principles in each of the lessons. This lesson on initiative and leadership comes after the lesson on self-confidence for the reason that no one could become an efficient leader or take the initiative in any great undertaking without belief in himself or herself. The power of initiative. The reason why initiative and leadership are associated terms in this lesson is that leadership is essential for the attainment of success, and initiative is the very foundation upon which this necessary quality of leadership is built. Initiative is as essential to success as a hub is essential to a wheel. Initiative is that exceedingly rare quality which impels a person to do what ought to be done without being told to do it. Elbert Hubbard expressed himself on the subject of initiative in these words: "The world bestows its big prizes both in money and honors for one thing, and that is initiative." What is initiative? I'll tell you, it is doing the right thing without being told. But next to doing the right thing without being told is to do it when you are told once. That is to say, carry the message to Garcia. Those who can carry a message get high honors, but their pay is not always in proportion. Next, there are those who do the right thing only when necessity kicks them from behind, and these get indifference instead of honors and a pittance for pay. This kind spends most of the time polishing a bench with a hard luck story. Then, still lower down in the scale than this, we have the person who will not do the right thing even when someone goes along to demonstrate and stays to see that the work is done right. This person is always out of a job and receives deserved contempt unless there is a rich relative in the background, in which case destiny patiently waits around the corner with a club. To which class do you belong? Inasmuch as you will be expected to take inventory of yourself and determine which of the factors of this course you need most. After you have completed the last lesson, it may be well if you begin to get ready for this analysis by answering the question that Elbert Hubbard has asked. To which class do you belong? One of the peculiarities of leadership is the fact that it is never found in those who have not acquired the habit of taking the initiative. Leadership is something that you must invite yourself into. It will never thrust itself upon you. If you will carefully analyze all leaders whom you know, you will see that they not only exercised initiative, but they also went about their work with a definite purpose in mind. You will also see that they possessed the quality described in the third lesson of this course: self-confidence. These facts are mentioned in this lesson because it will profit you to observe that successful people make use of all the factors covered by the 17 lessons of the course. They are also mentioned for the more important reason that it will profit you to understand thoroughly the principle of organized effort which this course is intended to establish in your mind. This seems an appropriate place to point out that this course is not intended as a shortcut to success, nor is it intended as a mechanical formula that you may use in noteworthy achievement without effort on your part. The real value of the course lies in the use that you will make of it, and not in the course itself. Its chief purpose is to help you develop in yourself the qualities covered by the 17 lessons, and one of the most important of these qualities is initiative, the subject of this lesson. We will now proceed to apply the principle on which this lesson is founded by describing in detail just how it serves successfully to complete a business transaction that most people would call difficult. In 1916, I needed $25,000 with which to create an educational institution, but I had neither the money nor sufficient collateral with which to borrow it through the usual banking sources. Did I bemoan my fate or think of what I might accomplish if some rich relative or good Samaritan would come to my rescue by loaning me the necessary capital? I did nothing of the sort. I did just what you will be advised, throughout this course, to do. First of all, I made the securing of this capital my definite chief aim. Second, I laid out a complete plan through which to transform this aim into reality. Backed by sufficient self-confidence and spurred on by initiative, I proceeded to put my plan into action. But before the action stage of the plan had been reached, more than 6 weeks of constant, persistent study and effort and thought were put into it. If a plan is to be sound, it must be built of carefully chosen material. You will next observe the application of the principle of organized effort, through which it is possible for one to ally or associate several interests in such a way that each of these interests is greatly strengthened and each supports all the others, just as one link in a chain supports all the other links. I wanted this $25,000 in capital for the purpose of creating a school of advertising and salesmanship. 2 things were necessary for the organization of such a school. One was the $25,000, which I did not have, and the other was the proper course of instruction, which I did have. My problem was to ally myself with some group who needed what I had and who would supply the $25,000. This alliance had to be made through a plan that would benefit all concerned. After my plan had been completed and I was satisfied that it was equitable and sound, I presented it to the owner of a well-known and reputable business college, which just then was finding competition quite keen and was badly in need of a plan for meeting this competition. My plan was presented in about these words: whereas you have one of the most reputable business colleges in the city, and whereas you need some plan with which to meet the stiff competition in your field, and whereas your good reputation has provided you with all the credit you need, and whereas I have the plan that will help you meet this competition successfully, be it resolved that we ally ourselves through a plan that will give you what you need and at the same time supply me with something that I need. Then I proceeded to unfold my plan further in these words. I have written a very practical course on advertising and salesmanship. Having built this course out of my actual experience in training and directing salesmen, and my experience in planning and directing many successful advertising campaigns, I have behind it plenty of evidence of its soundness. If you will use your credit in helping market this course, I will place it in your business college as one of the regular departments of your curriculum and take entire charge of this newly created department. No other business college in the city will be able to meet your competition because no other college has a course such as this. The advertising that you do in marketing this course will also serve to create the demand for your regular business course. You may charge to my department the entire amount that you spend for this advertising, and the advertising bill will be paid out of that department, leaving for you the accumulative advantage that will accrue to your other departments without cost to you. Now, I suppose you will want to know where I will profit by this transaction, and I will tell you. I want you to enter into a contract with me in which it will be agreed that when the cash receipts from my department equal the amount you have paid out or contracted to pay out for advertising, my department and my course in advertising and salesmanship become my own, and I may have the privilege of separating this department from your school and running it under my own name. The plan was agreeable and the contract was closed. Please keep in mind that my definite purpose was to secure the use of $25,000 for which I had no security to offer. Commentary. A powerful example of initiative can be found in one of the greatest modern success stories, the founding of Microsoft by Bill Gates and Paul Allen. Gates and Allen became friends in high school. They were early examples of the now familiar computer nerd, people so obsessed with programming that they seemed to think of little else. In 1974, Gates was attending Harvard while Allen was working for Honeywell and also living in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It was there that they began to exhibit the initiative that would guide their careers. An issue of Popular Electronics magazine had a cover article on a new computer, the Altair 8800, a $400 device that was the first computer meant for the general public. Today, the Altair would seem very primitive. It had no keyboard and was designed to be connected to a teletype. But Gates and Allen knew that it would be tremendously appealing if someone wrote a simple version of the programming language BASIC to give the Altair instructions. For 2 months, they worked on writing BASIC language for the Altair, though they did not even own one of the machines, and then contacted Ed Roberts, the engineer who had designed the Altair. Their version of BASIC worked, and Roberts was so impressed that he offered Gates and Allen a contract. By the summer, Gates and Allen had formed a company they called Microsoft, which earned royalties on every Altair sold with their language. Soon they were adapting other programming languages for the Altair. Sometimes it seems that when anyone wants to make a point about any aspect of success, they cite Bill Gates and the founding of Microsoft. So what is the point of this story in the context of initiative? It is quite possible to be successful without demonstrating any particular initiative. Some people simply follow the tried and true path and become successes. And Bill Gates and Paul Allen were smart enough about computers early on that they surely would have been successful. On the other hand, some people have terrific ideas, but their ideas do not make them successful because they never get beyond using those ideas to amuse themselves and their friends. That too could have been the story of Gates and Allen, but it was not. And that is where initiative played a huge part in the story. Bill Gates and Paul Allen were not content just to go along to get along. And they were not content to wait until someone else told them what a good idea they had. Without initiative, they could have had enough success to satisfy most people. But because they did have initiative, they stepped up to the plate, thought outside the box, pushed the envelope, and had not just success, but the biggest success ever in the history of the world. In a little less than a year, the business college had paid out slightly more than $25,000 for advertising and marketing my course, and for the other expenses incidental to the operation of this newly organized department. Meanwhile, the department had collected and turned back to the college in tuition fees, a sum equaling the amount the college had spent, and I took the department over as a going and self-sustaining business according to the terms of my contract. As a matter of fact, this newly created department not only served to attract students for the other departments of the college, but at the same time, the tuition fees collected through this new department were sufficient to place it on a self-sustaining basis before the end of the first year. So you can see that while the college did not loan me 1 penny of actual capital, it nevertheless supplied me with credit, which served exactly the same purpose. I said that my plan was founded on equity, that it contemplated a benefit to all parties concerned. The benefit accruing to me was the use of $25,000, which resulted in an established and self-sustaining business by the end of the first year. The benefit accruing to the college was the new students secured for its regular commercial and business course as a result of the money spent in advertising my department, all advertising having been done under the name of the college. Today, that business college is one of the most successful schools of its kind, and it stands as a monument of sound evidence with which to demonstrate the value of allied effort. Commentary. While not perfectly parallel, the stories of Hill's course and the story of the rise of Microsoft share the basic principles of this law of success. In both cases, the entrepreneurs did not have the money to launch their projects themselves. In both cases, they took the initiative to find someone who did, and then made the case for why it was in that party's interest to finance the project. As Hill has pointed out, once his course had paid back the seed capital, he then owned the business, and the partner college went on to become the most successful college of its kind. To continue the example of Microsoft, in 1980, IBM wanted someone to write the software for a personal computer line they were about to launch that was far more sophisticated than the Altair. They wanted results in just 3 months, and Microsoft agreed to do it. Allen and Gates bought an operating system from another company and began adapting it for IBM. They called it MS-DOS, for Microsoft Disk Operating System. Gates, Allen, and their staff met IBM's deadline, and the IBM PC caused a sensation. It also inspired an immediate wave of clones, less expensive versions of the IBM PC. Microsoft's deal with IBM allowed them to license their software to whomever they pleased. And that is what they did, riding the huge surge in popularity of home computers. But Microsoft did not stop there. They created a worldwide sales force to license their software in other countries, and they continually worked to improve MS-DOS. In 4 years, their sales quadrupled. Today, Microsoft dominates the software market worldwide. Is it luck? Were Paul Allen and Bill Gates just in the right place at the right time? Certainly not. From the moment they saw the Altair on the cover of Popular Electronics, they pursued a definite aim, one that continued to grow as time passed. They were determined to make themselves indispensable to the manufacturers and owners of personal computers. Once they had their initial success, they continued to drive themselves and their employees forward to offer further improvement to what they had already done. Microsoft is the leader in the software industry precisely because it has always been willing to take the initiative, and with it the risks, of pursuing its founders' aims. This story and the previous not only show the value of initiative and leadership, but they also lead up to the subject covered by the next lesson of this course on the laws of success, which is imagination. There are generally many plans through which a desired object may be achieved, and it is often true that the obvious and usual methods are not the best. The usual method of procedure would have been to borrow from a bank, but you can see that in this case this method was impractical because no collateral was available. A great philosopher once said, "Initiative is the passkey that opens the door to opportunity." I do not recall who this philosopher was, but I know that he was great because of the soundness of his statement. I will next outline the exact procedure that you must follow if you are to become a person of initiative and leadership. Element: procrastination. First, you must master the habit of procrastination and eliminate it from your makeup. This habit of putting off until tomorrow what you should have done last week or last year or a score of years ago is gnawing at your very being, and you can accomplish nothing until you throw it off. The method through which you eliminate procrastination is based on a well-known and scientifically tested principle of psychology that has been referred to in the 2 preceding lessons of this course as auto-suggestion. Copy the following formula and put it in a conspicuous place in your room where you will see it as you retire at night and as you arise in the morning. Having chosen a definite chief aim as my life's work, I now understand it to be my duty to transform this aim into reality. Therefore, I will form the habit of taking some definite action each day that will carry me one step nearer the attainment of my definite chief aim. I know that procrastination is a deadly enemy of all who would become leaders in any undertaking, and I will eliminate this habit from my makeup by 1. Doing some one definite thing each day, something that ought to be done, without anyone telling me to do it. 2. Looking around until I find at least one thing that I can do each day that I have not been in the habit of doing and that will be of value to others, without expectation of pay. 3. Telling at least one other person each day of the value of practicing this habit of doing something that ought to be done without being told to do it. I can see that the muscles of the body become strong in proportion to the extent to which they are used. Therefore, I understand that the habit of initiative also becomes fixed in proportion to the extent that it is practiced. I realize the place to begin developing the habit of initiative is in the small, commonplace things connected with my daily work. Therefore, I will go at my work each day as if I were doing it solely for the purpose of developing this necessary habit of initiative. I understand that by practicing this habit of taking the initiative in connection with my daily work, I will be not only developing that habit, but I will also be attracting the attention of those who will place greater value on my services as a result of this practice. Signed. Regardless of what you are now doing, every day brings you a chance to render some service outside of the course of your regular duties that will be of value to others. In rendering this additional service of your own accord, you of course understand that you are not doing so with the objective of receiving monetary pay. You are rendering this service because it provides you with ways and means of exercising, developing, and making stronger the aggressive spirit of initiative, a quality which you must possess before you can ever become an outstanding figure in your chosen field. Those who work for money alone and who receive as their pay nothing but money are always underpaid, no matter how much they receive. Money is of course necessary, but the big prizes of life cannot be measured in dollars and cents. No amount of money could possibly be made to take the place of the happiness and joy and pride that belong to the person who digs a better ditch, or builds a better chicken coop, or sweeps a cleaner floor, or cooks a better meal. Every normal person loves to create something that is better than the average. The joy of creating a work of art is a joy that cannot be replaced by money or any other form of material possession. I employ a woman who opens, sorts, and answers much of my personal mail. She began in my employ more than 3 years ago. At that time, her duties were to take dictation. Her salary was about the same as what others receive for similar service. One day, I dictated the following motto, which I asked her to type for me. Remember that your only limitation is the one you set up in your own mind. As she handed the typewritten page back to me, she said, "Your motto has given me an idea that is going to be of value to both you and me." I told her I was glad to have been of service to her. The incident made no particular impression on my mind, but from that day on, I could see that it had made a tremendous impression on her mind. She began to come back to the office after supper and perform service that she was neither paid for nor expected to do. Without anyone telling her to do it, she would bring to my desk letters that she had answered for me. She had studied my style, and these letters were written as well as I could have done it, In some instances, even better. She kept up this habit until my personal secretary resigned. When I began to look for someone to take his place, what was more natural than to turn to this young woman to fill the place? Before I had time to give her the position, she took it on her initiative. My personal mail began to come to my desk with a new secretary's name attached, and she was that secretary. On her own time, after hours, and without additional pay, she had prepared herself for the best position on my staff. But that is not all. She soon became so noticeably efficient that she began to attract the attention of others who offered her attractive positions. I have increased her salary many times, and she now receives 4 times what she earned when she first went to work for me as a stenographer. And to tell you the truth, I am helpless in the matter because she has made herself so valuable to me that I cannot get along without her. That is initiative transformed into practical, understandable terms. I would be remiss if I failed to also point out an advantage other than a greatly increased salary that this young lady's initiative has brought her. It has developed in her a spirit of cheerfulness that brings her happiness that most stenographers never know. Her work is not work, it is a great interesting game at which she is playing. Even though she arrives at the office ahead of any of the other stenographers and remains there long after they have watched the clock tick off, 5 o'clock and quitting time, her hours are shorter by far than are those of the other workers. Hours of labor do not drag on the hands of those who are happy at their work. This brings us to the next step in the description of the exact procedure you must follow in developing initiative and leadership. Inspire others. The only way to get happiness is by giving it away to others. The same applies to the development of initiative. It is a well-known fact that one learns best that which they endeavor to teach others. If a person embraces a certain faith, the first thing that person does is to go out and try to sell it to others. And in exact proportion to the extent to which one impresses others, does he or she impress themselves. In the field of salesmanship, it is a well-known fact that no salesperson is successful in selling others until they have first done a good job of selling themselves. Stated conversely, no salesperson can do their best to sell others without sooner or later selling themselves that which they are trying to sell to others. Any statement that a person repeats over and over again for the purpose of inducing others to believe it, that person will also come to believe. And this holds good whether the statement is false or true. You can now see the advantage of making it your business to talk initiative, think initiative, eat initiative, sleep initiative, and practice initiative. By so doing, you become a person of initiative and leadership, for it is a well-known fact that people will readily, willingly, and voluntarily follow someone who shows by their actions that he or she is a person of initiative. In the place where you work or the community in which you live, you come in contact with other people. Make it your business now to interest every one of them who will listen to you in the development of initiative. It will not be necessary for you to give your reasons for doing this, nor will it be necessary for you to announce the fact that you are doing it. Just go ahead and do it. In your own mind, you will understand, of course, that you are doing it because this practice will help you and will at least do those whom you influence in the same practice no harm. If you wish to try an experiment that will prove both interesting and profitable to you, pick out any acquaintance whom you know to be a person who never does anything that he or she is not expected to do, and begin selling them your idea of initiative. Do not stop by merely discussing the subject once. Keep it up every time you have a convenient opportunity. Approach the subject from a different angle each time. If you go about this in a tactful and forceful manner, you will soon observe a change in the person on whom you are trying the experiment. And you will observe something else of more importance still. You will observe a change in yourself. Do not fail to try this experiment. You cannot talk initiative to others without developing a desire to practice it yourself. Through the operation of the principle of autosuggestion, every statement that you make to others leaves its imprint on your own subconscious mind. And this is also the case whether your statements are false or true. You have often heard the saying, "He who lives by the sword will die by the sword." Properly interpreted, this simply means that we are constantly attracting to ourselves and weaving into our own characters and personalities those qualities that our influence is helping to create in others. If we help others develop the habit of initiative, we in turn develop this same habit. If we sow the seeds of hatred and envy and discouragement in others, we in turn develop these qualities in ourselves. We come now to another step in the procedure you must follow in developing initiative and leadership. Leadership and teamwork. Before we go further, let it be understood what is meant by the term leadership as it is used in connection with this course. There are two brands of leadership, and one of them is as deadly and destructive as the other is helpful and constructive. The deadly brand, which leads not to success but to absolute failure, is the brand adopted by pseudo-leaders who force their leadership on unwilling followers. Napoleon Bonaparte was a leader, there can be no doubt about this, but he led his followers and himself to destruction. It is not Napoleon's brand of leadership that is recommended in this course, although I will admit that Napoleon possessed all the necessary fundamentals for great leadership, excepting one. He lacked the spirit of helpfulness to others as an objective. His desire for leadership was based solely upon self-aggrandizement. It was built upon personal ambition and not upon a desire to lift the French people to a higher and nobler station in the affairs of nations. Commentary. As was noted in Lesson 1, Napoleon Hill often cited Napoleon Bonaparte because when Hill was composing this work in 1927, his namesake was thought to be the personification of charismatic but misguided leadership. At that time, the world had yet to experience Hitler or Stalin, not to mention the many other dictators, strongmen, cult leaders, terrorists, and fanatics who ruthlessly abused their positions of power throughout the later years of the 20th century and the beginning of the new millennium. The brand of leadership that is recommended throughout this course is the brand that leads to self-determination and freedom, and self-development and enlightenment and justice. This is the brand that endures. For example, and as a contrast with the brand of leadership through which Napoleon raised himself into prominence, consider our own American commoner, Lincoln. The object of Lincoln's leadership was to bring truth and justice and understanding to the people of the United States. And even though he died a martyr to his belief in this brand of leadership, his name has been engraved upon the heart of the world in terms of loving kindliness that brings good to the world. Both Lincoln and Napoleon led armies in warfare, but the objects of their leadership were as different as night is from day. Your own ability to look around and analyze people who take the leading parts in all lines of endeavor is sufficient to enable you to pick out the Lincoln as well as the Napoleon types. Your own judgment will help you decide which type you prefer to emulate. There can be no doubt in your mind as to the brand of leadership that I recommend. And there should be no question in your mind as to which of the two brands described you will adopt as your brand. I make no recommendations on this subject. However, because this course has been prepared as a means of providing for its students the fundamental principles upon which power is developed, and not as a preachment on ethical conduct, I present both the constructive and the destructive possibilities of the principles outlined in this course, that you may become familiar with both. But I leave entirely to your own discretion the choice and application of these principles, believing that your own intelligence will guide you to make a wise selection. The price of leadership. With compliments of the Cadillac Motor Car Company. In every field of human endeavor, he that is first must perpetually live in the white light of publicity. Whether the leadership be vested in a man or in a manufactured product, emulation and envy are ever at work. In art, in literature, in music, in industry, the reward and the punishment are always the same. The reward is widespread recognition. The punishment, fierce denial and detraction. And a man's work becomes a standard for the whole world, it also becomes a target for the shafts of the envious few. If his work be merely mediocre, he will be left severely alone. If he achieves a masterpiece, it will set 1,000,000 tongues a-wagging. Jealousy does not protrude its forked tongue at the artist who produces a commonplace painting. Whatsoever you write, or paint, or play, or sing, or build, no one will strive to surpass or slander you, unless your work be stamped with the seal of a genius. Long after a great work or a good work has been done, those who are disappointed or envious continue to cry out that it cannot be done. The leader is assailed because he or she is a leader, and the effort to equal them is merely added proof of their leadership. Failing to equal or to excel, the follower seeks to depreciate and to destroy, but only confirms the superiority of what it is that the follower strives to supplant. There is nothing new in this. It is as old as the world and as old as the human passions, envy, fear, greed, ambition, and the desire to surpass. And it all avails nothing. Spiteful little voices in the domain of art were raised against the painter Whistler long after the big world acclaimed him its greatest artistic genius. Multitudes worship at the musical shrine of the composer Wagner, while the little group of those whom he had dethroned and displaced argued angrily that he was no musician at all. The little world continued to protest that the inventor Fulton could never build a steamboat, while the big world flocked to the riverbanks to see his boat steam by. Small, narrow voices cried out that Henry Ford would not last another year, but above and beyond the din of their childish prattle, Ford went silently about his business and made himself the richest and most powerful man on earth. Mean voices were raised against me personally before the ink was dry on the first copies of The Law of Success. Poison pens were released against both my ideas and me the moment the first edition of this course was printed. But the leader who truly leads remains the leader. Master poet, master painter, master workman. Each in their turn is assailed, and each holds their laurels through the ages. That which is good or great makes itself known, no matter how loud the clamor of denial. A real leader cannot be slandered or damaged by lies of the envious, because all such attempts serve only to turn the spotlight on the leader's ability, and real ability always finds a generous following. Attempts to destroy real leadership is love's labor lost, because that which deserves to live, lives. Cooperation. We return now to the discussion of the third step of the procedure you must follow in developing initiative and leadership. This step takes us back for a review of the principle of organized effort, as described in Lesson 1 and Lesson 2. You have already learned that no one can accomplish enduring results of a far-reaching nature without the aid and cooperation of others. And you have learned that when two or more persons ally themselves in any undertaking, in a spirit of harmony and understanding, each person in the alliance thereby multiplies his or her own powers of achievement. Nowhere is this principle more in evidence than it is in an industry or business in which there is perfect teamwork between the employer and the employees. Wherever you find this teamwork, you find prosperity and goodwill on both sides. Without it, prosperity suffers. The world is divided into people who do things and people who get the credit. Try, if you can, to belong to the first class. There is far less competition. Dwight Morrow. Cooperation is said to be the most important word in the English language. It plays an important part in the affairs of the home, in the relationship of men and women, parents and children. It plays an important part in the affairs of state. So important is this principle of cooperation that no leader can become powerful or last long who does not understand and apply it in their leadership. Lack of cooperation has destroyed more business enterprises than have all other causes combined. In my 25 years of active business experience and observation, I have witnessed the destruction of all manner of business enterprises because of dissension and lack of application of this principle of cooperation. In the practice of law, I have observed the destruction of homes and divorce cases without end as a result of the lack of cooperation between man and wife. In the study of the histories of nations, it becomes alarmingly obvious that lack of cooperative effort has been a curse to the human race throughout the ages. Turn back the pages of these histories and study them, and you will learn a lesson in cooperation that will impress itself indelibly on your mind for ages and ages to come. You are paying, and your children and your children's children will continue to pay for the cost of waging wars, because nations have not yet learned that a part of the world cannot suffer without damage and suffering to the whole world. This same rule applies with telling effect in the conduct of modern business and industry. When any industry becomes disorganized and torn asunder by strikes and other forms of disagreement, both the employers and employees suffer irreparable loss. But the damage does not stop here. This loss becomes a burden to the public and takes on the form of higher prices and scarcity of the necessities of life. In the final analysis, it becomes obvious that the evils of government and of industry have grown out of lack of cooperation. Commentary. There was a time in this country when businesses flourished and great fortunes were made by their owners, while the common laborers who toiled in factories made a pittance. It was hardly surprising that labor unions sprang up to represent those at the bottom. The United States went through many decades of unrest as labor and capital struggled with each other to achieve a balance between the interests of both parties. Ultimately, the hard-won cooperation between the two sides benefited everyone, as demand for products increased and so did worker output. America became the world's greatest industrial power, enjoying a standard of living that was the envy of the world. The so-called captains of industry would have been reduced to failures if they had not cooperated with those they led. You, too, must learn to inspire cooperation among everyone you work with. Otherwise, it will be forced upon you or you will be forced out of your position of leadership. If you would be a real leader, you must realize that everyone in the world will not share your ambitions. Some people will oppose you directly. Others will agree with you in small ways. And still others will say, yes, that is a worthwhile goal, but I would go about it another way. The key is to find those points on which your interests intersect with those around you and to use those points as a means of moving forward. You may eventually part ways with some or most of your followers, but if you have been an effective leader, they will all go their own way feeling that they benefited from their association with you. Nor can it be truthfully said that all the evils of the world are confined to the affairs of state and industry. Look at the churches and you will observe the damaging effects of lack of cooperation. No particular church is cited, but analyze any church or group of churches where lack of coordination of effort prevails and you will see evidence of disintegration that limits the service those churches could render. My complaint is not against the work the churches have done, but the work that they could have done through leadership that was based on the principle of coordinated, cooperative effort that would have carried civilization at least 1,000 years ahead of where it is today. These possibilities are not mentioned in a spirit of criticism, but only as a means of illustrating the power of cooperation and to emphasize my belief in the potential power of all the churches of the world. Had it not been for the influence of the churches, none of us would be safe in walking down the street. People would be at each other's throats like wolves, and civilization would still be in the prehistoric age. Through harmonized effort and through cooperation, the churches of the world could wield sufficient influence to render war an impossibility. It is not yet too late for such leadership. Commentary. Since the first publication of Law of Success in the early part of the 20th century, there have been profound changes in practically every aspect of our way of life. Yet none of those changes have made Hill's basic concepts less relevant or his advice less applicable. In fact, as has been said before, many of the changes came about because of the influence of Napoleon Hill's philosophy on those who have become the leaders in every aspect of American life. The last quarter of the 20th century saw the emergence of a subset within the publishing industry that specializes in books and audiobooks on personal growth, motivation, leadership, and management style, all of which are testament to the enduring quality of the principles enunciated in Law of Success. Many of these recent books became the biggest bestsellers of their day, and in them you will find Napoleon Hill's ideas elaborated upon, personalized, and told from different perspectives that will further illuminate the principles you are learning in these pages. The editors suggest that when you have finished reading Law of Success, you should then read or listen to the audiobook of Hill's classic Think and Grow Rich, followed by reading or listening to the work of others who have explored the same ground. The following list is a sampling of books that are also available on audio. The editors feel confident you will find these similarly enlightening. You Can Negotiate Anything by Herb Cohn. The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway by Susan Jeffers. In Search of Excellence by Tom Peters. Awaken the Giant Within by Anthony Robbins, and the complete Anthony Robbins library of Power Talk audiobooks. Wishcraft by Barbara Sher. Do What You Love, The Money Will Follow by Marcia Senator. Sell Your Way to the Top by Zig Ziglar. The Character of a Great Leader. During the World War, I was fortunate enough to listen to a great soldier's analysis of how to be a leader. This analysis was given to the student officers of the 2nd Training Camp at Fort Sheridan by Major C.A. Buck, a quiet, unassuming Army officer acting as an instructor. He wrote, "As we go on in solidarity, I have preserved a copy of this address because I believe it to be one of the finest lessons on leadership ever recorded. The wisdom of Major Buck's address is so vital to the business person aspiring to leadership, or to the section boss, or to the clerk, or to the foreman of the shop, or to the president of the company, that I have preserved it as a part of this course. It is my earnest hope that this remarkable dissertation on leadership will find its way into the hands of every employer and every worker and every ambitious person who aspires to leadership in any walk of life. The principles upon which the address is based are as applicable to leadership in business and industry and finance as they are in the successful conduct of warfare." Major Buck spoke as follows, "In a short time, each of you men will control the lives of a certain number of other men. You will have in your charge loyal but untrained citizens who look to you for instruction and guidance. Your word will be their law. Your most casual remark will be remembered. Your mannerisms will be aped. Your clothing, your carriage, your vocabulary, your manner of command will be imitated. When you join your organization, you will find there a willing body of men who ask from you nothing more than the qualities that will command their respect, their loyalty, and their obedience. They are perfectly ready and eager to follow you so long as you can convince them that you have these qualities. When the time comes that they are satisfied you do not possess them, you might as well kiss yourself goodbye. Your usefulness in that organization is at an end." How remarkably true this is in all manner of leadership. From the standpoint of society, the world may be divided into leaders and followers. The professions have their leaders, the financial world has its leaders. In all this leadership, it is difficult, if not impossible, to separate from the element of pure leadership that selfish element of personal gain or advantage to the individual, without which any leadership would lose its value. It is in military service only, where men freely sacrifice their lives for a faith, where men are willing to suffer and die for the right or the prevention of a wrong, that we can hope to realize leadership in its most exalted and disinterested sense. Therefore, when I say leadership, I mean military leadership. In a few days, the great mass of you men will receive commissions as officers. These commissions will not make you leaders, they will merely make you officers. They will place you in a position where you can become leaders if you possess the proper attributes. But you must make good, not so much with the men over you as with the men under you. Men must and will follow into battle officers who are not leaders, but the driving power behind these men is not enthusiasm but discipline. They go with doubt and trembling that prompts the unspoken question, what will he do next? Begin now, not tomorrow, not next week, but today, to seize the moment and make this day count. Remember, yesterday is gone and tomorrow may never come. Ellen Gridman. Such men obey the letter of their orders, but no more. Of devotion to their commander, of exalted enthusiasm that scorns personal risk, of self-sacrifice to ensure his personal safety, they know nothing. Their legs carry them forward because their brain and their training tell them they must go. Their spirit does not go with them. Great results are not achieved by cold, passive, unresponsive soldiers. They do not go very far and they stop as soon as they can. Leadership not only demands but receives the willing, unhesitating, unfaltering obedience and loyalty of other men, and a devotion that will cause them, when the time comes, to follow their uncrowned king to hell and back again, if necessary. You will ask yourselves, of just what, then, does leadership consist? What must I do to become a leader? What are the attributes of leadership, and how can I cultivate them? Leadership is a composite of a number of qualities. Just as success is a composite of the factors out of which this course on the laws of success was built. Among the most important, I would list self-confidence, moral ascendancy, self-sacrifice, paternalism, fairness, initiative, decision, dignity, courage. Self-confidence results first from exact knowledge. Second, the ability to impart that knowledge. And third, the feeling of superiority over others that naturally follows. All these give the officer poise. To lead, you must know. You may bluff all of your men some of the time, but you cannot do it all the time. Men will not have confidence in an officer unless he knows his business, and he must know it from the ground up. The officer should know more about paperwork than his first sergeant and company clerk put together. He should know more about messing than his mess sergeant, more about diseases of the horse than his true farrier. He should be at least as good a shot as any man in his company. If the officer does not know, and demonstrates the fact that he does not know, it is entirely human for the soldier to say to himself, "To hell with him. He does not know as much about this as I do," and calmly disregard the instructions received. There is no substitute for accurate knowledge. Become so well informed that men will hunt you up to ask questions. That your brother officers will say to one another, "Ask Smith, he knows." And not only should each officer know thoroughly the duties of his own grade, but he should study those of the 2 grades next above him. A twofold benefit attaches to this. He prepares himself for duties that may fall to his lot any time during battle, and he further gains a broader viewpoint which enables him to appreciate the necessity for the issuance of orders and join more intelligently in their execution. Not only must the officer know, but he must be able to put what he knows into grammatical, interesting, forceful English. He must learn to stand on his feet and speak without embarrassment. I am told that in British training camps, student officers are required to deliver 10-minute talks on any subject they choose. That is excellent practice. For to speak clearly, one must think clearly, and clear, logical thinking expresses itself in definite, positive orders. While self-confidence is the result of knowing more than your men, moral ascendancy over them is based upon your belief that you are the better man. To gain and maintain this ascendancy, you must have self-control, physical vitality, endurance, and moral force. You must have yourself so well in hand that, even though in battle you be scared stiff, you will never show fear. For if by so much as a hurried movement or a trembling of the hands, or a change of expression, or a hasty order hastily revoked, you indicate your mental condition, it will be reflected in your men in a far greater degree. In garrison or camp, many instances will arise to try your temper and wreck the sweetness of your disposition. If at such times you fly off the handle, you have no business to be in charge of men. For men in anger say and do things that they almost invariably regret afterward. An officer should never apologize to his men. Also, an officer should never be guilty of an act for which his sense of justice tells him he should apologize. Another element in gaining moral ascendancy lies in the possession of enough physical vitality and endurance to withstand the hardships to which you and your men are subjected, and a dauntless spirit that enables you not only to accept them cheerfully, but to minimize their magnitude. Make light of your troubles, belittle your trials, and you will help vitally to build up within your organization an esprit whose value in time of stress cannot be measured. Moral force is the third element in gaining moral ascendancy. To exert moral force, you must live clean. You must have sufficient brain power to see the right and the will to do right. Be an example to your men. An officer can be a power for good or a power for evil. Do not preach to them. That will be worse than useless. Live the kind of life you would have them lead, and you will be surprised to see the number that will imitate you. A loud-mouthed, profane captain who is careless of his personal appearance will have a loud-mouthed, profane, dirty company. Remember what I tell you. Your company will be the reflection of yourself. If you have a rotten company, it will be because you are a rotten captain. Self-sacrifice is essential to leadership. You will give all the time. You will give of yourself physically, for the longest hours, the hardest work, and the greatest responsibility are the lot of the captain. He is the first man up in the morning and the last man in at night. He works while others sleep. You will give of yourself mentally in sympathy and appreciation for the troubles of the men in your charge. This one's mother has died, and that one has lost all his savings in a bank failure. They may desire help, but more than anything else, they desire sympathy. Do not make the mistake of turning such men down with the statement that you have troubles of your own. For every time you do that, you knock a stone out of the foundation of your house. Your men are your foundation, and your house of leadership will tumble about your ears unless it rests securely upon them. Finally, you will give of your own slender financial resources. You will frequently spend your own money to conserve the health and well-being of your men, or to assist them when in trouble. Generally, you get your money back. Very frequently, you must charge it off to profit and loss. Even so, it is worth the cost. When I say that paternalism is essential to leadership, I use the term in its better sense. I do not now refer to that form of paternalism that robs men of initiative, self-reliance, and self-respect. I refer to the paternalism that manifests itself in watchful care for the comfort and welfare of those in your charge. Soldiers are much like children. You must see that they have shelter, food, and clothing, the best that your utmost efforts can provide. You must see that they have food to eat before you think of your own, that they have each as good a bed as can be provided before you consider where you will sleep. You must be far more solicitous of their comfort than of your own. You must look after their health. You must conserve their strength by not demanding needless exertion or useless labor. By doing all these things, you are breathing life into what would be otherwise a mere machine. You are creating a soul in your organization that will make the mass respond to you as though it were one man, and that is esprit. And when your organization has this esprit, you will wake up some morning and discover that the tables have been turned. That instead of your constantly looking out for them, they have, without even a hint from you, taken up the task of looking out for you. You will find that a detail is always there to see that your tent, if you have one, is promptly pitched. That the most and the cleanest bedding is brought to your tent. That from some mysterious source 2 eggs have been added to your supper when no one else has any. As an extra man is helping your men give your horse a super grooming. That your wishes are anticipated. That every man is Johnny on the spot. And then you have arrived. You cannot treat all men alike. A punishment that would be dismissed by one man with a shrug of the shoulders is mental anguish for another. A company commander who, for a given offense, has a standard punishment that applies to all is either too indolent or too stupid to study the personalities of his men. In his case, justice is certainly blind. Study your men as carefully as a surgeon studies a difficult case. And when you are sure of your diagnosis, apply the remedy. Remember that you apply the remedy to effect a cure, not merely to see the victim squirm. It may be necessary to cut deep, but when you are satisfied as to your diagnosis, do not be diverted from your purpose by any false sympathy for the patient. Hand in hand with fairness in awarding punishment walks fairness in giving credit. Everybody hates a human hog. When one of your men has accomplished an especially creditable piece of work, see that he gets the proper reward. Turn heaven and earth upside down to get it for him. Do not try to take it away from him and hog it for yourself. You may do this and get. No accurate thinker will judge another person by that which the other person's enemies say about him. Away with it. But you have lost the respect and loyalty of your men. Sooner or later, your brother officers will hear of it and shun you like a leper. In war, there is glory enough for all. Give the man under you his due. The man who always takes and never gives is not a leader. He is a parasite. There is another kind of fairness, that which will prevent an officer from abusing the privileges of his rank. When you exact respect from soldiers, be sure you treat them with equal respect. Build up their manhood and self-respect. Do not try to pull it down. For an officer to be overbearing and insulting in the treatment of enlisted men is the act of a coward. He ties the man to a tree with the ropes of discipline and then strikes him in the face, knowing full well that the man cannot strike back. Consideration, courtesy, and respect from officers toward enlisted men are not incompatible with discipline. They are parts of our discipline. Without initiative and decision, no man can expect to lead. In maneuvers, you will frequently see, When an emergency arises, certain men calmly give instant orders which later, on analysis, prove to be, if not exactly the right thing, very nearly the right thing to have done. You will see other men in emergency become badly rattled. Their brains refuse to work, or they give a hasty order, revoke it, give another, revoke that. In short, show every indication of being in a blue funk. Regarding the first man, you may say, that man is a genius. He has not had time to reason this thing out. He acts intuitively. Forget it. Genius is merely the capacity for taking infinite pains. The man who is ready is the man who has prepared himself. He has studied before him the possible situations that might arise. He has made tentative plans covering such situations. When he is confronted by the emergency, he is ready to meet it. He must have sufficient mental alertness to appreciate the problem that confronts him, and the power of quick reasoning to determine what changes are necessary in his already formulated plan. He must have the decision to order the execution and stick to his orders. A reasonable order in an emergency is better than no order. If the situation is there, it is better to do something and do the wrong thing than to hesitate, hunt around for the right thing to do, and wind up by doing nothing at all. And, having decided on a line of action, stick to it. Do not vacillate. Men have no confidence in an officer who does not know his own mind. Occasionally, you will be called upon to meet a situation that no reasonable human being could anticipate. If you have prepared yourself to meet other emergencies that you could anticipate, the mental training you have thereby gained will enable you to act promptly and with calmness. You must frequently act without orders from higher authority. Time will not permit you to wait for them. Here again enters the importance of studying the work of officers above you. If you have a comprehensive grasp of the entire situation and can form an idea of the general plan of your superiors, that, and your previous emergency training, will enable you to determine that the responsibility is yours, and to issue the necessary orders without delay. The element of personal dignity is important in military leadership. Be the friend of your men, but do not become their intimate. Your men should stand in awe of you, not in fear. If your men presume to become familiar, it is your fault, not theirs. Your actions have encouraged them. And above all things, do not cheapen yourself by courting their friendship or currying their favor. They will despise you for it. If you are worthy of their loyalty, respect, and devotion, they will surely give all these without asking. If you are not, nothing that you can do will win them. It is exceedingly difficult for an officer to be dignified while wearing a dirty, spotted uniform and 3 days' stubble of whiskers on his face. Such a man lacks self-respect, and self-respect is an essential of dignity. There may be occasions when your work entails dirty clothes and an unshaved face. Your men all look that way. At such times, there is ample reason for your appearance. In fact, it would be a mistake to look too clean. They would think you are not doing your share. But as soon as this unusual occasion has passed, set an example for personal neatness. And then I would mention courage. Moral courage you need, as well as mental courage, that kind of moral courage, which enables you to adhere without faltering to a determined course of action, which your judgment has indicated is the one best suited to secure the desired results. You will find many times, especially in action, that after having issued your orders to do a certain thing, you will be beset by misgivings and doubts. You will see, or think you see, other and better means for accomplishing the object sought. You will be strongly tempted to change your orders. Do not do it until it is clearly manifested that your first orders were radically wrong. For if you do, you will be again worried by doubts as to the efficacy of your second orders. Every time you change your orders without obvious reason, you weaken your authority and impair the confidence of your men. Have the moral courage to stand by your order and see it through. Moral courage further demands that you assume responsibility for your own acts. If your subordinates have loyally carried out your orders and the movement you directed is a failure, the failure is yours, not theirs. Yours would have been the honor had it been successful. Take the blame if it results in disaster. Do not try to shift it to a subordinate and make him the goat. That is a cowardly act. Furthermore, you will need moral courage to determine the fate of those under you. You will frequently be called upon for recommendations for promotion or demotion of officers and non-commissioned officers in your immediate command. Keep clearly in mind your personal integrity and the duty you owe your country. Do not let yourself be deflected from a strict sense of justice by feelings of personal friendship. If your own brother is your second lieutenant and you find him unfit to hold his commission, eliminate him. If you do not, your lack of moral courage may result in the loss of valuable lives. If, on the other hand, you are called upon for a recommendation concerning a man whom for personal reasons you thoroughly dislike, do not fail to do him full justice. Remember that your aim is the general good, not the satisfaction of an individual grudge. I am taking it for granted that you have physical courage. I need not tell you how necessary that is. Courage is more than bravery. Bravery is fearlessness, the absence of fear. The merest dolt may be brave because he lacks the mentality to appreciate his danger. He does not know enough to be afraid. Courage, however, is that firmness of spirit, that moral backbone which, while fully appreciating the danger involved, nevertheless goes on with the undertaking. Bravery is physical. Courage is mental and moral. You may be cold all over. Your hands may tremble. Your legs may quake. Your knees be ready to give way, that is fear. If, nevertheless, you go forward, if, in spite of this physical defection, you continue to lead your men against the enemy, you have courage. The physical manifestations of fear will pass away. You may never experience them but once. They are the buck fever of the hunter who tries to shoot his first deer. You must not give way to them. A number of years ago, while taking a course in demolitions, the class of which I was a member was handling dynamite. The instructor said, "Regarding its manipulation, I must caution you gentlemen to be careful in the use of these explosives. One man has but one accident, and so I would caution you, if you give way to fear that will doubtless beset you in your first action, if you show the white feather, if you let your men go forward while you hunt a shell crater, you will never again have the opportunity of leading those men. Use judgment in calling on your men for displays of physical courage or bravery. Do not ask any man to go where you would not go yourself. If your common sense tells you that the place is too dangerous for you to venture into, then it is too dangerous for him. You know, his life is as valuable to him as yours is to you. Occasionally, some of your men must be exposed to danger that you cannot share. A message must be taken across a fire-swept zone. You call for volunteers. If your men know you and know that you are right, you will never lack volunteers, for they will know your heart is in your work, that you are giving your country the best you have, that you would willingly carry the message yourself if you could. Your example and enthusiasm will have inspired them. And lastly, if you aspire to leadership, I would urge you to study men. Get under their skins and find out what is inside. Some men are quite different from what they appear to be on the surface. Determine the workings of their minds. Much of General Robert E. Lee's success as a leader may be ascribed to his ability as a psychologist. He knew most of his opponents from West Point days, knew the workings of their minds, and he believed that they would do certain things under certain circumstances. In nearly every case, he was able to anticipate their movements and block the execution. You cannot know your opponent in this war in the same way, but you can know your own men. You can study each to determine wherein lies his strength and his weakness, which man can be relied upon to the last gasp and which cannot. Know your men, know your business, know yourself. In all literature, you will not find a better description of leadership than this. Apply it to yourself, to your business, or to your place of employment, and you will observe how well it serves as your guide. Major Bach's address is one that might well be delivered to every boy and girl who graduates from high school. It might well be delivered to every college graduate. It might well become the book of rules for every person who is placed in a position of leadership over others, no matter in what calling, business, or profession. Make bold decisions quickly. In Lesson 2, you learned the value of a definite chief aim. Here I want to emphasize that your definite aim will never be anything else but a mere wish unless you become a person of initiative and aggressively and persistently pursue that aim until it has been fulfilled. Your aim must be active and not passive. You can get nowhere without persistence, a fact that cannot be too often repeated. The difference between persistence and lack of it is the same as the difference between wishing for a thing and positively determining to get it. To become a person of initiative, you must form the habit of aggressively and persistently following the object of your definite chief aim until you acquire it, whether this requires 1 year or 20 years. You might as well have no definite chief aim as to have such an aim without continuous effort to achieve it. You are not making the most of this law of success course if you do not take some step each day that brings you nearer the realization of your definite chief aim. Do not fool yourself or permit yourself to be misled to believe that the object of your definite chief aim will materialize if you just wait. The materialization will come only through your own determination, backed by your own carefully laid plans and your own initiative in putting those plans into action, or it will not come at all. One of the major requisites for leadership is the power of quick and firm decision. Analysis of more than 16,000 people disclosed the fact that leaders always make ready decisions, even in matters of small importance, while followers never make quick decisions. This is worth remembering. The follower, in whatever walk of life that person is found, is one who seldom knows what he or she wants. The follower vacillates, procrastinates, and actually refuses to reach a decision, even in matters of the smallest importance, unless a leader induces him or her to do so. To know that the majority of people cannot and will not reach decisions quickly, if at all, is of great help to the leader who knows what he or she wants and has a plan for getting it. Here it will be observed how closely allied are the two laws covered by Lesson 2 and by this lesson. The leader not only works with a definite chief aim, but also has a very definite plan for attaining the object of that aim. It will be seen as well that self-confidence becomes an important part of the working equipment of the leader. The chief reason why the follower does not reach decisions is that he or she lacks the self-confidence to do so. Every leader makes use of the law of a definite chief aim, the law of self-confidence, and the law of initiative and leadership. And an outstanding, successful leader also makes use of the laws of imagination, enthusiasm, self-control, pleasing personality, accurate thinking, concentration, and tolerance. Without the combined use of all these laws, no one may become a really great leader. Omission of a single one of these laws lessens the power of the leader proportionately. A salesman for the LaSalle Extension University called on a real estate dealer in a small western town for the purpose of trying to sell the realtor a course in salesmanship and business management. When the salesman arrived at the prospective student's office, he found the gentleman pecking out a letter by the two-finger method on an antiquated typewriter. The salesman introduced himself, stated his business, and then described the course he had come to sell. The realtor listened with apparent interest. After his sales talk had been completed, the salesman hesitated, waiting for some signs of yes or no from his prospective client. Thinking that perhaps he had not made his talk quite strong enough, he briefly went over the merits of the course he was selling a second time. Still, there was no response from the prospective student. The salesman then asked the direct question, "You want this course, do you not?" In a slow, drawling tone of voice, the realtor then replied, "Well, I hardly know whether I do or not." And no doubt he was telling the truth, because he was one of the millions who find it hard to reach decisions. Being an able judge of human nature, the salesman then arose, put on his hat, placed his literature back in his briefcase, and made ready to leave. Then he resorted to tactics that were somewhat drastic and took the realtor by surprise with this startling statement: "I am going to take it upon myself to say something to you that you will not like, but it may be of help to you. Take a look at this office in which you work. The floor is dirty. The walls are dusty. The typewriter you are using looks as if it might be the one Mr. Noah used in the ark during the big flood. Your pants are bagged at the knees. Your collar is dirty. Your face is unshaved. And you have a look in your eyes that tells me you are defeated. Please go ahead and get mad. That's just what I want you to do, because it may shock you into doing some thinking that will be helpful to you and to those who are dependent upon you. I can see in my imagination the home in which you live. Several little children, none too well dressed and perhaps none too well fed. A mother whose dress is 3 seasons out of style, whose eyes carry the same look of defeat that yours do. This woman whom you married has stuck by you, but you have not made good in life as she had hoped when you were first married that you would. If you have a talent, use it in every way possible. Do not hoard it. Do not dole it out like a miser. Spend it lavishly like a millionaire intent on going broke. Brendan Francis. Please remember that I am not now talking to a prospective student, because I would not sell you the course at this particular moment if you offered to pay cash in advance, because if I did, you would not have the initiative to complete it, and we want no failures on our student list. The talk I am now giving you will make it impossible, perhaps, for me ever to sell you anything, but it is going to do something for you that has never been done before, providing it makes you think. I will tell you in a very few words exactly why you are defeated. Why you are pecking out letters on an old typewriter in an old dirty office in a little town. It is because you do not have the power to reach a decision. All of your life you have been forming the habit of dodging the responsibility of reaching decisions, until you have come now to where it is well nigh impossible for you to do so. If you had told me that you wanted the course, or that you did not want it, I could have sympathized with you, because I would have known that lack of funds was what caused you to hesitate. But what did you say? Why, you admitted that you did not know whether you wanted it or not. If you will think over what I have said, I am sure that you will acknowledge that it has become a habit with you to dodge the responsibility of reaching clear-cut decisions on practically all matters that affect you. The realtor sat glued in his chair, with his underjaw dropped and his eyes bulged in astonishment, but he made no attempt to answer the biting indictment. The salesman said goodbye and started for the door. After he had closed the door behind him, he again opened it and walked back in. With a smile on his face, he took his seat in front of the astonished realtor and explained his conduct in this way. I do not blame you at all if you feel hurt by my remarks. In fact, I sort of hope that you have been offended. But now let me say this, face to face, that I think you have intelligence and I am sure you have ability, but you have fallen into a habit that has whipped you. Nobody is ever down and out until he is under the sod. You may be temporarily down, but you can get up again, and I am just sportsman enough to give you my hand and offer you a lift. If you will accept my apologies for what I have said, you do not belong in this town. You would starve to death in the real estate business in this place, even if you were a leader in your field. Get yourself a new suit of clothes, even if you have to borrow the money with which to do it. Then go over to St. Louis with me, and I will introduce you to a real estate agent who will give you a chance to earn some money and at the same time teach you some of the important things about this line of work that you can later capitalize on. If you do not have enough credit to get the clothes you need, I will stand good for you at a store in St. Louis where I have a charge account. I am in earnest, and my offer to help you is based upon the highest motive that can actuate a human being. I am successful in my own field, but I have not always been so. I went through just what you are now going through, but the important thing is that I went through it and got it over with, just as you are going to do if you will follow my advice. Will you come with me? The realtor started to rise, but his legs wobbled and he sank back into his chair. Despite the fact that he was a great big fellow, a he-man type, his emotions got the better of him, and he actually wept. He made a second attempt and got on his feet, shook hands with the salesman, thanked him for his kindness, and said he was going to follow the advice, but he would do so in his own way. Asking for an application blank, he signed for the course on salesmanship and business management, made the first payment in nickels and dimes, and told the salesman he would hear from him again. 3 years later, this realtor had an organization of 60 salesmen and one of the most successful real estate businesses in the city of St. Louis. I have been in this realtor's office many times and have observed him over a period of more than 15 years. He is an entirely different human being from the person interviewed by the LaSalle salesman over 15 years ago. And the thing that made him different is the same that will make you different. It is the power of decision that is so essential to leadership. This realtor is now a leader in the real estate field. He is directing the efforts of other salesmen and helping them to become more efficient. This one change in his philosophy has turned temporary defeat into success. Every new salesperson who goes to work for him is called into his private office before going to work and told the story of his own transformation, word for word, just as it occurred when the LaSalle salesman first met him in his shabby little real estate office. Some 18 years ago, I made my first trip to the little town of Lumberport, West Virginia. At that time, the only means of transportation leading from Clarksburg, the largest nearby center, to Lumberport was both the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad and an interurban electric line which ran within 3 miles of the town. One could walk the 3 miles if they chose. Upon my arrival at Clarksburg, I found that the only train going to Lumberport in the forenoon had already gone, and not wishing to wait for the later afternoon train, I made the trip by trolley with the intention of walking the 3 miles. On the way down, the rain began to pour, and those 3 miles had to be navigated on foot through deep yellow mud. When I arrived at Lumberport, my shoes and pants were muddy, and my disposition was none the better for the experience. The first person I met was V.L. Hornor, who was then cashier of the Lumberport Bank. In a rather loud tone of voice, I asked of him, "Why do you not get that trolley line extended from the junction over to Lumberport, so your friends can get in and out of town without drowning in mud? Did you see a river with high banks at the edge of town as you came in?" he asked. I replied that I had seen it. "Well," he continued, "that's the reason we have no streetcars running into town. The cost of a bridge would be about $100,000, and that is more than the company owning the trolley line is willing to invest. We have been trying for 10 years to get them to build a line into town." "Trying?" I exploded. "How hard have you tried? We have offered them every inducement we could afford, such as free right-of-way from the junction into the town and free use of the streets, but that bridge is the stumbling block. They simply will not stand the expense. Claim they cannot afford such an expense for the small amount of revenue they would receive from the 3-mile extension." Then the law of success philosophy began to come to my rescue. I asked Mr. Horner if he would take a walk over to the river with me, that we might look at the spot that was causing so much inconvenience. He said he would be glad to do so. When we got to the river, I began to take inventory of everything in sight. I observed that the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad tracks ran up and down the river banks on both sides of the river, and that the county road crossed the river on a rickety wooden bridge, both approaches to which were over several strands of railroad track, as the railroad company had its switching yards at that point. While we were standing there, a freight train blocked the crossing, and several teams of horses stopped on both sides of the train, waiting for an opportunity to get through. The train kept the roadblock for about 25 minutes. With this combination of circumstances in mind, it required little imagination to see that 3 different parties were or could be interested in the building of the bridge such as would be needed to carry the weight of a streetcar. It was obvious that the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad Company would be interested in such a bridge, because that would remove the county road from their switching tracks. It would also save them a possible accident on the crossing, to say nothing of much loss of time and expense in cutting trains to allow the wagon teams to pass. It was also obvious that the county commissioners would be interested in the bridge because it would raise the county road to a better level and make it more serviceable to the public. And of course, the street railway company was interested in the bridge, but it did not wish to pay the entire cost. All of this passed through my mind as I stood there watching the freight train being cut for the traffic to pass through. A definite chief aim took place in my mind, also a definite plan for its attainment. The next day, I got together a committee of townspeople, consisting of the mayor, councilmen, and some of the leading citizens, and called on the division superintendent of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad Company at Grafton. We convinced him that it was worth 1/3 of the cost of the bridge to get the county road off his company's tracks. Next, we went to the county commissioners and found them to be quite enthusiastic over the possibility of getting a new bridge by paying for only 1/3 of it. They promised to pay their 1/3 providing we could make arrangements for the other 2/3. We then went to the president of the traction company, which owned the trolley line at Fairmont, and laid before him an offer to donate all the rights-of-way and pay for 2/3 of the cost of the bridge, providing he would begin building the line into town promptly. We found him receptive also. 3 weeks later, a contract had been signed between the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad Company, the Monongahela Valley Traction Company, and the county commissioners of Harrison County, providing for the construction of the bridge, 1/3 of its cost to be paid by each. Just 2 months later, the right-of-way was being graded and the bridge was underway. And 3 months after that, the streetcars were running into Lumberport on regular schedule. This incident meant much to the town of Lumberport because it provided transportation that enabled people to get in and out of the town without undue effort. It also meant a great deal to me because it served to introduce me as one who got things done. 2 very definite advantages resulted from this transaction. The chief counsel for the traction company gave me a position as his assistant, and later on it was the means of an introduction that led to my appointment as the advertising manager of the LaSalle Extension University. Lumberport, West Virginia was then and still is a small town, and Chicago was a large city and located a considerable distance away, but news of initiative and leadership has a way of taking on wings and traveling. 4 of the 17 laws of success were combined in the transaction I have described here. A definite chief aim, self-confidence, imagination and initiative, and leadership. The law of doing more than paid for also entered somewhat into the transaction because I was not offered anything and in fact did not expect pay for what I did. To be perfectly frank, I appointed myself to that job of getting the bridge built more as a sort of challenge to those who had said it could not be done than I did with the expectation of getting paid for it. By my attitude, I rather intimated to Mr. Horner that I could get it done, and he was not slow to snap me up and put me to the test. Time is the mighty hand that rocks the eternal cradle of progress and nurses struggling humanity through that period when man needs protection against his own ignorance. It would be helpful here to point out the part that imagination played in this transaction. For 10 years, the townspeople of Lumberport have been trying to get a streetcar line built into town. It must not be concluded that the town was without any citizens of ability because that would be inaccurate. In fact, there were many able people in the town, but they had been making the mistake, which is so commonly made by us all, of trying to solve their problem through one single source, whereas there were actually 3 sources of solution available to them. The $100,000 was too much for one company to assume for the construction of a bridge. But when that cost was distributed among 3 interested parties, the amount to be borne by each was more reasonable. The question might be asked, why did some of the local townspeople not think of this 3-way solution? In the first place, they were so close to their problem that they failed to take a perspective bird's-eye view of it, which would have suggested the solution. This is a common mistake, and one that is always avoided by great leaders. In the second place, these townspeople had never before coordinated their efforts or worked as an organized group, with the sole purpose in mind of finding a way to get a streetcar line built into town. This is another common error made by people in all walks of life, that of failure to work in unison, in a thorough spirit of cooperation. I, being an outsider, had less difficulty in getting cooperative action than one of their own group might have had. Too often, there is a spirit of selfishness in small communities which prompts each individual to think that their ideas are the ones that should prevail. It is an important part of the leader's responsibility to induce people to subordinate their own ideas and interests for the good of the whole, and this applies to matters of a civic, business, social, political, financial, or industrial nature. Success, no matter what may be one's concept of that term, is nearly always a question of one's ability to get others to subordinate their own individual interests and follow a leader. The leader who has the personality and the imagination to induce followers to accept his or her plans and carry them out faithfully is always an able leader. The next lesson, imagination, will take you further into the art of tactful leadership. Leadership and imagination are so closely allied and so essential for success that one cannot be gainfully applied without the other. Initiative is the moving force that pushes the leader ahead, but imagination is the guiding spirit that tells him or her which way to go. Imagination is what enabled me to analyze the Lumberport Bridge problem, break it up into its 3 component parts, and assemble those parts into a practical working plan. Nearly every problem may be broken up into parts which are more easily managed as parts than they are when assembled as a whole. Perhaps one of the most important advantages of imagination is that it enables one to separate all problems into their component parts and to reassemble them in more favorable combinations. It has been said that all battles in warfare are won or lost not on the firing line but behind the lines, through the sound strategy or the lack of it used by the generals who plan the battles. What is true of warfare is equally true in business and in most other problems that confront us throughout life. We win or lose according to the nature of the plans we build and carry out, a fact which serves to emphasize the value of the laws of initiative and leadership. Imagination, self-confidence, and a definite chief aim. With the intelligent use of these 4 laws, one may build plans for any purpose whatsoever which cannot be defeated by any person or group of persons who do not employ or understand these laws. There is no escape from this truth. Organized effort is effort that is directed according to a plan that was conceived with the aid of imagination, guided by a definite chief aim, and given momentum with initiative and self-confidence. These 4 laws blend into one and become a power in the hands of a leader. Without their aid, effective leadership is impossible. If you must give expression to prejudice and hatred and intolerance, do not speak it, but write it. Write it in the sands near the water's edge. When the dawn of intelligence shall spread over the eastern horizon of human progress, and ignorance and superstition shall have left their last footprints on the sands of time, it will be recorded in the last chapter of the book of humanity's crimes that our most grievous sin was that of intolerance. The bitterest intolerance grows out of religious, racial, and economic prejudices and differences of opinion. How long until we will understand the folly of trying to destroy one another because we are of different religious beliefs and racial tendencies? Our allotted time on this earth is but a fleeting moment. Like a candle, we are lighted, shine for a moment, and flicker out. Why can we not learn to so live during this brief earthly visit that when the great caravan called death draws up and announces this visit completed, we will be ready to fold our tents and silently follow out into the great unknown without fear and trembling? I am hoping that I will find no Jews or Gentiles, Catholics or Protestants, Germans, English, or French when I shall have crossed the bar to the other side. I am hoping that I will find there only human souls, brothers and sisters all, unmarked by race, creed, or color, for I shall want to be done with intolerance, so I may rest in peace throughout eternity. I called that man idle who might be better employed. Socrates, Lesson 6. Imagination. You can do it if you believe you can. Imagination is the workshop of the human mind, wherein old ideas and established facts may be reassembled into new combinations and put to new uses. Webster's Third International Dictionary defines imagination as follows: an act or process of forming a conscious idea or mental image of something never before wholly perceived in reality by the imaginer, as through a synthesis of remembered elements of previous sensory experiences or ideas. Creative ability. Resourcefulness. Imagination has been called the creative power of the soul, but this is somewhat abstract and goes more deeply into the meaning than is necessary from the viewpoint of a student of this course, who wishes to use the course only as a means of attaining material or monetary advantages in life. Imagination can be developed. If you have mastered and thoroughly understood the preceding lessons, you know that the materials out of which you built your definite chief aim were assembled and combined in your imagination. You also know that self-confidence and initiative and leadership must be created in your imagination before they can become a reality. For it is in the workshop of your imagination that you will put the principle of autosuggestion into operation in creating these necessary qualities. This lesson on imagination might be called the hub of this course, because every other lesson of the course leads to this lesson and makes use of the principle upon which it is based, just as all the telephone wires lead to the exchange office for their source of power. You will never have a definite purpose in life, you will never have self-consciousness, you will never have initiative and leadership unless you first create these qualities in your imagination and see yourself in possession of them. Just as the oak tree develops from the germ that lies in the acorn, and the bird develops from the germ that lies asleep in the egg, so will your material achievements grow out of the organized plans that you create in your imagination. First comes the thought, then organization of that thought into ideas and plans, then transformation of those plans into reality. The beginning, as you will observe, is in your imagination. The imagination is both interpretative and creative in nature. It can examine facts, concepts, and ideas, and it can create new combinations and plans out of these. Commentary. Imagination is too often regarded as nothing more than fanciful dreams, but it is a tremendously practical, exciting tool. Forget the pejorative terms you may have heard, such as having your head in the clouds or contemplating your navel. This lesson will help you regard your imagination as a useful, vigorous ally in your pursuit of success. If further proof were needed, consider that much of the vast Walt Disney empire was born out of the fanciful thinking of a group that Walt dubbed his Imagineers. That the space program and many advances in medicine have been achieved by imagining what might be and then applying science and technology to making those pipe dreams real. And that even our military leaders openly drew upon Hollywood screenwriters to create imagined scenarios so that those in charge of the war on terrorism could prepare countermeasures to the kind of attacks that were not covered in conventional military strategy. Through its interpretive capacity, the imagination has one power not generally attributed to it: the power to register vibrations and thought waves that are put into motion from outside sources, just as the radio receiving apparatus picks up the vibrations of sound. The principle through which this interpretive capacity of the imagination functions is called telepathy, the communication of thought from one mind to another at long or short distances, without the aid of physical or mechanical appliances. Commentary. At the time Napoleon Hill was writing the original edition of this book, research was being conducted which strongly implied that telepathy would soon be a proven fact. However, by the beginning of the 21st century, the evidence in its favor is still largely anecdotal. It is the opinion of the editors of this updated edition that Napoleon Hill would not have been deterred by the lack of scientific evidence. Hill's interest in telepathy was purely practical, not improving the existence of some parapsychic phenomena. The editors advised the reader to suspend any skepticism you might have because the term telepathy has, in the intervening years, fallen out of favor. Instead, pay attention to the perfectly logical and practical application Hill had in mind when he used the term. Telepathy can be an important factor to a student who is preparing to make effective use of imagination, because this telepathic capacity of the imagination is constantly picking up thought waves and vibrations of every description. So-called snap judgment and hunches, which prompt one to form an opinion or decide upon a course of action that is not in harmony with logic and reason, are usually the result of stray thought waves that have registered in the imagination. So that you may understand how closely interwoven are the 17 factors upon which this course is based, consider, for example, what happens when a salesperson who lacks confidence in themselves and in their goods walks in to see a prospective buyer. Whether or not the prospective buyer is conscious of it, his or her imagination immediately senses that lack of confidence in the salesperson's mind. The salesperson's own thoughts are actually undermining their own efforts. This will explain from another angle why self-confidence is one of the most important factors entering into the great struggle for success. The principle of telepathy and the law of attraction, through which like attracts like, explain many a failure. If the mind has a tendency to attract those thought vibrations which harmonize with the dominating thoughts of a given mind, you can easily understand why a negative mind that dwells on failure and lacks self-confidence would not attract a positive mind that is dominated by thoughts of success. Perhaps these explanations are somewhat abstract, but it seems necessary to inject them here as a means of enabling the student to understand and make practical use of the subject of this lesson. The imagination is too often regarded merely as an indefinite, untraceable, indescribable something that does nothing but create fiction. It is this popular disregard of the powers of the imagination that has made necessary these more or less abstract references to the subject. Not only is the subject of imagination an important factor in this course, but it is also one of the most interesting subjects, as you will observe when you begin to see how it affects all that you do toward the achievement of your definite chief aim. You will see the importance of the subject of imagination when you stop to realize that it is the only thing in the world over which you have absolute control. Others may deprive you of your material wealth and cheat you in 1,000 ways, but no one can deprive you of the control and use of your imagination. Others may deal with you unfairly, as they often do. They may deprive you of your liberty, but they cannot take from you the privilege of using your imagination as you wish. The most inspiring poem in all literature was written by Leigh Hunt while he was a poverty-stricken inmate in an English prison, where he had been unjustly confined because of his advanced views on politics. This poem is entitled Abu Ben Adhem, and it is here reprinted as a reminder that one of the great things each of us may do in our own imaginations is to forgive those who have dealt unjustly with us. Abu Ben Adhem, may his tribe increase, awoke one night from a deep dream of peace and saw within the moonlight of his room, making it rich and like a lily in bloom, an angel writing in a book of gold. Exceeding peace had made Ben Adhem bold. Into the presence in the room he said, "What writest thou?" The vision raised its head. The man who slanders his fellow man unwittingly uncovers the real nature of his inner self, and, with a look made of all sweet accord, answered, "The names of those who love the Lord." "And," said Abu Ben Adhem, "is mine one?" "Nay, not so," replied the angel. Abu spoke more low but cheerily still and said, "I pray thee, then, write me as one that loves his fellow men." The angel wrote and vanished. The next night it came again with a great wakening light and showed the names whom love of God had blessed. And lo, Ben Adhem's name led all the rest. Civilization itself owes its existence to such poets as Leigh Hunt, in whose fertile imaginations have been pictured the higher and nobler standards of human relationship. Abu Ben Adhem is a poem that will never die thanks to this poet who pictured in his imagination the hope of an ideal that is constructive. The power of imagination. The major trouble with this world today lies in our lack of understanding of the power of imagination. For if we understood this great power, we could use it as a weapon with which to wipe out poverty and misery and injustice and persecution. And this could be done in a single generation. This is a rather broad statement, and no one understands better than I how useless such a statement would be if the principle on which it is founded were not explained in the most practical of terms. Therefore, let me describe what is meant. I will devote no time to proving that telepathy is a reality. To make this description understandable, we must simply accept the principle of telepathy, in the sense that every thought we release is registering itself in the minds of other people. You have often heard of mob psychology, which is nothing more nor less than some strong, dominating idea that has been created in the mind of one or more persons and registers itself in the minds of other persons through the principle of telepathy. So strong is the power of mob psychology that two men fighting in the street will often start a free-for-all fight, in which bystanders will engage each other in battle without even knowing what they are fighting about, or with whom they are fighting. On Armistice Day 1918, we had extraordinary anecdotal evidence of the principle of telepathy on a scale such as the world had never before witnessed. I remember distinctly the impression made on my mind on that eventful day. So strong was this impression that it had awakened me at about 3 o'clock in the morning, just as effectively as if someone had aroused me by physical force. As I sat up in bed, I knew that something out of the ordinary had happened, and so strange and impelling was the effect of this experience that I got up, dressed, and went out in the streets of Chicago, where I was met by thousands of others who had felt the touch of the same influence. Everyone was asking, what has happened? What had happened was this. Millions of men had received instructions to cease fighting, and it was their combined joy that set into motion a thought wave which swept the entire world. Perhaps never in the history of the world had so many millions of people thought of the same thing in the same manner at the same time. For once in the history of the world, everybody felt something in common, and the effect of this harmonized thought was the worldwide mob psychology that we witnessed on Armistice Day. It will help you to better understand this statement if you recall what was said in the introductory lesson of this course about the method of creating a master mind through the harmony of thought of two or more persons. We will bring the application of this principle a little nearer home by showing how it may either make or break the harmonious working relationship of a business or industry. You may doubt that it was the harmony of thought of millions of soldiers that registered in the minds of the people of the world and caused the mob's psychological condition on Armistice Day, but you will need no proof that a disgruntled person always disturbs everyone with whom he or she comes in contact. It is a well-established fact that one such person in a place of employment will disrupt the entire organization. Apply the principle in another way. Place among a group of workers one person whose personality is positive and optimistic, and who makes it his or her business to sow the seeds of harmony around the place where they work, and their influence will reflect itself in every person who works with them. If every business is the extended shadow of one man, as Emerson wrote, then it behooves that one man to reflect a shadow of confidence and good cheer and optimism and harmony, that these qualities may in turn reflect themselves in all who are connected with the business. Put imagination to work. In continuing on to the next step in our application of the power of imagination in the attainment of success, I will cite some of the most recent and modern examples of its use in the accumulation of material wealth and in the perfection of some of the leading inventions of the world. In approaching this next step, bear in mind that there is nothing new under the sun. Life on this earth may be likened to a great kaleidoscope, before which the scenes and facts and material substances are ever shifting and changing, and all anyone can do is to take these facts and substances and rearrange them in new combinations. The process through which this is done is called imagination. I have said that the imagination is both interpretative and creative in its nature. It can receive impressions or ideas, and out of these it can form new combinations. Powering genius discase a beaten path. It seeks regions hitherto unexplored. Abraham Lincoln. As our first illustration of the power of imagination in modern business achievement, take the case of Clarence Saunders, who organized the Piggly Wiggly system of self-help grocery stores. Saunders was a grocery clerk in a small southern retail store. One day he was standing in a line with a tin tray in his hands waiting his turn to get food in the cafeteria. He had never earned more than $20 a week before that time, and no one had ever noticed anything about him that indicated unusual ability. But something took place in his mind as he stood in the line of waiting people that put his imagination to work. With the aid of his imagination, he lifted that self-help idea out of the cafeteria, not creating anything new, but merely shifting an old idea into a new use, and he set it down in a grocery store. In an instant, the Piggly Wiggly chain store grocery plan had been created, and Clarence Saunders, the $20 a week grocery clerk, rapidly became the $1 million chain store groceryman of America. Where in that transaction do you see the slightest indication of a performance that you could not duplicate? Analyze the transaction and measure it by the previous lessons of this course, and you will see that Clarence Saunders had created a very definite purpose. He supported this purpose with a sufficient degree of self-confidence to cause him to take the initiative to transform it into reality. His imagination was the workshop in which these three factors, a definite chief aim, self-confidence, and initiative, were brought together, and they supplied him with the momentum for the first step in the organization of the Piggly Wiggly plan. Thus, our great ideas changed into realities. Commentary. A few years later, Sylvan Goldman, who owned several Piggly Wiggly stores in Oklahoma, noticed his customers struggling to carry everything in small baskets. One night, while trying to figure out how to enable them to purchase more at one time, he found himself staring at a basket sitting on the seat of a wooden folding chair. Goldman had an idea. He called his mechanic, who added wheels to the chair legs, added another basket below the seat, and the first shopping cart was born. Thomas Stemberg was the manager of another supermarket, and he began to wonder if there was not some other kind of retail operation that could be run the same way. He decided to apply the supermarket concept to office supplies, and he, with Leo Kahn, gave their first new store the name Staples. When Thomas A. Edison invented the incandescent electric light bulb, he merely brought together two old, well-known principles and associated them in a new combination. He, and practically all others who were informed on the subject of electricity, knew that a light could be produced by heating a small wire with electricity. But the problem was to do this without burning the wire in two. In his experimental research, Mr. Edison tried out every conceivable sort of wire, hoping to find some substance that would withstand the tremendous heat to which it had to be subjected before a light could be produced. Edison's imagination finally delivered for him when he compared his problem with the making of charcoal. Charcoal is created by burning wood under a mound of dirt. This cuts off most of the available oxygen that is necessary for combustion. Edison needed to make the wire burn like charcoal. His solution was to enclose the wire in a glass bulb and then pump out almost all the oxygen. Combustion still occurred, but at such a slow rate that the wire lasted long enough for the light bulb to be useful. Even then, Edison's idea still required many refinements in terms of the right kind of wire and the proper thickness and type of glass. Those refinements continue today, but nothing obscures the fact that it was Mr. Edison who made the essential connection, and he did it by repeated attempts to apply his imagination. When the sun goes down tonight, you step to the wall and press a button to bring it back again, a performance that would have mystified the people of a few generations ago. Thanks to the use of Edison's imagination, you have simply brought together two principles, both of which were in existence since the beginning of time. No one who knew him intimately ever accredited Andrew Carnegie with unusual ability or with the power of genius, except in one respect, and that was his ability to select men who could and would cooperate in a spirit of harmony in carrying out his wishes. But what additional ability did he need in the accumulation of his millions of dollars? Commentary. Throughout this course, your imagination should prompt you to make connections between principles and apply them in ways that are unique to your situation. Begin with your definite chief aim. Look at the written statement you have made of it. Is there some way that you might now modify that statement to make it clearer, more accurate, or closer to what you truly want? Sometimes you will discover that you have misplaced the emphasis in what you have set out to do. This is not uncommon and hardly cause for despair or frustration. Some of the greatest successes have come when people have looked at their goals and seen that they were not right for their situation. Anyone who understands the principle of organized effort as Carnegie understood it, and knows enough about human nature to be able to select just those types that are needed in the performance of a given task, could duplicate all that Carnegie accomplished. Carnegie was a leader of imagination. He first created a definite purpose and then surrounded himself with people who had the training and the vision and the capacity necessary for the transformation of that purpose into reality. He did not always create his own plans for the attainment of his definite purpose. Carnegie made it his business to know what he wanted, then found others who could create plans through which to procure it. And that was not only imagination, it was genius of the highest order. But it should be made clear that individuals of Mr. Carnegie's type are not the only ones who can make profitable use of imagination. This great power is as available to the beginner in business as it is to the person who has arrived. One morning, Charles M. Schwab's private car was backed onto the sidetrack at his Bethlehem steel plant. As he alighted from the car, he was met by a young male stenographer who announced that he had come to make sure that any letters or telegrams Mr. Schwab might wish to write would be taken care of promptly. No one told this young man to be on hand, but he had enough imagination to see that his being there would not hurt his chances of advancement. From that day on, this young man was marked for promotion. Mr. Schwab singled him out for promotion because he had done what any of the dozen or so other stenographers in the employ of the Bethlehem Steel Company might have done, but did not. Today, this same man is the president of one of the largest drug concerns in the world, and has all of this world's goods and wares that he wants and much more than he needs. Commentary. The Sony Corporation once tried to make a very small stereo tape recorder that would work with standard-size cassettes. They could make a small playback machine, but at the time, the electronics needed to also make it a recording machine just could not be made small enough. They concluded that the design was a failure. Then one day, Sony's honorary chairman, Masaru Ibuka, walked into the laboratory and saw that a few of the engineers were using the prototypes of the failed tape recorder to listen to music tapes. They did not seem to care that it could not record. They just liked to be able to walk around listening to their favorite music. Then Ibuka remembered that another division was working on lightweight headphones, and his imagination made the connection that the rest of the engineers had not. In Ibuka's view, They had not made a failed recorder, they had created a successful private stereo listener. They added the headphones, named it the Walkman, and it revolutionized both the music business and the electronics industry. Imagination. A few years ago, I received a letter from a young man who had just finished business college and who wanted to secure employment in my office. With his letter, he sent a crisp $10 bill that had never been folded. The letter read as follows: I have just finished a commercial course in a first-class business college, and I want a position in your office because I realize how much it would be worth to a young man just starting out on his business career to have the privilege of working under the direction of a man like you. If the enclosed $10 bill is sufficient to pay for the time you would spend giving me my first week's instructions, I want you to accept it. I will work the first month without pay, then you may set my wages at whatever I prove to be worth. I want this job more than I ever wanted anything in my life, and I am willing to make any reasonable sacrifice to get it. Very cordially, this young man got his chance in my office. His imagination gained for him the opportunity that he wanted, and before his first month had expired, the president of a life insurance company, who heard of this incident, offered the young man a private secretaryship at a substantial salary. He is today an official of one of the largest life insurance companies in the world. Some years ago, a young man wrote to Thomas A. Edison for a position, but for some reason, Mr. Edison did not reply. By no means discouraged on this account, the young man made up his mind that not only would he get a reply from Mr. Edison, but what was more important still, he would actually secure the position he sought. He lived a long distance from West Orange, New Jersey, where the Edison industries are located, and he did not have the money with which to pay his railroad fare. But he did have imagination. He went to West Orange in a freight car, got his interview, told his story in person, and got the job he sought. Today, this same man has retired from active business, having made all the money he needs. His name, in case you wish to confirm what I have said, is Edwin C. Barnes. Commentary. Edwin C. Barnes not only got a job with Edison, but he ultimately became a business associate of the famed inventor. It was largely through Barnes's belief in the Edison dictating machine and his unflagging salesmanship that the device became a staple in business offices throughout the country. By using his imagination, Edwin Barnes saw the advantage of close association with a man like Thomas A. Edison. He saw that such an association would give him the opportunity to study Mr. Edison, and at the same time, it would bring him into contact with Mr. Edison's friends, who were among the most influential people in the world. These are but a few cases in which I have personally observed how people have climbed to high places in the world and accumulated wealth in abundance by making practical use of their imagination. Commentary. When the first Xerox copies were introduced, the machines were very expensive. So Xerox did not sell the machines, they leased them and charged customers for each copy that was made. It was a whole new way of doing business, it was imaginative, and it changed the way modern offices worked. Ruth Handler's daughter Barbara liked playing dress-up, and she liked playing with dolls. When Ruth went looking for a doll that could be dressed up, she found that there were not any on the market. Every doll had just one dress. Why does not somebody combine these two favorite pastimes? Handler wondered. So she did it herself and named the doll for her daughter, calling it Barbie. George de Mestral went hunting one day with his dog. When they got home, he realized that they were both covered with burrs. The burrs were a real nuisance to remove, and curious de Mestral put them under a magnifying glass to see why. They were covered with tiny hooks that attached themselves to fur and fabric. De Mestral began to wonder what else could be attached with tiny hooks, and the result of his wondering was Velcro. In each of these examples, an existing concept was given a new application. Theodore Roosevelt engraved his name on the tablets of time by one single act during his tenure of office as President of the United States. After all else that he did while in that office will have been forgotten, this one transaction will record him in history as a person of imagination. He started the steam shovels to work on the Panama Canal. Every president, from Washington on up to Roosevelt, could have started the canal and it would have been completed, but it seemed such a colossal undertaking that it required not only imagination, but daring courage as well. Theodore Roosevelt had both, and the people of the United States have the canal. Commentary. Many years later, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt was President of the United States through one of the most difficult times in its history, he used his imagination to strengthen his self-confidence. He had been a vigorous and active man until polio cost him the use of his legs. For a leader who guided the country through the Great Depression and World War II, paralysis was a terrible specter, and it would have been disastrous if he had let the limitations of his legs affect his spirit. Often, when he was troubled and unable to sleep, Roosevelt would imagine himself on a hillside near his boyhood home, standing in the snow with his sled. He would push off on his sled and imagine himself skimming across the snow, negotiating sharp turns, avoiding obstacles, until he reached the bottom and stood up, ready to race back up the hill and do it again. As his biographer Doris Kearns Goodwin writes, it was an imaginative act of will. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Eleanor Roosevelt. At the age of 40, the age at which the average man or woman begins to think they are too old to start anything new, James J. Hill was still working as a telegraph operator at a salary of $30 per month. He had no capital and he had no influential friends with capital. But he did have something that is more powerful than either. He had imagination. In his mind's eye, he saw a great railway system that would penetrate the undeveloped Northwest and unite the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. So vivid was his imagination that he was also able to make others see the advantages of such a railway system. I would emphasize the part of the story that most people never mention, that Hill's Great Northern Railway system became a reality in his own imagination first. This railroad was built with steel rails and wooden cross ties, just as most other railroads are built, and these things were paid for with capital that was secured in very much the same manner that capital for all railroads is secured. But if you want the real story of James J. Hill's success, you must go back to that little country railway station where he worked at $30 a month, and there pick up the little threads that he wove into a mighty railroad with materials no more visible than the thoughts that he organized in his imagination. What a mighty power is imagination, the workshop of the soul, in which thoughts are woven into railroads and skyscrapers and mills and factories and all manner of material wealth. I hold it true that thoughts are things. They are endowed with bodies and breath and wings, and that we send them forth to fill the world with good results or ill. That which we call our secret thought speeds forth to Earth's remotest spot, leaving its blessings or its woes like tracks behind it as it goes. We build our future, thought by thought, for good or ill, yet know it not. Yet so, the universe was wrought. Thought is another name for fate. Choose then thy destiny and wait, for love brings love, and hate brings hate. Ella Wheeler Wilcox. If your imagination is the mirror of your soul, then you have a perfect right to stand before that mirror and see yourself as you wish to be. You have the right to see, reflected in that magic mirror, the mansion you intend to own, the factory you intend to manage, the bank of which you intend to be president, the station in life you intend to occupy. Your imagination belongs to you. Use it. The more you use it, the more efficiently it will serve you. Commentary. You have already learned that the power of self-suggestion makes you become the thoughts that you permit to occupy your mind. If you imagine that you have no imagination, this valuable faculty will devote itself to nothing more than creating images of yourself being unable to respond to opportunities and new situations. What you must do instead is imagine yourself being imaginative. Acquire a small notebook that you can keep accessible as much of the day as possible. Get one for work and one for home if you need to. In this book, as often as you can, write down ideas that come to you for anything that it seems to you could be done differently. You do not have to know how these things could be done differently, just that a better way might be possible or useful. They can be big, enormous things or small, everyday things. Do not worry about feeling silly or that you are just making things up to put something on the page. Even making things up requires that you use your imagination. Imagination does the impossible. At the east end of the Great Brooklyn Bridge in New York City, an old man operates a cobbler's shop. When the engineers began driving stakes and marking the foundation place for that great steel structure, this man shook his head and said, "It can't be done." Now he looks out from his dingy little shoe repair shop, shakes his head, and asks himself, how did they do it? He saw the bridge grow before his very eyes, and still he lacks the imagination to analyze what he saw. The engineer who planned the bridge saw it as a reality long before a single shovel of dirt had been removed for the foundation stones. The bridge became a reality in his imagination because he had trained that imagination to weave new combinations out of old ideas. In one of the cities on the coast of California, all the land that was suitable for building lots had been developed and put into use. On one side of the city, there were some steep hills that could not be used for building purposes. And on the other side, the land was unsuitable for buildings because it was so low that the backwater covered it once a day. And then an imaginative newcomer arrived in town. People of imagination usually have keen minds, and this man was no exception. The first day of his arrival, he saw the possibilities for making money from real estate. He secured an option on those hills that were unsuitable for use because of their steepness. He also secured an option on the ground that was unsuitable for use because of the backwater that covered it daily. He secured these options at a very low price because the land was supposed to be without substantial value. With a few tons of explosives, he turned those steep hills into loose dirt. With the aid of a few tractors and some road scrapers, he leveled the ground and turned it into beautiful building lots. With the aid of a few mules and carts, he dumped the surplus dirt on the low ground, raised it above the water level, and turned that into building lots too. He made a substantial fortune for what? For removing some dirt from where it was not needed to where it was needed, from mixing some useless dirt with imagination. The people of that little city gave this man credit for being a genius, and he was the same sort of genius that any one of them could have been had they used their imagination as this man used his. Commentary. You will often find yourself in situations where you face a problem that offers no obvious solutions. The following 4 techniques for focusing your imagination are designed to help you get around problems in your quest for success. Imagination helps you look at a situation in a novel way and make connections that you have not seen before. These exercises may not present you with million-dollar solutions, but they do have the power to stimulate your mind to consider new approaches. Call a council of advisors. In Lesson 2, there is a story about a man who imagined himself at a table surrounded by great figures whom he wanted to emulate. The purpose for this imaginary group of great leaders is to ask each of them how they would tackle a particular problem. Seek random inspiration. Select a book of inspiring words, perhaps the Bible or a book of quotations, or the autobiography of someone you admire. Open it anywhere and read the first sentence your eyes fall upon. Turn the world upside down. Make a list of the 4 or 5 major components of your problem. Underneath each, write down what the opposite situation would be. Go away. Strange as it may seem, sometimes focusing your imagination on a problem can be a trap. You need a way to break free of the mental boundaries you have created. The key is to reduce pressure on yourself and allow your mind a freedom that you have not been giving it. In the field of chemistry, it is possible to mix 2 or more chemical ingredients in such proportions that the mere act of mixing gives each ingredient a tremendous amount of energy that it did not possess. It is also possible to mix certain chemical ingredients in such proportions that all the ingredients of the combination take on an entirely different nature, as in the case of H2O, which is a mixture of 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen, creating water. Chemistry is not the only field in which a combination of physical materials can be so assembled that each takes on a greater value, or the result is a product entirely foreign in nature to that of its component parts. The man who blew up those useless hills of dirt and stone and moved the surplus from where it was not needed to the lowland where it was needed, gave that dirt and stone a value that it did not have before. A ton of iron is worth little. Add to it carbon, silicon, manganese, sulfur, and phosphorus in the right proportions, and you have transformed it into steel, which is of much greater value. Add still other substances in the right proportion, including some skilled labor, and that same ton of steel is transformed into watch springs worth a small fortune. But in all these transformation processes, the one ingredient that is worth most is the one that has no material form: imagination. Here lie great piles of loose brick, lumber, nails, and glass. In its present form, it is worse than useless, for it is a nuisance and an eyesore. But mix it with the architect's imagination and add some skilled labor, and it becomes a beautiful mansion worth a king's ransom. On one of the great highways between New York and Philadelphia stood an old ramshackle, time-worn barn worth less than $50. With the aid of a little lumber and some cement plus imagination, this old barn has been turned into a beautiful automobile supply station that earns a small fortune for the man who provided the imagination. Across the street from my office is a little print shop that earns coffee and rolls for its owner and his helper, but no more. Less than a dozen blocks away stands one of the most modern printing plants in the world, whose owner spends most of his time traveling and has far more wealth than he will ever use. 22 years ago, those two printers were in business together. I know I am here. I know I had nothing to do with my coming, and I shall have but little, if anything, to do with my going. Therefore, I will not worry, because worries are of no avail. The one who owns the big print shop had the good judgment to ally himself with a man who mixed imagination with printing. This man of imagination is an advertising writer who brings in more business than the shop can handle by analyzing its client's business, creating attractive advertising features, and supplying the necessary printed material with which to make these features of service. This plant receives top-notch prices for its printing because the imagination mixed with that printing produces a product that most printers cannot supply. In the city of Chicago, the level of a certain boulevard was raised, which spoiled a row of beautiful residences because the sidewalk was raised to the level of the second-story windows. While these owners were bemoaning their ill fortune, a man of imagination came along. He purchased the property for a song, converted the second stories into business property, and now enjoys a handsome income from his rentals. As you read these lines, please keep in mind all that was said at the beginning of this lesson, especially that the greatest and most profitable thing you can do with your imagination is to rearrange old ideas into new combinations. If you properly use your imagination, it will help you to convert your failures and mistakes into assets of priceless value. It will lead you to discovery of a truth known only to those who use their imagination, that the greatest reverses and misfortunes of life often open the door to golden opportunities. One of the finest and most highly paid engravers in the United States was formerly a mail carrier. One day he was fortunate enough to be on a streetcar that met with an accident, and he had one of his legs cut off. The street railway company paid him $5,000 for his leg. With this money, he paid his way through school and became an engraver. The product of his hands, plus his imagination, is worth much more than he could earn with his legs as a mail carrier. He discovered that he had imagination when it became necessary to redirect his efforts as a result of the streetcar accident. You will never know what your capacity is for achievement until you learn how to mix your efforts with imagination. The products of your hands, minus imagination, will yield you but a small return. But those self-same hands, when properly guided by imagination, can be made to earn you all the material wealth you can use. There are two ways in which you can profit by imagination. You can develop this faculty in your own mind, or you can ally yourself with those who have already developed it. Andrew Carnegie did both. He not only made use of his own fertile imagination, but he gathered around him a group of others who also possessed this essential quality, for his definite purpose in life called for specialists whose imaginations ran in numerous directions. In the group that constituted Mr. Carnegie's mastermind were men whose imaginations were confined to the field of chemistry. He had others in the group whose imaginations were confined to finances. He had still others whose imaginations were confined to salesmanship, one of whom was Charles M. Schwab, who is said to have been the most able salesman on Mr. Carnegie's staff. If you feel that your own imagination is inadequate, you should form an alliance with someone whose imagination is sufficiently developed to supply your deficiency. There are various forms of alliance, including the alliance of marriage, the alliance of a business partnership, the alliance of friendship, and the alliance of employer and employee. Not all workers have the capacity to serve their own best interests as employers, and those who have not this capacity may profit by allying themselves with people of imagination who do have such capacity. It is said that Mr. Carnegie made more millionaires of his employees than any other employer in the steel business. Among these was Charles M. Schwab, who displayed evidence of the soundest sort of imagination by his good judgment in allying himself with Mr. Carnegie. It is no disgrace to serve in the capacity of employee. To the contrary, it often proves to be the most profitable side of an alliance, since not all of us are fitted to assume the responsibility of directing others. Commentary. Figures like Michelangelo or George O'Keeffe are renowned for their imaginations, but the essence of what they did is simple. They looked at the world in a way that no one else had before, and they translated their visions into work. Imagination is always reshaping the world as people connect seemingly disparate things. And once the connection is made, it may seem obvious, but making these supposedly obvious connections has brought success to many people. John D. Rockefeller was a partner in an oil refining business in Cleveland, Ohio. In the early days of petroleum production, the business was extremely volatile. The price of a barrel of oil fluctuated enormously. Determined to make his company succeed, Rockefeller realized that if he could not control oil prices, he might help himself by controlling his costs. So he set up a barrel-making operation that cut barrel costs by more than 60%. That move was so profitable, Rockefeller began investigating what other parts of the business his company could control. Soon he owned pipelines and oil wells, along with his refineries. He had created the first vertical corporation, one that supplied all its own needs, and one that became the huge Standard Oil. You must learn to focus your imagination and then to act on the right ideas that you develop. This is not an overnight process. A multi-million-dollar idea will not spring from your brain tomorrow simply because you will it. In most people, imagination is handicapped by two things. First, it is not usefully focused. It flits from object to object, driven by circumstance. Today, your imagination may be stimulated by a movie you saw, tomorrow by a newspaper headline, and the next day by a bit of conversation you overhear. Its powers are scattered. Or second, it may be enthralled to the 6 basic fears, creating visions of some rare and dreaded disease, a disaster at work, or romantic betrayal. In such situations, its powers are at work, but only to your detriment. If you do begin to focus your imagination, it will not take long at all for you to have many small ideas of surprising usefulness. As you begin to apply these ideas, your confidence in your imagination and in yourself will grow. There are numerous books and audiobooks specifically designed to help stimulate the imagination and create solutions to problems. Here are just a few that will help readers tap into their creativity and imagination. Super Creativity by Tony Buzan. The Artist's Way by Julia Cameron. Lateral Thinking, 6 Thinking Hats, and Super Thinking by Edward de Bono. Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain by Betty Edwards. The Zen of Seeing by Frederick Fromm. Writing Down the Bones by Natalie Goldberg. Peak Learning by Ronald Gross. Thinker Toys by Michael Michalko. Super Learning by Shyla Ostrander and Lynn Schroeder. Writing the Natural Way by Gabriella Rico. A Kick in the Seat of the Pants by Arvon Och. There are also numerous computer programs designed to stimulate new ideas and creativity. Perhaps there is no field of endeavor in which imagination plays such an important part as it does in salesmanship. The master salesperson sees the merits of the goods he or she sells or the service they are rendering in their own imagination, and if they fail to do so, they will not make the sale. A few years ago, a sale was made which is said to have been the most far-reaching and important sale of its kind. The object of the sale was not merchandise but the freedom of a man who was confined in the Ohio penitentiary and the development of a prison reform system which promises a sweeping change in the method of dealing with the unfortunate men and women who have become entangled in the meshes of the law. Imagination and persuasion. That you may observe just how imagination plays the leading part in salesmanship, I will analyze this sale for you, with due apologies for the personal references which cannot be avoided without destroying much of the value of the illustration. Years ago, I was invited to speak before the inmates of the Ohio Penitentiary. When I stepped upon the platform, I saw in the audience a man whom I had known as a successful businessman more than 10 years previously. That man was B, whose pardon I later secured and the story of whose release has been spread across the front page of practically every newspaper in the United States. Perhaps you will recall it. After I had completed my address, I interviewed Mr. B and found out that he had been sentenced for forgery for a period of 20 years. After he told me his story, I said, "I will have you out of here in less than 60 days. With a forced smile, he replied, "I admire your spirit, but question your judgment." Why, do you know that at least 20 influential men have tried every means at their command to get me released? Without success. It cannot be done. I suppose it was that last remark, "it cannot be done," that challenged me to show him that it could be done. I then returned to New York City and requested that my wife pack her trunks and get ready for an indefinite stay in the city of Columbus, where the Ohio Penitentiary is located. I had a definite purpose in mind. That purpose was to get B out of the Ohio Penitentiary. Not only did I have in mind securing his release, but I intended to do it in such a way that his release would erase from his breast the scarlet letter of convict, and at the same time reflect credit upon all who helped to bring about his release. Not once did I doubt that I would achieve it, for no salesman can make a sale if he doubts that he can do it. My wife and I returned to Columbus and took up permanent headquarters. The next day I called on the governor of Ohio and stated the object of my visit in about these words: "Governor, I have come to ask you to release B from the Ohio Penitentiary. I have sound reason for asking his release, and I hope you will give him his freedom at once. But I have come prepared to stay until he is released, no matter how long that may be. During his imprisonment, B has inaugurated a system of correspondence instruction in the Ohio Penitentiary, as you of course know. He has influenced 1,729 of the 2,518 prisoners of the Ohio Penitentiary to take up courses of instruction. He has managed to beg sufficient textbooks and lesson materials with which to keep these men at work on their lessons, and has done this without a penny of expense to the state of Ohio. The warden and the chaplain of the penitentiary tell me that he has carefully observed the prison rules. Surely a man who can influence 1,729 prisoners to turn their efforts towards self-betterment cannot be a very bad sort of fellow. I have come to ask you to release B because I wish to place him at the head of a prison school that will give the 160,000 inmates of the other penitentiaries of the United States a chance to profit by his influence. I am prepared to assume full responsibility for his conduct after his release. That is my case, but before you give me your answer, I want you to know that I am not unmindful of the fact that your enemies will probably criticize you if you release him. In fact, if you release him, it may cost you many votes if you run for office again." With his fist clenched and his broad jaw set firmly, Governor Vic Donahue of Ohio said, "If that is what you want with B, I will release him if it costs me 5,000 votes. However, before I sign the pardon, I want you to see the Clemency Board and secure its favorable recommendation. I want you also to secure the favorable recommendation of the warden and the chaplain of the Ohio Penitentiary. You know that a governor is amenable to the court of public opinion, and these gentlemen are the representatives of that court." The sale had been made, and the whole transaction had required less than 5 minutes. The next day I returned to the governor's office, accompanied by the chaplain of the Ohio Penitentiary, and notified the governor that the Clemency Board, the warden, and the chaplain all joined in recommending the release. 3 days later, the pardon was signed, and B walked through the big iron gates, a free man. I have cited the details to show you that there was nothing difficult about the transaction. The groundwork for the release had all been prepared before I came on the scene. B had done that by his good conduct and the service he had rendered those 1,729 prisoners. When he created the world's first prison correspondence school system, he created the key that unlocked the prison doors for himself. Why then had the others who asked for his release failed to secure it? They failed because they used no imagination. Perhaps they asked the governor for B's release on the ground that his parents were prominent people, or on the ground that he was a college graduate and not a bad sort of fellow. But they failed to supply the governor of Ohio with a sufficient motive to justify him in granting a pardon, for had this not been so, he would undoubtedly have released B long before I came on the scene and asked for his release. Before I went to see the governor, I went over all the facts. And in my own imagination, I saw myself in the governor's place and made up my mind what sort of a presentation would appeal most strongly to me if I were in reality in his place. When I asked for B's release, I did so in the name of the 160,000 unfortunate men and women inmates of the prisons of the United States who would enjoy the benefits of the correspondence school system that he had created. I said nothing about his prominent parents. I said nothing about my friendship with him during former years. I said nothing about his being a deserving fellow. All these matters might have been used as sound reasons for his release, but they seemed insignificant when compared with the bigger and sounder reason that his release would be of help to 160,000 other people who would feel the influence of his correspondence school system after his release. When the governor of Ohio came to a decision, I do not doubt that B was of secondary importance as far as his decision was concerned. The governor no doubt saw a possible benefit not to B alone, but to 160,000 other men and women who needed the influence that B could supply if released. And that was imagination. It was also salesmanship. In speaking of the incident after it was over, one of those who had worked diligently for more than a year in trying to secure B's freedom asked, "How did you do it?" And I replied, "It was the easiest task I ever performed because most of the work had been done before I became involved. In fact, I did not do it. He did it himself." This man looked at me in bewilderment. He did not see what I am here trying to make clear, that practically all difficult tasks are easily performed if one approaches them from the right angle. There were two important factors entering into B's release. The first was that he had supplied the material for a good case before I took it in charge, and the second was that before I called on the governor, I had so completely convinced myself that I had a right to ask for B's release, that I had no difficulty presenting my case effectively. Go back to what was said at the beginning of this lesson on the subject of telepathy and apply it to this case. The governor could tell long before I had stated my mission that I knew I had a good case. If my brain did not telegraph this thought to his brain, then the look of self-confidence in my eyes and the positive tone of my voice made obvious my belief in the merits of my case. Again, I apologize for these personal references, with the explanation that I have used them only because the whole of America was familiar with the B case that I have described. I disclaim all credit for the small part I played in the case, for I did nothing except use my imagination as an assembly room in which to piece together the factors out of which the sale was made. I did nothing except that which any salesperson of imagination could have done. Only passions, great passions, can elevate the soul to great things. Dennis Diderot. I cannot recall an incident in my entire life in which the soundness of the 17 factors that enter into this course was more clearly manifested than it was in securing the release of 8. It is but another link in a long chain of evidence that proves to my entire satisfaction the power of imagination as a factor in salesmanship. There are endless millions of approaches to every problem, but there is only one best approach. Find this one best approach and your problem is easily solved. No matter how much merit your goods may have, there are millions of wrong ways in which to offer them. Your imagination will assist you in finding the right way. In your search for the right way to offer your merchandise or your services, remember this peculiar trait of mankind. People will grant favors that you request for the benefit of a third person when they would not grant them if requested for your benefit. Compare this statement with the fact that I had asked the governor to release 8 not as a favor to me, and not as a favor to 8, but for the benefit of the 160,000 unfortunate inmates of the prisons of America. Salespeople of imagination always offer their wares in such terminology that the advantages of those wares to the prospective purchaser are obvious. It is seldom that anyone makes a purchase of merchandise or renders another a favor just to accommodate the salesperson. It is a prominent trait of human nature that prompts us all to do that which advances our own interests. This is a cold, indisputable fact, claims of the idealist to the contrary notwithstanding. To be perfectly plain, people are selfish. To understand the truth is to understand how to present your case. Whether you are asking for the release of someone from prison or offering for sale some commodity, in your own imagination, plan the presentation of your case so that the strongest and most impelling advantages to the buyer are made clear. This is imagination. A farmer moved to the city, taking with him his well-trained shepherd dog. But he soon found that the dog was out of place in the city, so he decided to get rid of him. Taking the dog with him, he went out into the country and knocked on the door of a farmhouse. A man came hobbling to the door on crutches. The man with the dog greeted the man in the house in these words: "You wouldn't care to buy a fine shepherd dog that I wish to get rid of, would you?" The man on crutches replied no and closed the door. The man with the dog called at half a dozen other farmhouses, asking the same question and received the same answer. He made up his mind that no one wanted the dog and returned to the city. That evening, he was telling of his misfortune to someone with imagination. The man heard how the owner of the dog had tried in vain to get rid of him. "Let me dispose of the dog for you," said the man of imagination. The owner was willing. The next morning, the man of imagination took the dog out into the country and stopped at the first farmhouse at which the owner of the dog had called the day before. The same old man hobbled out on crutches and answered the knock at the door. The man of imagination greeted him in this fashion: "I see you are all crippled with rheumatism. What you need is a fine dog to run errands for you. I have a dog here that has been trained to bring home the cows, drive away wild animals, herd the sheep, and perform other useful services. You may have this dog for $100. "All right," said the crippled man. "I'll take him." That too was imagination. Most anyone would like to own a dog that would herd sheep and bring home the cows and perform other useful services. The dog was the same one that the crippled buyer had refused the day before, but the man who sold the dog was not the man who had tried to get rid of him. If you use your imagination, you will know that no one wants anything that someone else is trying to get rid of. Remember what was said about the law of attraction, through the operation of which like attracts like. If you look and act the part of a failure, you will attract nothing but failures. Whatever your life's work, it calls for the use of imagination. Niagara Falls was nothing but a great mass of roaring water until a man of imagination harnessed it and converted the wasted energy into electric current that now turns the wheels of industry. Before this man of imagination came along, millions of people had seen and heard those roaring falls but lacked the imagination to harness them. The first Rotary Club of the world was born in the fertile imagination of Paul Harris of Chicago, who saw in this child of his brain an effective means of cultivating prospective clients and the extension of his law practice. Since the ethics of the legal profession forbid commercial advertising, Paul Harris's imagination found a way to extend his law practice without advertising in the usual way. If the winds of fortune happen to be temporarily blowing against you, remember that you can harness them and make them carry you toward your definite purpose through the use of your imagination. A kite rises against the wind, not with it. Dr. Frank Crane was a struggling third-rate preacher until the starvation wages of the clergy forced him to use his imagination. Now he earns upward of $100,000 a year for an hour's work a day, writing essays. Woolworth was a poorly paid clerk in a retail store, poorly paid perhaps because he had not yet found out that he had imagination. Before he died, he built the tallest office building in the world and girdled the United States with 5 and 10-cent stores through the use of his imagination. You will observe by analyzing these illustrations that a close study of human nature played an important part in each of the achievements mentioned. To make profitable use of your imagination, you must make it give you a keen insight into the motives that cause people to do or refrain from doing a given act. If your imagination leads you to understand how quickly people grant your requests when those requests appeal to their self-interest, you can have practically anything you go after. Commentary. The story of David Lloyd provides not only an example of imaginative use of appealing to someone's self-interest, but it also speaks to the value of going the extra mile. David Lloyd grew up in a small Alabama town, an African-American in a place where black people owned few businesses. He had only a high school education. On a trip to San Diego, California, for the first time, he saw the ocean and a marina full of boats. Lloyd was fascinated. He got a job working for a company that repaired yachts. His excitement about his work and his dedication to doing it well quickly won him attention, and soon he was overwhelmed with offers of freelance work on some of San Diego's finest yachts. Lloyd saw an opportunity. One handsome yacht in the marina was in particular need of work. Lloyd approached the owner and offered to make all repairs for the cost of the materials if the owner would allow him to take before and after photographs to show to prospective clients. Lloyd probably could have got himself hired to fix the yacht anyway, but he went the extra mile and appealed to the owner's self-interest by offering to do the work for free. Naturally, the owner accepted, and Lloyd got his photos, but even more important, he had so impressed the yacht owner that the man began referring more work to Lloyd, eventually more than 50 clients. Even with his business so brisk that he could barely keep up, Lloyd continued to teach himself the skills he needed. He read books on everything from accounting fundamentals to varnishing. He received certification that allowed him to bid on the biggest and most lucrative contracts for aircraft carriers and cruise ships. From there, Lloyd built his business into one of the largest and most successful shipbuilding and repair companies in the nation, working with clients like General Dynamics, Exxon, and the United States Navy. He was always willing to work harder, using his imagination to demonstrate his initiative and leadership. I saw my wife make a very clever sale to our baby not long ago. The baby was pounding the top of our mahogany library table with a spoon. When my wife reached for the spoon, the baby refused to give it up. Being a woman of imagination, she then offered him a nice stick of red candy. He dropped the spoon immediately and centered his attention on the more desirable object. That was imagination. It was also salesmanship. She won her point without using force. There is one form of imagination against which I would caution you. It is the brand that prompts some people to imagine that they can get something for nothing, or that they can force themselves ahead in the world without observing the rights of others. There are more than 160,000 prisoners now in the penal institutions of the United States, practically every one of whom is in prison because they imagined they could get something for nothing. There is a man in the Ohio Penitentiary who has served more than 35 years for forgery, and the largest amount he ever got from his misapplication of imagination was $12. There are a few people who direct their imaginations in the vain attempt to show what happens when an immovable body comes in contact with an irresistible force, but these types belong in a psychiatric hospital. There is also another form of misapplied imagination, that of the young boy or girl who knows more about life than their dad, but this form is subject to modification with time. My own boys have taught me much that my dad tried, in vain, to teach me when I was their age. Time and imagination, which is often the product of time, teach us many things, but nothing of more importance than this. All of us are much alike in many ways. If you are a salesperson and would like to know what your customer is thinking, study yourself and imagine what you would be thinking if you were in your customer's place. Nothing in life is more exciting and rewarding than the sudden flash of insight that leaves you a changed person, not only changed but for the better. Arthur Gordon. Study yourself. Find out what the motives are that inspire you to perform certain deeds and that cause you to refrain from performing other deeds, and you will have gone far toward perfecting yourself in the accurate use of imagination. The detective's biggest asset is imagination. The first question he asks when called in to solve a crime is, what was the motive? If he can find out the motive, he can usually find the perpetrator of the crime. A man who had lost a horse posted a reward of $5 for its return. Several days later, a boy who was supposed to have been weak-minded came leading the horse home and claimed the reward. The owner was curious to know how the boy found the horse. "How did you ever think where to look for the horse?" he asked, and the boy replied, "Well, I just thought where I would have gone if I had been a horse, and went there." And he had. Not so bad for a weak-minded fellow. Some who are not accused of being weak-minded go all through life without displaying as much evidence of imagination as did this boy. If you want to know what the other person will do, use your imagination. Put yourself in the place of the other and find out what you would have done. That's imagination. Every person should be somewhat of a dreamer. Every business needs the dreamer. Every industry and every profession needs them. But the dreamer must also be a doer, or else they must form an alliance with someone who can, and does, translate dreams into reality. Imagination and action. The greatest nation on the face of this earth was conceived, born, and nurtured through the early days of its childhood by imagination. in the minds of people who combine dreams with action. Your mind is capable of creating many new and useful combinations of old ideas, but the most important thing it can create is a definite chief aim that will give you what you most desire. Your definite chief aim can be speedily translated into reality after you have first created it in your imagination. If you have faithfully followed the instructions set down for your guidance in Lesson 2, you are now well on the road toward success, because it would mean that you know what it is that you want, and you have a plan for getting what you want. The battle for the achievement of success is half won when one knows definitely what they want. The battle is all over except for the shouting, when one knows what is wanted and has made up his or her mind to get it, whatever the price may be. Your selection of a definite chief aim calls for the use of both imagination and decision. The power of decision grows with its use. A prompt decision enforcing your imagination to create a definite chief aim renders more powerful the capacity to reach decisions in other matters. Adversities and temporary defeat are generally blessings in disguise, because they force one to use both imagination and decision. This is why all of us usually make a better fight when our backs are to the wall and we know there is no retreat. We then reach the decision to fight instead of running. Commentary. Ben Nighthorse Campbell got used to people saying no, and he found imaginative ways around those negative answers. Campbell had a tough childhood, in and out of foster homes. He dropped out of high school, wound up in the Air Force, worked his way through college, and then moved to Japan to study judo. He won a gold medal in judo in the 1963 Pan Am Games and was captain of the United States Olympic team a year later in Tokyo. He returned to the United States that year. In Japan, he had learned a jewelry-making technique that could be applied to traditional Native American arts. Though Campbell's father had been reluctant to acknowledge his roots, he had passed along the craft of jewelry making to his son. Ben began executing his own designs in the new technique and displaying them at shows. When his jewelry won popular success, Campbell began to further explore his Native American roots. His commitment to his heritage led him into politics. He was drafted in 1982 as a candidate for the Colorado State House of Representatives, and 4 years later was the only Native American elected to the United States House of Representatives. In 1994, he became only the second Native American to be elected to the United States Senate. Campbell still designs his jewelry and is one of the most popular artists in the country. Though the circumstances of his life presented him with a series of situations in which Campbell was told to ignore or forget his aspirations, his imagination allowed him to see possibility where others saw only limitation. John H. Johnson is another, who became a success because he wouldn't take no for an answer. In 1939, Johnson was editor of The Guardian, the in-house publication of Supreme Liberty, the largest life insurance firm in America targeted to African Americans. In the publication, positive news items about blacks were reprinted for the edification of company employees. Johnson came to see that what The Guardian did for the company's employees was something that ought to be done for African Americans everywhere. But the respected editor of The Crisis, the NAACP's magazine, told him, "Save your money, young man. Save your energy. Save yourself a lot of disappointment." A banker he approached for startup capital told him, "Boy, we don't make loans to colored people." But Johnson's determination convinced executives at Supreme Liberty to give him their mailing list of 20,000 names. By November 1942, the first issue of Negro Digest was on newsstands, featuring reprints of articles by the likes of Carl Sandburg and the director of the NAACP. Within a year, Negro Digest was carrying original articles by prominent people of all colors, including First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. The success of Negro Digest gave Johnson the money to pursue even bigger projects, including the launch in 1945 of Ebony. To know is nothing at all. To imagine is everything. Anatole France. Next, he went to the leading restaurant in the town and made a similar arrangement with the owner. Incidentally, this alliance proved to be quite profitable to the restaurateur, who promptly began an advertising campaign in which it was stated that the food was so pure, wholesome, and good that all who ate there regularly would be apt to live much longer. Therefore, he would insure the life of each regular customer for $1,000. The life insurance salesman then made arrangements with a local builder and real estate man to ensure the life of each person buying property from him for an amount sufficient to pay off the balance due on the property in case the purchaser died before payments were completed. The young man in question is now the general agent for one of the largest life insurance companies in the United States, with headquarters in one of the largest cities in Ohio. The turning point in his life came when he discovered how he might make practical use of the law of imagination. There is no patent on his plan. It may be duplicated over and over again by other life insurance sellers who know the value of imagination. Just now, if I were engaged in selling life insurance, I think I would make use of this plan by allying myself with a group of automobile distributors in each of several cities, thus enabling them to sell more automobiles and at the same time providing for the sale of a large amount of life insurance through their efforts. Financial success is not difficult to achieve after one learns how to make practical use of creative imagination. Someone with sufficient initiative and leadership and the necessary imagination will duplicate the fortunes being made each year by the owners of 5 and 10 cent stores by developing a system of marketing the same sort of goods now sold in these stores with the aid of vending machines. This will save a fortune in clerk hire, insure against theft, and cut down the overhead of store operation in many other ways. Such a system can be conducted just as successfully as food can be dispensed with the aid of automatic vending machines. The seed of the idea has been here sown. It is yours for the taking. Someone with an inventive mind is going to make a fortune and at the same time save thousands of lives each year by perfecting an automatic railroad crossing control that will reduce the number of automobile accidents on crossings. Imagination plus some mechanical skill will give the motorist this much-needed safeguard and make the person who perfects the system all the money they need and much more besides. Some inventor who understands the value of imagination and has a working knowledge of the radio principle may make a fortune by perfecting a burglar alarm system that will signal police headquarters and at the same time switch on lights and ring a gong in the place about to be burglarized with the aid of apparatus similar to that now used for broadcasting. Any farmer with enough imagination to create a plan, plus the use of a list of all automobile licenses issued in his state, may easily create a clientele of motorists who will come to his farm and purchase all the vegetables he can produce and all the chickens he can raise, thus saving him the expense of hauling his products to the city. By contracting with each motorist for the season, the farmer may accurately estimate the amount of produce that he should provide. The advantage to the motorist is that they will be sure of direct from the farm produce at less cost than they could purchase it from local dealers. The roadside gasoline station owner can make effective use of imagination by placing a lunch stand near their filling station and then doing some attractive advertising along the road in each direction, calling attention to barbecue, homemade sandwiches, or whatever else the owner may wish to specialize in. The lunch stand will cause the motorists to stop, and many of them will purchase gasoline before starting on their way again. These are simple suggestions involving no particular difficulty in connection with their use, yet it is just such uses of imagination that bring financial success. The Piggly Wiggly self-help store plan, which made millions of dollars for its originator, was a very simple idea that anyone could have adopted, yet considerable imagination was required to put the idea to work in a practical sort of way. The more simple and easily adapted to a need an idea is, the greater is its value. As no one is looking for ideas that are involved with great detail or are in any way complicated. Commentary. The billions of McDonald's hamburgers sold, the invention of whiteout by a secretary, and the success of Mrs. Fields' cookies are stories that have been cited so often as modern examples of a simple idea transformed by imagination that they may have begun to lose some of their power to inspire. If that is so, the story of Josie Notori's simple idea should once again ignite your imagination. Raised in the Philippines, Josie Notori came to the United States to study economics and had a successful career as an investment banker. But, she recalls, I was bored. It all came too easy. She and her husband were mulling over starting their own business, considering items they could import from the Philippines, when a friend sent her some children's clothes with elaborate embroidery. Notori took one look at the clothes and was inspired. The look might not work for kids, but she knew it would be dynamite on women's lingerie. She began creating her own designs and soon had orders from major department stores like Saks and Bloomingdale's. From the beginning, Natori told an interviewer, I wasn't consciously trying to challenge the established ideas of lingerie. I simply followed my instincts. I had no preconceived ideas and asked questions that forced buyers to reconsider what a garment should look like. I naturally asked questions like, why can't a nightgown look like an evening gown? Or, who says you can't wear these slippers with that dress? Today, Josie Natori's company does $40 million worth of business annually and sells lingerie across America and in Canada, Italy, Japan, and France. Natori's imagination continues to be the fuel that drives her business forward. Even when I'm shopping in a flea market, I am searching for inspiration, imagination, and salesmanship. Imagination is the most important factor entering into the art of selling. The master salesperson is always the one who makes systematic use of imagination. The outstanding merchant relies upon imagination for the ideas that make their business excel. Commentary. During the first quarter of the 20th century, when Napoleon Hill was developing the law of success, business in America was booming. But in many ways, how people conducted their day-to-day business affairs was still quite traditional. Most merchants had yet to embrace what was to become one of the defining hallmarks of American business: the concept of business as a service industry. In the following, Napoleon Hill addresses the issue of imaginative salesmanship and customer service, and to make his point, he uses everyday examples drawn from his personal experience. Today, Hill's suggestions may seem somewhat quaint compared with our drive-through shopping center, infomercial, e-commerce way of life. But as with the previous section in which Hill gave away ideas, much of what is common business practice today is so because of what Napoleon Hill wrote in the original edition of this book. Imagination may be used effectively in the sale of even the smallest articles of merchandise, such as shirts or ties. I walked into one of the best-known haberdasheries in the city of Philadelphia to purchase some shirts and ties. I picked up 2 or 3 ties from the counter and examined them briefly, then laid down all but one light blue that somewhat appealed to me. Finally, I laid this one down also and began to look through the remainder of the assortment. The young man behind the counter then had a happy idea. Picking up a gaudy-looking yellow tie, he wound it around his fingers to show how it would look when tied, and asked, "Isn't this a beauty?" Now, I hate yellow ties, and the salesman made no particular hit with me by suggesting that a gaudy yellow tie is pretty. If I had been in that salesman's place, I would have picked up the blue tie for which I had shown a decided preference, and I would have wound it around my fingers so as to bring out its appearance after being tied. I would have known what my customer wanted by watching the kinds of ties that he picked up and examined. If given the opportunity, any customer will give the alert salesperson a clue as to the particular merchandise that should be stressed in an effort to make a sale. I then moved over to the shirt counter. Here I was met by an elderly gentleman who asked, "Is there something I can do for you today?" Well, I thought to myself, if he ever did anything for me, it would have to be today, as I might never come back to that particular store again. I told him I wanted to look at shirts and described the style and color of shirt that I wanted. The old gentleman replied, "I am sorry, sir, but they are not wearing that style this season, so we are not showing it." I said that I knew they were not wearing the style for which I had asked, and for that very reason, among others, I was going to wear it, providing I could find it in stock. If I were selling goods, I might think what I pleased about a customer's taste, but I surely would not be so lacking in diplomacy as to tell a customer that I thought he didn't know his own business. Rather, I would tactfully show him what I believed to be more appropriate merchandise if what he wanted was not in stock. A sense of curiosity is nature's original school of education. Schmilly Blanton. The old gentleman finally pulled down some shirt boxes and began laying out shirts that were not even similar to the shirt for which I had asked. I told him that none of these suited, and as I started to walk out, he asked if I would like to look at some nice suspenders. It is proper for a salesperson to try to interest a customer in wares for which they make no inquiry, but judgment should be used and care taken to offer something which the salesperson has reason to believe the customer may want. I walked out of the store without having bought either shirts or ties and feeling somewhat resentful that I had been so grossly misjudged as to my tastes for colors and styles. A little further down the street, I went into a small one-man shop which had shirts and ties on display in the window. Here I was handled differently. The salesperson asked no unnecessary or stereotypical questions. He took one glance at me as I entered the store, sized me up quite accurately, and greeted me with a very pleasant, "Good morning, sir." He then inquired, "Which shall I show you first, shirts or ties?" I said I would look first at shirts. He glanced at the style of shirt I was wearing, asked my size, and began laying out shirts of the very type and color for which I was searching without my saying another word. He laid out 6 different styles and watched to see which I would pick up first. I looked at each shirt and laid them all back on the counter, but the salesman observed that I examined one of the shirts a little more closely than the others and held it a little longer. No sooner had I laid this shirt down than the salesman picked it up and began to explain how it was made. He then went to the tie counter and came back with 3 very beautiful blue ties, tied each, and held it in front of the shirt, pointing out the perfect harmony between the colors of the ties and the shirt. Before I had been in the store 5 minutes, I had purchased 3 shirts and 3 ties and was on my way with the package under my arm, feeling that here was a store to which I would return. Dream big dreams. Others may deprive you of your material wealth and cheat you in 1,000 ways, but no man can deprive you of the control and use of your imagination. Men may deal with you unfairly, as men often do. They may deprive you of your liberty, but they cannot take from you the privilege of using your imagination. In your imagination, you always win. Jesse Jackson. I learned afterwards that the merchant who owns the little shop where I made these purchases pays a monthly rental of $500 for the small store and makes a handsome income from the sale of nothing but shirts, ties, and collars. It would take an unbelievable amount of energy with a fixed $500 a month for rent if it were not for his knowledge of human nature, which enables him to make a very high percentage of sales to all who come into his store. I was once walking down Michigan Avenue in Chicago when my eye was attracted to a beautiful gray suit in the window of a men's store. I had no notion of buying the suit, but was curious to know the price, so I opened the door and without entering, merely pushed my head inside and asked the first person I saw how much the suit in the window was. Then followed one of the cleverest bits of sales maneuvering I have ever observed. The salesman knew he could not sell me the suit unless I came into the store, so he said, "Will you not step inside, sir, while I find out the price of the suit?" Of course, he knew the price all the time, but that was his way of disarming me of the thought that he intended trying to sell me the suit. In less than 2 minutes, I found myself standing in front of a case with my coat off, getting ready to try on a coat like the one I had observed in the window. After I was in the coat, which happened to fit almost perfectly, and this was no accident thanks to the accurate eyes of an observing salesman, my attention was called to the nice, smooth touch of the material. I rubbed my hand up and down the arm of the coat, as I had seen the salesman do while describing the fabric, and sure enough, it was a very fine piece of material. By this time, I had again asked the price, and when I was told that the suit was only $50, I was agreeably surprised, as I had come to believe that it might have been priced much higher. However, when I first saw the suit in the window, my guess had been that it would have been priced at about $35, and I doubt that I would have paid that much for it had I not fallen into the hands of a salesman who knew how to show the suit to best advantage. If the first coat tried on me had been about 2 sizes too large or a size too small, I doubt that any sale would have been made. I bought that suit on the impulse of the moment. A single slip on the part of the salesman would have lost him the sale of that suit. If he had said $50 when I first asked the price, I would have said thank you and gone on my way without looking at the suit. Later in the season, I purchased 2 more suits from this same salesman, and if I now lived in Chicago, the chances are that I would buy still other suits from him because he always showed me suits that were in keeping with my personality. The Marshall Field store in Chicago gets more for merchandise than any other store of its kind in the country. Moreover, people knowingly pay more at this store and feel better satisfied than if they bought the merchandise at another store for less money. Why is this? Well, there are many reasons, among them the fact that anything purchased at the Field store, if it is not entirely satisfactory, may be returned and the purchase price will be refunded. A guarantee goes with every article sold in the field store. Another reason why people will pay more at the field store is that the merchandise is displayed and shown to better advantage than it is at most other stores. The field's window displays are truly works of art. The same is true of the goods displayed in the store. There is harmony and proper grouping of merchandise throughout the field's establishment, and this creates an atmosphere that is more, much more, than merely an imaginary one. Still, another reason why the field store can get more for their merchandise than can most other stores is due to the careful selection and supervision of the salespeople. One would seldom find a person employed in the field store whom one would not be willing to accept as a neighbor. Merchandise purchased at the field store is packed or wrapped more artistically than is common in other stores, which is yet another reason why people will go out of their way and pay higher prices to shop there. While we are on the subject of the artistic wrapping of merchandise, I wish to relate the experience of a friend of mine, which shows how imagination may be used even in wrapping merchandise. This friend had a very fine silver cigarette case that he had carried for years, and of which he was very proud because it was a gift from his wife. Constant usage had banged the case up rather badly, so he decided to take it to Caldwell, a jewelry store in Philadelphia, to be repaired. He left the case and asked them to send it to his office when it was ready. About 2 weeks later, a splendid-looking new livery wagon with the Caldwell name on it drew up in front of his office, and a nice-looking young man in a neat uniform stepped out with a package. It was artistically wrapped and tied with a ribbon. His secretary and other workers in his office gathered around his desk to watch him open up his present. He cut the ribbon and then removed the outer covering. Under this was a covering of tissue paper, fastened with beautiful gold seals bearing the Caldwell initials and their trademark. This paper was removed, and a most beautiful plush-lined box met his eyes. The box was opened, and after removing the tissue paper packing, there was the cigarette case he had left to be repaired. I said, "Greatness achievement is usually born of great sacrifice and is never the result of selfishness." But it did not look like the same case thanks to the imagination of the Caldwell manager. Every dent had been carefully straightened out. The hinges had been trued, and the case had been polished and cleaned so it shone as it did when it was first purchased. And the bill? Oh, it was plenty, and yet the price charged for the repair did not seem too high. As a matter of fact, everything that entered into the transaction, from the packing of the case with the fine tissue paper and gold seals to the delivery of the package, was based upon carefully calculated psychology, which laid the foundation for a high price for the repair. To me, there was a great lesson in this cigarette case incident. The goods you are selling may actually be worth all you are asking for them, but if you do not carefully study the subjects of display and packaging, you may be accused of overcharging your customers. On Broad Street in the city of Philadelphia, there is a fruit shop where those who patronize the store are met at the door by a man in uniform who opens the door for them. He does nothing else but merely open the door, but he does it with a smile. This fruit merchant specializes in baskets of fruit decorated with fancy wrapping and ribbons. Just outside the store is a large blackboard on which are listed the sailing dates of the various ocean liners leaving from New York City. This merchant caters to people who wish baskets of fruit delivered on board departing boats on which friends are sailing. This merchant's store is a small affair, no larger than the average small store, but he pays a rent of at least $15,000 a year for the place and makes more money than 100 ordinary fruit stands combined, merely because he knows how to display and deliver his wares so they appeal to the vanity of the buyers. He gets from $10 to $25 for a basket of fruit, which one could purchase just around the corner for $3 to $7.50, with the exception that the latter would not be embellished with the 75 cents worth of frills which the former contains. This is but further proof of the value of imagination. The American people, and this means all of them, not merely the so-called rich, are the most extravagant spenders on earth, but they insist on class when it comes to appearances, such as wrapping and delivery and other embellishments, which add no real value to the merchandise they buy. The merchant who understands this and has learned how to mix imagination with his merchandise may reap a rich harvest in return for his knowledge. And a great many are doing it too. The salesperson who understands the psychology of proper display, wrapping, and delivery of merchandise, and who knows how to show their wares to fit the whims and the characteristics of their customers, can make ordinary merchandise bring fancy prices. And what is more important still, they can do so and still retain the patronage of their customers more readily than if they sold the same merchandise without the studied appeal and the artistic wrapping and delivery service. In a cheap restaurant where coffee is served in heavy, thick cups and the silverware is tarnished or dirty, a ham sandwich is only a ham sandwich, and if the restaurant gets 15 cents for it, they are doing well. But just across the street, where the coffee is served in dainty thin cups on neatly covered tables, a much smaller ham sandwich will bring a quarter, to say nothing of the cost of the tip for service. The only difference in the sandwiches is merely in appearances. The difference in price is considerable, but the difference in the merchandise is not a difference of either quality or quantity so much as it is of atmosphere or appearances. People love to buy appearance or atmosphere, which is simply a more refined way of saying what P.T. Barnum said about one being born every minute. It is no overstatement to say that a master of sales psychology could go into the average merchant store where the stock of goods was worth, let us say, $50,000, and at very slight additional expense make the stock bring $60,000 to $75,000. That person would have to do nothing except coach the salespeople on the proper showing of the merchandise after having purchased a small amount of more suitable fixtures, perhaps, and repackaging the merchandise in more suitable coverings and boxes. A shirt or blouse, packed one to a box, in the right sort of box, with a piece of ribbon and a sheet of tissue paper added for embellishment, can be made to bring $1 or $1.50 more than the same shirt would bring without more artistic packing. I know this is true, and I have proved it more times than I can recall to convince some skeptical merchant who had not studied the effect of proper displays. Conversely stated, I have proved many times that the finest shirt made cannot be sold for half its value if it is removed from its box and placed on a bargain counter with inferior-looking shirts. As was noted at the beginning of this section, merchandising has changed radically in the years since Napoleon Hill wrote those words, but the basic principles he described are still at work in contemporary life. The editors are confident that if you stop to think about the last time you went into Starbucks or Walmart, bought a cell phone, a computer, a car, or just a pair of jeans at the Gap, you will recognize that you were being influenced by those same principles of imaginative salesmanship that Hill was writing about in 1927. The editors are equally confident that you too can take those old-fashioned concepts and use them in your own new-fashioned way. Post-war statement by Nathan Hale from the 1928 edition. Some 30 years ago, a young clergyman by the name of Gunsulus announced in the newspapers of Chicago that he would preach a sermon the following Sunday morning entitled, "What I Would Do If I Had $1 Million." The announcement caught the eye of Philip D. Armour, the wealthy packing house king, who decided to hear the sermon. In his sermon, Dr. Gunsalus pictured a great school of technology where young men and young women could be taught how to succeed in life by developing the ability to think in practical rather than in theoretical terms, where they would be taught to learn by doing. "If I had $1 million, said the young preacher, I would start such a school." After the sermon was over, Mr. Armour walked down the aisle to the pulpit, introduced himself, and said, "Young man, I believe you could do all you said you could. And if you will come down to my office tomorrow morning, I will give you the $1 million you need. There is always plenty of